You were originally an ordinary individual navigating the world of pirates, yet due to the demise of a celestial dragon at your hands, you have ascended to become a formidable powerhouse, equipped with the abilities and armaments of countless realms. It is solely because I have awakened the virtues of merit. Each act of kindness bestows upon one a measure of merit. Merit points can be utilized for lotteries to enhance one's own abilities. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the epic weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire. Rare skill. Breath of Flame. Saint-level auxiliary skill. Spatial Teleportation. Immortal and Indestructible. At this moment, the naval headquarters was near, where the fleet swiftly gathered on the deck. A man clad in a yellow-striped suit languidly twisted his neck, incessantly lamenting, "These little brats truly know how to stir up trouble. It's quite terrifying." As the man ascended the ship at a measured pace, all assembled naval personnel immediately saluted and proclaimed in unison, "Admiral Kizaru." Indeed, the middle-aged man is none other than Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. In the Shabati archipelago, an unprecedented event unfolded. The celestial dragons were attacked, resulting in one sustaining severe injuries and another being killed. Consequently, he voluntarily took charge of the nation's urgent orders. This incident stands as one of the most renowned occurrences in the world of pirates, highlighting the extreme malevolence of the Shabati archipelago. In contrast, among the numerous malevolent newcomers, there exists an additional Antitya time traveler whose consciousness has been clouded by the nefarious deeds of the celestial dragons at the auction. In a moment of irrationality, you eliminated a celestial dragon with a single move. It is precisely this individual who inadvertently rescued the mermaid, Cammy, of the Straw Hat crew. In the present day, amidst the encirclement of the Navy, 4 individuals stand on the field, one of whom is the blood-soaked and frenzied Rody. I did not expect you to possess such courage, daring to venture forth with us. However, I would advise you to take this opportunity to retreat, for otherwise, this band of sailors will certainly not show you any mercy. A man with fiery red hair performs. His coarse voice gradually envelopes you. What has transpired? You gaze up in bewilderment, turning your attention to the man speaking beside you. Who is this red-haired man? He seems familiar. On such a sweltering day, do you not fear being suffocated while clad in a red woolen garment? Just as you ponder, another voice resonates in your ear. I once believed that those who would strike the celestial dragons were foolish enough. I never anticipated there could be someone even more foolish. An old man has slain a celestial dragon. Truly, he is a madman. Another speaker wielded a long black knife, adorned with a hat of black and white spots, and bore a composed expression. At that moment, a youth adorned with a straw hat approached you, emphasizing, "Those rascals deserve to be sent flying. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in rescuing my friend." Upon beholding the familiar visage of this individual, coupled with their voice, you instantly recognized their identity. Isn't this the very man who vowed to become the king of the pirates? Monkey D. Luffy. Wait, this scene seems familiar to me. The memories that had vanished are gradually resurfacing. You feel an overwhelming sense of confusion. Is that not the iconic moment when the 3 titans first convened in the Shambati archipelago? Red-haired Shanks, the long sword-wielding Law, and the straw hat-clad Luffy. And now, astonishingly, he has ascended to the coveted central position, replacing Kid in his former role. The remnants of the celestial dragon's unspent blood still lingered upon my hands, becoming the most striking emblem of this incident. Before him lay hundreds of well-equipped naval officers, their faces shadowed with a somber demeanor. Alas, in a fit of rage, I hastily dispatched the celestial dragon. This calamity has escalated to an unprecedented level, leaving you both anxious and profoundly unsettled. Although the celestial dragons deserve no sympathy, the original owner's brothers, who have shared life and death with him, must face the consequences alongside him. Those individuals, though not extraordinary, possess a commendable sense of loyalty, and involving them in this matter weighs heavily on your conscience. There is no alternative. You can only place your hopes upon the system, entrusting it to provide some strength, to deliver something good to alleviate the current crisis. One may recall that the previous consumption of 100 merits in the lottery yielded a second-hand iPhone 6, equipped with infinite battery life. This operation is indeed quite impressive. In the world of pirates, there exists no internet. One can only utilize it during the late hours to connect briefly with the online realm, occasionally sharing selfies or jotting down reflections, and engaging in various retrospectives. Relying on the accumulation of 990 merits to turn the tide may prove to be rather challenging.
Just as you find yourself in distress, a sound reminiscent of a system notification resonates within your mind, akin to the gentle yet slightly ethereal tone of PXOne. The esteemed host has successfully guided a malevolent celestial dragon to the afterlife, truly fulfilling the righteous path.
10,000 merit points. The host proactively reflects upon their own mistakes, demonstrating a teachable spirit. 10 merit points. The esteemed host possesses boundless virtue.
Upon hearing a series of delightful prompts from charming maidens, your eyes are instantly illuminated with excitement.
Oh my! Help has arrived. Slay the celestial dragons. And contemplate. Can this be considered a virtue?
The sudden prompt invigorated your spirit, granting you a newfound insight into the system just before the perilous lake.
Regardless of that, I shall proceed to draw first and discuss later, opting for the current maximum limit. System notification. Consume 10,000 merit points. Consume an additional 10,000 merit points. Acquire eligibility for an epic lottery draw.
Congratulations to the esteemed host on acquiring the divine skill from the heavens, Lan Lian.
Consume 1,000 merit points. Would you like to add an additional attempt? Shall I proceed with the consumption? Upon hearing the system's prompt, without a moment's hesitation,
accompanied by a sudden chill of the cerebral realm, the digital hum resonates anew within the recesses of your mind.
Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the legendary weapon, Blade of Fiery Flow. Rare skill. Breath of Flame. Saint-level auxiliary skill. Spatial Teleportation. Eternal and Indestructible.
With the enhancement of rewards, one can distinctly perceive the transformation that permeates both the physical and spiritual realms. At this moment, he experienced a profound sense of having survived a catastrophe. However, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a man's voice resonated from behind him.
Boss, that celestial dragon is utterly finished. Let us hasten our escape.
You turned your head and saw the ship's second-in-command, Utol, dash out of the auction house, firing twice. Confronted by a menacing row of gun barrels, his face turned ashen.
Do not fret, my friends. Leave these rascals to me. Rest assured. I am quite formidable.
With a confident clash of his fists,
Luffy readily accepted the responsibility.
He did not wish for the one who had acted against his companion to suffer the consequences. At this moment, unable to tolerate letting Luffy take the spotlight, Kid stepped forward boldly, forcefully shoving you aside. Please do not hinder with your trivial presence of 19 million.
Kindly depart swiftly. This is a realm that belongs to the mighty.
Had circumstances been different moments ago, you might have endured. Yet now, he embodies the exalted deity, the possessor of unparalleled skills. You suddenly curled the corners of your lips and remarked nonchalantly, then I shall not take my leave either.
I aspire to become a formidable individual.
Ro, the first mate Uter. Your actions, though seemingly trivial, left everyone momentarily astonished.
Kid observed his actions, internally muttering to himself, wondering if perhaps there was something amiss with his sanity.
The meticulous torero was adorned with fine beads of sweat, a wave of distress washing over him.
Is this fellow lacking sense? Remaining here will not only be an inconvenience but will also exacerbate our predicament.
I certainly do not wish to engage with the general. Only the carefree Luffy patted your shoulder and remarked, you are quite remarkable.
Indeed, what is your name?
You lift your gaze to the surrounding sea, a proud smirk gracing your lips as you utter, Herman D. Rody. Upon hearing that name, both Kid and Luo turned their gazes towards you, utterly astonished that this fellow was indeed one of the D lineage. However, your subsequent words instantly hardened their fists. I am a valiant individual who has vowed to fill the world with love and peace. A twitch flickered at the corner of Kid's mouth as he uttered, you wretched scoundrel, having stirred up such a colossal mess and still making such jest. Luo's expression was hardly any better, as the distant sound of relentless cannon fire echoed in the air. He spoke with a sullen demeanor. I believe that your presence in this world may indeed lead to greater chaos.
You have tilted two individuals to your left and right.
With a serious demeanor, I respond.
I am earnest in my intentions.
I aspire to fill the world with the elixir of kindness.
Kid, be quiet.
Lo, the divine nerve.
Only Luffy, upon hearing your words, responded earnestly, Rody, you possess commendable aspirations. I wholeheartedly support you. I too harbor an aspiration. I seek to discover the man from One Piece.
Upon hearing these words, Kid and Law turned their gazes towards Luffy, their eyes filled with astonishment and wariness.
In comparison to the former, this ideal is even more impractical. Yet for Kid, it holds immeasurable value. Whenever he articulates this ideal, he is met with merciless ridicule. Thus, who would dare mock his vision? He would not hesitate to vanquish them. Little did he expect to encounter here someone who shares the same ideal and possesses the audacity to voice it boldly. While feeling an inner excitement, I also hold the Straw Hat Kid close to my heart. This is a true meeting of kindred spirits. What nonsensical words are you uttering? One Piece belongs to me.
As the words fell silent, Kid stepped forward with an air of dominance, his eyes brimming with delight. The already anxious sailors immediately raised their weapons in a state of heightened vigilance.
Regardless of your aspirations, keep your distance from me during the battle. I cannot guarantee that I will not inadvertently cause harm.
Luo jested with a cold snort, stepping forward in kind and raising his hand high. The sergeant major observed Luo acting first and swiftly commanded to open fire.
Offensive maneuvers. Do not allow these individuals to escape. First, target those two assailants. Constrain the Dragon Man's chaotic essence. Receiving the general's reward, you feel an abundance of strength at this moment. In the face of the Navy's scrutiny, you even harbor a hint of anticipation. The development of comics and the real world diverges in certain aspects. Is it due to the variables that emerged after my arrival?
Reflecting on the capabilities of the system, one gains a new understanding of the settlement process. Although one's virtuous deeds may seem modest, it is often the unconventional actions that yield greater rewards.
Therefore, I must liberate my mind and engage in a multitude of other endeavors.
At that moment, the impatient Luffy could no longer contain himself and sprang into action. The Navy, upon witnessing the situation, became quite busy and opened fire.
A barrage of bullets was unleashed towards Luffy.
A fleeting thought stirs within you, igniting the desire to embark on a new skill.
Transmission. It is merely a fleeting thought in your mind. Without waiting for others to react, you vanish in place, only to reappear,
standing at the annihilation point of all the naval forces. The swiftness of action is imperceptible, as if you were destined to stand in that very moment.
Straw Hat Luffy couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "How swift!" Kid and Law squinted their eyes, feeling as though they had underestimated this fellow. Yet, they saw you standing in front of the Navy. Luffy, be cautious. This action left Luffy momentarily taken aback.
He is a rubber man, impervious to bullets, yet you are but a mere mortal flesh and blood.
Yet it is too late to save you, as countless bullets have struck your body, creating hundreds of gaping wounds. With a resounding thud, you crash heavily to the ground.
The first mate, Utol, trembled as he knelt upon the ground, his expression one of utter despair. The gruesome scene caused Luffy's pupils to abruptly contract, leaving him speechless in astonishment.
Kid cast his gaze down upon the fallen figure, a twitch of his lips betraying his inner turmoil.
After a moment's pause, he remarked, "So it turns out he is merely a lackey worth 19 million.
Humph, I had thought he was someone of great significance."
In this poignant moment, even the soldier who commanded the firing felt a shiver run through his scalp.
I initially believed this fugitive to be a mere criminal, only to discover that he is, in fact, a madman. Damn it! How could this fellow be so feeble? I inadvertently ended his life. How am I to account for this to the higher-ups?
Luo gazed at the fallen figure on the ground, squinting his eyes in contemplation, pondering whether he should extend a hand to offer assistance. This individual dares to slay the celestial dragons, which indeed reflects a certain temperament.
It would not be entirely commendable to refrain from offering assistance.
However, had he been saved, the situation could have spiraled into chaos. Just as the thoughts of the crowd diverged, a remarkable event transpired. Your body has inexplicably vanished, leaving behind a mere collection of bullets, quietly resting upon the ground.
What is there to be anxious about?
I shall test whether the skill is effective. As a person who holds a profound love for peace, I would never resort to action lightly. Suddenly, a languid voice resonated behind the crowd.
Immediately thereafter, he swayed his neck and took strides back to his original position. He is the one who met a tragic end not long ago. The expressions of the crowd varied between terror and disbelief. In broad daylight, there is a distinct sensation of encountering the supernatural, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition.
Just moments ago, one underestimated your prowess, yet now the mouth gapes in disbelief.
What is the matter? Is he not dead? Meanwhile, Luo's grip on the blade tightened, revealing a sense of unease.
As a physician, he was particularly sensitive and perplexed by this situation.
After being shot, with countless wounds, one rises again, fully restored, even the clothes remain unscathed. This is undoubtedly not a medical miracle. What exactly is this fellow? Is it a skill or perhaps magic? Hello, Rody. It appears you are quite all right. He. Indeed impressive. Luffy, bouncing and leaping, approached you, gently patting your shoulder.
His voice and expression were
brimming with excitement.
Oblivious to the profoundness of the situation. He merely found it quite marvelous,
yet lacked the inclination for deeper contemplation. You responded with a tranquil smile, saying, "It's fine, it's fine. Furthermore, my name is Rody, not Rudy." Luffy responded with a smile, saying, "All right, Ruda. Do not be deceived by your calm exterior within, you are exceedingly exhilarated. After all, the skills bestowed by the system are remarkably potent, verging on the extraordinary. First, there is the concept of spatial teleportation, which operates at a velocity that far exceeds that of Kazara's lightspeed abilities. Moreover, it is the manifestation of one's thoughts, with no cost whatsoever. Wherever you have been, no matter the ends of the earth, it is merely a matter of thought. Thus, his escape appeared unburdened. Moreover, the ability of immortality grants him the divine skill to recklessly toy with his own demise. Upon acquiring the skill, your essence transcends into a pure spiritual entity. As for the physical body, it completely enters a state detached from physical cognition. No matter how many times it is shattered, it can heal flawlessly, remaining untouched by the pangs of suffering. Your senses will exist in a state of optimal adaptation, a self-adjusting condition. Thus, the searing projectile strikes your body. It neither burns nor hurts. Not only does it not inflict pain, but it also feels remarkably pleasurable. Akin to the massages once administered by the skilled technician number 35. In the realm of immortality, there exists a profound flaw: should one be forgotten by others, their very essence shall be irrevocably extinguished. Thus, upon your resurrection, you immediately emphasized your name to Luffy, fearing that he might remember it incorrectly. However, Luffy, as expected, mispronounced it. You helplessly raise your hands, muttering to yourself, "It doesn't matter anymore, it's not a loss. I shall attempt other skills once more." Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling prompt resonated in my mind. System notification. The host has successfully assisted the character Luffy in withstanding a fatal injury. Great compassion has been bestowed. Merit points have been awarded. Rody, this is also acceptable. You are responsible for the brawl, while I am tasked with the transcendence. The sudden sound of the notification catches you off guard, yet fills you with delight. His thought process is indeed correct. The system's merit assessment is, as expected, not conducted through conventional reasoning. To accumulate merit through everyday acts of kindness, aiding an elderly grandmother across the street may only yield a mere point of virtue. Donating 400,000 berry to the orphanage only yields 10 points. The result of the trial skill is astonishingly high, reaching a remarkable 40 points when standing before the Straw Hat Kid. This can indeed be considered an act of kindness and virtue, a commendable deed. However, upon a shift in perspective, you find this quite reasonable. Because of my proficiency, from an objective standpoint, I indeed assist the Straw Hat Boy. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable to conclude that the subsequent events have systematically transcended your conventional understanding. Self-reflection is termed as such. The act of slaying a celestial dragon is deemed exceedingly severe, while standing in the way of others is merely a trifling matter. You have gradually discerned the system's judgment. As long as the course of action aligns with the principles of benevolence and virtue, even the most unconventional thoughts may be deemed appropriate. Inspired by such a reminder, your imagination takes flight. Just as he contemplates, the three individuals beside him have already engaged in a fierce confrontation. Kid, infuriated by Luffy's theft of the spotlight, turned his ire directly towards the Navy. The subsequent events diverge significantly from the original narrative, as Kid begins to recruit members from the Navy. Luo has also initiated room, manipulating the Navy in another direction.
As Luffy exuberantly inflates himself into various colossal forms, he stands resilient against the barrage of speeding bullets. Observing the lively scene before him, Luo crossed his arms and contemplated silently whether he should join them in their endeavors. Release my flowing blade like fire. And summon the first form of the breath of flames.
Even the allies have been taken along for the ride.
Although you may not be an ardent fan of the second dimension, you are nonetheless well acquainted with the weapons and skills that are widely recognized.
Flowing blade like fire is derived from bleach. It is the most formidable fire-type Zanpakuto, wielded by Yamamoto Genrisai Shigekuni of the Gotei 13. This old man is a master-level expert in the Death God manga, a being that even the ultimate boss fears.
The mere act of unleashing the Shurkai, flowing blade, unleashes spiritual pressure that transforms vast expanses into a veritable catastrophe. If the manifestation of oneself were to unleash chaos, then inevitably, half of the soul society would be engulfed in flames. The breath of flame originates from the demon slayer as one of the breathing techniques, a derivative of the breath of the sun, comprising a total of 9 distinct forms. The user is referred to as Big Brother by his fans, known as the Infernal Fragrance Shuru.
Do not be deceived by its classification as rare by the system. This breathing technique is far from weak. When combined with the flowing blade that resembles fire, the entire Shambu Islands could justly be renamed the Mountain of Flames. Based on the recollection of memories, you decisively passed on this.
This will not only affect an excessive number of individuals but also amplify your inherent propensity for destruction and addiction. It may further complicate matters, and may even convene a more formidable assembly. Your current situation has become quite precarious. It is imperative to expedite the accumulation of merit points.
If one wishes to avoid an early revelation, the celestial dragons must not be killed any further.
Having reached this point, you have established your new self. There is no need to engage with a crowd of insignificant individuals. Instead, focus on swiftly amassing merit. The terror that is yet to come is the true horror. At present, the naval forces are engaged in combat with pirates. However, the conflict is predominantly one-sided, characterized by overwhelming dominance. After all, the formidable trio of the worst generation possesses power that is undeniable. Luffy initially declared to the world government his triumph over CP9, subsequently vanquishing one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Moonlight Moria. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence, unbeaten thus far. As the most notorious pirate with the highest bounty among the worst generation, Kid's desire for battle surged even higher upon witnessing the Straw Hat's glorious exploits. Luffy tends to merely incapacitate his immediate adversaries, rarely resorting to total annihilation. However, collateral damage cannot be entirely ruled out.
However, the same cannot be said for Kid.
He has always shown no mercy towards his foes. The powers of the magnetic fruit are inherently aggressive, and countless souls have been laid to rest beneath his hand. In this tangible realm, Kid exhibits a bloodthirsty ferocity that surpasses his portrayal in the comics. His methods of extermination are no less ruthless than those of the original master. Yet Luo skillfully balanced the temperaments of the two individuals. He maintained a vigilant wariness towards his adversaries while simultaneously preserving his humanity.
Under his prowess,
all navies were toyed with,
rendered devoid of combat capability.
Yet, the written word did not lead to the loss of life. At this moment, the other pirate members also began to assist in the breakout, and even your first mate, Birdtor, joined in the endeavor.
Many perished during this process, yet Utol was fortunate enough to escape.
Reflecting on the battles of yore, you find yourself gasping for breath, still unable to grasp the profound shock of it all. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. All the weapons in the vicinity have been drawn to him, leaving no capacity for retaliation whatsoever.
This fellow is truly terrifying. If encountered at sea. With this thought, Utalka abruptly shook his head. Impossible.
We shall never encounter such a creature. Subsequently, he recalled the combat stances of the two individuals.
The captain of the Straw Hat crew is indeed formidable.
This is the very individual who triumphed over Crocodile and the CP9, the rising star known as Naruto. This fellow is utterly defenseless, lacking any weaponry, and his mobility is so exceptional that he possesses no means of defense. As for that terrifying Luo, I certainly do not wish to meet a fate akin to being torn apart by 5 horses. Uther offered his assessment of the 3 pirates, yet the peculiar behavior of his captain, Rody, filled him with a profound sense of bewilderment. Luffy, with a single punch, sent his opponent flying, when suddenly, a gentle melody wafted into his ears.
Meanwhile, both Kid and Luo were also captivated by the enchanting melody. The three of them turned their heads in unison to gaze in its direction. At the grand entrance of the auction house, you sit cross-legged, with closed eyes and hands clasped together, as if engaging in a devout prayer. Moreover, he bore upon his chest a square ornament, from which emanated the serene melodies. The phrase that escapes your lips is that of the Buddha, Namo Amichuofo. The music in question is the offline track Great Compassion mantra, played through his NetEase cloud music. Contemplating the vastness of the system, an epiphany strikes you, prompting a fervent desire to solemnly guide the departed souls towards transcendence, as if to cradle their ethereal essence. Similarly, it is also to evade the yearning that arises upon witnessing blood. At this moment, your desire to slay me is surging. Nowadays, within the confines of his mind, a singular voice reverberates incessantly, merit points 1-1. It seems that you have taken advantage of the ongoing conflict to seize the opportunity. In a mere span of under 5 minutes, he amassed an impressive total of 533 merit points. The naval officers were also dealt with rather severely. After all, a highest-ranking officer amidst the crowd was merely a brigadier. The pirates, covertly observing the spectacle, pointed and whispered among themselves about the three captains. Similarly, as pirates, upon encountering a naval force of such magnitude, one would undoubtedly hastily retreat. Yet these three captains were all subdued amidst their laughter and playful antics. The formidable disparity inevitably left the onlooking pirates profoundly moved. At this moment, Luffy also freed his hands, leaping gracefully through the air, and with a beaming smile, he spoke. "Hey! Luda! Now is the time. Let us swiftly make our escape." You open your eyes and find the sailors around you in utter disarray. You stretch your neck and rise, asserting clearly, "I am Rody." He surveyed the chaotic scene around him, lamenting the absence of chives. "Indeed, the merits may now be collected. I shall first opt for a different copy." Luffy blinked his eyes, unable to comprehend the meaning behind your words. At this moment, the Flying Fish Riders, led by Dabalu, have arrived to retrieve Robin. Luffy, hastily urged by Robin, is urged to retreat. You put away your phone, smiled, and gently patted Luffy on the shoulder, saying, "Straw Hat Kid, we shall meet again shortly." With a flicker, he vanished from the spot. Luffy, confronted by your audacity, was instantly filled with wonder, his eyes sparkling like stars. Wow! Somewhere in the Sko Islands, the members of the Kid group tread upon the lush moss as they proceed. In a bid to evade the relentless pursuit of the Navy, they deliberately opted for a more obscure escape route. During his escape, Kid cleverly dismantled the bridge connecting the two areas. I had thought that everything was foolproof, yet a sharp beam of light descended from above, its luminous impact leaving Kid no time to react. In a moment of utmost peril,
a figure suddenly obstructed Kid's path, erupting into a mist of crimson. Kid instinctively recoiled, but upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifted to one of wariness. "You, how did you follow me here?" With the dense white smoke dissipating, the man's shattered chest appeared miraculously restored. He expressed his discontent, saying, "I went out of my way to shield you, and this is the gratitude I receive?" The newcomer was none other than Rody. He had come to this place to accumulate merit, recalling the events from his memories. However, Kid's demeanor left him feeling rather unsettled. It was only when the system calculated the rewards that Roddy's mind found a semblance of equilibrium. System notification successfully shielded the pirate Kid from a lethal attack. Praises to the esteemed host, merit points 150. Simultaneously, Rody reaffirmed his hypothesis. The greater the damage endured, the higher the merit points accrued. Setting aside the facts, do you not bear any responsibility? The atmosphere was thick with tension. Kid disregarded Roddy's remarks, redirecting his gaze to what lay behind him. The imposing figure caused Kid's pupils to constrict in shock as he instantly recognized the identity of the individual before him. It was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How could he be here? This was indeed troublesome for Kid, who clenched his fists, feeling the situation grow more complex. As the white smoke cleared, Kuma stepped forward with heavy strides, stating, "Bloodthirster, Herman Rody. Eustace Kid, slaughterer, killer." His tone was calm, and he pronounced each name with chilling precision. The onlookers wore expressions of confusion, save for Rody. As a transcender, Rody foresaw the unfolding events. His crew were mere minor players, As long as he operated under the watchful eyes of the Navy, his companions would remain safe. Now transformed into the freest man on the seas, endowed with unparalleled abilities, the outcome of a battle was uncertain. Yet he mused, could he not simply enter Im's dressing room at will? Thus, unperturbed by Kuma's imposing presence, Rody contemplated how to extract greater merit from his confrontation. Reflecting on his past life, a peculiar idea sparked in his mind. He subtly shifted his position, intentionally creating an opportunity for a standoff between the two factions, while he observed the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Since I am here, you should recognize the implications of your actions. Surrender is your only option. Kuma spoke with an emotionless tone, warning that any further aggression would elicit no mercy. Kid gritted his teeth at this declaration, yet as a formidable figure on the seas, he would never allow the presence of a warlord to extinguish his fighting spirit. Hey, 19 million, what lies ahead will be a fierce battle. If you are wise, take the chance to flee as far as you can while we are preoccupied. I do not wish to owe you anything. Although Kid's nature was ruthless, he was also a man of integrity, disliking the burden of indebtedness. Having previously witnessed Roddy's capabilities, it appeared that aside from his extraordinary speed and remarkable regenerative abilities, he lacked any truly formidable offensive techniques and remained merely a cowardly fish evading combat. For various reasons, Kid decided to draw a line with Rody. Without granting Rody a moment to respond, he unleashed the powers of his magnet fruit, summoning all available metallic objects in the vicinity. This time, he demonstrated an even greater magnetic pull than in their previous encounter. Metal soared through the air, from cannons and carriages to rivets and screws, as if responding to an irresistible force, converging towards Kid's outstretched hands. In an instant, two colossal mechanical hands unfurled. The captain was fully armed, and the other crew members readied themselves for battle. How they chosen to resist? Kuma silently observed the unfolding scene. He had anticipated their desperate defiance and remained unmoved. Just as the conflict was on the brink of erupting, a serious voice suddenly resonated between the two factions. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you, violence will not resolve our issues. Perhaps we should engage in a rational discussion. Rody interjected earnestly, positioning himself once more at the center of both forces. Kuma, Kid. The abrupt proclamation left both parties in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Kuma recalled Roddy's swift recovery and harbored a cautious wariness, refraining from acting hastily against him. Fool, what are you doing? Kid, oblivious to Roddy's eccentricity, exhibited visible agitation. Herman Rody, what are you attempting to convey? Kuma, maintaining his composure, even displayed a hint of curiosity. Having also suffered under the oppression of the celestial dragons, he found Roddy's actions particularly intriguing. Yet his current stance compelled him to conceal his emotions. Detachment was Kuma's finest disguise. Seizing the opportunity to speak, Rody took a deep breath and began to articulate his carefully crafted oration. Why must we succumb to an endless cycle of conflict? Apart from our fists, is there truly nothing else we can pursue? A person's life is finite, yet love is eternal. Rather than engaging in this senseless bloodshed, should we not contemplate more profound matters, such as how to spread love throughout the world? The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, the sounds of bubbling waters on the island distinctly audible. Kuma remained silent, while the members of the Kid Pirates experienced an overwhelming sense of confusion, as if grappling with an existential dilemma. However, Kid's intellect quickly kicked in, and he pointed an accusing finger at Rody, erupting in anger. How dare you utter such words? If it weren't for you and that straw hat brat causing chaos, we would never have been embroiled in this mess. I've embraced the life of a pirate, and you urge me to ponder metaphysics? I could easily slap you into oblivion. As Kid's fury threatened to spiral out of control, other crew members stepped forward to intervene. Captain, calm down. We face a formidable foe. We must remain composed. Captain, he is merely a minor nuisance, not worth our effort. Roddy's eyes revealed a hint of confusion as he spoke. Captain Kidd, I considered you a friend. How can you say such things about me? Are the celestial dragons not worthy of redemption? I merely did what you all wished to do, but dared not attempt. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Furthermore, disregarding the facts, do you bear no blame at all? The kid pirates were silent, for the world of pirates lacked such eloquent discourse. Thus, Roddy's argument effectively immobilized the group of pirates. In that moment, some began to reflect upon their actions. Indeed, do we truly err not at all? In our recent escape, we harmed numerous innocent civilians. System notification. The host encourages goodwill. Signs of reflection emerge within the kid pirates, gaining 200 merit points. By the heavens, this tactic truly works. Roddy felt a surge of joy as he sensed the system's reward. In just a few skirmishes, he amassed nearly 1,000 merit points. Theoretically, Roddy was poised to engage in a second tier of lottery, yet he wished to accumulate more for a shot at the third tier. If no immediate threats lingered, he even yearned to experience the wonders of the fourth tier's 5 draws. But how do you intend to resolve this matter? Suddenly, the previously silent Kuma spoke up. Upon witnessing this, the kid pirates retreated on high alert. At that moment, Trafalgar Law and the Heart Pirates also arrived. The sight of Kuma sent a chill down their spines. Why would such a formidable warlord appear here? Roddy turned to face the newcomers and earnestly addressed Kuma. Mr. Kuma, my proposal is that you let them go while I remain here. Upon hearing this, both pirate crews were taken aback. Kid regarded Roddy with a complex expression. This lad was indeed mad, uttering nonsensical phrases, yet he exhibited a sense of loyalty. Law narrowed his eyes, thinking, this fellow's innocence rivals that of the Straw Hat Captain. As a warlord of the sea, how could he allow us to escape so easily? Similarly, Kuma fell into silence, and after a lengthy pause, he replied, that is certainly not permissible. None of you shall leave. Kuma's response was anticipated by Roddy, who had long prepared his subsequent words. Suddenly, Roddy vanished from sight, reappearing on Kuma's shoulder. This audacity astonished both pirate crews, with even a subtle shift in Kuma's expression. As one of the most agile in the pirate world, the user of the pawpaw fruit, Roddy's instantaneous movement had caught him off guard. Yet the astonishment persisted. Roddy leaned in to whisper in Kuma's ear, and his vacant eyes widened in surprise. You must force me to unleash my flowing blade of fire. After speaking, Roddy did not linger on Kuma's shoulder, but swiftly activated his teleportation, returning to his original position. What then did he whisper to Kuma? Long live the Hydra. Every mortal is destined to die, but certainly not in this manner. Roddy, as a noble traveler, possesses the most formidable ability not through a merit system, but rather through his foresight. He is privy to the vast majority of secrets of this world, aware of Luffy's concealed identity and Im's ambitions. Therefore, to gain control over Kuma, he must speak of matters that concern him. Combining his foresight with the present circumstances, Roddy simply uttered, Bonnie is in grave danger. If you would grant me a favor, Mr. Kuma, I shall ensure her safety in the future. Bonnie, though not his biological daughter, is everything to Kuma, being the child of both him and Ginny. Ostensibly, he is on a mission for the Navy headquarters, yet in truth he seeks to rescue the Straw Hat crew while also catching a glimpse of his daughter. Upon hearing Roddy mention his most deeply buried secret, Kuma's reaction transcends mere shock. Yet, given Kuma's experience and wisdom, he is momentarily thrown into disarray by Roddy's words. The more critical the moment, the more he manages to maintain his composure and thoughtfulness. Thus, after a brief emotional upheaval, Kuma regains his serenity and calmly responds, Very well. I understand. I shall let you remain while allowing them to depart. For Kuma, permitting the pirates to escape is inconsequential. He requires Roddy to elucidate the situation. Upon hearing such a response from a formidable warlord, the pirates are taken aback. Kid's face twitches violently as he thinks. How could this be? He actually intends to let us go. Law, too, squints his eyes, pondering the depth of Roddy's expression. Who exactly is this individual? What did he say to Kuma? Roddy smiles and, with a gentlemanly demeanor, bows respectfully. I am immensely grateful for your generosity. He then turns to the 2 pirate crews behind him and says, Gentlemen, you may lead your people away. However, you are not yet out of danger. A Marine Admiral is lurking ahead, so exercise caution. As he spoke, Roddy's mind echoed with the system's prompt. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully resolved the conflict. Truly a peace ambassador. Merit points 800. Host has selflessly acted for others. fully demonstrating great righteousness. Host is remarkable. Merit points 1,000. Feeling the surge of merit points and the delightful praise from the system, Roddy's spirits are lifted, and he senses the elevation of his character once more. Perhaps influenced by the system, or perhaps by the values and thoughts from his previous life, even with newfound formidable power, Rody retains a benevolent heart, devoid of any malicious intent. However, the trait of ruthlessness remains to be purified. In this moment, Rody finds joy in mediating a dispute. Without his intervention, the two parties would certainly have engaged in a dreadful battle. Yet, his actions do not garner the anticipated recognition, for the factions involved harbor profound distrust. In such chaotic times, could there truly exist a person of such pure intentions? Setting aside Trafalgar Law, even Kid and his crew are filled with suspicion. This group of individuals hails from the brutal and power-worshipping South Sea, where their penchant for pillaging and violence leaves them distrustful of others. Kid, observing Roddy's gentle and warm demeanor, finds himself increasingly skeptical. Individuals as astute as him tend to complicate matters, often leading to unintended consequences. Could this person truly possess such kindness? While I acknowledge his swiftness and capacity for escape, what significance lies in his decision to rescue us? Is it a debt of gratitude owed to him, or is there an ulterior motive at play? Kid struggles to grasp Roddy's intentions, and the recent whispers exchanged with Bear only deepen his confusion. Suddenly, a smirk graces Kid's stern visage as he coldly asserts, "Ah, you are Rody, are you? I am aware of your means of escape, so our matters are of no concern to you. We shall rely on our own abilities to flee." Kid is determined to keep their escape route a secret from Rody, even if a confrontation with Bear were to ensue. With Roddy's presence, the two of them might indeed stand a chance against the 7 warlords. In contrast to Kid's cautious demeanor, the gentle-natured Law reflects on Roddy's current predicament. "Captain of the Axe Gang, we appreciate your goodwill. However, our Red Heart Pirates are not a band of cowards." The Axe Pirates is the name of Roddy's crew, owing to his skill with a pair of flying axes. After delivering his remarks, Law grips the sword resting on his shoulder with resolve. His gaze sharp. "Even against the 7 warlords, we shall not be so frightened as to abandon our principles and flee in disgrace." Upon hearing this, Kid's heart swells with delight, and he smirks, declaring, "Humph, if we were afraid of death, what claim would we have to be pirates?" The crew immediately rallied behind him, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, Kawats, stand azida. If that Straw Hat Kid can defeat the 7 warlords, so can we. That fellow is merely large in stature. He may be all show." Bear, witnessing the pirates' blatant disregard for his leniency, knows better than to coddle these ruffians. I have offered them an opportunity, yet they choose to squander it. Out of respect for Rody, Bear provides a preemptive warning. Rody, unable to fathom the thoughts of this group, perceives their actions as foolish. The conflict he had painstakingly resolved now returns to square one, igniting his irritation. Are these two not formidable figures of the sea? How can they display such irrationality at a critical juncture? Do they not realize the peril they face? Roddy's expression darkens, and he admonishes them as an elder might. "You naive youngsters, utterly foolish. I have painstakingly created an opportunity for your escape, yet you remain ungrateful. You have no comprehension of what you are up against." Roddy's words leave little room for dignity for the two captains. As impassioned youths barely in their 20s, none possess the temperament to heed counsel easily. Kid, unable to maintain his composure, retorts with a hardened tone as he gathers more than just weapons. "Who asked for your goodwill? A mere 19 million, a mere fish in the sea, should consider how to extricate itself. If you wish to avoid combat, then retreat far away. Otherwise, I shall collect you alongside it." Before Kid could finish his words, he witnessed Rody unexpectedly draw forth an ancient, red katana, arriving before him with astonishing swiftness. Enveloped in searing flames, Rody raised his hand in a swift upward motion. Breath of flame, second form, ascending inferno. A wave of scorching energy swept past Kid's ear, and his fiery red hair emanated a strong scent of singeing. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a crimson arc of slashing energy swept through. The immense mechanical arm, once formidable, was severed as if it were mere paper. Reduced to debris, the intense flames roared and surged, and with a resounding blast, the explosive force scattered in all directions. The fiery onslaught incinerated everything in its vicinity, and the rising bubbles burst one after another under the influence of the heat wave. In the aftermath, a colossal tree trunk was left with a vast and profound gash, accompanied by a scorching fissure. Billowing white smoke spread forth, and the air filled with the acrid scent of resin. The spectators were left breathless by Roddy's display. Even kids stood rigid, paralyzed by the sheer force of it all. Tales of the world's greatest swordsman and the legendary swordsmanship of Roger's first mate, Rayleigh, had circulated widely, but who had truly borne witness? Yet, Roddy's strike exuded the very essence of those famed swordsmen. Were he to deliver that blow with the same speed and force to a foe's face, it would yield certain death. Remarkably, Roddy had yet to draw his blade. Merely the essence of his swordsmanship possessed such formidable might. Astonishing, this strike revealed the potential of a great commander. Roddy, of course, refrained from unsheathing his sword. With a destructive capability akin to a blade that flowed like fire, he could obliterate half of Sabati Archipelago without hesitation. Until he fully mastered this power, he must wield it with utmost caution. The searing air emanating from the blade forced the surrounding onlookers to distance themselves, while the distant flames crackled ominously. In Kid's eyes, this was the closest he had ever come to death. Roddy, with a grim expression, coldly inquired, "What do you wish to say?" Kid, struck with terror, gazed at Roddy, momentarily speechless. He had initially perceived this individual as a mere jester, only to discover the terrifying strength that lay beneath. Observing Kid's silence, Roddy continued, "I am a benevolent soul, devoted to peace. Yet you seek to disrupt the tranquility of my heart. Kid, we are already in the latter half of this conflict. Do you truly believe that you can advance with such violence?" Roddy's words left Kid wide-eyed, and the others dared not even breathe. Whether through Roddy's formidable sword intent or his incisive inquiries, he commanded an unparalleled presence. In contrast to the other pirates, Kuma's thoughts were far more intricate. Having integrated the technology of Vegapunk, Kuma could analyze the destructive capabilities of his opponents and ascertain their potential. Within the naval framework, this was referred to as combat power. The average naval combat power hovers around 10. The formidable Rob Lucci, with a power of 4,000, stands as the strongest among the current CP agents. Regarding the pinnacle of combat power, naval admirals typically hover around the mark of 10,000. However, Roddy's recent strike revealed an astonishing combat prowess of 6,300. Kuma pondered quietly within. Does this young man possess combat capabilities nearing that of Vice Admiral? No. This strike undoubtedly exceeds even that of an admiral. Should that blade be unleashed, it could very well consume half the region in its lethal intent. As this thought crossed his mind, combined with Roddy's mention of his daughter Bonnie, Kuma was plunged into a deeper contemplation. "Herman Roddy, are you also a wielder of extraordinary abilities? What might your true identity be?" Having traversed much of the pirate world, Kuma, with his vast knowledge and experience, had encountered an array of peculiar phenomena. Thus, witnessing Roddy's extraordinary strength, which belied his age, did not strike him as surprising. Rather, it incited a sense of curiosity and concern. However, the pirates present lacked Kuma's nuanced reflections. They were merely stunned and fearful due to their misjudgment of Roddy's power, apprehensive at the emergence of a formidable foe. Except for Kid, the others retreated to a safe distance, displaying wariness. Kid silently regretted his earlier obstinacy, having never anticipated that the jester he perceived was, in fact, a concealed powerhouse. Even with the full might of the Heart Pirates, confronting these two monstrosities would likely result in total annihilation. Moreover, the Navy's reinforcements were swiftly approaching. At this moment, Roddy, usually composed, was not significantly less pressured than Kid. To him, that strike held the caliber of an admiral. Recalling the breakout at the auction house, had Roddy employed such a technique then, the Navy would have faced utter destruction. Yet, he merely engaged in actions that defied comprehension. Rod glanced back. The fearful expressions of his companions made him acutely aware of the dire situation, and he chastised himself. How foolish! My smooth journey has made me forget caution. This is the latter half of the Grand Line, where one must tread carefully. After weighing his options, Rod slowly exhaled and addressed Rody. Mr. Rody, I sincerely apologize for our previous insolence. I hope you can forgive our recklessness. The Heart Pirates merely seek to escape. Faced with such overwhelming power, Rod chose to concede, addressing him with respect. For in the current circumstances, stubborn resistance would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Rody, feeling a flicker of indignation, muttered to himself, "These two unfortunate youths only realize their folly when the blade is at their throats. They could have left peacefully, yet they compelled me to take action. If I inadvertently slay a few, my resolve will be thrown into chaos." Contemplating this, Rody coldly replied, "I shall grant you one final opportunity to distance yourselves from this place." Rod, displaying wisdom, hoisted his weapon and called out, "Let us depart. The Heart Pirates owe Mr. Rody a debt of gratitude." In contrast to Rod's clarity, Kid remained in a state of bewilderment. "Hey, Rod, are we leaving?" Kid was no fool. He was simply so overwhelmed by the surreal turn of events that he momentarily forgot to flee. Rorinoa cast a sidelong glance at Kid. Speaking in a cold tone, "Kid, know your place. I understand your concerns, but only those with absolute strength possess the right to speak." With Rorinoa's admonition, Kid involuntarily glanced at Rody, a chill running down his spine. Just moments ago, he had boasted of his ambition to become the Pirate King and locate Bon Clay. Yet, now, faced with imminent demise, he remained oblivious to his fate. He stared at his mechanical arm, marred and sparking, a wave of defeat washing over him. With a thunderous crash, all mechanical parts scattered around. Bowing his head, Kid reluctantly admitted, "Rody, I underestimated you. Today, you have taught me a valuable lesson. I owe you a favor." Observing Kid's concession, Rody smirked. "Favors mean little. If you wish to live, accumulate some virtue." Upon hearing Rody's words, Kid's lips twitched violently. Here he was, a pirate, and still being told to do good deeds? What nonsense! After a moment of choking silence, Kid steeled himself and shouted, "Let us go." With that, the crew followed their captain's lead, deliberately distancing themselves from Rody and Kuma, stealing glances at them from time to time. Kuma and Rody stood like two imposing statues, unmoved by the departure of the pirates. Kuma's gaze remained fixed on Rody, lost in thought. Ding! System notification. Reforming the Kid Pirates, great merit, 1,000 merit points. Reforming the Heart Pirates, great compassion, 1,000 merit points. The host is truly remarkable. Feeling the notifications echoing in his mind and the substantial merit points accumulating, Rody's previous displeasure dissipated instantly. Despite the minor friction, without this incident, he might not have garnered such a wealth of merit points. This was merely the beginning of the Sabeti Archipelago affair. Yet Rody had already amassed nearly 5,000 merit points. Simultaneously, it validated a crucial conclusion. The stronger the target character, the greater the merit points accrued. Rody's agile mind conjured a bold hypothesis. Perhaps I should teleport now and persuade him to be a good person? By heavens, I truly am a little genius. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. With her cruel and enigmatic methods, posed a significant threat. Even with his teleportation ability and immortality, he must proceed with caution. Should she wield a formidable sealing ability or possess means to counter him, it could spell disaster. Thus, I'm currently but Awei Wudi, at best capable of self-preservation, yet unable to safeguard my comrades. To aspire to become a true martial emperor, I must accumulate more merit and explore the vast world, becoming more adept at utilizing my skills. This brief contemplation crystallized Rody's future aspirations. Just as he was immersed in thought, a chilling voice interrupted his reverie. Herman Rody pondered his next move. He suddenly recalled that he was currently facing Bartholomew Kuma. "Uncle Bear, the waters of the celestial dragons are perilously deep. You may find it difficult to navigate." In response to Kuma's inquiry, Rody remained composed, regardless of his persona or the information he had divulged. Kuma was unlikely to act impulsively. However, This was merely a temporary reprieve, for Roddy's identity and background were far removed from those of Monkey D. Luffy. He recognized the need to adjust his approach in interacting with Kuma, striving to gain the latter's recognition to facilitate his subsequent endeavors. With a serious demeanor, Roddy stated, "Mr. Kuma, there is no need for you to dwell on how to handle me. I pose no threat to you. Even the admiral who is soon to arrive may find it exceedingly difficult to detain me." Utilizing his foresight, Roddy endeavored to project an air of profound mystery, suggesting he possessed valuable information worth exchanging. Given Kuma's characteristic calmness and composure, it was evident that he would not allow his emotions to surface readily. Nonetheless, the depth of his gaze upon Roddy grew increasingly profound. The sheer volume of information Roddy possessed was staggering. He even seemed aware of Kizaru's approach. Could it be that he had connections within the Navy? Regardless of Kuma's identity, based on the few techniques displayed, it was clear that Roddy presented a formidable challenge. Resolved to maintain a level head, Kuma opted to sit down and calmly suggested, "Since you cannot be detained, shall we engage in conversation?" Roddy readily agreed, as he too harbored his own intentions. His aim was to leverage Kuma's power to facilitate his companion's escape from this perilous situation. According to the available information, it would take some time for Kizaru and his fleet to reach the Sabati archipelago, leaving the pirates with limited options. The turmoil had resulted in the Navy sealing off the Paradise coastline, with the only viable escape route being to coat their ship and submerge into the depths of Fishman Island, subsequently reaching the New World. This coating process would require approximately 3 days, and by the time Kizaru's forces arrived, the Sabati archipelago would be engulfed in calamity. Little did the pirates know that this operation not only involved Admiral Kizaru, but also the latest technology developed by the world government, the pacifista. As previously demonstrated, the worst generation possessed an audacious spirit, oblivious to the severity of the threat they faced. However, Roddy was acutely aware of the challenges posed by the pacifista, which had a staggering cost of 100 million each. Currently, his ship was undergoing the coating process, and, as a central figure in this conflict, Roddy understood the perilous nature of his and his companion's situation. The worst-case scenario could very well involve the God Squad personally seeking him out. At present, the spatial transferability was limited to Roddy himself and the non-living items he carried. His only hope lay in Kuma's devil fruit powers. Considering all these factors, Roddy prioritized launching his companions to safety. In doing so, the ensuing chaos would serve as his opportunity for merit. As Roddy spoke, he had already taken a seat opposite Kuma. In this region, many have already fled, and the flames from Roddy's explosion gradually dissipate. The bubbling sounds resound once more, creating a notably tranquil atmosphere. After a brief silence, Kuma speaks thoughtfully. "There is one matter that perplexes me. You profess a love for peace. Yet why do you act in such a manner? Are you aware that you have committed an egregious sin?" Kuma's inquiry pertains to the incident involving the destruction of the celestial dragons. Though it may appear as a question, it is in truth an attempt to discern the other's stance and identity through their response. Upon recalling the celestial dragons, Roddy does not conceal the mockery within him and counters with a question. "Do you, Mr. Kuma, deem my actions as madness? Do you believe that the celestial dragons ought to remain unscathed?" The original host shared a nearly identical experience to Kuma's, yet lacked his benevolence and kindness. Roddy harbors a profound contempt for the celestial dragons, a sentiment that he has inherited and embodies even now. He feels no remorse for the act of killing the celestial dragons. Rather, he laments the peril his comrades must endure. Kuma observes the subtle shift in Roddy's expression. Analyzing it closely, from their initial encounter, he was taken aback. All pirates who meet him are filled with wariness and caution, yet this young man appears remarkably at ease. Through the information revealed by Roddy, Kuma surmises that he possesses an understanding of the true self that lies beneath the surface. In his gaze, there lingers a hint of compassion. Compassion? What pirate would dare to feel pity for another? Consequently, the animosity emanating from Roddy does not seem to be a deliberate fade, but rather a genuine inquiry shared between kindred spirits. If he were indeed a CP agent dispatched by the world government, the act of killing a celestial dragon would certainly seem a bit extravagant. With these deductions in mind, Kuma boldly articulates his hypothesis. This does not resemble an act aligned with your capabilities or thought processes. Therefore, is that celestial dragon the target of your hatred? Roddy's gaze sharpens immediately, realizing that Kuma's insight is more astute than he had anticipated. Yet for Roddy, there is little to conceal. Rather, sharing his truth may foster greater empathy in the other. Thus, Roddy's countenance twists into a grimace as he begins to unveil his past. My parents were slain by the forces of the celestial dragon, and I was enslaved by that wretched woman for 2 years. She stripped me of everything, subjecting me to relentless torment. Should she not perish for her crimes? The atmosphere grows heavy, and Kuma nods gently, refraining from excessive commentary, and continues to inquire. So, you traversed countless miles from paradise solely for vengeance? Roddy scoffs, revealing a hint of resignation, and replies, yes and no. It was merely a matter of chance. If I do not encounter them, it is merely their fortune. When I have established myself in the new world, I shall return to exact my retribution. At this juncture, Roddy reveals a sinister grin. However, I am fortunate to have crossed paths with that fiend here. She continues to perpetrate her evils. If I do not settle this score now, I fear I may never have the opportunity again. In the eyes of Roddy, a celestial dragon is as contemptible as a mere mongrel. Such words are undeniably audacious. It is essential to recognize that in the world of pirates, the celestial dragons have inflicted untold suffering upon countless souls, and those who dare to resist them have little recourse aside from joining the Revolutionary Army. Their arrogance stems from their allegiance to the celestial dragon regime, namely, the world government. Externally, the admirals and the 3 great generals serve as a formidable counterbalance to the might of the pirate emperors. The 7 warlords of the sea allow them to maintain dominion over their territories, functioning as a buffer between the navy and the pirates, alleviating conflicts. The lesser characters are easily managed by the naval branches, more than sufficient to handle the situation, as long as the pirates and nations do not unite. The celestial dragon regime shall remain unthreatened. Thus, pirates are not a source of fear for them. It is the Revolutionary Army that truly troubles them. However, the CP agents serve as their means of counteraction. These agents are merely the cards that the enigmatic utilizes to address external conflicts. Under her command, she wields the 5 elders, the divine core, and the formidable forces of the future seraphim. Aside from the terrifying prophecy of Joy Boy, she fears little else. Even at the level of the Empress Boa Hancock, she dares not retaliate against the insults of the celestial dragons, instead choosing to hide on Amazon Lily, living in the shadow of the celestial dragons. Yet Roddy, in such an era, dares to initiate self-destructive attacks. To any observer, this would not be seen as courage, but rather as madness. Kuma gazed at Roddy for a prolonged moment, a slight smirk emerging on his lips as he made a bolder inference. It seems you are privy to more than just my matters. You appear to possess a certain understanding of them as well, do you not? Based on Roddy's response, although Kuma could not ascertain the individual S identity, he had formed a judgment regarding their stance. 4 top-tier agents, the trifecta of formidable mobility, a keen and meticulous mind, and a decisively resolute character are absolutely vital elements. Given the abilities Roddy has exhibited thus far, he possesses at least 2 of these qualities, and he stands among the elite. He is a prodigious agent by nature. With this in mind, Kuma speculated that this young man might be a promising recruit nurtured by either Dragon or Ivankov. If he is not, then after today, he certainly could be, for the only path to oppose the celestial dragons is revolution. Just as Kuma contemplated how to recruit Roddy, the young man's next remark left him visibly agitated. Stretching lazily, Roddy advised in a tone of camaraderie, "Uncle Kuma, it suffices to gather a bit of information on the scraps. The depths of the celestial dragon intelligence are too profound. I fear you may not grasp it fully. Perhaps you should learn from Sabo and indulge a little." This jest was rather audacious. Kuma responded with a calm demeanor, yet his emotions leaned towards negativity. His silence and composure were evident. Had it been Lucci, he would have transformed into a leopard and attacked. As a core member of the Revolutionary Army, a multifaceted spy in the pirate world, and a current warlord of the sea, Kuma is a top-tier professional spy. Yet his expertise was now being questioned by an 18 or 19-year-old child. Let him gather intelligence on the scraps, and yet he claims he cannot grasp the information regarding the celestial dragons? Such a statement bears the same destructive power as declaring that Vegapunk's inventions resemble mere children's toys, that Mihawk's swordsmanship is amateurish, and that Boa Hancock possesses an average appearance. Observing the displeased demeanor of Mr. Bear, Ludi's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a secret. Mr. Bear, after all these years of pursuing the truth, do you know the identity of the individual seated upon the void throne? Upon hearing this, Bear's body visibly stiffened. This conclusion was the result of years of intelligence gathering and preliminary speculation alongside Old Man Vegapunk. Yet, this young man not only articulated the conclusion with ease, but his tone was also imbued with certainty and nonchalance. Silence enveloped the area once more, stretching into an extended stillness. Just as Bear was about to probe further, the distant sounds of cannon fire and battle cries interrupted him. Rody raised his gaze toward the horizon, where a group of Marines was herding a band of pirates in their direction. Thus, Rody hastily addressed Bear. Mr. Bear, entrusting certain matters to the future is far superior to knowing them prematurely. A new era has only just begun. Hastening its advancement will only shatter the prophecy. Rody's words evoked thoughts of that ancient being in Bear, whose astonished expression gradually shifted back to calmness as he nodded slowly in response. Sensing that their relationship had reached a satisfactory juncture, Rody made one final request of Bear. If possible, please escort my companions away from here. They are hidden in the slug workshop of District 23. He believed that the information he had disclosed would earn Bear's approval. I will ensure their safe passage, Bear replied almost without hesitation. Just as he spoke, a cacophony erupted from behind him. Damn it! Get out of the way, you bastards! A group of pirates, rushing from other areas, continued to curse, pursued closely by the Marines. Suddenly, Bear opened his mouth and concentrated, unleashing a dazzling laser that, after a mere 5 seconds of charging, shot towards the rear. A tremendous explosion ensued, engulfing the pirates in an instant, reducing them to cinders. Seizing this opportunity, Rody utilized teleportation to escape. Approximately a minute later, the Marines arrived at the designated location, with the thick smoke gradually dissipating. The leading officer, faced with the imposing figure of Bear, forced himself to flatter. Truly impressive, Mr. Bear. With just one move, you annihilated the pirates. Bear remained indifferent to the sycophantic praise, surveying the disheveled Marines around him, and with a stoic demeanor, uttered, "Follow me. There are many more criminals to apprehend." Previously, the Navy had been demoralized, nearly crushed underfoot, but with the formidable warlord leading the charge, spirits were immediately rekindled. As night fell, under Bear's guidance, the Marines efficiently dispatched and captured numerous pirates. However, some notorious criminals involved in the incident remained unexpectedly elusive. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully dissuaded Bartholomew Kuma from embarking on a perilous exploration. Congratulations and best wishes, 60 merit points. At present, the esteemed host has accumulated 233 points of merit. However, with just one day gone by, we have already surpassed the halfway mark towards the 10,000-point reward. We truly are the most formidable combination. As Rody listened to the system's notifications reminiscent of Kaiwanji in his ear, he felt akin to experiencing a victorious match in a competitive game. The exuberance of the merit system provided him with a significant emotional uplift, allowing him to maintain an optimistic demeanor even in this perilous environment. Nonetheless, he could not yet reunite with his companions, as it would be too dangerous for them. Just as Rody pondered his next destination, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He had thought that he had transcended the mortal realm, yet it appeared he was mistaken. He felt even more fatigued than usual. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system delivered a timely reminder. Although the strength granted by the system is formidable, it is confined to the host's adventure and combat state. Excessive fighting leads to fatigue and hunger. After battles, it is imperative to replenish one's nutrition. Caring for one's body is also a form of merit, so the host must remember to eat, sleep, and perform rituals regularly. Rituals. The sudden introduction of this familiar, yet foreign term left Rody in contemplation and silence. Reflecting on his previous experiences with the celestial dragon, he seemed to, perhaps, grasp a fragment of understanding. It appeared that the system had its own interpretation of compassion, influenced by the mindset of his previous life. Rody felt some hesitation regarding the notion of performing rituals, as the original host had succumbed to madness while he remained sane. However, upon reconsideration, he dismissed the notion of his own normality. His usual behavior merely involved suppressing the desire for violence, substituting it with other cherished activities. It was precisely for this reason that he had lost his rationality, driven to the brink by hatred. Furthermore, this was the chaotic world of pirates, and Rody could not guarantee his own innocence. After a period of introspection, Rody reached a tentative reconciliation with his inner conflicts. Perhaps he should emulate the character Xiao Zizai from One Person, first ensuring he fills his stomach and maintains his physical and mental health. Since my merit system encourages the cultivation of good relationships, why not tempt fate and see which nefarious individuals might provoke my ire? In the 3rd district of Ashambar Islands, the desolate streets were lined with buildings whose doors were firmly shut, many reinforced and sealed. The 1st to the 29th districts were notorious strongholds of lawlessness. Compared to other areas, District 3 was expansive and intricate, situated in close proximity to the auction house in District 1, housing numerous underground factions, making it the most chaotic location in the region. Wow! Uncle, please let me go. My mother is gravely ill and needs my care. A plaintive cry echoed from the avocado bar. In a corner, a girl of about 12 had red, tear-streaked eyes. Her hands, bound with coarse hemp rope, were already turning purple, presenting a pitiful sight. However, the rough men in the bar paid no heed to the situation. The corpulent and greasy bar owner, cigar in mouth, cast a sidelong glance at the young girl and sneered. "Young, today's haul seems rather lackluster. How could you even stoop to stealing children from the slums? What worth do these uncouth, emaciated wretches possess?" The man known as Young took a swig of his drink and lamented, "Don't even mention it. 2 fools butchered a celestial dragon during the day. The entire city is under lockdown. I cannot even enter the affluent district. I can only scrounge for some cheap goods to confiscate. After all, they're destined for the black market, and mixing in a few defective items is hardly an issue." Upon hearing this, the bar owner exhaled a cloud of dense smoke and replied, "That makes sense. One can simply discard a rotten apple. Those fellows won't nitpick over such trivial matters." Just as the two engaged in conversation, the jingle of a bell heralded the entrance of the double wooden doors. With a loud creak, they swung open. The atmosphere was thick with restraint, bitterness, and numbness. Upon hearing the commotion, all eyes turned toward the entrance of the tavern. A group of men, each adorned in disparate attire, strode into the establishment. The leader, with a mane of fiery red hair, sported a crimson trench coat, while the man following closely behind wore a mask. The bar owner and the trafficker, Young, exchanged knowing glances. The local inhabitants would never dress in such a manner. They shared a conspiratorial grin, including the golden-haired oddity from upstairs. This marked the second unfamiliar face to appear. The air of menace surrounding them left no doubt. They were pirates. The newcomers were none other than members of the Kid Pirates. Due to the appearance of Kuma, they had to avoid the Navy's pursuit during the day and only dared to emerge at night to forage for sustenance. "Boss, for large mugs of rye beer, and also bring out some bread and beef," Kid said as he approached the bar with a cold demeanor. The young bartender glanced at the corpulent owner, who leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, revealing a sly smile. The food was negotiable, but the establishment only served familiar faces. Newcomers or pirates were required to pay a sponsorship fee. Upon hearing this, Kid S' gaze sharpened like a knife. "Sponsorship fee? How much do you desire?" The piercing glare sent an involuntary chill down the spine of the bar owner, who could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from the man before him. Nonetheless, the bar owner was accustomed to navigating perilous waters, and with his clientele in the kitchen, he boasted at least 20 people. He feigned calmness, puffing out his rotund belly as he approached Kid, raising 3 fingers. "For individuals for 300,000 berries. 300,000 000. Why not just rob me outright? Kid's eyes narrowed at the bar owner's audacious demand. In the world of pirates, berries were akin to yen in reality. A mere newspaper cost 100 berries. With 300,000 berries, one could enjoy multiple sumptuous meals at renowned restaurants. Other patrons, sensing Kid's displeasure, instinctively reached for their handguns or daggers. This band of pirates was bold enough to provoke a confrontation, and they were prepared to resort to theft. Hey Kid, calm down. At present, we must refrain from causing trouble. Noticing Kid's latent impulse to erupt, Kira quietly advised him from the side. The tavern owner shrugged and remarked, "This is our price. If you don't wish to dine here, feel free to seek sustenance elsewhere. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. Aside from our establishment, others may not be willing to serve you food at this time." The tavern owner's words were not unfounded. Due to the Navy's stringent crackdowns, many merchants were wary of unfamiliar faces. Kid had already visited 3 restaurants, with each additional stop increasing the risk of being reported. Given that he was not short on funds, he suppressed his rising anger and stated, "Very well, but we have a considerable appetite, so you had best ensure we are well fed." Upon seeing Kid concede, the owner's demeanor transformed, revealing a shrewd smile. "Certainly. Please proceed to the second floor and wait a moment. Our establishment prides itself on generous portions, affordability, and satisfaction." The mention of affordability caused Kid's lips to twitch with irritation. This sentiment echoed that of the peace-loving individual he encountered earlier in the day. Had it not been for that wretched soul, he could have procured various supplies in the commercial district and enjoyed a peaceful night's rest, arriving at Fishman Island in 3 days. What vexed him further was that such a formidable character would masquerade as a benevolent figure, preaching pacifism while being a pirate. Just as Kid ascended the stairs in frustration, a pitiful voice from the corner interrupted. "Kind-hearted big brother, could you please help me? My mother is gravely ill, and she needs me." The girl, recently abducted by Iong, pleaded with tearful eyes. Kid halted, glancing back at the frail child in the corner. At that moment, Iong stood up and harshly slapped the girl across the face. "Are you trying to rebel? Did I permit you to speak with others?" Iong's strength was considerable, leaving 5 distinct marks on the girl's face. She covered her face in distress, sobbing quietly while casting a hopeful glance towards Kid, still pleading. "My mother. If I'm not with her, she will die. Brother, I beg you, even if you just finish your meal and go see her." "She is." Before the girl could finish, an enraged Iong kicked her. "You worthless wretch, do you not hear me speaking? Seeking death, are you?" His gaze remained fixed on Kid as he unleashed his fury upon the child. Kid's face darkened as he listened to the girl's cries and finally spoke up. "Hey, brother, your performance is rather contrived." As he spoke, he suddenly looked up, mockingly addressing Iong at the bottom of the stairs. Upon hearing this, Iong narrowed his eyes. "Is it not enough that you swindle me out of 300,000? Greed might just lead to your downfall." Witnessing Kid's murderous intensity, Iong felt a jolt of fear, akin to a deflated balloon. He spat on the girl and followed up with another vicious kick. "You truly are pathetic. The refuse of the slums, indeed, is a wretched affair for a lifetime. Ha ha." As Kid observed Iong's frantic demeanor, his amusement only deepened. Yet, the ascent back upstairs felt particularly burdensome. Turning his head, Kid's expression darkened considerably, his fists trembling with suppressed rage. The fade of a heartless demeanor seemed more an act of resignation. Through this tumultuous journey, he gradually comprehended a profound truth. Even the minutiae could obstruct his voyage toward greatness. The things he could protect were limited, as were his capabilities. In these chaotic times, only by embracing the guise of a demon and completely forsaking his humanity could he hope to advance alongside his comrades. Only by ascending to the pinnacle as the Pirate King could he undergo true transformation and attain genuine strength. Beneath the dim glow of the lanterns, a little girl gazed at the vanishing figures, enveloped in despair and numbness. In this world, no one would ever care for her, nor would anyone pity her. Though she did not weep from pain, what would become of her mother at home? Seeing his ploy of self-inflicted suffering fail, Iong returned to his original seat, drowning his sorrows in drink. The tavern owner, with a knowing smile, poured him another glass, and offered words of consolation. Iong, you think you are ruthless. Yet they are even more so. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, he cast a glance at the pitiful child on the floor, scoffing. Those who venture out to sea could never pity someone like her. As that fellow said, if one shows mercy, who would dare to be a pirate? Listening to the owner's words, the human trafficker Iong sulked, taking a swig of strong liquor, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, the sound of the door swinging open interrupted the ambience. All eyes turned toward the entrance. A pale-skinned, handsome youth strode in, clad in a white shirt and a black waistcoat, paired with black shorts and refreshing flip-flops. This newcomer was none other than Rody, captain of the Axis pirates. The tavern owner squinted, revealing a look of surprise. This lad seems somewhat familiar. There are quite a few new faces today. As Rody prepared to inquire about food, his gaze fell upon the desolate little girl in the corner, her eyes vacant, causing his own to sharpen with intensity. Realizing his wording was inappropriate, Rody hastily gestured and corrected himself. I meant to ask if this little girl is one of your captives. The straightforwardness of his inquiry cast a pall over the crowd, as they collectively thought, what kind of fool is this? Even in the most desperate of circumstances, most would prefer to keep such matters of child trafficking concealed. Emotionally, the dealings of human traffickers could be considered even more heinous than those of pirates. However, Iong, devoid of shame, seized the opportunity presented by Roddy's blunt question and boldly approached, slinging an arm around his shoulders. Pointing toward the little girl in the corner, Iong flashed a lascivious grin. What? Have you taken a liking to her? Rody shot a sidelong glance at Iong, confirming his inner suspicions. He suppressed the revulsion within him. A forced grin plastered on his face as he remarked, Indeed, I am in need of a docile and obedient servant. Is this girl for sale? Observing Rody's curiosity, Iong's smile grew increasingly lewd. He incessantly patted Rody's shoulder, his words laced with innuendo. An obedient servant, just say it plainly. We are all men here. Who doesn't he understand those matters? You just exposed our secrets, and now you are being coy. Ha ha! Iong's remarks were so dripping with sarcasm that the tavern erupted in laughter. The poor little girl watched this spectacle, curled up in a corner, trembling with fear. The sense of powerlessness rendered it impossible for her to trust anyone, leaving her submerged in profound despair. At that moment, Iong approached the little girl, forcefully pulling her out, and, gripping her cracked lips, said to Rody, Dear guest, do not be deceived by her frail appearance. Her teeth are quite healthy. Moreover, her features are rather exquisite, albeit a bit dark. Once you feed her well and give her a proper makeover, she will undoubtedly be a beauty. Iong continued his enthusiastic pitch, while the little girl remained vacant-eyed, submissively allowing herself to be handled. Rody gazed at the girl as tragic and hopeless visage, feeling the laughter around him intensify. His hand had already moved towards the axe at his back. After a careful observation, Rody confirmed that aside from the bartender who displayed a look of pity and helplessness, the faces of the others were grotesquely twisted with laughter. As the laughter began to subside, Rody turned to the bartender and said in a low voice, Hey, bartender, can you cook? This question bewildered the bartender, leaving everyone else equally perplexed. Rody's gaze sharpened as he glanced sideways at the little girl and stated, Never mind. Even if it tastes awful, as long as it fills her up, that will suffice. As he spoke, Rody's eyes turned cold as he surveyed the crowd. Tonight, the two of us will only eat what you prepare. On the second floor of the Huangyu Fruit Wine Tavern, the space was relatively cramped compared to the first floor, yet it was devoid of patrons. A man, clad in opulent white garments with cascading golden hair, was seated at the innermost round table. Beside him stood a messenger draped in a purple robe, concealing himself thoroughly. The man's expression was frigid, his countenance handsome, as he toyed with a deck of tarot cards. Probability of encountering the Navy, 3 probability of encountering pirates, 69 probability of encountering formidable foes, 28 mortality rate, 0 danger level, 70 injury rate, 30 the man. Glancing at the hints provided by the cards, murmured the information aloud. Strange, no matter how I divine, the probabilities of encountering strong adversaries and danger remain exceedingly high. Could it be that there are experts surpassing me within this tavern? As the golden-haired man, contemplated this. He prepared to conduct another tarot reading, but was interrupted by a commotion rising from downstairs. Soon after, heavy footsteps could be heard approaching. The golden-haired man and the messenger both turned their attention to the staircase, where Kid ascended with a grim expression. As he ascended the staircase, Kid immediately caught sight of the blond man across from him. Their eyes met, and Kid narrowed his gaze, saying, "What a coincidence, Hawkins." Indeed, the Hawkins referenced by Kid was none other than Basil Hawkins, one of the notorious worst generation, with a bounty soaring to 249 million. He stood as the third most formidable among the supernovas, wielding the powers of the straw fruit. In turn, Hawkins coldly uttered Kid's name. "Kid, I never anticipated that the formidable one would be you." Although Hawkins maintained a stoic expression, his inner discontent was palpable. The tarot cards had foretold of a powerful figure, one he would be measured against. Stronger than himself, that was the essence of a true powerhouse. While Kid boasted the highest bounty, Hawkins had always believed it stemmed from the latter's infamous reputation and ruthless methods. However, upon this encounter, the divination left Hawkins feeling somewhat unsettled. With an abundance of bravado, Kid displayed no restraint in his arrogance upon seeing Hawkins. Sitting across from him, he teased, "So, how much did you end up spending to sit here? I presume you've been fleeced too?" Hawkins responded after a moment of contemplation. "Including the extra lemon juice and dinner, it totals 550 berries." Though this statement held truth, it brimmed with a sense of vindictiveness. Kid fell silent, only to erupt in fury, pointing at Hawkins and shouting, "On what grounds? Why should I owe 300,000 berries?" Hawkins, shuffling his cards, replied coolly, "Perhaps it's because you all dress so much like pirates. Or maybe because I read their fortunes and they were in good spirits." "What do you mean by that? How did you read their fortunes?" Kid was perplexed. "I had just wagered with them before this meal. According to the divination, they had a 50 chance of encountering the blessings of an angel and a 50 chance of facing the Grim Reaper. If the omen proved true, the meal would be on the house. If not, it would be double." Upon hearing this, Kid was momentarily dumbfounded, leading him to inquire, what was the outcome? Hawkins gazed at Kid, a tinge of pity gracing his features. "The omen proved remarkably accurate. I appreciate your generosity." As those words left Hawkins' lips, Kid's fists clenched. And had it not been for Killer's intervention, the entire second floor might have been dismantled in his rage. Unfazed by Kid's fury, the cunning Hawkins resumed shuffling his cards, silently pondering the outcome of my confrontation with Kid. The cards predicted: draw, 37, loss, 33, win, 30. Hawkins regarded Kid, his mind swirling with intrigue. According to the divination, the disparity between him and Kid was negligible. He could not possibly be the renowned powerhouse. Yet, how did the high risk and potential for injury manifest? Could it possibly be that 3 chance of encountering the Navy? Or perhaps Kuma had found his way here. Hawkins had just contemplated this when a cacophony of anguished cries and a little girl's shrieks erupted from downstairs. Confused, he inquired, "What is happening below?" Having arrived early, he had yet to encounter PXOne and was unaware of the human trafficker's presence. Kid, casting his gaze downward, exhaled deeply, reflecting on the recent evasion, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. However, with the Navy's substantial forces, led by Bear, intensifying their patrols, he could no longer act recklessly as he had during the day. "Nothing much, just a human trafficker downstairs who tried to deceive me earlier. He is probably busy exploiting other patrons now." As he spoke, a smirk appeared at the corner of Kid's mouth, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Humph, in this day and age. If one does not cultivate a heart of stone, how can one claim to be a pirate?" Although he found some amusement in watching those 2 fools beat down a celestial dragon and would have liked to join their ruckus, he reminded himself, beyond Fishman Island lies the New World, and he must witness the vastness of the ocean. Listening to the commotion below, Hawkins nodded in agreement, responding, "Everyone has their own path of destiny to follow. Seeking benefit and avoiding harm is a wise choice." Unbeknownst to him, Kid was merely using this excuse for self-comfort. Had it not been for Killer's admonition, he might have already taken action. Downstairs, PXOne wore a grim expression, impatiently questioning, "What do you mean, Kid? Are you buying or not?" Clearly anxious to make a sale, He overlooked the murderous intent etched on Roddy's face. Roddy turned to Ayone, his voice flat. "I'll buy. Just show me the number with your fingers, and I 1T haggle." Upon hearing this, Ayone was ecstatic, believing he had stumbled upon a Nav-VE fool with deep pockets. He raised one hand to show 5 fingers, but an overwhelming greed compelled him to extend 3 more with his other hand. 8 million berries, and her life is yours. How do you want to proceed? Just as Ayone was about to utter some revolting expletives, a flash of silver sliced through the air. Amidst the blood-spraying chaos, 8 fingers landed perfectly on the ground. Pirate version of Xiao Zizai, "I am benevolent and seek to cultivate good relations," Roddy declared, not waiting for Ayone to finish as a sharp, all-metal flying axe descended from his waist. "Ah!" The tavern resonated with Ayone's heart-wrenching scream, his face turning pale as he fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of the bloodied fingers. The scene left the onlookers both bewildered and aghast. In an instant, the tavern fell into an eerie silence. This man was clearly a lunatic, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Roddy kicked Ayone over and stood over the quaking trafficker, coldly stating, "What a coincidence. My extortion fee happens to be exactly 8 million berries. You deliver that girl to me, and I will grant you a swift passage to the afterlife. Seems quite reasonable to me. Please." Ayone attempted to raise his hand in a plea, but Roddy did not grant him the mercy of begging. Wielding his axe like a knife, he swiftly severed the man's throat. The human trafficker clutched his throat, severed by a merciless axe, coughing blood as he cast a despairing glance at the diabolical youth before him. To his last breath, Ayone could not fathom why his assailant had so abruptly unleashed his fury. Unlike Kid, Roddy possessed an uncanny ability to discern the unspoken pleas of others through their expressions, even in silence. Moreover, his own harrowing experiences allowed him to resonate deeply with the plight of this unfortunate child, the numbness and despair etched in his memory, indelible and unyielding. The long-suppressed urge to kill surged forth, akin to alcohol gradually eroding Roddy's rationality. In that ultimate moment, he resolved to liberate the demon residing within him. The pirate persona of Xiaozai awakened upon his revival. As a notorious pirate with a bounty of 19 million, Roddy's original self was imbued with a berserker's bloodlust and formidable combat prowess, far surpassing the defeated Krieg. His prowess with specially crafted flying axes was seamless, dispatching henchmen like Ayone with a single stroke. The splattering of blood and brain matter only heightened his exhilaration and thirst for carnage. While the crowd gasped in shock, a small girl fainted from sheer terror. The tavern owner, momentarily stunned by the sudden madness, quickly contorted his expression into one of malice, bellowing, "How dare you kill in my establishment?" Yet, before he could utter the word die, the chilling flying axe had already reached his face. It spun downwards with alarming speed, cleaving into the tavern owner's skull. The portly man, upon witnessing the axe above him, could only fall to his knees, emitting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Roddy's strike was not particularly deep, falling just shy of the brain, leaving the owner more frightened than injured. The other patrons reacted swiftly, brandishing firearms and knives, their menacing intentions directed at Roddy's head. The clamor of hurried footsteps echoed from the kitchen as several chefs emerged, wielding their knives in response to the commotion. Yet, confronted by a myriad of threatening weapons, Roddy remained unperturbed. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, the patrons fired their weapons, their resolve unwavering. Dark projectiles struck Roddy, yet miraculously, none found their mark. Roddy mused, "What sort of rabble are you? A bunch of scoundrels daring to challenge me?" In a fleeting moment, he vanished from their sight, akin to an animated frame skipping through time. Due to a glitch in his spatial teleportation ability, he appeared to move without the cumbersome incantation of a spell, resulting in a scene that felt somewhat abstract rather than the visceral onslaught typical of a berserker. In the pirate world, where Roddy darted at high speeds, everything around him seemed to stand still. His presence manifested like a specter throughout the tavern, leaving trails of blood and cries of anguish in his wake. The tavern owner, with the axe still looming above him, witnessed the unfolding chaos, feeling as if he had descended into a hellish nightmare. Despite the multitude surrounding him, armed to the teeth, their fate was sealed in a matter of moments. Ultimately, as he caught sight of Roddy's fleeting silhouette, he realized his life was nearing its end. In that instant, he recalled a peculiar prophecy he had heard. Today, you have a 50 chance of receiving an angel's blessing, which may bring you fortune. Similarly, there exists a 50 probability of encountering the curse of death, which shall bring misfortune upon you. The captain, initially believing he had deceived a pirate out of 300,000 berries, anticipated earning an additional 800,000 berries as a brokerage fee. That day, he reaped the bountiful blessings of angels. Little did he know that death could coexist with angels. The cacophony from below captured the attention of two aspiring captains. Logically, as prominent New Age pirates, such trivial disturbances should not have been alarming to them. However, Kidd was particularly concerned about the plight of the little girl and thus concocted an excuse. I shall go take a look. I cannot simply abandon a meal worth 300,000 berries. Sitting across from him, Killer, feeling a twinge of unease, rose to accompany him. Could it be that the Navy had truly discovered their location? Observing the retreating figures, Hawkins began to form some thoughts. Consequently, he too descended the stairs with his accompanying members. Upon reaching the base of the staircase, Kidd found himself frozen in place. In those fleeting seconds, the first floor lay eerily still. The wooden floor was stained as though it had been drenched in blood, and the once elegant furniture now appeared disheveled. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, a scene of utter carnage, save for the serene little girl slumbering in a booth. The tavern was a graveyard. What is the meaning of this? Kidd furrowed his brow and hurried down the stairs. There at the bar, a familiar figure was conversing with a trembling bartender who was serving drinks. Don't be afraid, my friend. My soul has just feasted, yet my stomach remains quite empty. Please see if there is anything to eat in the kitchen. Do prepare something for me and the little girl. Kidd's lips twitched violently, as if he had seen a ghost. Roddy, why are you here? Hearing his name, Roddy turned with a smile and replied, Ah, Kidd, what a coincidence. We seem to have a special bond. In the midst of his exorcism, Roddy had also searched every nook and cranny, even the ceiling. His speed was astonishing, so much so that this group of notorious pirates remained entirely unaware. Having surveyed the entire room, Roddy had a comprehensive understanding of its layout. Thus Kidd's appearance did not surprise him. The pirates, gazing upon Roddy's sunlit smile, could almost mistake him for an innocent young man. Yet the crimson hue on his cheeks and the bloodstains upon his person betrayed him. A special bond. What nonsense is this? What on earth have you done? The sight of the corpses overwhelmed Kidd, and his emotions erupted violently. It was not merely the loss of a meal worth 300,000 berries that pained him. He was also concerned that the commotion would attract the Navy. Had this fellow not proclaimed his love for peace, professing to spread kindness across the world? It seemed he had merely spilled the blood of others to do so. Roddy blinked his wise eyes, responding with feigned innocence. What do you mean? Of course, it is to foster goodwill and accumulate virtue. Oh, by the way, in a moment of introspection, Rody snapped his fingers as a thought crossed his mind. He promptly retrieved his phone and opened a music app, beginning to search. Accompanied by an upbeat melody, the sounds of the DJ version of the Great Compassion mantra resonated throughout the tavern. With his palms pressed together in reverence, Rody chanted fervently, Beep, system notification. The host has successfully transcended 23 malevolent souls. They shall be reborn as virtuous beings to repay their debts in the next life. Merit points 2,300. Beep, system notification. The host, with great compassion, has purified the tainted souls of the wicked, absolving them of their sins. The merit is boundless. Merit points 500. The host, embodying great kindness and virtue, is commendable. Current total merit points 8033. Having garnered the approval of the celestial deities, a supplementary reward has been activated, 967 merit points. Current total merit points 9,000. Fortune smiles upon me, and tonight I feast. I, Rody, the supreme advocate of virtue, have triumphed in my endeavors. On the tranquil sea, a solitary glimmer of cold light suddenly came to a halt. Beneath the darkness, it appeared as a mere insignificant star. "All right, I understand. I'm almost there. No need to rush." A mature voice resonated from the shadows, tinged with a hint of languor. After ending the call, the man pedaled his bicycle onward. The calmness of the sea was a result of the icy domain he traversed. Observing the sporadic lights ahead, he released a sigh of cold breath, muttering under his breath, "What troublesome little spirits. This time, they have truly stirred up a hornet's nest." The man, who wielded the power of frost, was none other than Admiral Akiji. At the Avocado Tavern, by all that is holy, this system possesses remarkable emotional intelligence. The merit points surged from 8033 to 9000. Does this mean I could draw another round of rewards? After the carnage, Rody's thoughts cleared, and he entered a state of sage-like contemplation. Though it was his first foray into such matters, he held no regrets about his decisions regarding the doomed villains before him, nor did he harbor any pity for these evildoers. In this regard, he had long since prepared himself psychologically. These malevolent individuals were irredeemable in both their actions and awareness. Allowing them to persist would only exacerbate the tragedy. His own forbearance could only morph into a ticking time bomb, endangering innocent lives or allies. Now, that would be the true agony for him. Is it just to advocate for mercy towards enemies at the expense of the innocent lives they have harmed? With a justifiable motive for their transcendence, Rody found a semblance of peace within himself. Although he had reconciled with his decisions, he had, in essence, passed on the complications to other pirates. "Hey, Rody, look at the good you've done. Why did you have to kill them? Are you not aware of the consequences your actions may bring?" Kid inquired, his tone irritable yet not overly forceful. Rody's actions would undoubtedly incite the animosity and vigilance of the local nefarious forces. In the aftermath, they might even ally with the Navy to exact retribution. The most terrifying prospect is that if the shipwright refuses to apply the coding, the Navy will undoubtedly find themselves in a dire predicament. Such chaotic behavior leaves Kid both furious and helpless. Beside him, Hawkins, intrigued by Kid's words, squinted at the pale, slender man, filled with curiosity. This man was the catalyst for the Celestial Dragon incident. Herman D. Rody, a seemingly quiet individual whose actions were surprisingly frenzied. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Although Hawkins expressed his astonishment, he did not dwell on it, for Rody was merely a minor player in the grand scheme of things, unworthy even of a coin toss for divination. His attention was more focused on the earlier threat revealed through his divination. At the bar, Rody lifted his gaze to Kid, grinning widely as he responded, "Kid, thank you for your recognition. I am aware that I am doing good. After all, I have proclaimed my intention to accumulate virtue." Recognition. Kid blinked his narrow eyes, momentarily taken aback by Rody's earnest words. Meanwhile, Kira recognized the gravity of the situation and pointed at the corpses strewn about, questioning, "Is this what you call accumulating virtue? Killing so many people, how was that virtuous?" Rody, with a grave expression, replied with reasoned conviction, "These human traffickers have kidnapped numerous children and women, committing countless heinous acts. Should they not face retribution? Encountering me is their punishment. Therefore, by absolving them of their sins, I am allowing them to cease their malevolence, which is a form of virtue, reducing their suffering." His words resonated powerfully. "Kid." Kira. Hawkins stroked his chin, finding a deeper interest in the young man before him. "This lad is quite eloquent. Were it not for the ghastly scene before us, I might have mistaken him for a good person." Observing that everyone present seemed to inexplicably align with his rhetoric, Rody felt it was the opportune moment to bolster his moral standing. Drawing on his previous life's training in oratory, he aimed to spread a wave of positive energy. With this thought, he glanced at the dismembered bodies of the traffickers and continued, "I see this scoundrel mistreating children, his language vulgar and depraved. His actions warrant divine retribution. By killing him to save the little girl, am I not performing a righteous act? Is that not reasonable?" At that moment, the young bartender timidly raised his hand to ask on behalf of the readers, "Excuse me, sir, what does scoundrel mean?" Rody, abruptly interrupted, felt displeased. Casting a cold glance at the bartender and responding curtly, "As a mere supporting character, you do not need to know. Discover it for yourself. Bartender. At the staircase, Kira was momentarily taken aback by Rody's inquiry. Reflecting on the past, he remembered the little girl's pleas for mercy, which stirred his compassion. However, he and his companions were in a perilous situation, lacking the capacity to rescue that unfortunate soul. He believed his choice was entirely justified. He was a pirate, not a Navy officer, not a saint, and certainly not a hero. In these tumultuous years, kindness merely hinders the progress of the team. It is individuals like Rody, impulsive and thoughtless, who exacerbate the perilous situation for everyone. Reflecting on this, Kira formulated what he deemed a reasonable rebuttal. Rody, we're all pirates now. What significance does this hold? This damned world is rife with the unfortunate. Can your naive and innocent heart truly save them? In the end, you may only endanger yourself. We are on the brink of the new world. Why not find some peace? Kira's tone was laced with intense frustration. His concern extended far beyond the fates of others. It was his comrades, those who stood back to back with him, that truly mattered. It was precisely because of Rody that the situation had escalated, and even Kira, typically composed and reserved, found himself infuriated. Yet, as soon as he spoke, regret washed over him. Despite Rody's meager bounty of 19 million, Kira had witnessed the terror this individual could unleash. Moreover, Rody was not his ally. Given his erratic nature, offending him could lead to dire consequences. Under the dim, yellow light, Rody quietly sipped the grape juice poured by the bartender. He then let out a cold snort and retorted, "Kira, we are pirates. Does that not grant us the freedom to do as we please? Are you instructing me on how to act? From the day you became a pirate, you should have been prepared for the possibility of death, should you not? True strength lies in never lamenting one's circumstances." Rody's chilling words and formidable presence momentarily stunned Kira, who feared a confrontation. Strangely, Rody's arguments were unassailable, yet how many pirates adhere to reason? Nonetheless, Rody's tone remained steady and unperturbed. The essence of piracy is freedom, rooted in our hearts, not in our physical presence. Regardless of our location, our thoughts, actions, and ambitions shall never cease. Just like Roger, we must be fearless. However, your current demeanor strikes me as pitiful. Kira, masked and expressionless, concealed his emotions, while Kid, nearby, was drenched in sweat from attention. Rody delivered a lethal blow with his calmest voice. This fellow. Hawkins observed Rody with a deepening gaze, yet Rody's discourse did not wane. He sipped his juice, the sound of ice clinking distinctly audible. True heroes are not defined by the perceptions of others. What others think of you is inconsequential. What matters is how you view yourself and what you hold dear. As he spoke, Rody glanced at the little girl feigning sleep. He had already heard her quiet sobs. His gaze softened, filled with compassion for her plight. "I believe this poor girl is beseeching you. There must have been a moment when your hearts were stirred. Was there not?" Kira and Kid fell silent, yet Rody discerned the answer in their expressions. He firmly patted his chest, emphasizing this, "Damn it, is the essence of human conscience, even if it is but a sliver. Do not think that pirates are unworthy of possession. We are born of our fathers and nurtured by our mothers, standing tall as individuals. Lacking conscience, what distinguishes us from beasts?" Roddy's impassioned speech stirred the hearts of the two. Since the death of Roger, they had not felt such profound shock for a long time. Simultaneously, Rody articulated his philosophy: to foster goodwill, seeking merely a tranquil heart. A troubled conscience renders life unbearable, and to betray one's true self brings forth a sense of shame. Yet you, who possess grand ideals and aspirations, have grown increasingly timid since gaining your notoriety. How can one aspire to kingship with such a mindset? The flippant final remark struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of the two. A few words had stripped away their previous bravado. Ding. System notification. The esteemed host has successfully encouraged goodness, awakening targets Kid and Kira from their stupor. The esteemed host has profoundly moved target bartender. The esteemed host is akin to a sage of this world, a paragon of virtue. Virtue points 700, additional virtue points 300. Congratulations, esteemed host, on accumulating 10,000 virtue points. enabling participation in a myriad-level lottery. Keep it up. Keep it up. Macabacca. Upon finishing his words, Rody turned away from the two and instructed the bartender, "Young man, bring me some food. I am famished. Additionally, another drink, please." The bartender, moved to tears by Roddy's sentiment, no longer feared the blood-soaked scene of the room. He strode confidently into the kitchen, determined to prepare a 4-dish meal for Rody and the little girl. Is he even stronger than I? Hawkins was equally moved, yet his feelings were tinged with apprehension. Unlike Kid-in-Law, he believed he had already seen through the threads of fate. Reflecting on Roddy's words, Hawkins speculated that this individual was far from a mere 19 million bounty henchman. After a brief contemplation, he discreetly drew 3 tarot cards, silently pondering, what is the difference between Rody and the actual bounty? Switching the card configurations, Hawkins' brow furrowed deeper. He began to doubt the accuracy of his abilities. The disparity with the 19 million bounty presented a difference of 100. The disparity with the 5-fold bounty also revealed a difference of 100, and the disparity with the 10-fold bounty remained 100. Hawkins gazed at Rody with a newfound astonishment. Could it be that this lad transcends our existence? This is impossible. There must be some error. Hawkins, skeptical that Rody was indeed the formidable figure foretold in the prophecy, initiated a complex algorithm, incorporating ancient hypothetical principles. Roddy's eloquence had successfully provoked reflection in Kid-in-Law. Meanwhile, he reveled in the emotional value bestowed by the system, contemplating whether to continue amassing virtue or to gaze toward the broader horizons of 100,000 realms. The thoughts of Kid-in-Law mirrored one another, for they were brothers bound back to back, in a similar fashion to the raucous antics of the Straw Hat Pirates. This particular pirate at the auction house epitomizes the guise of a pig playing the tiger. Not only does he possess strength that even the 7 warlords fear, but he also possesses a distinctive ideology, especially his discourse on freedom, which provoked profound contemplation among them, earning him a measure of admiration from Rody. It is crucial to note that in the world of pirates, there are no renowned philosophers, thinkers, or educators. When Rody's previous life's teachings of positive energy encountered a pirate who barely completed elementary school, it was as if a thunderclap had struck a dimensional shockwave. Kid and Killer are unfortunate souls, having shouldered the label of scoundrels from a young age for the sake of survival. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally gained notoriety, only to be branded by the Navy as the most brutal of villains. Even they began to believe that they were a group of unscrupulous, lawless evildoers. Yet Rody's admonition not to be defined by the gaze of society awakened the dormant souls within these two friends. Indeed, they were pirates, self-proclaimed free men of the sea. And why should they concern themselves with such trivialities? They should simply act. Furthermore, observing Rody, who not only rescued a young girl, but also resolved their internal strife, made it evident who the true stronghold was. Rody's presence fortified the convictions of this duo, and they rejoiced in their differing aspirations. Kid inhaled deeply, silently resolving, henceforth, the word fear shall have no place in my lexicon. Of course, you also have no lexicon. As a fellow notorious newcomer, I absolutely cannot be outdone by that straw hat kid. As for the notion of forging broad connections and spreading love throughout the world, Kid held not a shred of belief in it. Rody's means of realizing his ideals were too brutal, whether by shedding blood or sacrificing lives. He found little appreciation for such methods. Kid then approached Rody's side and sat down. Much like Rody, he bore a heavy idol burden and was well aware that his transformation from a lone wolf to a loyal companion required substantial narrative support. To him, merely sitting alongside Rody and sharing a drink was the utmost validation. Was he expected to feminize himself to warm his bed? Kid glanced back at the little girl pretending to sleep in the booth, a smile of relief curling his lips, finally releasing the weight in his heart. After a while, the bartender approached with a small wooden barrel filled with wine, respectfully walking towards Rody to refill his earlier glass of grape juice. "Brother, this is my special reserve for the year. Do give it a try." It was unclear when Rody became the bartender's brother. He was a kind-hearted and simple soul who had previously slipped some beef jerky to the little girl out of pity. Unfortunately, he was too weak and had been sold into this place by human traffickers, rendering him powerless. However, Rody's actions and words instilled hope within him. Hey, brother. Pour-moi un glace d'eau. Watching the pale green juice flow into Rody's cup, Kid's mouth watered. Yet he received a cold glare from Rody, whose voice was steely. I have no time. The drinks are in the cupboard. Pour your own if you wish to drink. This splendid item is intended for my elder brother. The bartender, having deeply etched in his memory the words spoken by the other before ascending the stairs, naturally refrained from offering Kid any semblance of cordiality. Observing the disparity in treatment, Kid felt a surge of irritation. Hey, what else with your attitude? Yet, the bartender chose to disregard Kid, leaning towards Rody to whisper a few words. Rody listened intently before glancing back at the little girl, saying, Hey, lass, quit pretending to be asleep. Don't you wish to return home? Upon hearing the word home, the little girl stirred slightly, yet she dared not open her eyes. Kid surmised the content of their exchange, a flicker of remorse crossing his features, though he refrained from arguing. As a formidable figure navigating the vast seas, certain actions are irrevocable, and excessive debate would only diminish one's stature. Rody, meanwhile, lifted a wooden barrel filled with drink and requested a clean glass. He personally filled it and placed it beside Kid. This gesture astonished not only Kid, but also the other pirates present. Rody then spoke nonchalantly, Kid, could I trouble you to assist me with something? Kid did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised the pale green grape juice and took a hearty sip. The sweet and tangy liquid invigorated him, prompting a satisfied exclamation. Subsequently, he replied succinctly, Speak. Hawkins squinted, increasingly intrigued. What's Kid up to? He doubted that a few words from Rody would sway Kid, especially considering Kid's reputation for ruthlessness. Yet, astonishingly, Kid not only listened but also readily acquiesced. Rody turned his gaze back to the little girl, who now regarded him with pleading eyes. Please arrange for someone to escort her home and provide her with some living expenses. This girl's mother is gravely ill, and she is quite unfortunate. Kid paused, looking at Rody with a meaningful expression. One of Kid's crew members furrowed his brow and quietly complained, Captain Kira, this Rody fellow is truly unreasonable. Even if he is formidable, he cannot treat our Captain Kid as a mere servant. He has caused us considerable trouble, and now he expects us to finance it. How outrageous. Kira, with an impassive expression, cast a glance at the crew member in a literal sense, and then delivered a sharp reprimand. You fool. You understand nothing. Mister, Rody is offering Kid dignity and an opportunity. This is not a request, but a fulfillment. Some matters require your careful observation and learning. Speak less. The trainee, nursing a sore head, could only sulk and mumble incomprehensibly. Suddenly, Kid smirked and stated with gravity, I will ensure that Kira personally safeguards her and provide this girl with 2 million berries for her living expenses. She will be able to reside in the safe zone and attend school, and her mother's ailment will be treated. But as compensation, you must accompany me for a drink afterward. Rody's face lit up with a smile as he raised his glass. Deal. Beep. System notification. The esteemed host has successfully altered the fate of the unfortunate little girl and guided Kid towards the path of virtue. Merit points, 500 merit points, 500. The esteemed host is exceptional. In Block 3, beneath the dim glow of street lamps, a middle-aged man sped through the streets on a bubble car. Only after a considerable distance did he dare to shout, Brothers, the cursed pirates have committed murder. Ayong and Avocado have been slain. Ding, ding, ding. Just as the middle-aged man cried out, a towering figure nearing 3 meters in height jangled a crisp bicycle bell. Excuse me, did you just say pirates are killing? Where are the pirates? I heard you can confront the 3 admirals head-on? In a bid to better comprehend his opponent's capabilities, Hawkins chose not to flee immediately. He utilized his straw man ability to relocate the corpses of the fallen and incinerate them. The stench of blood within the room diminished significantly. Rody poured a drink for Hawkins as a gesture of gratitude. Hawkins accepted it graciously, nodding in response. During their initial encounter, although the two did not engage extensively, they each left with a favorable impression of the other. Hawkins was profoundly reliant on fate. Not long ago, he had consulted an oracle, which indicated that cultivating a good relationship with Rody would lead to a significant turning point in his future, with a probability of 56. Thus, he was inclined to extend goodwill and foster camaraderie. This decision would prove to be one of the wisest choices in Hawkins' life. From Roddy's perspective, he harbored no disdain for Hawkins. In the original narrative, Hawkins is portrayed as a tragic figure manipulated by fate. Yet he displayed a semblance of heroism in his final battle against Kira. Alas, he was but another soul cast aside by the whims of fate. Rody requested a clean towel from the bartender to gently wipe the little girl's face. The sudden kindness left her taken aback, rendering her momentarily speechless. Under Roddy's patient inquiry, the girl revealed her name and whereabouts. Her name was Maeve, a 12-year-old residing in the impoverished district of Zone 4. Her father had gone to sea shortly after her birth, and her mother worked tirelessly in a bakery to raise her. Due to a grave illness, Maeve bore the dual burden of her mother's responsibilities and her own, tirelessly alternating shifts, only to attract the attention of traffickers on her way home. Upon mentioning her mother, Maeve grew anxious, tearfully imploring Rody to return her home. After understanding the situation, Rody utilized a brief spatial transfer to observe her mother's condition. It must be said, Roddy's teleportation skill, while somewhat overpowered, proved immensely useful, significantly alleviating the need for the author to write extraneous plot details. Upon his return, Rody gently stroked Maeve's hair, reassuring her, "Do not fear. While your mother's condition is serious, her life is not in jeopardy. I have placed food, water, and necessary medicine by her bedside." To further instill trust and comfort in Maeve, Rody also retrieved her somewhat worn teddy bear. "Brother, thank you, truly thank you." Maeve cherished the bear, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude as she expressed her heartfelt thanks. Kid observed the scene before him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. In a moment of elation, he poured himself a generous mug of beer. Despite the ensuing troubles, he felt liberated, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Suddenly, a clear voice rang from behind him. "Big brother, thank you as well. Thank you for being willing to take me home." Kid paused, turning to see Maeve standing a short distance away, her bright, expressive eyes sparkling with life. He felt a lump in his throat, inexplicably moved. Ultimately, he waved his hand dismissively, avoiding her gaze, and spoke in a terse, rigid tone. "Go back. Find a safer place." Maeve nodded vigorously, replying, "All right, please take care of yourself, big brother." Hearing her words stirred something within both Kid and Kira. Kid downed the contents of his beer mug in one go, choosing not to respond further. In their shared memories, the two brothers had once harbored a secret affection for a girl named Victoria. In their youth, just before she was tragically taken by a gang, her last words to them had been a plea to take care of themselves. This bittersweet memory lay deeply buried in their hearts, and in honor of their departed friend, they named their pirate ship the Victoria Punk. Within the dimly lit tavern, Maeve had been sent off by Kira, while Kid sat despondently at the bar, with Rody still sipping on his juice. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol, or perhaps the shift in emotions, but Kid's words came forth more abundantly. "Hey, Rody, did you know that those shallow fools don't believe in the existence of One Piece? Every one of them who mocked our dreams ended up at my mercy. I know I have a foul temper, but it's not that I relish fighting or killing. I just can't stand those bastards." The foolish dogs truly irked him. Rody remained quietly beside him, allowing Kid to vent his emotions. With the foresight of the unfolding story, he had a more nuanced understanding of Kid than Kid himself. Kid's wild and impulsive nature had earned him a notorious reputation, and thus few believed that he was a man of deep loyalty and unwavering resolve. Unfortunately, his reckless demeanor led him to misjudge his opponents, and as the narrative evolved, he found himself merely a participant in the race, ultimately facing dismal defeat. At this moment, Rody appeared to listen, but he was actually contemplating future arrangements. Now that he and Kid Hawkins had crossed paths, approaching the battlefield of the other would not seem so abrupt. However, the conflict with the Straw Hat crew was evidently more intense, so he planned to visit the 13th district where Luffy resided the following day, hoping to cultivate a favorable persona. "Rody, I believe you're right. As pirates, we should fear nothing, but I suggest we unite. Although we haven't seen the true strength of those admirals, as we near the New World, it's best to tread cautiously." Kid spoke earnestly, for he regarded Rody as a potential friend. Rody chuckled lightly and nodded, responding with a humble demeanor. You need not worry about my situation. Although I currently lack confidence in contending against the combined forces of the three admirals, I can still depart at a moment's notice. Kid interjected, his cheeks twitching slightly as he emphasized seriously, Hey, Rody, this is not the time for jest. I am speaking earnestly regarding this matter. You have offended the entire world government. They will stop at nothing to hunt you down. Kid's concern was not a denial of Roddy's capabilities. Rather, it stemmed from a genuine desire for his well-being. However, the magnitude of Roddy's transgression left Kid feeling uncertain, despite witnessing Roddy's strength. Even if you're made of iron, how many nails can you truly withstand? To confront 3 admirals simultaneously? Why not boast about defeating 10 Marine admirals instead? Rody smiled and repeatedly encouraged them to drink. But he did not dismiss Kid's words lightly. He pondered quietly the odds he would face if truly confronting someone of the admiral's caliber. Currently, Rody indeed lacked transitional damage-dealing methods. In terms of evasion or prolonged combat, he was confident that no one in the pirate world could rival him, even against the likes of the Gorosei. However, his offensive capabilities were limited to the breath of fire and the flowing blade of fire. The challenge lay in the fact that formidable foes in the pirate realm would never face such attacks head-on. As a novice in mastering these abilities, Rody lacked the practical experience and finesse, which would undoubtedly lead to hesitance in their application. As a compassionate and aspirational youth, a moral ambassador, Rody was reluctant to unleash a saintly flame-level offensive merely for the sake of bravado. Thus, he hesitated, contemplating whether to temporarily forego that 100,000 lottery draw and instead seek out lower-tier offensive methods or items with less drastic implications. Just as Rody was contemplating his next course of action, a layer of indistinct white frost began to form on the cup before him. The others also sensed a chilling breeze wafting through the doorway. Suddenly, a heavy and languid voice resonated from outside. Little one, I heard every word you just uttered. I believe you may be somewhat overconfident. The realization struck that an admiral had truly arrived, prompting the group to immediately adopt a defensive stance. The icy air seeped through the cracks of the room, and a creaking sound of ice forming echoed throughout. Observing the floor, walls, and ceiling, they saw a visible layer of frost accumulating. Hawkins stood up, furrowing his brow as he remarked, This appears to be some form of freezing ability. Is it a devil fruit user? Kid, noticing the drink in his cup had frozen solid, wore a grave expression and shouted towards the outside. Who is it? Step forward if you have the courage. Do not skulk around like a rat. Despite the new generation having heard numerous rumors and done considerable research, few had truly experienced the might of an admiral firsthand. As for those who have experienced it, the grass atop the graves has grown over 5 meters high. However, Rody is unlike others. The moment he senses the chill in the air, he can roughly discern the identity of the target. At this moment, his heart is filled more with astonishment and confusion. Is Aokiji really here? How is that possible? According to the unfolding narrative, he had only just parted ways with the Straw Hat crew a few episodes ago. It makes no sense for him to be here. In the original storyline, Aokiji does not participate in this incident. His last encounter with the Straw Hats was at the banquet in Water 7, where he appeared solely in a personal capacity, a matter known only to Nico Robin. However, the astute Rody quickly deduces the situation. Could it be that my slaying of a celestial dragon has escalated matters? Yet, the highest authorities cannot easily intervene, so they resorted to deploying an already introduced Marine admiral. Contemplating this, Rody feels a sense of pressure, as this indeed poses a troublesome situation. It seems the world government is truly desperate. Given Aokiji's swift arrival, he must have pedaled his bicycle at an extraordinary speed. Although Rody feels somewhat burdened, he is not one to shy away from conflict. Even if a confrontation ensues, he will do his utmost to divert Aokiji's attention. His primary concern lies with the 2 notorious figures beside him. Despite their prominence among the new generation of pirates, should they engage in battle with that admiral? One is merely 3 years old, and the other 3.5, the latter still celebrating their birthday in the month of December. With this in mind, Roddy's gaze sharpens, and he emphasizes in a near-urgent tone, Be cautious. The one approaching is Marine Admiral Aokiji, a user of the ice fruit. He can freeze everything he touches. Roddy's warning leaves the two momentarily stunned, while cold sweat beads on the brows of the others. Kid exclaims, "Who?" Hawkins mutters, "Damn. I never expected the formidable figure from the prophecy would be a Marine admiral." The tension in the room overwhelms everyone, causing them to overlook how Roddy possesses knowledge of their adversary's abilities and information. Just as Roddy's words fade, an encroaching frost creeps toward their feet. The moment it touches them, a layer of white frost envelopes their skin. The crew members brought by the two captains are terrified, hastily retreating from the icy grasp. Panic spreads throughout the room. "Captain, be careful. Their abilities are terrifying." One exclaims, "Kid, my hand is frostbitten." The younger members brought by Kid and Hawkins display their fear openly. Hawkins responds calmly, "Do not worry. Today is not our day to perish." Kid, however, asserts firmly, "What is the panic? We're not dead yet." It must be said that the courage and resolve of these two pirates far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Even when faced with the overwhelming pressure of an admiral, they manage to maintain a semblance of composure. As Hawkins retreats, he draws another card, revealing injury rate, 45 danger rate, 35 death rate, 0. This prediction does not operate on 100% probability. Any alterations in the course of battle will influence causality. Thus, the card can only provide a vague direction, yet the 0% death rate is indisputable. Hawkins is somewhat astonished that the danger rate could be so low. Could it be that the three of them truly possess the strength to contend with Aokiji? Upon reflecting on this, Hawkins murmured, "Regardless, it is indeed a fortunate circumstance. It appears that Kid and I must collaborate effectively." He then turned his gaze towards Rody beside him. Perhaps Hermon's eloquence could persuade the adversary to spare us, but the likelihood of that seems rather slim. Looking back at Kid, he was currently harnessing his power to summon the metals within the room. With a formidable pull, knives, forks, and weapons from the kitchen were drawn towards him, forming a compact metallic barrier. It was precisely due to this obstruction that the frost did not extend further behind Kid. Illuminated by the light streaming through the window, a towering figure gradually approached. The shadow pushed against the door, only to discover that the tavern's entrance had been securely locked. After a brief pause, the heavy wooden door was suddenly enveloped in ice, and with a mere exertion of strength, the man shattered it into splintered shards of frost. A tall silhouette stood outside the door. It was none other than one of the Marine admirals, Aokiji. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the gathered individuals, causing their hearts to shudder involuntarily. The figure before them exhaled a puff of white mist and languidly remarked, "I did not anticipate that there would be someone here who recognizes me and is aware of my abilities. Step forward and let me see who it is." Upon hearing the man's words, the others instinctively turned their attention to Hermon D. Rody, who bore a bounty of 19 million. In the face of the Admiral's direct address, Rody displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, he stepped forward and declared, "I have long heard of Admiral Aokiji's exceptional prowess. Today, seeing you in person, I must say, you are indeed quite tall. Aokiji, Kid, Hawkins." Rody's abstract response momentarily left Aokiji at a loss for words. In his previous life, Rody had always harbored a curiosity. In the pirate world, there are those who are extraordinarily tall and those who are remarkably short. For instance, the Empress, standing at 191 meters, surpassed his own height by a full centimeter. Aokiji, towering at nearly 3 meters, was close to brushing the ceiling. Now, witnessing this, Rody could not help but express his genuine admiration. Hey, young brother, I have no time for idle chit-chat. I'm well aware of what you just did. I am here to apprehend you," Aokiji said, raising his hand to point at Rody. "Is it you who claimed you could contend with all three of us admirals?" Such grandiose boasts were not unfamiliar to him, albeit laced with a hint of mockery. Regardless of whether the bounties were in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, he knew that even without exerting himself, they would not last 3 seconds against him. To challenge 3. That is quite an audacious claim. The dim light gradually outlined Aokiji's figure. His dark circular glasses and his face, as black as if carved from stone, appeared serious rather than menacing. An aura of cold constantly emanated from him. evoking an instinctive sense of gazing into an unfathomable abyss of ice. Hawkins looked at Kid and spoke in a low voice. Kid, his presence is formidable. If we wish to evade this calamity, we must join forces. Kid did not respond. Instead, he turned to Rody and remarked, Rody, your ominous words have truly summoned the Admiral. Are you confident? Hawkins was momentarily taken aback, never expecting his opponent to disregard him and direct the inquiry towards Rody. Although he recognized Rody's formidable strength, Kid's behavior felt somewhat disrespectful, given that he was the one who had initiated the conversation. Rody fixed his gaze on Akiji, stating earnestly, as long as you do not hinder me, I can certainly cause him some trouble. I will create opportunities for you, primarily focusing on retreat. Upon hearing Rody's assertion, Akiji furrowed his brow. Since his promotion to Vice Admiral, he had not encountered such audacious pirates, and after becoming an admiral, there had been no one worthy of his effort. Yet today, circumstances compelled him to act, leaving him uncertain whether his adversary was fortunate or unfortunate. As Akiji pondered, Rody suddenly vanished from sight. It was a disappearance akin to a frame being skipped, as though he had never existed at all. In a fleeting moment of 0.01 seconds, Rody reappeared behind Akiji and swung his axe. Without any preliminary motion, he struck directly, the keen edge of the axe carving a brilliant circular ring of fire through the air. First form of breath of flames, ignition. Akiji's body was cleaved in two. In the confrontation of Rody versus Akiji, the fierce flame-laden strike bifurcated Akiji. Yet, Akiji's keen eyes remained fixed on Rody's position, possessing an extraordinary elemental defense. Even when cut in half, he could freeze the attack and mitigate the damage. The sudden onslaught astonished the onlookers, their eyes widening in disbelief. Kid exclaimed, has it worked? Hawkins, like a prophet, retorted, impossible. Fall back. Just as he spoke, shattered ice began to spread in all directions. Meanwhile, Rody had already teleported to a greater distance following his initial strike. Realizing his attack had missed, he quickly distanced himself to prevent Akiji from retaliating. The assailant is often susceptible to exposing their vulnerabilities. When Akiji locked on Rody, he was taken aback once again as Rody vanished in a manner reminiscent of a skipped frame. A wave of astonishment washed over him. This young man, barely in his 20s, fought with an uncanny fluidity that defied all reason. As Akiji's two halves gradually converged, they ultimately formed his expressionless visage. He stared intently at Rody and said, Hey kid, you are quite intriguing. I find myself increasingly curious about your identity. Reflecting on the earlier exchange, Akiji felt a tremor in his heart. The silent and eerie nature of Rody's assault, though not capable of inflicting harm, had caused him to falter in the dance of offense and defense. Akiji was well versed in the advanced observation haki. This ability primarily relies on the discernment of intentions and perceptions. As long as the opponent's mind and body undergo any change, he could predict their next action. This form of observation haki first emerged during the Skypiea arc with Enel, known as the Mind Net. While Akiji's observation haki was not so finely tuned as to foresee actions several seconds into the future, he was certain that if Rody bore any murderous intent, he would be the first to recognize it and respond accordingly. Upon realizing his blunder, Akiji's gaze sharpened with intensity. This young man managed to deceive my senses. How did he accomplish that? Such swift abilities, executed with utter silence. Could it be a fruit power? In response to Akiji's assessment, Rody remained impassive, his expression stoic as he maintained his vigilance. Exhaling a breath of cold air, Akiji declared, Let me see if you can launch a second ambush. With a hint of enthusiasm, he opted to take the initiative this time. With a mere flick of his hand, a sweeping blast of icy wind surged toward Rody, freezing everything in its path. In just a few seconds, the tavern transformed into Akiji's domain, and that was still a restrained assault. Confronted with the onslaught, Rody did not dare to be complacent. Fourth style, whirling flame of the inferno, he swung his fiery axe in a series of powerful strikes. The infernal whirlwind generated by his breath skill adeptly melting the encroaching chill, though its effect was limited to his immediate surroundings. His weapon could indeed unleash flames. Was it a product of technology or some innate ability? Seeing Rody counter his attack with fire only deepened Akiji's intrigue. The desire for battle intensified within him. For Rody, facing Akiji head-on brought considerable pressure. This was the first genuine fight since his arrival in this world, and his opponent was nearly at the pinnacle of power within the pirate realm. Thus he remained exceptionally cautious. Naturally, the astute Rody would not engage in idle chatter like a comic character. The more cards he kept hidden, the more advantageous his position. Initially believing that the fire-infused strikes might disrupt his opponent, Rody found that, as anticipated, they inflicted no tangible harm. It seemed that without Haki, he could not hope to land a blow. Roddy's breath technique was undeniably powerful and aligned with elemental countering principles. Yet, he was still leagues away from overcoming the ice fruit abilities. The issue lay not with his technique, but rather with the choice of weapon. The ordinary flying axe's fiery energy had a limited range and intensity, allowing Rody only to defend and protect himself. There was no possibility of applying pressure to his adversary. Nevertheless, even in this state, Rody stood out among the infamous rookies. In the pirate world, who else could match Akiji in a back-and-forth contest? He resolved to test the waters with smaller techniques, knowing that even if he exposed a vulnerability, retreating to survive would suffice. Others had but one chance, while he possessed countless. After some contemplation, Rody decided his offensive approach could be bolder. Optimistically, he viewed Akiji as the finest sharpening stone for honing his abilities. Only through real combat could he master the skills imparted by the system. While pondering, Rody successfully fended off several of Akiji's assaults. In contrast, Hawkins, who had just considered teaming up with Kid, found himself overwhelmed and struggling. The predictions of the tarot cards indicated a high likelihood of danger, and the odds of victory in this battle approached zero, compelling him to adhere to a principle of avoidance. It is not that Hawkins is intimidated, given the current circumstances. Any measures are rendered futile in the face of the power of ice. Let alone counterattacks, even evasion proves to be an arduous task. How infuriating! This adversary is beyond our reach. Is this what a naval admiral embodies? As Hawkins confronts the onslaught of frost, he summons a formidable straw man for defense, only for it to be instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. To evade Akiji's ice-based assaults, he exerts every ounce of strength he possesses. Meanwhile, the crew he brought along with Kid's companions and the bartender, have long since been turned into frozen statues. In this moment, Hawkins comprehends why Kid merely inquired if Rody had the confidence to contend with the threat. Among those present, save for Rody, there exists no possibility of retaliation. In contrast to Hawkins, Kid, despite his dire predicament, strives to seek out opportunities for offense. Alas, the metallic objects he commands have succumbed to the icy grip, becoming mere frozen lumps. After several attempts to adhere, he finds his arms suffering from frostbite. Observing his frozen comrades, Kid is drenched in cold sweat. Is there truly no recourse? The terror of the foe exceeds my wildest imaginings. This is utterly debilitating. As Kid hesitates, he unwittingly overlooks the encroaching flow of ice beneath his feet. In an instant, his lower body is immobilized, the relentless frost creeping up his ankles and swiftly ascending to his knees. He feels his feet grow numb. Damn it, I can't pull free. At the brink of peril, a flash of crimson flame suddenly appears before him. First style, ignorant fire. The flaming axe cleaves through the ice column that ensnares Kid, the searing wave of heat instantly melting the snow and ice. In this critical moment, Rody arrives just in time to rescue Kid. Fourth style, whirlwind of blazing flames. Rody exhales a searing breath that envelopes his entire body, the swirling vortex of flames dispersing outward, transforming the melted ice into vapor. The warm and gentle air swiftly thaws both Kid and Hawkins' crew. Fifth style, Flame Tiger. Following this, Rody channels his energy once more, unleashing a fiery shockwave. The blazing head of the tiger crashes into the kitchen wall, resulting in a violent explosion that ultimately creates a gaping hole. Faced with the bewildered expressions of his companions, Rody merely utters a single word, "Go." This command extends beyond merely those present. It is also directed at Kid and Hawkins. Both Kid and Hawkins understand that their presence would only complicate matters, thus they reluctantly withdraw. Yet, their unwillingness is palpable. Immediately, Rody swings his flaming axe toward Akiji. However, in the next moment, Rody realizes his right hand has become ensnared by frost, prompting him to furrow his brow. It turns out Akiji had executed a preemptive ambush by manipulating the ground. A powerful hand of ice grips him firmly, capturing Rody's movements. Akiji smirks, his expression tinged with satisfaction as he declares, "At last, I have caught you. Now that I have bound your right hand, you should find it impossible to execute those peculiar techniques of yours, correct?" As he speaks, the formidable ice hand begins to spread around Rody's body. However, Rody cast a cold glance at Akiji, then raised the axe in his left hand and without hesitation swung it towards his right arm. Blood spattered, leaving Akiji in a state of shock. "Akiji, am I to become a whetstone? Is this a desperate plea for survival?" Such a brutal and decisive approach. Witnessing Rody's frenzied combat style, Akiji was both astonished and deeply moved. It is indeed a rarity for any individual, even a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, to exhibit such resoluteness. The onlookers outside were taken aback by this scene, with Kid being the first to shout loudly, "Hey, Rody, are you all right? Big brother, are you okay?" The bartender's voice was even louder than Kid's, filled with anguish. Having finally encountered a benefactor who could liberate him from his mundane existence, only to witness the tragic loss of the hand that would wield chopsticks before even tasting his 4 dishes and soup, the bartender's heart was heavy with sorrow. With one arm severed, Rody fixed his gaze on Akiji and urged loudly, "You all must leave first. I am fine. You are still in a perilous zone." Upon hearing this, Kid was momentarily stunned. Typically decisive, he found himself hesitating for the first time. However, he quickly recalled Rody's monstrous recovery abilities and asserted, "Rody is buying us time to escape. My presence here would only hinder him. We must go now." He then turned to Rody and said, "You must be cautious. You must survive and come find me." With that, he signaled for everyone to retreat urgently. Akiji, seeing this, spoke sternly, "If I simply let you go, what becomes of the dignity of a Marine admiral?" As he spoke, he conjured a massive spear of ice and hurled it toward Kid, who stood behind Rody. The speed was akin to that of a bullet, leaving a trail of frost in its wake. This spear not only possessed a sharp edge, but also carried the chilling control effects bestowed by Akiji, capable of unleashing a vast area of freezing even if it did not strike its target. At that moment, Kid had already sprinted several meters away, when he inexplicably felt a bone-chilling cold emanating from behind him. Instinctively, he turned around only to find Rody abruptly materializing before him. With the axe in his left arm, Rody concentrated a powerful breath of flame, firmly stamping his feet on the ground. Instantly, a crimson blaze erupted beneath him, causing the approaching icy breath to transform into steam. Breath of flame, 9th form, ultimate, purgatory. The searing wave of heat enveloped those behind him, making the atmosphere akin to that of a fiery mountain. Rody then propelled himself forward like a bullet, cleaving the sharp ice spear in two with his fiery aura. The blue, icy breath collided with the red flames, the fire instantaneously melting the ice, while the icy breath swiftly engulfed the flames. The tremendous forces interacted, producing a crackling sound. The steam generated by the intense heat spread forth, shrouding the dark night in a veil of white mist. This enveloping warmth unexpectedly served as an effective smokescreen, aiding the group in their narrow escape. Rody stood amidst the fog, breathing heavily. Compared to the pain emanating from his severed arm, the toll on his physical stamina was far more substantial, leaving him utterly fatigued and causing the healing process of his wound to slow. In an effort to enhance the realism of combat sensations, Rody has adjusted the pain threshold to 60%. Thus, the battle has become exhilarating. Amidst the nocturnal haze, the sound of measured footsteps and the slightly weighted voice of Akiji permeates the mist. Initially, one might have thought that enduring the three admirals was mere bravado. However, it appears that at your age, you possess considerable strength. Regrettably, you're a pirate. Rody responds with a light chuckle. Admiral, our battle is far from over, so do not hastily draw conclusions. A sigh escapes Akiji from within the fog. Youngster, I advise you to recognize the reality. Even in your complete form, you could not overcome me. Now that you have lost an arm, how could you possibly hope to? At this moment, Akiji steps out from the dense mist. Seeing the boy standing before him in full stature, he is momentarily taken aback, his words abruptly halted. He is struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief, akin to encountering a ghost. He has witnessed Roddy's remarkable agility and fire-based attacks, which rival his own. Now this lad reveals an almost monstrous regenerative ability. What in the world is this fruit user? Even a mythical Zoan cannot possess such a form. A divine fruit, perhaps? The immortal ability indeed possesses a hidden effect, ultra-rapid healing. To refer to it merely as healing would undermine its essence. It is more accurately described as a temporal regression. It restores Roddy's body to its pristine condition. Consequently, his weapons, garments, and even the lost axe are now flawless. Rody twists his neck and states, Admiral, allow me to reiterate. While I claim I cannot guarantee victory against the three of you united, my departure was not mere bravado. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, I stand a chance. Observing Roddy's extraordinary healing speed, Akiji remains silent for a long moment before casually removing his round glasses and placing them in his pocket. Young man, I must concede, you are indeed formidable. Any vice admiral dispatched by the Navy headquarters would surely meet a grim fate against you. But if that recent move was your strongest, then you're still quite far from the admiral's level. Unless you have a mentor like I did. Akiji's assessment is both candid and objective. He has never encountered a talent as exceptional as this youth. If we were to rewind 2 decades, or even a decade, he too might have suffered defeat. Just as seasoned experts seek to nurture genuine talent, even the typically laid-back Akiji finds himself contemplating the prospect of taking Rody under his wing. He believes that with 3 years of guidance, he could cultivate Rody into a remarkably powerful admiral. He envisions overthrowing Akainu and having Rody inherit his vision of justice. Just as Akiji revels in this thought, Roddy's words render him speechless. Admiral, I never claimed that to be my strongest technique. Rody thought to himself, bemused, how amusing these people are. I consider them my rivals, yet they seem more interested in my physique. After a moment, Akiji raised the corner of his mouth and remarked, Then let me witness your utmost strength. Rody conjured a crimson, ancient katana from the void, positioning it before Akiji. I had the very intention, he stated. The reason I wield an axe is that I currently lack the ability to control this power. Only when I have dispatched those hindrances will I dare. No, even then, I cannot afford to unleash it fully, for it would inadvertently harm many. Upon witnessing Rody produce the red katana as if by magic, Akiji instinctively braced himself. The katana bore no distinction from an ordinary blade, yet emanated an inexplicable solemnity. It was as though it were not merely a sword, but a reflection of his mentors, Zifa or Garp. This sensation inexplicably instilled within Akiji a sense of weariness for battle. Taking a deep, cold breath, he inquired, Youth, what is your name? Rody rested the sword upon his shoulder and replied confidently, I am Herman D. Rody. Herman D. Rody, Akiji echoed, his gaze sharpening, before coldly questioning, Did you kill a celestial dragon? Rody shrugged nonchalantly, responding, Indeed, and I would do so again. Upon hearing this, Akiji pressed his temple in fatigue and exasperation. Rarely did he curse, but he muttered, Damn it, you present quite the conundrum. Then, with a hint of resignation, he mused, I intended to find an excuse to let you go. Yet why must you be so straightforward? Rody smiled slightly. I could leave at any moment. Even if the 4 emperors were to come, they wouldn't be able to retain me. However, I do not wish to miss the opportunity to use you, Admiral, as a fine whetstone. Rody's words momentarily stunned Akiji. Though his temperament was as calm and cold as ice, this young man was exceedingly audacious. Few in the world of pirates would dare to regard a marine admiral as a whetstone. Akiji couldn't help but chuckle. A whetstone, you say? Such arrogance. Then let me see. Before he could finish, Rody suddenly vanished from sight. Akiji, bewildered, searched the vicinity only to find Rody waving at him from atop a distant building. "Admiral, to ensure our battle does not harm any innocents, please come to the seaside." The moment Akiji heard this, he was at a loss for words, thinking, this brat is becoming increasingly infuriating. The ocean was his domain. Did this fellow wish to fight there, as though he were dissatisfied with the sturdiness of his own coffin? Irritated, Akiji formed an ice path beneath his feet and glided toward the shore. Yet, during his descent, he managed to regain his composure. Capturing this fellow indeed poses a considerable challenge. His ability to teleport, which defies the very fabric of space, is a rarity in the pirate world. Even with the speed of light that Admiral Kizaru possesses, it would be no easy feat to apprehend him. After some contemplation, Kizaru no longer dismissed Rody's words as mere bravado. Even in his arrogance, there exists a certain rationale. On the coast 10 kilometers away, Rody surveyed the encroaching darkness around him. Aside from the towering ancient trees and the bubbles in the air, even the sea appeared unusually serene. Influenced by the terrain, the Spatial archipelago radiated tranquility and peace. It was no wonder that Rayleigh chose this locale to spend his twilight years. Perched upon a massive tree root, Rody seized the moment to reflect on the nuances of his impending confrontation with Admiral Kizaru. As Rody had articulated, Kizaru indeed served as a whetstone for his skills. Even the most formidable abilities bestowed by the system require practice and mastery. Through this earnest battle, Rody gained profound insights into his powers. For instance, by utilizing his axe to unleash the breath of flame, he could inflict fiery damage. This affirmed that the essence of his flames did not stem from his techniques or weaponry, but from within himself. Furthermore, Rody's immortality functioned as a temporal or causal skill, affecting the items he possessed. This indicated that even if his axe shattered, or his sword, flowing blade, broke, or if a lovely lady absconded with his clothes while he bathed, as long as he activated immortality within the designated time frame, he could revert the situation. Moreover, spatial teleportation allowed him to transport himself while executing his techniques. This enabled him to alter his position upon unleashing a skill, thereby striking his adversary with precision, akin to the blink ability in MOBA games. However, the most significant drawback of these two skills presently lay in their immense caloric consumption. A single healing and a long-distance teleportation drained the sugars he had just replenished. At this moment, he felt a wave of dizziness, urgently in need of high-calorie sustenance. His reason for not fleeing, but rather luring Kizaru here, was to test the might of Flowing Blade. Such an opportunity was rare for Rody. In terms of attributes, it was a confrontation between the mightiest fire-based Zanpakuto from the realm of death against the most powerful ice-wielding adept from pirates. Only through trial could one discern superiority. In terms of action, the battle 3 days hence would be even more brutal, with multitudes requiring his guidance. In his mission to encourage goodwill, he could not avoid skirmishes and conflicts. A slight misstep could render him the greatest boss of the entire Spatial archipelago, which would be disastrous. Thus, this encounter with Kizaru would determine the limits of Rody's strength. To what extent could Flowing Blade be unleashed? Could it influence the elemental Kizaru? Rody pondered these questions as he sat cross-legged upon the soft moss, illuminated by the faint glow of bioluminescent vegetation, gazing into the abyss of the vast ocean. He realized that this island appeared minuscule amidst the boundless sea, akin to a mere speck among the stars of the universe. Yet this vast expanse could easily become Kizaru's frozen domain. Rody felt a twinge of apprehension as he muttered to himself. Deliberately choosing this moment is indeed a bit reckless. Yet there is no alternative. After all, testing this blade on the island could inadvertently harm the innocent, thereby jeopardizing my virtuous deeds. Once the upper limit test is concluded, regardless of victory or defeat, I shall turn and leave. In his thoughts, Rody had already devised a subsequent plan. Just as Admiral Akiji arrived in his vicinity, sensing the chilling aura approaching, Rody realized that his opponent had arrived. Old Akiji, despite being an admiral, deserves some respect from me. I shall offer him a compliment. Reflecting on the unfriendly interactions he had throughout the battle, which starkly contradicted the essence of virtuous value, Rody turned around, flashed a toothy grin, and warmly greeted Admiral Akiji. Old Akiji, you made it here. At a loss for words to break the ice, he pondered briefly before adding, your ice is remarkably frigid, and it travels with such swiftness, covering a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers in merely 5 minutes. You've decisively outmatched 98. 9 of the formidable beings in the pirate world. Notification from a system. Host has been friendly, gaining 10 virtue points. Host's emotional intelligence is truly remarkable. Your words are delightful. The acknowledgement from the system, Shao Kai, brought Rody great joy, causing a smile to grow even warmer. However, Akiji's lips twitched slightly, inwardly grumbling. This brat not only speaks with such arrogance, but also possesses a rather ambiguous demeanor. Despite his rich inner thoughts, Akiji maintained a nonchalant demeanor to preserve his image. Do not call me old Akiji. We are not that familiar, he warned. Let me remind you once more before the battle. You can still leave now. After all, I cannot catch up with you. But once you reach the surface of the sea, it will be too late to escape. Akiji spoke candidly, for deep down, he harbored no fondness for the celestial dragons. Furthermore, through Roddy's words and actions, he deduced that he was not a villain. Especially notable was Roddy's restraint, deliberately avoiding harm to the innocent, a quality that many pirates lacked. Ultimately, it was worth emphasizing that as a Marine Admiral, Akiji still had to work overtime at night, which irritated him. For these reasons, Akiji decided to turn a blind eye. However, Rody could not let this opportunity slip away, so he gestured politely and said, Admiral, I understand that the sea is your domain. I am eager to witness your magnificent technique, the Ice Age. Please, commence your performance. Upon hearing the last 4 words, Akiji became suspicious that Rody might be a disciple of one of his formidable adversaries. He scrutinized Rody seriously and asked in a deep tone, you know of this technique. Who exactly are you? Rody smirked, replying, Hey, if you manage to defeat me, I shall reveal my identity. Akiji's eyes clouded with shadows, his voice growing increasingly cold and somber. Brat, if you find yourself in level 6 of Impel Down, remember this day well. Rody blinked in confusion, looking at Akiji with a puzzled expression. I have already killed a celestial dragon. The crime was merely confined to a level 6 naval prison? Truly, it brings tears to my eyes. With a heart brimming with emotion, Rody exclaimed, Hurry up, Admiral. We have already reached 2,000 words. If we do not proceed, the readers will surely express their displeasure. A deeper shade of darkness enveloped Akiji's already somber visage as he plunged his hand into the frigid, ink-black waters. Ice Age. He murmured softly, allowing the power of ice to permeate the entire sea. In an instant, a thick layer of ice formed across a radius of 10 nautical miles. With the activation of Iceblade, this strike unleashed a profound mastery. Akiji's power could extend even further and remain intact for 7 days and nights without melting. Yet for a young man in his 20s like Rody, such grand displays seemed excessive. Standing atop the solid ice, Akiji proclaimed, Even as a wielder of a devil fruit, you stand no chance of drowning here. Rody, I have granted you the vision you desired. Now, let us see what tricks you can conjure. Witnessing Akiji's Ice Age in its full glory left Rody utterly astonished. The unfathomable thickness appeared to have been frozen for over a century. It was remarkably solid, a testament to the prowess of the esteemed admiral. Rody offered his praise, and after a moment of contemplation, proposed, Old Akiji, why not resign and establish an ice skating rink in the New World? Perhaps create some ice sculptures for added flair. You would surely amass a fortune. Why toil as a naval officer, exhausting yourself day after day in the pursuit of justice? Having been a worker in his previous life, Rody possessed a keen acumen for business. Should Akiji entertain the idea, Rody would gladly act as his manager. Akiji, already irked by Roddy's overtime, felt his irritation grow upon hearing such jests, responding sternly, Kid, we are not familiar enough for you to speak so freely. I do not conduct myself like you ruffians. To this, Rody revealed a knowing smile, retorting without hesitation, no offense intended, but objectively speaking, your service to a group of despicable celestial dragons renders your sense of justice fundamentally flawed. Look at you now. even as an admiral. You are but a pawn for the dragons. With differing stances and values, Rody spared no kindness towards Akiji. His words struck a sensitive nerve. Since the O'Hara incident, Akiji had questioned the morality of the Navy, and the mention of it ignited his anger. With a darkened expression, Akiji declared, "You have successfully provoked me. Ice prison." With these words, towering ice pillars erupted from the ground around Rody, imbued with a potent freezing effect, intent on encasing him. Rody, aware of his mortal fragility, knew he could not withstand any of Akiji's attacks head-on. However, the mobility afforded by spatial teleportation granted him an advantageous evasion from the impending ice prison. Facing such formidable abilities, Akiji found himself in a predicament, yet he remained unperturbed, for he was on familiar ground. As his thoughts lingered, he beheld a young man across from him summoning the flowing blade of fire from the void, his crimson pupils sharpening with intensity. In a crouched stance upon his steed, he mimicked the motion of drawing a sword, a manic smile curling at the corners of his lips. "This is precisely my intention. As long as I draw breath, I shall eradicate every celestial dragon. Commander, brace yourself. My strike shall not be gentle." In that fleeting moment of unsheathing, the crimson flames flickered like a candle's glow upon the blade, its hue deeper and more profound than the previous axe. The searing gusts of heat began to corrode and melt the massive ice prison beside Rody, billowing forth dense clouds of white mist. Akiji's eyes widened in disbelief. The icy realm he had conjured was undergoing a visible transformation. How could this be? Surely this is a trick. What manner of ability is this? Even Akainu's magma could not reach such extremes. Akiji, sensing the urgency, concentrated his ice power, delivering a powerful strike to the ground. Absolute ice encapsulation instantly. The silent ice surface erupted with visible white frost, surging like an electrified dragon, expanding in all directions. Wherever it spread, towering ice spikes emerged. Capable of freezing anything they touched, even the most elite of opponents would succumb to its chill. Yet, in the face of this formidable ice onslaught, Rody remained remarkably composed. Gripping the strongest fire-based Zanpakuto, though uncertainty lingered in his heart, he maintained an air of dignity. Rody solemnly held the flowing blade of fire close to his chest, awaiting the tempest with the tranquility of a meditative monk. Only when the raging blizzard threatened to engulf him did he unleash his most potent strike. This was the technique imparted by the spirit of the flowing blade of fire, guided by the breath of flame, the culmination of 5 agonizing minutes of contemplation, the 10th form. Breath of flame, 10th form, ultimate, flowing blade of fire. With a swift slash through the air, an explosive sound echoed as the searing airflow instantly vaporized the encasing ice. The scarlet flames carved a rift akin to a tear in the fabric of time, consuming the surrounding air in a relentless blaze. Akiji's eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? What appeared to be an unremarkable fire-based strike advanced slowly yet inexorably, akin to a flowing river. However, upon contact with the ice spikes, it silently ignited them, transforming them into torches that melted away. Akiji was taken aback. This kid has set my absolute ice encapsulation ablaze. Where are the physics teachers? The chemistry teachers? Where is the repository of my intellect? Yet the spectacle did not cease there. The air absorbed by the rift erupted violently, surging forward and unleashing powerful gusts. Damn it! In the nick of time, Akiji sensed impending doom. Yet it was too late to mount a defense. He could only gather the surrounding frigid frost to form an ice wall. As fire and ice intertwined, the infernal blaze rose higher, transforming into a fiery slash that overturned the tumultuous waves of energy. A powerful surge of energy shattered the rising bubbles, rushing towards the inner island. In the 13th district of the Shamber Islands, the Straw Hat crew found solace in the cozy confines of the Saki Tavern. Rayleigh, a man with a penchant for fine spirits, warmly welcomed the Straw Hat crew. Apart from Luffy, he took a particular interest in Zoro, given their shared passion for swordsmanship. The two engaged in a delightful conversation about the art of the blade. On the rooftop, Each set down a barrel of beer as they gazed up at the starry sky. Rayleigh reclined leisurely on the wooden roof, taking a swig of his drink before inquiring. I heard that you encountered Myhawk on your first voyage with the Straw Hat Lad? Ah, Zorro responded simply, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Rayleigh smiled knowingly, and after a brief silence, he turned his gaze towards the horizon and asked, "What was your impression?" Zorro pondered for a moment before replying, "Incredibly strong. His eyes saw through all my techniques. But I have vowed that I will not be defeated again until I conquer that man." Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, smiling as he remarked, "In that case, you have quite a journey ahead of you. Mr. Rayleigh, as the first mate of Roger's crew, you must know many formidable swordsmen, right? How would you assess Captain Roger's swordsmanship?" Rayleigh contemplated for a moment before responding candidly. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Roger undoubtedly ranks among the elite. However, he is not the absolute pinnacle, for his intentions lie elsewhere. "Oh," Zorro replied, his interest piqued. "Those who follow the way of the sword often hold its significance in high regard. They view their enemies as rivals, see themselves as opponents, and even consider the sword in their hand as a challenger. This is the essence of a swordsman's training. For a swordsman, the sword represents a second soul. Yet some powerful individuals do not confine their aspirations to this. They perceive their sword or weapon merely as a medium to unleash their might. And their approach to strengthening their abilities is more balanced and diverse than that of a traditional swordsman who hones his sword intent." As Zorro listened intently while sipping his drink, he inquired, such as, "For instance, in the past, both Whitebeard and Roger embodied this principle. Now, I suspect that Shanks, that rascal, follows the same path. Is this the Shanks that Luffy speaks of?" Zorro pondered deeply upon hearing this. He yearned to experience the techniques of those top-tier warriors. Rayleigh chuckled softly, "You possess considerable potential, lad. Given time and guidance from a renowned master, you could become an extraordinary swordsman." Zorro smirked, taking a hearty gulp of his drink without a response. At this moment, he had yet to face significant setbacks, still clinging to the ideals and pride of a swordsman, much like Hawkeye. It was only after the Straw Hats emerged victorious from the battle at the summit that he realized he had far too many invaluable things to protect. If he could not safeguard them, what would his dignity amount to? As he contemplated, an overwhelming pressure swept over him, swiftly followed by the alternating chill and warmth of the briny sea breeze. Rayleigh and Zorro were simultaneously startled, for the aura that permeated the air was imbued with the sharpness and brilliance of a blade. They both acutely sensed that this was a decisive strike. It was worth noting that the nearest coastline was a good 40 kilometers away, yet even from such a distance, they could feel the overwhelming momentum akin to a rainbow. What sort of formidable adversary could be behind such an attack? Change. Was the world government about to unleash a demon-slaying order? Rayleigh, sensing the impending arrival of a formidable foe, suddenly rose and declared, "Zorro, my young friend, I must take my leave for a moment. I need to see what lies ahead." With those words, Rayleigh leaped from the rooftop and, sword in hand, swiftly made his way towards the coast. Charging straight ahead, Zorro, seizing 3 swords, shouted after Rayleigh, "Wait for me, Mr. Rayleigh. I'm coming too." In the span of that conversation, he swiftly followed in Rayleigh's footsteps, veering towards the direction of District 5 in a diagonal run. One must admit, Zorro was indeed a seasoned warrior. In District 3's coastal area, Aokiji recognized that Roddy's move was far from ordinary. He continuously absorbed the surrounding energy, consolidating it within himself. Towering icebergs rose, only to be melted by the oncoming fiery strike. Rise and melt again. The airwaves pulsed outward, causing the icy terrain of the Ice Age to gradually dissolve. His speed increased, yet his momentum remained unyielding. As he realized that his abilities were being utterly suppressed by his opponent, cold sweat trickled down Aokiji's brow. This was the most formidable adversary he had encountered since becoming an admiral. It was not merely the flow of blades that overwhelmed the ice fruit. Rody had prepared for a full-force strike from the outset to explore the limits of his current capabilities. Another factor was Aokiji's miscalculation of Roddy's strength. The broader the domain expanded, the more ice power Aokiji could wield. However, Aokiji's Ice Age had not fully manifested. falling short of even half of the war of the summit's might. Thus, in this standoff, he exposed his vulnerabilities. Undoubtedly, Rody's strike possessed a strength that could rival that of an admiral. Even the physically formidable Kaido would not dare to confront it head-on. The searing flames vaporized the icebergs before Aokiji, the air, and the surrounding seawater. The flames, capable of evaporating everything, left Aokiji in imminent danger of being incinerated. He could only clumsily transform into ice elemental form, swiftly gliding towards the more distant seas, but it was already too late. Rody, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. If his opponent were a celestial dragon, then death would be a triviality. However, Akiji's demise would disrupt the flow of the pirate world-esque narrative. If he were to perish, the timeline would surely be thrown into chaos. Old Aokiji was relatively upright in the original story, even with differing allegiances. He should not be allowed to die in vain. Yet now that the ultimate move had been unleashed, how could he possibly assist him? In a moment of inspiration, Rody quickly devised a plan. He transported himself to Aokiji's location and unleashed another strike. Fifth form of Breath of Fire, Flame Tiger. This was the only technique Rody could currently execute, and though its power was somewhat diminished, it effectively mitigated the oncoming onslaught. Two forces clashed violently, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that scorched the coastline. The intense heat radiated outward, and as Rayleigh raised his hand to shield himself, he caught sight of a distant brilliance that sent a jolt of alarm through him. Who could be engaged in such a fierce battle? Surely, they risked obliterating the archipelago of Sabaody. Alas, a troublesome bunch indeed. In order to safeguard his haven, Rayleigh dashed forth, propelled by an urgency that seemed to ignite the very ground beneath him. The fiery strike of the flame tiger was ultimately engulfed by the profound technique of flowing blade like fire, but it did grant Aokiji a moment of reprieve. A tremendous shockwave culminated in a final explosion, sending forth cascading waves in the distance. On a grander, thicker expanse of ice, both Rody and Aokiji found themselves sprawled upon the surface, gasping for breath. One's thoughts were consumed with fear. That was terrifying, while the other contemplated, "Damn it, I nearly perished." Aokiji, shaken, lost the earlier nonchalance from his demeanor. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Rody with a complex expression. Initially, he had deemed his opponent arrogant and disrespectful, yet he now realized that the truly dismissive one was himself. The intensity of that strike rivaled that of the world's preeminent swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. It seemed that the wisdom of his mentor, Carp, regarding the existence of greater powers in the world, held undeniable truth. If his adversary possessed such caliber, then facing three admirals head-on was no mere boast. Moreover, he had even been saved by him. With this thought in mind, Aokiji, perplexed, inquired, "Kid, why did you save me just now?" Rody chuckled lightly. "There's no reason. As a pirate, I do what I please." Aokiji, after a pause, replied with a cold snort, "Your strength is impressive. What was that fiery technique? Is it a devil fruit ability, or—" Upon hearing Aokiji's question, Rody showed no inclination to indulge him. "Admiral, let's not go there. I have nothing to disclose regarding my abilities. Unlike some fools who reveal their powers mid-battle, eager to showcase their prowess, Rody was far too astute for such folly." Aokiji fell silent, internally grumbling. This child is quite unlikable for not adhering to convention. Yet, despite his thoughts, he felt a pang of regret. How splendid it would be if such a gifted individual were to join the Navy. If he could become his disciple, Aokiji could nurture a naval king, and the dawn of complete peace would no longer seem distant. As this notion crossed his mind, Aokiji's expression turned stern. "Rody, do not presume that your act of saving me grants you immunity. You are a pirate, and I am a Navy officer. There exists no moral obligation between us. If you were to join the Navy, perhaps." Rody interjected with a scoff, interrupting Aokiji's discourse. To him, this was merely a struggle against the disillusionment of the Admiral's ideals. "Admiral, please mature a bit. Firstly, I would never join such a corrupt organization. Secondly, having killed a celestial dragon, the world government would relish the opportunity to dismantle me. How could you possibly protect me?" The immense consumption of energy had nearly exhausted Roddy's physical strength. At this moment, His body felt heavy, yet he could still manage a brief teleportation. Thus he remained unperturbed. Having tested his true abilities, Rody felt a sense of assurance and prepared to depart. However, he was suddenly interrupted by the notification sound from the system. Shao Kai. Ding. System notification. Dear host, you have kindly saved the great Admiral Akiji, earning his goodwill. This act is a great virtue, granting you 4,000 merit points. You have made a true friend, and this world has become brighter and more beautiful. Keep it up. With the system's timely feedback, Roddy's spirits were invigorated. Initially, his goal had been to test his limits, but unexpectedly, his interaction with the Admiral had yielded a substantial amount of merit points, and the system had deemed it an act of great benevolence. This was indeed reasonable, as such prominent figures wield significant influence over the fate of the world. Guiding a powerful individual to abandon their malice and collaborate in creating a better world brings peace within reach in this chaotic realm. Hence, Rody was assured in his belief that he had performed a noble deed. After breaking the ice with Akiji, he felt his defenses begin to lower. Had it not been for his understanding of the characters, Rody would never have trusted anyone in this world so readily. At that moment, Akiji gazed at him, a whirlwind of complex emotions stirring within him. There was resentment, anger, sorrow, but ultimately, all transformed into a sense of powerlessness, reminiscent of his previous indifference. What is the essence of languid justice? It is fundamentally a manifestation of impotence and helplessness, an evasion of reality. Much like an author who, after years of failure, awakens each day to a stagnant array of data, wishing only to fall into a deep slumber. After a prolonged silence, Akiji took a deep breath and stood, making a decisive statement. Given your capabilities, it is not just I who would struggle. Even Kizuru would find it challenging. Moreover, I am weary and do not wish to burden that group any further. However, before I leave, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Surprised by this, Rody mustered his energy and hesitantly inquired, what advice? Akiji gazed solemnly at the vast Sabiti archipelago, his tone grave. You have only 3 days. Within 3 days, you must find a way to leave this place. Rody initially believed Akiji was warning him about the arrival of the pacifists and Bartolomeo in 3 days. Yet Akiji, with a serious expression, continued, 3 days from now, the headquarters will launch a demon-slaying order here. Upon hearing this, Roddy's heart sank. This revelation was explosive. It made sense. He thought, so that's why the Gorosei and the Marines have yet to arrive. They're preparing for this operation. Thus, unlike the original narrative where Kizuru and the pacifists made their entrance, the Sabeti archipelago incident now faced a hellish level of difficulty, with the 3 admirals embarking on a mission to eradicate the pirates. This was akin to a prelude to the War of the Best. Had it not been for Akiji's candidness, Rody would have been utterly unprepared for the impending catastrophe. In his thoughts, Rody silently marked Akiji as a good brother. Akiji, I desire to transform the world alongside him. Akiji is not mindlessly confessing everything to Rody. After all, he is an admiral, one of the highest-ranking and most formidable forces within the Navy. So why has he chosen to betray the loyalty of a Navy officer and his own convictions? It is because he can no longer deceive himself. Akiji remains uncertain whether his actions are just, yet he proceeds nonetheless, for the lies have filled him with shame, and the innocence lost has burdened him with guilt. Ever since the O'Hara incident, Akiji has been engulfed in confusion, often pondering the true essence of justice and what his own interpretation signifies. From the day he joined the Navy, he has fought tirelessly for his identity and ideals, until that fateful night, when in pursuit of a defenseless populace, including an 8-year-old girl, they unleashed a massacre order, ruthlessly slaughtering hundreds. Akainu even audaciously proclaimed that it was all for the sake of justice. Now, the Navy seeks to protect a haughty group of ruthless individuals who kill without remorse, imposing a blockade and indiscriminate attacks on an entire island. The brutality of their methods and the extremity of their actions have utterly surpassed the boundaries of humanity. The Navy, which has long prided itself on justice, engages in acts of arson and plunder akin to those of pirates, exploiting the weak. Is this truly what they call justice? reflecting on Roddy's earlier words. You serve a bunch of despicable celestial dragons. The foundation is already corrupt. What value does your notion of justice hold? Though the other's words stung sharply and provoked him, was it not also a manifestation of impotent rage? Rody, as a pirate, was willing to risk his life to save him in a moment of peril. Yet here he was, harboring a murderous intent towards those who dare to speak against injustice. Aokiji felt a profound sense of anger and humiliation. Roddy's emergence revealed to him a principle, one of madness, strength, and an unfettered ambition, daring to dream and act. This resonated with the ideals of his mentor, Carp, who refused to serve the celestial dragons, and Zephyr, who fought for his beliefs. As a pirate, Rody could choose to slay the celestial dragons or rescue Navy personnel at will, declaring, "I am willing to do anything." Even Nico Robin, who has lost her patience, possesses a band of comrades ready to defend her to the death. But what of him? Because a celestial dragon was killed, he must toil under the stars, like a dog forced to work overtime. Perhaps my power is insufficient. If I were the fleet admiral, I could uphold justice and alter everything. If Rody were to become equally formidable, standing on equal ground, we might together change this wretched world. With such thoughts, Aokiji once again cautioned Rody. I hope to find you absent on the battlefield 3 days hence. Should I see you, I shall show no mercy. With that, he summoned his fruit's power to create a path of ice crystals, making his way to the shore. Observing Roddy's solitary silhouette, he suddenly spoke, "Admiral." Aokiji halted, but did not turn back. Rody gazed meaningfully at the retreating figure, suddenly flashing a toothy grin as he called out, "If the Navy grows weary, perhaps they should consider the path of piracy." Becoming a pirate means shedding burdens and living freely. A flicker of tension danced at the corner of Aokiji's mouth as his fists clenched tightly before gradually loosening. With his steely gaze directed at Rody, he asserted with unwavering conviction, "I, PXOne, would rather leap into the depths of the ocean and drown than ever conspire with you pirates." With that declaration, he resolutely departed, his steps quickening. Rody watched Aokiji's retreating form, filled with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. What was he truly hoping for? Such a violent explosion inevitably attracted the attention of nearby residents and the Navy. Among the crowd, some were terrified, others exaggerated the events, and many engaged in lively discussions. Through the accounts of various onlookers, a rough understanding of the battle emerged. A man wielding a fiery sword was locked in a fierce confrontation with a man who commanded ice. Yet, the aftermath remained elusive, leading the crowd to speculate wildly about the two combatants. The ambiguous narratives left many bewildered, and skepticism lingered in the air. It wasn't until Aokiji reached the shore that the crowd quickly retreated, distancing themselves from him. Meanwhile, Zoro concealed himself among the spectators. As someone notoriously directionally challenged, he had unwittingly stumbled into the fray, managing to find himself in Area 3, where he witnessed the entire clash. From afar, Zoro recognized Aokiji's identity, solely due to the sheer terror invoked by his ice manipulation. However, he was utterly astonished to see the fire-wielding swordsman exerting such overwhelming power against a Navy admiral. Even more bewildering was the fact that, at a critical moment, he had saved Aokiji's life. As Aokiji, with a grim expression, first set foot on shore, Zoro confirmed his identity as the admiral. The identity of the other figure piqued Zoro's curiosity even more, for he too was a swordsman. A swordsman capable of unleashing such formidable power with a flaming blade was someone Zoro felt he must remember. Perhaps the well-traveled Rayleigh could shed light on this person's identity. With these questions in mind, Zoro pushed his way to the front of the crowd, drawing the ire of several onlookers. Rody rested for a while longer until he felt the cold numbness creep into his backside, compelling him to struggle to his feet. Observing the commotion at the shore, Rody initially intended to use his ability to relocate, but given his current physical state, he could manage no more than a 300-meter leap, which proved futile. Reluctantly, Rody decided to once again make himself conspicuous, dragging his weary body forward. As Rody drew closer, Zoro's eyes sharpened instantly. He was not one to mistake familiar faces. Yet at that moment, he found it difficult to trust his own memory. That kid, was he not the one who had slain a celestial dragon during the day? The one who had just fought Akiji? It seemed implausible. Rody, though slightly older than Luffy, was still comparable in age to Kid. How could an admiral, who had bested the entire Straw Hat crew, be subdued by this individual and even saved in the process? Until a familiar face emerged from the crowd. Zoro was convinced he had not erred. "Hey, Rody, are you all right? Brother, are you fine?" The Kid Pirates rushed in with great zeal, accompanied by the kind-hearted bartender and Kira, who had safely escorted Meef home. Meanwhile, Hawkins chose not to take any risks for his own safety. Roddy Kid donned a green cowboy hat, appearing somewhat comical, and chuckled. "Didn't I tell you to leave quickly? Why are you back? And wearing that green hat? You look like a circus clown." Upon hearing this, Kid, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I do as I please." Kid was a man of both courage and cunning, not one to act recklessly. The fact that he dared to take such a risk to assist Roddy spoke volumes about his regard for him. Yet Kid's pride was evident, and he couldn't resist firing back at Roddy's jibes. Cautiously, Kira scanned their surroundings and whispered, "Mr. Roddy, the Navy will arrive shortly. This place is perilous. It is not suitable for conversation. We must leave at once." With that, several pirates supported Roddy as they moved slowly onward. Zoro, witnessing Roddy's departing silhouette, felt an irresistible urge to follow. Sharing a similar age, possessing peculiar yet formidable strength, wielding slash attacks that could rival an admiral, and with a mysteriously vanished weapon. There were countless questions he yearned to unravel about the man, to defeat Mihawk, and to ascend as the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro deemed it essential to delve deeper into this enigma. However, he had forgotten that he was directionally challenged. With the Admiral approaching, collaboration with Roddy was imperative. In a secluded stronghold within Area 1, Kid and the others escorted Roddy to a relatively hidden base. It was the former residence of a coding craftsman, though now dilapidated and dirty, serving as a storage for various discarded parts. It was preferable to sleeping outdoors. Kid's apprentice crew found it easier to venture out. They not only located a convenient restaurant, but also returned with provisions for the next 2 days at a low cost. While Kid did not express excessive gratitude for Roddy's rescue, he offered the only room with a bed to him. Ultimately, Roddy's fatigue outweighed his hunger, and after a simple glass of milk, he fell into a deep slumber. Kid quietly closed the door behind him and descended to discuss further plans with the others. The Kid Pirates were a rugged bunch, known for their resilience and unpretentious nature. Regardless of the harshest conditions, as long as they had water and food, they could endure. Throughout their journey at sea, they had faced divine beings and formidable foes alike with unwavering resolve. Thus, in the face of the Navy's looming threat, many among them exhibited an unexpected confidence. Noticing Kid's serious demeanor, an uninformed crew member remarked, "Captain Kid, we have had our fair share of encounters with the Navy. What is the worry? Even the Navy's lieutenant was made to dance at our hands." Another crew member chimed in, "Indeed, Captain, do not fret. We have weathered all challenges thus far, and soon we shall reach the new world. It's merely a celestial dragon we're dealing with. The Navy has yet to truly challenge us." Had he not encountered Green Pheasant, Kid might have thought along similar lines. However, after enduring the events of this night, he fully comprehended their formidable strength. Moreover, there were 3 such monsters of that caliber. There was simply no chance to fight back, none whatsoever. Kira had not witnessed the previous battle. On the way, Kid had not elaborated on the details. Yet, noticing the prolonged silence from his companion and sensing the unusual tension in the air, he inquired, "Kid, what transpired after I left tonight? You seem far less confident and resolute than usual." The bartender and crew members accompanying Kid instantly displayed signs of trepidation. Kid inhaled deeply and recounted the battle that had recently unfolded. When he reached the part about Roddy covering their retreat, he took a swig of strong liquor to quell the chill that gripped his heart. The room fell into a prolonged silence. No one dared to speak, nor did anyone maintain the optimism that had prevailed earlier. "Is this the power of an admiral?" Kira murmured, his heart sinking to an abyss. He understood Kid's strength, and without a doubt, he might be the mightiest pirate on this island. Yet, before an admiral of the Navy, he found himself devoid of the strength to retaliate. If such a being were determined to capture you, Even the prospect of escape would be utterly futile. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room. It was essential to recognize that the Navy's current operation had targeted Axe and the Straw Hat primarily. Following them were their own captain and the leader of the Heart Pirates. After a long moment of silence, Kira suddenly voiced his thoughts. Perhaps we should consider allying with those fellows. Kid, though I harbor great disdain for them, the situation has escalated far beyond our initial assumptions. Kid scoffed dismissively, stating, "Humph, how could those arrogant fools possibly cooperate with us? They would only beg for mercy when the blade is at their throat." One crew member, feeling anxious, posed a question reminiscent of Liu Bang's classic dilemma. "Captain, what should we do then?" Kid buried himself in his drink, contemplating in silence for a considerable time. Given his proud and obstinate nature, he had always loathed the idea of begging for assistance. Yet this time was different. If he clung stubbornly to pride, not only would all his efforts be in vain, but even the comrades he had painstakingly gathered would be doomed alongside him. As the captain of the ship, he needed to learn to assess the situation. Then, he lifted his gaze to the upper floor and spoke solemnly. "Do not panic. Living beings cannot be suffocated by their own urine. We must still have cards to play." Upon hearing their captain's words, all the crew members displayed expressions of hope. Kira, perceptive as ever, immediately deduced Kid's intention. "You mean, we should collaborate with Mr. Rody?" Kid gave a self-deprecating smile and replied, "At this moment, our only chance of survival lies in allying with that kid. Although I'm loath to admit it, Rody truly stands as the sole rival to an admiral among the new generation. In any case, we owe him a debt. Wes a few more to add." As the words fell, he took another hearty swig of strong liquor. In the depths of the night, within the confines of the 23rd District Slug Workshop, over 30 members of the Axe Pirate crew huddled together, engulfed in a haze of smoke, their anxiety palpable. The captain had yet to make an appearance, and given his erratic nature, the crew was apprehensive about what lay ahead. The burly first mate, Coleman, paced restlessly within the room. Despite being in his 30s, he radiated a fiery intensity. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Coleman stubbed out his cigarette and declared, "This is unacceptable. We must venture out to find little D. His situation is far too perilous. Shauna, away. Join me in the search for our captain." At Coleman's command, a petite yet striking blonde girl and a young man with a wheat-colored complexion immediately rose to their feet. The remaining crew members followed suit, eager to join Coleman in the quest for Rody. They had long been anticipating this moment, waiting for Coleman's signal. This group of sailors had once been slaves to the celestial dragons, victims of human traffickers, and helpless lambs driven to despair by natural and man-made disasters. Each of them had been fiercely pulled from the abyss by Roddy's unwavering determination. Through storms and tumult, he would never abandon a single comrade. Even though Rody was a ruthless madman, to these individuals, he represented spirit, faith, and family. Thus, when Rody found himself in crisis, they naturally rushed to the front lines, ready to protect their captain, even at the cost of their own lives. However, the somewhat frail Uter blocked several of them, his expression stern as he said, "Coleman, everyone needs to remain calm. The captain instructed us to focus solely on escaping. We cannot act recklessly." Coleman shoved Uter aside, his brow furrowed in frustration as he shouted, "What in the world are you talking about? We can't just sit idle. Little D has killed celestial dragons. If he's captured, the Navy will make him wish he were dead." The petite Shauna also frowned, her voice tinged with sorrow as she lamented, "Brother Uter, the captain is out there all alone. How can I possibly rest easy? Please, let us go find him. We won't cause any trouble." Uter's face was grave. As the first mate, he had to manage both his anxiety and that of the crew. Clearly, the weight of responsibility rested heavily upon him. He wanted to impart wisdom to his equally concerned comrades, but the words stuck in his throat. If reason were effective, they would not be so impulsive and reckless. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely commanded, "I said we shall not go. The captain has his own fate to fulfill, since he entrusted you to my leadership. I cannot betray his trust." In that moment, Uter's tone was unwavering, his resolve as solid as steel. Coleman, however, was not swayed. He forcefully pushed Uter aside. "To hell with your trust. Xiao Di is my younger brother. Even if it cost me my life, I must bring him back. Immediately, Coleman drew his axe, continuing to threaten, "If you dare to stop me, I will end you. After all these years as brothers, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, Coleman stormed out the door. Realizing that Coleman had lost his reason, Udall promptly chased after him, turning back to shout, "None of you follow me." Yet, as the two exited the courtyard, they beheld a colossal figure standing at the entrance of the farm under the moonlight. A calm voice resounded in their ears. "You are the bounty hunters, Udall with a reward of 11 million and Coleman with 14 million. Are you not?" Rody awoke the next day at noon. Despite possessing a system skill of extraordinary caliber, his body remained akin to that of an ordinary person. Even upon waking, he still felt the aches and fatigue that lingered. This negative effect stemmed not from combat feedback. Thus, Rody could not employ his skills to alleviate it. Yet, it was precisely this weariness that instilled in him a profound sense of being human. In his dreams, Rody returned to the familiar realm of fear. He found himself once more at the scene of his parents' murder, subjected to the whims and lashings of the noblewoman, Shalia. Roddy's parents had once owned a thriving restaurant in the town, living a life of comfort and happiness. However, their fate turned grim upon the visit of the celestial dragon family, Shalia, who, displeased by an ingredient in a dish, shot Roddy's parents dead. Even then, her fury was insatiable, demanding that the entire town mutilate a hand in penance. At the tender age of 11, Rody, as the offspring of the so-called sinner, became her personal slave, enduring a life devoid of light. It was the fire of vengeance that sustained Rody through his humiliation, as he played the role he loathed to gain her trust, all in hope of one day avenging his parents. In a noble arena, he fought with bloodlust, earning Shalia considerable wealth, and ultimately, he was rewarded with the removal of the shackles that bound him. During a confrontation among slaves, Rody managed to escape from the guard through a swift stab, reclaiming his freedom. Yet, he quickly realized that assassinating his adversary was an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he opted for a second-best solution, risking his life to rescue two fellow companions, one of whom was Coleman, who taught him the art of the flying axe, and Udall, who devised their escape plan. Reflecting on the past, a fierce glint flashed in Roddy's eyes. Although the merging of memories from the otherworldly traveler could alleviate some pain, it could not wholly mend the mental scars or quell his hatred for the celestial dragons. Should he encounter them again, he knew he would still be consumed by a frenzied rage. Through the breach of the world government's defenses, Rody began to contemplate and recalibrate his future strategies. Provoking the celestial dragons had sent the world government into a frenzy, a direct affront to their authority. While I remain unaffected and can depart at any moment, countless innocent lives would be lost due to my actions. This is not what I wish to witness. It subtly informs me that any future retribution against the celestial dragons must be executed with method and principle. Contemplating this, Rody resolved to transform his approach from mere slaughter to a more torturous form of punishment. Simply ending their lives would be too merciful for such scoundrels. Rather than annihilating them, it would be more fitting to devise myriad means of torment, driving them into madness and dread. This could indeed be considered a grand act of retribution. Roddy's desire was purely for vengeance, an outlet for his inner animosity. There were no lofty aspirations of saving the world from its suffering, nor any noble sentiments of a saintly nature. He was, after all, a pirate. If he had begun to exhibit compassion in his quest for strength, what was wrong with seeking personal vengeance? With this thought in mind, Rody began to analyze his own vulnerabilities. If he were to proceed with such a plan, he must ensure he maintained a stable emotional state, for a frenzied version of himself could wreak havoc. After some reflection, Rody concluded that he might benefit from consulting a psychologist or perhaps acquiring a devil fruit that could soothe his psyche. Simultaneously, another complex dilemma arose: the information regarding the demon-slaying order provided by Akiji. The warships of the order were expected to arrive at the Sabiti archipelago in approximately 3 days, which filled Rody with apprehension. In 3 days, this place would transform into a merciless battlefield. At my current level, I fear I will be unable to save many. Thus, it is imperative that I grow stronger, capable of thwarting their operations directly from the surface. I must prepare for the lottery in advance. The 10,000 merits lottery must be postponed. Rody reflected on his previous encounter with Akiji, gaining insight into his own limits of power. Though his potential was considerable, rivaling that of an admiral, his baseline was equally precarious. The fragility of his flesh, a lack of versatile combat techniques, and methods to stabilize his emotions were all pressing concerns. For these reasons, Rody deemed it essential to pursue a significant merit lottery of 10,000. However, this thought too could be set aside for the moment, as the situation had not yet escalated to such dire straits. With his musings concluded, Rody rose slowly, basking in the warm sunlight streaming through the window, which dispelled much of his gloom. Suddenly, he recalled that his comrades were still concealed in the coding workshop. If memory served him correctly, he should currently be in Kid's stronghold. The events of last night had all converged, leaving him no time to return. He wondered how his brothers were faring. Yet with Utwar present, they should not act rashly. Rody had great faith in Utwar's capabilities, although he was more stable and somewhat timid compared to the other crew members. He was reliable in action and could step up in critical moments. Given his current physical condition, Rody was unable to teleport over long distances. He opened the door, intended to seek out Kid for some food. Coincidentally, the members of Kid's crew were also awaiting Roddy's awakening, as their very lives and fortunes hinged upon his capabilities. Upon seeing Rody emerge from his room, Kid stood up first and inquired, "Hey, are you all right?" Rody nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, but I'm a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, Kid's lips curled into a smile as he glanced out the window. "You might want to wait a moment. The bartender you rescued last night has been up early preparing a meal for you. He's still quite busy." Following Kid's gaze, Rody saw the bartender from last night, busily working alongside a group of pirates, wielding fans as they toiled away. Due to Akiji's unexpected visit the previous evening, Rody had not had the chance to savor the bartender's cooking, and today, his wish was finally fulfilled. The half-open window allowed the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish to waft in, causing Roddy's mouth to water. Observing the bartender's industrious figure, an idea sparked in Roddy's mind. He decided to inquire if the young man would be interested in becoming his cook if he chose to stay. He was weary of the dark culinary concoctions prepared by Shao Na, which cast a shadow over his life. After approximately 15 minutes, an array of sumptuous dishes was brought to the table by the bartender. The offerings included grilled fish seasoned with green peppercorns, grilled octopus legs, a selection of garlic butter lobster, accompanied by a staple of green peas with corn and cheese-wrapped ham. The beverages consisted of grape juice, lemon juice, red wine, and fresh milk. Through the morning's fishing expedition and the ingredients at hand, the bartender had crafted a magnificent feast, rivaling Sanji's culinary prowess. As Kid sampled the delectable dishes, he noticed the bartender's eyes shimmer with excitement. He hadn't anticipated such exceptional culinary skills from this young man. "Our crew is in need of a cook. Why not invite him to join us?" As dish after dish was served, the room was quickly filled with the delightful aromas, alleviating the anxious atmosphere among the guests. It is indeed true that gourmet food can heal both the soul and the body. The interactions during the meal allowed everyone to gradually become more familiar with the bartender. His name was Ao, a mere 16 years old, and a victim of abduction. His parents had owned a restaurant in the West Sea, but a war had separated him from his family, leaving him homeless. Subsequently, he had caught the attention of human traffickers, and due to his perceived utility, the tavern owner had kept him. Rody felt a deep sense of empathy for Ao's plight, reinforcing his desire to offer him a home. During the meal, Ao presented Rody with a specially prepared piece of glazed grilled fish. His eyes filled with gratitude as he said, "Big brother, this is my humble token of appreciation for avenging me and helping me find freedom." As Ao spoke, Roddy's mind echoed with the notification sound of 5 merit points. Ao was merely a minor character in the pirate world, unable to significantly alter the course of events, so the reward was indeed modest. Nevertheless, Rody graciously accepted Ao's heartfelt gesture, responding with a smile. "It was a small effort. My primary motivation was to save that young girl. However, I am equally delighted to have rescued you." Pouring himself a glass of milk, Rody continued, "Now that you are safe, what are your plans for the future?" Ao pouted and looked down, replying, "When I was 6, A war tore me from my parents, and now I do not know if they are alive or dead. Years have passed, and I can no longer recall the direction of my home. In this vast world, I possess neither friends nor family, leaving me in a state of profound confusion regarding my destination. Just as Kid was about to voice his thoughts, Rody interjected, suggesting, "If you're uncertain about where to go, you may join me at sea. I am in need of a chef." Kid blinked in astonishment. Those were precisely his words. How could Rody have uttered them? The merit system also demands its offerings. "Oh, I see that many of the brothers hold a fondness for you. Why not venture forth with us? I am destined to become the future pirate king." As a pirate, Kid, upon encountering a promising individual, felt a sense of rivalry. After all, who knew what opportunities might arise? Rody, observing Ao's inner turmoil, chuckled lightly. "Oh, the choice of where to go is yours alone. You need not feel pressured. I have chosen to follow you, Brother Rody." Ao interjected without hesitation, his eyes brimming with determination, cutting Rody off mid-sentence. The crew was taken aback. Despite the pleasant camaraderie they had just shared, Ao's decisiveness was striking. Kid's face flushed with embarrassment as he complained, "Hey, you should at least hesitate before making such a choice. Do I, Kid, not deserve any respect?" Ao, with a sheepish grin, replied earnestly, "Though Brother Kid has also saved my life, I feel a stronger affinity with Brother Rody. Moreover, my freedom is bestowed by him. I wish for Brother Rody to train me, so that I may grow as strong as he is. In due time, I will eradicate all evildoers and avenge my grievances." Ao's words carried profound significance, plunging Kid into silence. Perhaps it was due to his cold decision the previous night that he lost a good chef. Who could say? Kid did not believe that prioritizing the team's interests was inherently wrong, while Rody seemed to act in accordance with his heart, which appeared to pose no issue either. The advantage lay in Roddy's greater charisma, making it easier for him to win the affection of others. Conversely, the actions he undertook would inevitably bear significant consequences, such as opposing Admiral Akiji. Reflecting on the battle from the previous night, which had been utterly insurmountable, Kid began to comprehend. In essence, such madness was a privilege reserved for the strong. If I possessed the formidable and enigmatic power to rival an admiral, I too would dare to stand up for justice. Damn it, if only I were as powerful as this young man, able to act freely. With that thought, Kid cast a glance at the youth before him, who was only a few years his junior, filled with jealousy and resentment. He helplessly waved his hand at Ao and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. Seeking strength is not a misguided pursuit. I wish you the best of luck." Upon hearing these words, Ao felt the tension within him ease considerably. At that moment, a boisterous, bearded member of the Kid Pirates jovially exclaimed, "This simply won't do, Captain. We must save that lad, Ao. Before he departs, he ought to leave us with his culinary skills." Another crew member chimed in, "Indeed. After preparing our meals for a few days, we can't just let such a talented chef go without a proper send-off. You must show your gratitude." Laughter erupted, with two leading the charge, and soon the entire room joined in the revelry. Ao, hearing their banter, could only scratch his head awkwardly and force a smile, unsure of how to respond. Kid, observing his rowdy crew, found their jesting distasteful and impatiently shouted, "You rascals should quiet down. No amount of delectable food can silence your chatter." Rody, watching the scene unfold, remained silent, waiting for the commotion to subside. Once calm returned, he picked up a glass of milk and politely thanked Kid. "Thank you for your understanding. I shall accept this young lad for now." Kid, noticing Rody's courtesy, shot him a disdainful glance. "Humph, I could never match your politeness. Not only that, even we seek your assistance." Seizing the moment, Kid presented the request they had discussed the previous day. Instantly, the room fell silent, and a solemn gaze fell upon Rody, led by Kira and the others. This marked the first time since setting sail that Kid sought help from another. Rody had anticipated Kid's choice. After last night's battle, he understood the chasm between himself and the admirals. Despite the fierce reputation of these notorious newcomers, before the might of an admiral, they were but mere ants, easily crushed. Moreover, with Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, aiding the navy, The only way for the entire crew to survive and safely reach the new world was to collaborate with Rody. Yet, Rody feigned ignorance, staring blankly as he retorted, "Assistance? You seek me? Hektarov, what jest? I am but a small fry with a bounty of 19 million berries, nowhere near your notorious status. Furthermore, I've killed a celestial dragon. The entire navy is watching me. Isn't this tantamount to courting disaster? Please, stop the nonsense." With that, Rody waved his hand dismissively and took a deliberate sip of his milk. Kid's face flushed crimson, left speechless by Rody's sharp rebuttal. Rody vividly recalled how Kid had previously referred to him as 19 million. While he could choose to overlook the matter, he felt it necessary to remind Kid of the slight. After a moment of awkwardness, Kid finally gathered his thoughts and said, "Hey, Rody, we do share a bit of camaraderie, don't we? You wouldn't want to see us wiped out, would you? I admit I underestimated you. That was my error. Our arrogance led us to underestimate the Navy's might." At this point, Kid raised his gaze, his expression serious and grave. "Among all the pirates, you are the only one who can confront an admiral directly. If a battle ensues with the admiral, I hope you can assist us. At the very least, help my companions secure a chance to escape." With Kid's indomitable spirit, he would never bow down before Kaido, even if it meant facing death without regret. Having finally reached the threshold of the new world, they found themselves ensnared by an admiral's pursuit, left with no strength to resist, merely awaiting their fate. Kid's heart brimmed with discontent, prompting him to beseech Rody with uncharacteristic humility. At this moment, a crew member of Whitebeard chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Rody, we are friends now. Aren't we? You've saved our captain once before, and we've all witnessed your formidable strength. Surely, lending a hand once more would not be too burdensome." However, Rody maintained a nonchalant demeanor, refraining from immediately responding to their eager expectations. In truth, he was inclined to assist, although circumstances had shifted. Safeguarding Kid and his crew should not pose much difficulty, and it would yield substantial merit. Cultivating a good rapport with Kid's pirate crew would also be advantageous for future strategies and developments. Had it only been Kizaru and Yamato involved, Kid's chances of escape would be significantly higher. Rody merely intended to fulfill a friendly obligation. The reason for his reluctance to acquiesce readily was due to sensing underlying complexities. Despite assisting many, some might take it for granted, believing that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Yet, this notion of being a good Samaritan was particularly distasteful to Rody, having endured it in his previous life. Thus, he pondered how to establish his own esteemed persona. Rody needed to convey that his assistance was invaluable and cherished. What a merit system. Even merit requires offerings, is not resolved simply by handing out a good person card. Silence enveloped the room, with all present holding their breath, their gazes fixed on Rody, whose reaction was clearly unexpected. Suddenly, Rody looked up and turned to his companion, with a light-hearted smile. Inquiring, "What is your take on this matter? Do you believe I should assist the captain?" The room fell momentarily silent, as everyone wondered why such a crucial decision for the Kid Pirates would be directed toward a mere minor character. "I am a pirate, not a saint." Scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating before responding, "Captain, I am but a small player here. With so many prominent figures present, it might not be appropriate." Kid now silently regarded Rody, uncertain of what caprice he might indulge in next, for this fellow always harbored his own inscrutable thoughts. Rody, savoring a piece of creamy shrimp, casually remarked, "As my crew, you must acknowledge the favors you receive. The principle of our axe pirates is that debts must be repaid. The one aiding you now is facing a matter of life and death. Does that not stir something within you?" Quickly shook his head in denial. "It's not like that, Captain. Brother Kid has saved me before, and the crew has provided me with meals. I remember this kindness, of course." As the conversation unfolded, Abu sighed with a wry smile, "But I lack the ability to assist them. If I were as formidable as you, I would certainly strive to lend a hand." Kid, at last, grasped Roddy's intent. While Rody appeared to be inquiring about Abu, he was, in fact, establishing boundaries and expressing his stance. It seemed that he was also somewhat perturbed by the crew's earlier jest. Contemplating this, Kid shot a disapproving glance at the bearded crew member, feeling that his words lacked propriety. The bearded man, noticing the captain's glare, quickly lowered his head in submission. Rody, with a smile, patted Abu on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. Since you have your own thoughts, as the captain, I shall repay this kindness on your behalf." With that, Rody turned to Kid and, after a moment's reflection, declared, "Captain Kidd, as my crew wishes it so, I shall acquiesce to your request. Should an admiral attack, I will endeavor to provide you with an opportunity for escape. However, in return, I must clear Abu's debt of gratitude right here." The bearded man quickly offered an awkward grin, attempting to explain, "Rody, I was merely joking." Yet Rody firmly interrupted, saying, "I have not finished my statement." Once again, the Kid crew fell into a collective silence. In regard to this operation, I too bear considerable risk. After all, an admiral is no mere rodent lurking in the hold. Easily dispatched. Given the risks involved, I must also demand all the treasures aboard your ship, Kid. Money is a vital resource for Rody, and in the absence of opportunities for slaughter, he must redirect his focus. Spending money is far preferable to taking lives, and it aligns more closely with the pirate way. Thus, Rody added a stipulation. His demands were not excessive, merely all-encompassing. The room fell into a hushed silence, with even the sound of the waves crashing on the shore becoming distinctly audible. Many regarded Rody with expressions of bewilderment and unfamiliarity. Wasn't he this man reputed to be kind-hearted? Wasn't he known for his compassion? Wasn't he a friend saved by Captain Kidd? Why then, did he now appear to extort like a brigand? Perceiving the unease among the crowd, Rody continued, "I have always acted based on personal volition, maintaining a clear distinction between public and private matters. Assisting you previously was a matter of interest for me, and there was no expectation of repayment. Likewise, do not presume that my virtuous nature permits you to take advantage of me, and do not think that our acquaintance grants you the right to emotionally manipulate me. As pirates, we have no obligation to look after anyone, do we?" A few casual remarks left the crowd speechless. Rody added, "Let me remind you of one thing. On the open sea, there exists no friendship based on mutual assistance and benefit. Even if it appears as though one is taking advantage, it is merely a matter of fate. I can present you with clear terms. You should consider yourselves fortunate." After hearing Roddy's words, many were lost in contemplation. It appeared that everyone harbored a significant misunderstanding of Roddy's purported benevolence. Though others may find it challenging to maintain their composure, Kidd was the first to attain clarity, bursting into laughter. "Haha, Rody, you are absolutely right. Hearing your words gives me greater confidence in entrusting everyone's lives to you." Kidd, with his considerable intellect and vision, had amassed a bounty of 3 billion berries, equal to that of Luffy. Rody's few words awakened Kidd, allowing him to reclaim the long-lost spirit and resolve. Indeed, among pirates, there exists no pure friendship, only unchanging interests. Without a solid bond of mutual benefit, treachery would silently emerge. To manipulate emotions for cooperation is nothing but unscrupulous deception. Through Rody's narration, Kidd solemnly rejected his previous notions. It appears that true strength lies not in individual prowess but in one's vision. Without a heart befitting a strong individual, even those endowed with extraordinary talent, starting at the pinnacle, are mere dazzling fools. It is evident now. This is the authentic you, acting with freedom and wielding your blade. This embodies your ideals and liberty. This philosophy of strength has enlightened me. Rody, you are indeed not to be underestimated. Ding, system notification. The host has gained Kidd's high recognition, merit points 500. The host has once again imparted wisdom. Truly impressive. Upon hearing the system's notification, Rody gazed at Kidd in confusion. I merely established a few rules. What is this fellow contemplating? Has he undergone a transformation? Thus, the collaboration with Kidd's crew was finalized, yet Rody withheld the threat of the demon-slaying order. Mentioning such a matter now would only incite panic among the masses, and with all 3 admirals concurrently arriving on the island, not just Kidd, but even Rayleigh would likely consider relocating. Rody planned to first ensure the safety of his companions before contemplating subsequent arrangements. With the addition of Abu, Rody opted to walk to the slime workshop, The presence of a teleportation ability alleviated concerns regarding naval interference. Upon arrival, Rody could strategize to utilize Kuma's power to send them soaring to a designated location on the map. However, upon reaching the entrance of District 23, Rody spotted a man with green, algae-like hair sleeping soundly against a tree. The individual before him was none other than Roronoa Zoro, the second-in-command of the Straw Hat crew, who had desperately sought his whereabouts the previous night. Zoro, what brings him here? Rody squinted, perplexed. Considering he needed to negotiate with the Straw Hats in District 13 to accrue more merit points, he approached to engage. Upon being awakened by Rody, Zoro rubbed his bleary eyes. Mr. Zoro, how did you end up here? At the sight of Rody's face, Zoro's fatigue vanished, his eyes gleaming with alertness. Herman de Rody. I haven't mistaken your name, have I? Rody smiled and nodded, responding yes. I remember you were the swordsman of the Straw Hat crew. Zoro, correct? Zoro stood up, adopting a serious demeanor, and declared, Roronoa Zoro. After concluding his self-introduction, Zoro raised the corners of his mouth. I have been searching for you all night. I witnessed the battle from last evening in its entirety. Rody, your slashing technique is quite formidable. Zoro's expression and tone were imbued with excitement and curiosity. Rody, perplexed, scratched his head and replied, searching for me all night. I recall the battle took place in District 3, but why did you come all the way to District 13 to find me? Upon hearing Rody's inquiry, Zoro's lips subtly twitched. That is of little consequence. As the saying goes, one must not let the opportunity to meet a master slip away. With that, Zoro solemnly drew his sword, the renowned blade, Shio-Shuei, a slight curve forming at the corners of his mouth as he declared, Thus, I implore Mr. Rody to engage and spar with me. I am eager to experience your swordsmanship. A momentous event had transpired. Rody's bounty now stood at 1.39 billion. Observing Zoro's serious demeanor, Rody fell into contemplation. Given Zoro's typically composed nature, it was unlikely he would initiate a duel with just anyone. Especially after witnessing Rody's confrontation with Akiji, it was more probable that Zoro would secretly hone his skills until he deemed himself sufficiently strong before proposing challenge. Yet, why had he pursued Rody through several streets, even enduring a night on the streets to await him? Beneath the sunlight, Rody examined Zoro's earnest visage, along with the remnants of unhealed wounds, and began to grasp the situation. Previously, they had encountered Moria and the formidable warlord Kuma aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. The fall of the Straw Hats had instilled in him a sense of despair he had never felt before, compelling him to make life-or-death decisions. It was likely this concern that spurred him to actively seek to elevate his own abilities. Reflecting on his past premonitions, Rody's gaze towards Zoro became tinged with admiration. However, Rody politely declined Zoro's request. Zoro-kun, I apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Initially taken aback by Rody's response, Zoro ultimately refrained from pressing further. He could only silently sheathe his weapon, his eyes dimming from the earlier brilliance. I see. Then I must apologize for the intrusion. Excuse me, Mr. Rody. Having had a profound discussion with Rayleigh earlier, Zoro felt a deep resonance with the idea of refining his swordsmanship through the forthcoming confrontation. It was rare to meet a swordsman as formidable as Rody, who possessed an enigmatic sword intent and was of a similar age, aligning perfectly with Zoro's aspirations. Should he be able to enhance his understanding through sparring with him, dealing with troublesome adversaries would become significantly easier. The desire for progress burned within Zoro. He could no longer bear the despair of being unable to protect his comrades. Watching Zoro's despondent figure as he walked away, Rody pondered for a moment before saying, Zoro-kun, perhaps you can inform me of your location. Once I have concluded my business, I would like to meet the captain of the Straw Hats. At that time, we might discuss swordsmanship. Upon hearing these words, Zoro halted in his tracks and turned back, revealing a warm and radiant smile. Following this brief interlude, the two quickly made their way to the designated rendezvous point they had previously agreed upon. During his journey, Rody assisted a lost cat in finding its owner, thus earning a merit point, which could be considered a good deed. It is essential to note that the destination Rody wishes to teleport to must be a location he has either seen or visited. Even the void throne of him, which Rody has encountered in the animation, can be reached through his thoughts. However, this particular stronghold is unfamiliar to him, rendering his abilities unusable. Upon locating an abandoned stronghold near the slug workshop, Rody was taken aback. Despite his companions' efforts to conceal themselves, the surrounding environment was eerily quiet. Filled with curiosity, Rody teleported directly into the house. Inside, it was evident that someone had been living there, with remnants of bread and roasted fish scattered about. Yet both upstairs and downstairs were devoid of any occupants. Rody furrowed his brow, but remained composed. Logically, this stronghold was well hidden, and the shipwright, being the father of his informant, would not dare betray the team. As long as there were no corpses strewn about or rivers of blood, Rody was confident that his companions were unharmed. After surveying the area, he discovered a note on the dining table. He picked it up to read, and, upon seeing the simple line inscribed, his frown deepened. The note read, "There on Daughter Island, at a certain inn in Area 3. In the inn, the room was shrouded by heavy curtains, allowing only a sliver of light to seep through. On the bedside table lay a languid telephone bug and a large bottle of sake. A plush bed cradled Kizaru, who was soundly asleep, adorned with a sleep mask. Though it was already past noon, he remained lost in dreams, seemingly adopting an attitude of eternal slumber. Buzzing, buzzing. The telephone bug suddenly emitted a steady sound. After much struggle, Kizaru finally answered the call, lazily uttering, "Hello." On the other end, a voice erupted in anger. "Kuzan, what time is it? You're still asleep? As a Marine Admiral, what on earth are you thinking?" The caller was Admiral Akainu, and amidst his words, one could faintly hear soldiers urging and the blaring of ship horns. Listening to the cacophony from the receiver, Kizaru felt a wave of irritation and vexation wash over him. Suppressing his grogginess, he replied, "Sakazuki, how I choose to conduct myself is my own affair. It's none of your business. If there is nothing of importance, I'll hang up. Kazan, I am aware of what transpired last night. You are truly mad. Had I not concealed it, you would have committed a grave crime. I now require a reasonable explanation for why you let that pirate escape." Akainu's voice was filled with fury, each word dripping with interrogation. Kizaru, in a languid manner, replied, "I couldn't defeat him. He even saved me." Silence enveloped the call momentarily. But soon, a more thunderous outburst erupted like a raging storm. "Are you joking? Do you take me for a fool? You, a Marine Admiral, couldn't subdue a pirate with a bounty of 19 million? Do you realize, if you had apprehended that individual earlier, we would not have suffered losses and casualties. Now, we all must bear the consequences of your negligence. The Roswell family has appealed, with the mother of Charlos overseeing this demon-slaying decree. To capture him, the bounty on that fellow has skyrocketed to an astonishing 39 billion berries. Upon hearing this, Akiji was momentarily taken aback. After a deep sigh, he responded with remarkable calmness. "Sakazuki, I am not deceiving you. I genuinely lost. Furthermore, I must remind you that this boy is formidable. If you underestimate him merely because of his bounty, you will find yourself at a disadvantage." Silence enveloped the conversation once more, followed by Akinu's scoffing remarks. Kazan, perhaps you should consider resigning. The justice you once upheld has vanished. You have become a mere shadow of your former self. In a few years, you might even find yourself setting sail as a pirate." Akiji felt the oppressive atmosphere of the room, mirroring his own mental state. Faced with Akainu's caustic jibes, he surprisingly remained unperturbed. "Can you enlighten me on what justice truly is? Is the slaughter of innocents considered justice? Is your current role as a dog to the celestial dragons justifiable?" Subsequently, Akiji was unaware of how Akinu's fury unfolded, for after uttering those words, he promptly ended the call, encasing the snail in ice, rendering it silent. At the Morgan's news agency, a flurry of newspapers was being printed at an astonishing pace, with nearly 1 million copies already produced. Messengers scattered across the globe carrying the news. Today, as headline read, "Breaking news. The world government's shame. War erupts in the Sabati archipelago. 1 celestial dragon dead. 1 wounded. Shock. 19 million nameless souls have seen their bounty skyrocket to 1. $39 billion for the murder of a celestial dragon. A worldwide manhunt is underway. The bounty frenzy has begun. Monkey D. Luffy assaults celestial dragon. The worst generation disrupts auction. Morgans, clutching the grim bounty notice of Rody, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! This is utterly delightful. This is undoubtedly a feat that will leave the Revolutionary Army astounded. Who would have thought that among this year's newcomers, two madmen would emerge? The celestial dragons are being dragged down from their pedestal by pirates. Ha ha! Print this. Make sure the world hears about it." En route to Amazon Lily, the newspapers were hastily produced, with various branches engaged in printing. Within half a day, the momentous event in Spatial Archipelago spread across the world. All heroes and tyrants, as well as local overlords, marveled at this news. Blackbeard Teach smirked upon reading the article. "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of lunatics. From 19 million to 1. For billion. This kid must be regretting his actions. Not only will the Navy pursue him, but I fear that bounty hunters from across the globe will flock to Spatial Archipelago to hunt this plump target." Upon this contemplation, a glimmer of avarice flickered in Teach's gaze. If the Navy's rear is vulnerable, why not initiate some grand maneuvers ahead of time? Ha ha ha! The world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, had just concluded his fishing when a messenger delivered a newspaper to him. The Morgan's Weekly is typically published every week in the morning, yet today it arrived at noon. Mihawk felt an ominous premonition and furrowed his brow upon unfolding it. Are the young scions of the D clan, Herman D, Rody, Monkey D, Luffy, Trafalgar D, Waterlaw so audacious? The assassination of a celestial dragon, it seems, will once again bring about widespread suffering. With this thought, Mihawk gazed toward the distant coastline, recalling the swordsman who had challenged him. "Roronoa Zoro, will you endure this calamity once more?" Meanwhile, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were deliberating a plan to rescue Ace. Upon seeing the newspaper, Marco transformed into a phoenix and promptly relayed the news to their father, Edward Newgate. The imposing Whitebeard pondered deeply after hearing the news. Spatial Archipelago, is it? That rascal Rayleigh's days of ease are coming to an end, he chuckled. Let those young ones stir up trouble. Our plans remain unchanged. He then focused on the bounty notice of Rody and the straw hat boy printed on the diminutive paper, reflecting, "Youth is indeed wonderful, bold in thought and action, unburdened by the weight of hesitation. It appears we old-timers must make way." Hearing this, Marco quickly reassured Father, "It is too early to speak in such terms. You are still young. Even if you feel weary, once Ace is saved, we shall find a place to live in seclusion." Seclusion, you say? That is indeed an appealing option. Whitebeard looked at his son Marco, his eyes brimming with affection. Such feedback varied in nature. However, the vast majority of pirates deemed this group utterly insane, especially the newcomer boasting a bounty of 1.9 billion, who had audaciously elevated himself to an undeserved stature. The Yonko and the 7 warlords mostly observed the spectacle quietly, evaluating it from the perspectives of profit and power. Yet, pirates like Bellamy, Baya, and Eureka considered Roddy's actions to be foolish and irrational. As the saying goes, one picks the soft persimmons. When the underground world's information brokers disseminated Roddy's life history, many bounty hunters began to stir, setting their sights on the Spatial Archipelago. A mere rookie captain valued at 1.39 billion. Who wouldn't be tempted? On the Isle of Women, the Kuja pirate's home, the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, sat regally upon her throne, presiding over state affairs. The female officials below held their breath, reporting on their respective duties, none daring to show any negligence before the world's most stunning and formidable empress. Suddenly, a messenger bird soared through the air, and the elderly Giroliosa, with her cane firmly in hand, gracefully leapt and deftly caught the day's newspaper. The raucous display caused Hancock to furrow her brow slightly, yet she chose not to delve deeper. With recent maritime incidents escalating, the affairs of the Kuja tribe had become overwhelming, leaving Hancock little inclination to engage in banter with the old woman. How could this be possible? As Giroliosa unfolded the newspaper, her eyes widened in shock. Her lips trembled as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. The sudden outburst irked Hancock greatly, She lowered her beautiful gaze and coldly threatened, "Old woman, if you continue to startle me, I shall toss you out the window." Yet Giroliosa, her face awash with astonishment, exclaimed, "Hancock, a dreadful event has transpired in the Sabaody archipelago." Hancock's eyes flickered at these words, but she feigned indifference, twirling a strand of her dark hair. "Old woman, you needn't be so alarmed over matters that concern the elderly. It has been far too long since I last ventured out to sea, and I am utterly unaware of the chaos and madness that now reigns in the world." Hancock speculated that it was likely a follow-up to Ace's capture, or perhaps movements of the White-Beard pirates. However, in the next moment, Giroliosa's revelation nearly shattered her composure. Two pirates have emerged from the Sabaody archipelago, and one of them has killed a celestial dragon. In the dilapidated farmhouse of the 23rd District, Rody instructed Abu to tidy up the group's belongings while he pondered their next course of action. Amazon Lily, the territory of the Empress Hancock. "Mr. Kuma has unexpectedly taken my companions there." Rody found this perplexing. The Empress was not known for her amiable disposition. Any man arriving there would likely face dire consequences. After a moment's contemplation, Rody quickly discerned Kuma's intentions. Given my crime of slaying a celestial dragon, this was the only place in the entire pirate world that might offer relative safety. The Empress was among the few who harbored a deep hatred for the celestial dragons. Should she choose to, with the strength of the Kuja tribe, providing sanctuary for my companions would pose no issue. Rody stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. To be on the safe side, I must negotiate with her, lest my brothers speak up and the Emperor silences them. With this line of thought, Rody resolved to devise a meticulous plan. The Empress's power may not surpass that of Akiji, but her devil fruit abilities and conqueror's haki were not to be underestimated. Rody also recognized his own shortcomings. He feared not death, but rather the risk of being subdued. Based on prior information, it took Luffy 3 days and nights to reach Amazon Lily from here. This indicated that the battle would commence 3 days hence, coinciding perfectly with their arrival at the Empress's domain. He still had a window of time to maneuver. However, the approximately 14,000 merit points he possessed would likely not suffice. Rody needed to acquire a skill capable of resisting her allure. After all, she was the foremost controller among pirates, and he had prepared for the worst in this negotiation. The Empress possesses a demeanor that is both aloof and haughty. Yet beneath this exterior lies an intense insecurity and a profound disdain for men. Such a woman, upon encountering unfamiliar males, is prone to conflict at the slightest provocation. Although Rody is equipped with considerable social acumen, he cannot guarantee that the other party will interact with him in a manner that is conducive. Thus, he must conduct a psychological analysis of Hancock to ensure the success of this endeavor. One cannot help but admire Roddy's remarkable prudence. As the second lottery approached on the eve of battle, Rody meticulously planned for the safety of his companions. He instructed all to procure a pen, intending to conduct a written character analysis of the Empress. First and foremost, Boa Hancock presents herself as a formidable, arrogant, and domineering woman. She excels at employing her beauty to captivate, subsequently employing physical allure to compel others to submit to her will or face petrification. Consequently, she harbors a strong aversion to rudeness. However, this is not an absolute. Her lofty demeanor and tyrannical temperament are largely aids she has constructed for herself. As the sovereign of Amazon Lily, she must uphold her dignity. Yet, all of this is in service of guarding her closely held secrets. Having once been a slave to the celestial dragons, she is compelled to maintain discretion to avoid becoming a captive once more. This analysis reveals the fragile emotional landscape of the three sisters. Rody believes he can guide them by appealing to reason and emotion, utilizing their shared loathing for the celestial dragons. In terms of her character, Hancock often appears unreasonable, frequently showcasing her proud and capricious side. Nevertheless, she is, in essence, a competent ruler. Under her governance, the citizens of Amazon Lily thrive and hold her in high regard. Her power is unmatched, and she exhibits far more compassion than the other opportunistic warlords. She places great importance on her position, her territory, and her people. In light of the impending pressure from the Navy and the disturbances caused by Blackbeard, the Empress demonstrates her regal authority. Among the warlords, she stands out as one of the few enlightened leaders. Indeed, her wisdom lies in the adage that to win the hearts of the people is to secure the realm. With this analysis in mind, the safety of the populace becomes a pivotal point for Rody in persuading the Empress. As he penned these thoughts, he paused his writing, sipped his tea, and entered a contemplative state. However, collaboration is ultimately a matter of mutual benefit. While Amazon Lily serves as a temporary sanctuary now, what will the future hold? Contemplating this, Rody began to analyze the Empress's modus operandi. Based on his understanding of the narrative, Hancock is an exceedingly proud woman, known for her integrity and unwavering word. It is this formidable character trait that grants her the power of conqueror's haki. Furthermore, her devil fruit ability is the most formidable control technique within the world of pirates. If relations are harmonious, she could undoubtedly evolve into an ally of imperial caliber. With these thoughts, Rody's anticipation began to brew. With his preparations laid out, he commenced the lottery process. As for the lottery, it is certain that one must aim for the grand prize rather than settle for lesser rewards. Rody held certain expectations for this draw. He yearned to draw a smoother transition skill and abilities or items that could avert hard control. Oh, divine beings of the celestial realms, I beseech you, manifest your benevolence and grant me the rewards I so desire. This is of utmost importance to me. In the depths of his heart, Rody fervently whispered, filled with devotion. As he made his choice, the voice of the system, Shao Kai, resonated in his mind. Ding! System notification, initiating the 10,000 level Celestial Merit Lottery for the esteemed host. The esteemed host has successfully consumed 10,000 points of merit. The rewards are as follows: Saint level Auxiliary Talent, Master Template X1, Epic Functional Item, Dice of Destiny X1, Epic Level Item, Thief's Gloves X1. Upon receiving this array of rewards, Rody was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that as the noble protagonist, the system would surely align with his desires and bestow upon him the rewards he sought. However, what on earth was this? This round of 3 draws yielded no skills or techniques, only 1 passive ability and 2 items, not a single divine grade item. Rody felt a tinge of disappointment, perceiving himself as somewhat unfortunate. Yet, as he scrutinized the attributes of the rewards, a wave of astonishment washed over him. Indeed, he was the protagonist. Although the Master Template talent sounded rather unremarkable, it possessed an extraordinarily potent potential for growth. Its mechanics were simple. Any skills imparted to disciples would accumulate experience, which would be converted into master rewards at a 1.5-fold enhancement rate for the host. Additionally, the significant boosts from the disciples' combat endeavors would be replicated to the host at a 2-fold rate. In simpler terms, the stronger the disciples, the stronger Rody would become. The more disciples he had, the stronger he would grow. The more formidable the disciples, the more powerful he would be. As the strength of the talent dawned upon him, Rody's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. A divine skill. While its immediate utility may not be apparent, it undoubtedly promised substantial growth for future team development. Moreover, this skill enhanced Rody's interactions with various characters in the pirate world, providing him with agency and rationale. With my prowess, exceptional abilities, and audacious combat skills, is it too much to ask to take on disciples? Furthermore, being a mentor is a merit in itself. When Rody taught others, how could the system's Shao Kai refrain from showering him with praise? However, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. This talent did little to alleviate Rody's current pressures. Thus, he watched with a glimmer of hope as he examined the attributes of the next item. Upon reading the functional description of the item, Dice of Destiny, the weight of his worries evaporated instantly. Dice of Destiny. In times of crisis that the host cannot resolve, the dice will automatically roll, randomly producing a counter skill of no lower than rare grade, permanently effective, and activating it immediately with a total of 3 rolling opportunities. This is even better than I had anticipated, and it aligns perfectly with reason. An epic level item cannot predict the trajectory of my future fate. Thus, it can only make determinations at the most critical moments. The remarkable nature of this item surpassed Rody's expectations. as it granted him 3 opportunities in a blind box format, equating to a trifecta of chances at acquiring divine-grade rewards. Were this item transformed into an active skill, its attributes would rival those of celestial artifacts. It was akin to the system bestowing upon him a legendary blade, the Sword of Destiny. Even in the presence of him, my corporeal form would remain unperturbed. Rody, brimming with confidence, shifted his gaze toward the thief's gloves, his expression becoming increasingly complex. It was not that the item lacked merit. Rather, its propensity for thievery was rather pronounced. Thief's gloves, when donned during combat, the user may touch a target to randomly steal one of their skills or traits. The cooldown period is 1 day, with the skill's duration lasting either 1 month or permanently. Note 1. Utilizing the skill again will replace the previously acquired skill. Note 2. Should one choose to permanently possess the skill, the item will lose its thieving function. Rody stroked his chin, thoughtfully murmuring him. This piece of equipment bears quite the Japanese flair. It is gradually leaning towards NTR, although the thieving aspect is rather intense in the pirate realm, where abilities derived from devil fruits reign supreme. This item proves to be exceedingly useful in practical scenarios. In a confrontation, should I fortuitously seize an ability, I could instantly turn the tide in my favor, defeating you with your own prowess. How infuriating would that be? Initially, Rody approached the rewards with skepticism. However, after meticulously reviewing the prize descriptions, he felt compelled to exclaim in the tone of Wang Jingza, "It's truly delightful." Rody versus the Empress, as night fell, Boa Hancock, clad in a pristine silk nightgown, reclined thoughtfully on a lounge chair in the garden. The moonlight cascaded over her voluptuous form, her skin as smooth and delicate as a perfectly boiled egg white. Yet, on her strikingly aloof visage, a hint of confusion lingered. This state of mind had begun after the morning's court proceedings. Her 2 devoted guardians, Hancock's sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, exchanged puzzled glances, whispering to one another. "What has come over our sister today? She seems utterly preoccupied." Marigold, who had recently returned from an island inspection, inquired softly, perplexed by the change. Sandersonia sighed deeply, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. She was reluctant to broach any subject regarding the celestial dragons, even their demise. In her view, those detestable and terrifying beings cast a long shadow over their lives, an enduring nightmare. Now, in an effort to conceal her past humiliations, even changing clothes or bathing felt akin to thievery. Noticing her sister's dim demeanor, Marigold became increasingly curious about the cause of her distress. Just as she mustered the courage to inquire about the matter, a strange male voice interrupted. "Your Majesty Hancock, good evening. I hope my evening visit is not too presumptuous." The abrupt voice startled all 3 women, and upon seeing a man emerge from the shadows, clad in a white shirt and black vest, Hancock immediately straightened up. As Sandersonia and Marigold swiftly grasped their weapons, positioning themselves protectively in front of their sister, their eyes brimmed with vigilance. The moonlight illuminated the gaunt yet handsome visage of the intruder, none other than Rody. On Daughter Island, men were a rarity, and the sight of one astounded the 3 sisters. However, Hancock found the figure strangely familiar and soon regained her composure. As the ruler of the Kuja tribe and a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, she could not afford to lose face. Rising, she separated her 2 younger sisters and, pointing at Rody, inquired coldly, "What audacity you possess, little thief, to trespass into my garden under the cover of night? What is your intention?" Rody, wishing to display his politeness, had donned a black gentleman's hat. He placed it over his chest, bowing deeply, and replied with a nonchalant tone, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I am here to discuss a collaboration." Collaboration? At the mention of the term, Hancock hesitated slightly before sneering, What cooperation could a queen of the Daughter Kingdom possibly have with you?" She refrained from uttering her title as one of the 7 warlords, viewing it merely as a tool to maintain external peace. Akin to a household's electric mosquito racket or insecticide, superfluous at best. In response to Hancock's arrogance, Rody merely smiled faintly and retorted, "The reason for our discussion is that we require one another. I need your assistance, and you, too." require my aid. Hancock furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the man before her. His tone was profound and resolute, devoid of jest. Sir, mind your words. With your insignificant stature, how dare you presume to equate yourself with me? Despite her confusion, Hancock instinctively belittled Rody before proceeding to the heart of the matter. Pray tell, why would I ever need your assistance? Seeing that she showed no intention of attacking, Rody felt a slight relaxation within him, yet he took a deep breath, knowing that his next words would likely touch upon her sensitive areas, particularly on a psychological level, necessitating utmost caution. Let me emphasize, if a certain individual's closely guarded secret were to be inadvertently exposed, leading to dire consequences, what then would you do? The bubbles of the Sabeti archipelago would inevitably burst, and certain lies, when the time was ripe, would surely be unveiled. Rody spoke with utmost seriousness, striving to phrase his words delicately. Upon hearing this, Hancock's pupils widened, and her pale fists clenched tightly. Behind her, Sandersonia and Marigold tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes dark with concern. After taking a deep breath, Hancock spoke in a voice that trembled with cold intensity. Who exactly are you, and what do you intend? She reiterated her previous question, yet her tone was markedly heavier. To her, the implications of his words were unmistakable. Regardless of his identity, he now posed a threat that must be eliminated. As Rody observed the unfriendly expression on his opponent's face, he was about to offer an explanation when Hancock swiftly dashed forward. With her elegant and slender leg raised, the force of her strike was both swift and fierce, posing no reward for Rody. While speaking, he remained on high alert, abruptly vanishing from his spot. Hancock's kick met only air, causing the marble column behind Rody to petrify and visibly crack. Disappeared. How could this be? Hancock was taken aback, realizing that her opponent was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, Marigold, possessing Kinbunchika haki, had already anticipated Rody's movements the moment he vanished. A sharp blade-like strike was launched in his direction. Given the unexpected nature of this battle, Rody's emotional fluctuations made him easily predictable by Kinbunchiku. Utilizing his teleportation ability, he evaded once more, only to find himself confronted by the serpentine hair of Sandersonia. Reluctant to engage, Rody found himself compelled to defend against the relentless assault. With fiery determination, he drew 2 flying axes from his waist, spinning one to create 2 circular rings of fire that scorched Sandersonia's hair, forcing her to stumble in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames. You two stand down, Hancock commanded with authority, lightly touching her lips with her finger. Instantly, hundreds of pink arrows erupted towards Rody, her signature move, captive arrow. Realizing the impending onslaught would be difficult to evade, Rody silently recited teleportation. As Hancock witnessed him vanish like a frame being pulled, a chill ran down her spine. Her Kinbunchiku sensed him right behind her. In the next heartbeat, Hancock turned swiftly, directing a heart-shaped beam towards Rody. Oh no, Rody thought, as he was enveloped by Hancock's ray. Yet, the following moment, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding, system alert. Host is subjected to a powerful control skill suite wind. Activating fate dice immediately. The roll of the fate dice yielded a 3, granting him the rare purification skill Calm Heart, Universal Blessing. This spell allowed him to clasp his hands together and chant an incantation, negating all negative mental effects for the next 10 seconds. Although the system's notifications were numerous, to Rody, they were merely fleeting thoughts. The pink mist quickly enveloped his entire being. Just as he began to show signs of petrification, he instinctively pressed his palms together, and a serene golden light swiftly dispelled the pink allure. He is unaffected by my charm. How could this be? Hancock's expression was a mixture of shock and confusion. In that moment of distraction, Rody utilized teleportation once more, reappearing above Hancock. As he descended, a pair of pure white gloves adorned with transparent diamonds appeared on his hands. With a deft motion, he brushed his fingers through Hancock's fragrant, raven hair, and in the next instant, he vanished once more. Ding! System notification. Successfully stolen. Sweet fruit ability. Chapter 30. Hancock unleashes her haki, yet it is too late. Upon hearing the system's notification, Rody was filled with astonishment and excitement. Did I inadvertently acquire the powers of the Empress's devil fruit? According to the system's skill description for the upcoming month, Rody would possess the abilities of the Empress's devil fruit. Should he desire to make this power permanent, he could relinquish the gloves he wore to gain everlasting petrification abilities, to seize an enemy's power and augment oneself. Even the mere possession of such an ability in the pirate world would suffice to establish one's dominance. Yet, this was merely an epic-grade item extracted by the system, categorized as a moderate caliber. Naturally, Rody would not opt for this ability, considering his future collaborators. Hancock's weakening would hold no advantage for him. Although the petrification ability was indeed formidable, it was not the most powerful. However, at this juncture, it represented the key to victory. At that moment, Hancock sensed a subtle alteration within her body, a peculiar lightness enveloping her, while Roddy's frivolous demeanor incited her profound ire. How dare this audacious fool treat me with such levity? You shall perish for your insolence. Hancock's brows knitted in fury. She intended to unleash her petrifying arrow once more, but was taken aback to find she had lost all perception of her powers. No matter how she envisioned or concentrated, that formidable force remained utterly unresponsive. It had vanished. A wave of panic surged through Hancock's heart. What is happening? How could my abilities simply disappear? Could it be her quick intellect recalled the previous battle, and she astutely noted the white gloves adorning Roddy's right hand? Surely that fleeting touch had caused her powers to dissipate. You scoundrel, daring to treat my sister with such disrespect, you shall pay dearly. The two robust sisters of Hancock, upon witnessing their sister's humiliation, were instantly consumed by fury. They swiftly coiled their serpentine forms, charging towards Rody. Return at once, you two. This brat is troublesome, Hancock admonished sharply, sensing the impending danger. Yet it was already too late. In a flash, Rody appeared above the two sisters. Hancock observed the dark, enigmatic expression on his face as a smirk crept across his lips. Without any superfluous movements, as he descended, he placed his hands upon their shoulders. Saint Sonia and Marigold were struck with shock as they simultaneously felt a heavy weight settle upon their backs, a grayish hue rapidly spreading across their bodies. Rody, still mastering his powers, could not petrify them instantaneously like Hancock. How could this be? Saint Sonia barely managed to utter a word before she was transformed into a statue. Sister Save Marigold, too, fell silent, petrified before she could complete her plea. Hancock, her eyes wide with disbelief, felt as though she were sinking into an abyss. Yet, her shock quickly ignited into fury. Her fighting spirit remained resolute. Clenching her delicate fists, she seethed, "You wretched bastard, I swear I will slay you." The commotion in the garden had drawn the attention of Hancock's loyal guards. The archer Allen led a cadre of female soldiers swiftly towards the source of the disturbance. "Your Majesty, what has happened?" As Allen stepped through the moon gate, she was about to speak, but was overwhelmed by an imposing aura. Her vision darkened, her chest tightened, and she collapsed to the ground. A series of thuds followed, the sound of bodies succumbing to Hancock's conqueror's hockey. However, Roddy's flame breathing passively fortified his mental resilience, allowing him to experience merely a flutter of the heart in the face of this formidable pressure. He beheld the breathtaking beauty before him, unflinching, and mused inwardly. Is this what conqueror's hockey feels like? It certainly evokes the sensation of confronting a great tiger. The effect appears rather impressive. I wonder if I could. Rody feared Hancock's hard control. The moment he managed to siphon her abilities, he would hold absolute dominion. Even if Hancock were to tear him apart in surprise, he could simply revive fully and cheekily remark, "Is that all?" Rody dusted off his clothes, composedly adjusted his black top hat to obscure half of his face, and suddenly his previously courteous demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference. Hancock, believing he was about to attack, enveloped her fist in armament hockey, preparing for combat. "Well, it seems the sorceress will have to rely solely on basic attacks this time." Rody sighed lightly and said, "Hancock, save your energy. You hardly resemble an empress in this furious state." Hancock glared at Rody, her crimson lips biting into her flesh. Drawing blood, Rody pointed to a towering statue nearby, his tone remaining calm. "You dare not kill me. nor would you even risk another strike, for you're fully aware of your own capabilities. This statement struck Hancock like a death blow, instantly extinguishing her fighting spirit. Hancock's petrification ability is notoriously troublesome. Once petrified, an object can only be restored by the user, and even if the user is slain or their power is inherited, the petrification remains unbroken. Rody understood this nuance, solidifying his confidence. Noticing Hancock's diminished bravado, he inquired, "Shall we engage in a civil conversation now?" As he spoke, Rody glanced back at the two statues. A flicker of white energy glimmered in his eyes, and the petrification of Sandersonia and Marigold was instantaneously lifted. This action surprised and perplexed Hancock. Once freed from her stony state, Marigold initially appeared dazed but then fixed her gaze upon Rody, eager to retaliate. "You scoundrel! How dare you steal Lady Sister's powers? I shall make you pay." "Marigold, cease," the Empress commanded sharply, intervening. As the illustrious queen, she understood the importance of maintaining her dignity when offered concessions. Hancock then turned her wary gaze back to Rody and asked, "Man, are you truly not here to harm me?" Rody exhaled slowly and patiently reiterated, "There is no benefit in harming you. I have stated my purpose. I am here to discuss collaboration. Yet, you do not believe me. What more can I do?" Hancock scoffed, replying, "Is it not entirely reasonable? I am a sovereign, burdened with the fate of an entire nation. You, an uninvited guest, disturb me at night without a messenger or formal introduction. Naturally, I must regard you as a foe. However, you do possess some skill. If you return my abilities, I shall grant you the opportunity to speak." The proud Empress, even in a disadvantaged position, did not diminish her demeanor in the slightest. Rody observed Hancock's haughty expression and raised his hands, asserting, "The advantage lies with me. It is I who should be granting you the opportunity to speak. If you are unwilling to converse, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, Rody turned to depart, employing a tactic of feigned indifference. "Hold on." Hancock furrowed her brow slightly, aware that her opponent possessed a similar ability to instantaneously relocate. After a moment of contemplation, she adopted a playful tone, feigning complaint. "Could you not simply return my abilities? Is it that I am not beautiful enough?" Hancock's coy demeanor was both regal and endearing. Her soft voice sent a shiver through Rody, nearly captivating him, for she was indeed the Empress, the most enchanting woman upon the seas. Yet, compared to the young ladies Rody had encountered, Hancock's coquetry lacked depth. Furthermore, he continuously recited the calming mantra, remaining unaffected by her allure. Rody turned back, his tone laced with impatience as he declared, "Your beauty is of no concern to me. Speak plainly. Your manner of speaking is rather contrived and quite irksome, you know?" Faced with Rody's assertive retort, Hancock blinked her dark, lustrous eyes, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he was utterly unmoved by her beauty? Chapter 31. Damn those celestial dragons. This man remains utterly unaffected by the allure of my sister. In fact, he even dared to confront her. Is he a monster transformed? Sonia gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. "Sister, why is he completely impervious to your influence? And how can he be so disrespectful? Could it be that his heart is made of stone?" The straightforward Mary Galud boldly voiced her thoughts. Her sister's remark sent a shiver through the Empress Hancock, as she observed the man's expression filled with curiosity. For the first time in her life, she had been met with such a merciless rebuttal from a man. Moreover, this man had shown no signs of being swayed by her charm, even in battle. Was he truly born from stone? Rody scrutinized the other's expression, contemplating the Empress's profile. In the original narrative, Hancock exhibited masochistic tendencies. Furthermore, her essence was that of a people-pleaser, albeit one who had yet to encounter someone worthy of admiration or appeasement. Thus, I surmised that maintaining a degree of aloofness would yield better results, granting me greater control over our ensuing dialogue. In the face of the Empress's allure, Roddy's remarkable composure was attributed to the rare auxiliary skill, calm heart and kindness mantra. Though merely a rare-level skill, seemingly unremarkable, it proved extraordinarily effective against Hancock's charm. At this moment, Rody was as serene as a Buddha, devoid of desire or turmoil. This cool demeanor only added to the enigma in Hancock's eyes. However, She was acutely aware of her precarious position and, adopting a cool tone, spoke gravely. I consent to converse with you. If your proposed cooperation truly benefits me, I am willing to consider it. But this all comes with a prerequisite. Speak. Rody inclined his head slightly in response. Hancock's gaze sharpened as she stated, You must clarify your identity and origin, as well as your abilities, without any concealment. The person before her was terrifyingly formidable, possessing not only knowledge of her identity and background, but also a clear understanding of her capabilities. Most importantly, in the face of his unpredictable powers, she felt utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. It was akin to standing before a divine being, with no capacity for resistance. Thus, she needed to ascertain the other's origins. Upon hearing this, Rody's lips curved slightly upward. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Herman D. Rody, captain of the Axe pirate crew. My interests include doing good deeds, helping others, and spreading kindness. Upon hearing Rody's name, Hancock's heart fluttered, and she instinctively disregarded the subsequent auspicious words. Given that the bounty poster depicted only a black and white image of Rody's devilish visage, she had failed to recognize him. However, upon closer inspection, that initial sense of familiarity became clear. Rody's declaration of identity significantly diminished Hancock's wariness, yet it simultaneously birthed a multitude of perplexities within her mind. Her previous contemplations, triggered by Rody, revolved around the notion of killing a celestial dragon, which she found utterly inconceivable. Now, upon encountering the man himself and engaging in several confrontations, her confusion only deepened. What could be the motive behind his actions against the celestial dragons? Who exactly was he? And why had he sought her out? These myriad questions left Hancock's thoughts increasingly chaotic. Ultimately, she distilled her turmoil into the one inquiry she yearned to pose. Are you the one who murdered Charlia? Even after witnessing the news, Hancock remained incredulous that a mere pirate would dare to slay a celestial dragon. Therefore, she felt compelled to hear his admission firsthand. Indeed, it is I, Rody replied, nodding with a composed demeanor. Hancock inhaled sharply, her voice grave as she queried, Do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? The question, though seemingly inquisitive, carried an implicit warning. She had projected her own perspective onto his behavior, yet given her nature, she could never commit such an act, thus returning to her initial disbelief. Of course, it was merely an act of vengeance. Rody responded nonchalantly, as if dispatching a mere rat. However, he continued, his voice gradually intensifying. The celestial dragons murdered my parents, destroyed my homeland, and enslaved me. Should I not seek retribution? The mention of slavery caused a tremor in Hancock's heart, evoking sympathy for his plight. Nevertheless, she maintained her aloof and sardonic demeanor, retorting, Foolishness. After finally escaping, you should cherish your life even more. Do you realize that your actions are tantamount to declaring war on the entire world? Although Hancock loathed the celestial dragons, her fear overshadowed her hatred. To this day, she had not emerged from the shadow they cast. Cautiously concealing her own secrets to survive, she would rather face death than return to that inhumane past. Thus, she perceived Rody's actions as a desecration of life. In response to Hancock's admonition, Rody countered, And what of declaring war on the world? I have nothing left. Do I still value my life? Shouldn't the malevolent celestial dragons perish? Hancock was momentarily taken aback by his retort. Indeed, the celestial dragons deserve death. There are no creatures more worthy of demise in this world. Yet, could such a sentiment be voiced by those deemed weak? The celestial dragons were immensely powerful. Could one simply act upon such thoughts without fear of their retaliatory wrath? Perhaps due to cultural nuances, many characters within the pirate world inherently embodied subservience and cowardice. This was also the author's aim in showcasing heroes who, despite their formidable strength, often exhibited controversial conduct. Childish, naive, and bewildering, their weakness paled in comparison to Bellamy, who fought for misguided ideals. Yet, Rody, as a man from the previous life of China, bore the revolutionary spirit etched into his very being. Regardless of who it may be, regardless of their might, any entity that dares to encroach upon my homeland, to violate my cherished home, shall face my unwavering resistance and struggle. even to the point of sacrificing my life. If it is a revolution, then it must be utterly thorough. At this juncture, Roddy's emotions began to unfold, his aura becoming formidable. If they deserve death, then someone must rise to enact judgment. If vengeance can be achieved, if justice can be reclaimed, what is death to me? What is declaring war upon the world? As he spoke, Roddy's crimson eyes radiated an imposing righteousness, causing Hancock to involuntarily swallow hard. Roddy understood that when addressing a woman, evoking emotion often proves more potent than mere logic, especially given that expounding upon his identity would consume considerable time. It was far more effective to first allow her to feel his profound hatred toward the celestial dragons, fostering resonance and subconsciously accepting his existence. Hancock was indeed swayed by Roddy's fervor, her own questions momentarily forgotten. Roddy continued with fervent passion, producing the bouquet he used for business dealings. I am not merely an avenger. I am man. In the face of fear, I choose to fight. I believe I am not alone in making such a choice. Under the influence of his emotional fervor, Roddy's genuine hatred and wildness began to manifest openly. Whether deemed foolish or mad, it is far more exhilarating than merely existing in the shadows. No matter the cost, I shall ensure that the celestial dragons, like I once did, writhe in suffering. This is the retribution they deserve. What say you, your majesty? Hancock was rendered speechless. His impassioned words quickened her blood and heart. And in that moment, she instinctively yearned to retort, "Damn the celestial dragons." Chapter 32. The Three Sisters of the Snake. Upon hearing Roddy's words, Hancock was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions, albeit stirred with excitement. Though her animosity towards the celestial dragons was no less than Roddy's, the thought of rebellion was beyond her daring. With no time to even hide, how could she possibly strike back? It was then that Sandersonia, her massive serpentine form swaying, stepped forward with an icy demeanor, declaring, "But you have no comprehension of the true strength of the celestial dragons. I have seen the news. Your ability to assault the Charlia Palace was merely a stroke of luck. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are formidable for having slain her. That arrogance is their own doing. You are merely a pirate worth 19 million, and while you may appear somewhat capable now, the power and hidden strength of the celestial dragons are realms beyond your reach. Be grateful for your escape skills. Should they seek to target you, they would employ all their might to pursue you to the ends of the earth." At that moment, Marigold swam forward to shield the Empress, issuing an ultimatum. "As a globally wanted criminal, how you choose to go mad is your affair. Do not involve us. My sister is weary. You should depart at once." Hancock's two sisters were not easily swayed, initially believing that an emotional appeal would earn their approval. Roddy realized he had underestimated them and would need to present something of substance to impress. With this thought, Roddy chuckled lightly and remarked, "Are the powers you speak of the elders or the little-known knights of God?" With a finger raised toward the sky, his gaze was laced with intrigue. Or perhaps, the one upon the void throne. At this, the three women were taken aback, their faces etched with fear. A silence, heavy and tense, lingered for over a minute, during which none of the Snake sisters dared to utter a word. Hancock was certainly aware of the elders' existence. Yet this was her first encounter with the more clandestine knights of God. Admittedly, it wasn't entirely her first hearing of them. She had caught whispers of their existence, described as a vast and mysterious organization above the celestial dragons. However, the audacity of this 19 million figure to speak of such matters so openly was astonishing. Were his words truly credible? How do you know these things? Who are you truly? Hancock inhaled deeply, her tone grave as she returned to the root of her inquiry. This was the third time she had posed this question. The first two had been tinged with confusion and wariness, but now a profound fear underpinned her words. The enigma before them grew increasingly unfathomable. "I am, of course, Roddy," he replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. "Do not jest. How could someone with such knowledge possibly be a mere 19 million pirate? How could you, alone, confront my two sisters and steal our powers, and still be merely a 19 million pirate?" Hancock interrupted, her voice trembling with agitation. She recognized she had stumbled upon something far beyond her comprehension. As she gazed at Rody, her astonishment was palpable, and within his deep-set eyes lay a mystery that seemed to encompass the cosmos itself. What he desired was precisely this effect: to unveil monumental secrets to individuals whose actions would not alter the course of fate, allowing them to indulge in their own fantasies of strength and enigma. Consequently, Lord Rody could accomplish the maximum number of tasks in the least amount of time. If Lord Rody were akin to a divine being, omniscient and omnipotent, would that not be entirely reasonable? Once the conversation reached this juncture, the subsequent collaboration was essentially secured. Very well, Hancock, since you have inquired repeatedly, I shall disclose this. I can embody any character, but today I am Rody, an avenger sworn to eradicate the celestial dragons. With a sharp gaze, Rody pointed towards the three individuals opposite him. The identity of my mentor is not something to be casually mentioned. Of course, if you wish to know, I can be forthright, as my greatest flaw is my inability to lie. As for the cost, have you pondered sufficiently? At this point, Rody smiled enigmatically, resembling an agent of some deity. This demeanor sent a shiver through the hearts of the three sisters, reminiscent of tales from a grandmother's eerie stories. Hancock's emotions were in turmoil, thoughts racing. He feared he was akin to what the grandmother described: a being burdened with forbidden power, much like the curse of a Gorgon. No wonder he is so formidable yet unhinged. He must be a favored one of some powerful deity. The celestial dragons consider themselves divine. Yet before this favored one, they are but insignificant ants. Sonia's imagination ran wild, gradually becoming enraptured. I once believed the child of God was merely an ancient legend. I never anticipated the existence of deities in this world. His serious demeanor hardly suggested deceit. No wonder he could strip away my sister's powers. Reclaiming bestowed strength is hardly extraordinary. Marigold's expression was tense, her heart filled with trepidation. She had presumed the myths shared by her sisters were mere fabrications, intended to deceive. Yet here was undeniable proof of divine beings. I vow never to lie again, nor to jest about deities. This is truly terrifying. It is said that a child who has lied is inherently anxious, more susceptible to superstition. Faced with Roddy's relentless barrage, the three were bewildered, each remaining silent. Seeing their reticence, Rody was about to continue when he heard the system's notification. Ding! System notification. Due to the teachings of the esteemed host, Hancock begins to reflect, earning 1,500 merit points. Sonia begins to reflect, earning 600 merit points. Marigold begins to reflect, earning 400 merit points. The esteemed host has successfully influenced the three sisters of Amazon Lily. The system recommends guiding them towards a benevolent path, spreading goodwill throughout the world. Likes. Oh, so it turns out that deception is merely teaching. I have learned something. Upon receiving the system's feedback, Rody was filled with a plethora of thoughts. He was curious where his performance had led the three girls, pondering what they were envisioning. Fortunately, the objective has been achieved, and the forthcoming events should unfold smoothly. Seizing the momentum of the three sisters' astonishment, Rody swiftly intensified his approach. Regaining his previous tranquility, he proclaimed, "From the very first day of my resurrection, I vowed to become the blade that instills dread in the celestial dragons. I shall make them experience the taste of equal terror. Yet, despite my formidable strength, my abilities remain finite. Thus, I require allies of equal ambition and virtue." Turning to Hancock, he inquired, "Would you be willing to collaborate with me?" Initially, Rody intended for her to assist in supporting their companions. Yet the response from across the way surpassed his expectations, prompting a shift in his objectives. Should a partnership be forged, the protection of allies would become an implicit condition of their alliance, elevating their aspirations to a higher plane. Hancock felt as though she had received a compliment from Rody. Her cheeks inexplicably flushed. In disbelief, she pointed to herself and asked me, "Are you suggesting that I become your partner in justice?" Automatically substituting partner for collaborator, Hancock's tone revealed to Rody the potential of their collaboration. As her voice began to rise with excitement, though she appeared cold and proud, Hancock was in truth innocent and insecure. Such a woman requires encouragement to genuinely recognize her self-worth and the significance of her existence. With this thought in mind, Rody nodded with composure and stated earnestly, "Indeed, Hancock, you are formidable, and I shall help you grow even stronger. Your support is essential to me." As anticipated, the system chimed a notification mere seconds later. Ding. System prompt. Recognition from Empress Hancock acquired. Merit points 1,000. The host has not only transformed the perception of a significant figure, but has also accumulated 8,954 merit points. Truly remarkable. Chapter 33. Rody, the Male Deity? With the reassuring guidance of the system, Rody finally set his mind at ease. Apart from his own system, he remained acutely vigilant toward everything in the pirate world. Through several interactions, Rody discovered that the system's function extended beyond merely endowing him with formidable powers. It also served as an exceptional mental detector. Regardless of how well others concealed their intentions, their inner reactions were inevitably laid bare before the system's scrutiny. Noticing that the three sisters had abandoned their malice, Rody took a further step to extend goodwill towards them. "Miss Hancock, if you are willing to trust me and promise not to strike at me again, I shall return your powers to you at once." The titles Rody employed were quite intriguing. They ranged from the humble Your Majesty to directly addressing her by name, and now adding Miss to the mix. While it appeared he had merely shifted through 3 different forms of address, in reality, he was offering her varying degrees of psychological suggestion. Your Majesty carried a sense of distance, while the addition of Miss conferred a sense of equality in their relationship. Before this enigmatic being blessed by the gods, Hancock dared not act rashly, reverting instead to the demeanor of a docile kitten. "You truly wish to return my powers to me without any cost?" Upon hearing Roddy's sudden declaration, Hancock was taken aback. After all, it was the powerful sweet fruit that had bolstered her dominance over the seas, a treasure coveted even by Blackbeard, who risked peril to seize it. Rody found the situation both amusing and absurd, yet he maintained a gentle demeanor as he replied, "As long as you assure me of your lack of hostility, I shall, of course, return what rightfully belongs to you." Upon hearing Roddy's words, Hancock's gaze towards him grew fervent. She felt she had encountered a truly admirable man. No, to be more precise, a divine male. The brilliance of Roddy's strategy lay in his early restoration of her powers, which alleviated any sense of threat. In this predatory world, she even felt a flicker of gratitude. Naturally, this was accompanied by the fear of loss and the unexpected joy of regaining something precious. In the face of a formidable opponent, even the act of returning what was taken felt like an act of grace. This gesture deepened the Empress's favorable impression of him. She gazed intently at the man before her and stated earnestly, "That is only fitting. Mr. Rody, regardless of whether I collaborate with you, I would never dare to stand against you. After all, you are a blessed one." Hancock emphasized the term blessed one, which left Rody somewhat puzzled. What exactly was a blessed one? However, with a playful spirit, he responded nonchalantly, "Truly, as expected of the Empress, you discern my origins at a glance. But this secret belongs solely between us. I would prefer it remain known to no more." "Of course." Hancock nodded repeatedly, her eyes shimmering with delight at the compliment. Subsequently, Rody fulfilled his promise and returned the powers of the sweet fruit. At Hancock's invitation, he was escorted to her chamber for a private conversation. The setting was more intimate, conducive to heartfelt dialogue. Meanwhile, her 2 sisters attended to the unconscious guards. Soon, Rody followed the Empress Hancock into her quarters. As in the original narrative, Hancock's chamber exuded a classical Chinese style, likely inspired by Journey to the West. The entire room, adorned with exquisite carvings and ancient decorations, was suffused with a delicate fragrance. They took their seats on either side of a Rohan couch, where Hancock personally poured tea for Rody. This small gesture suggested that Hancock held a favorable impression of him. Rody took a gentle sip of the tea. Though slightly bitter, its aroma swiftly filled his mouth, leaving an enduring aftertaste. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The tea of the Kingdom of Women is truly delightful. They must have their own tea plantations, wouldn't they? As he pondered, Hancock spoke directly. "Mr. Rody, how do you envision our collaboration? I am quite curious." Noting Hancock's straightforwardness, Rody set down his cup, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. From my understanding of your majesty, we share a common tragic history. Hancock remained silent, choosing not to delve into that painful past. I can assist you in shedding the shadows and fears cast by the celestial dragons, allowing you to become a true empress. In return, you must be my formidable ally in dismantling the regime of the celestial dragons. Rody's proposition sparked a glimmer of interest in Hancock's eyes. Do you truly have a plan? Indeed, but it requires an opportune moment and an unwavering courage. Rody replied with conviction, having prepared his response in advance. An opportune moment and courage? Hancock furrowed her brow in confusion. Imagine, one day, you and your sisters can unmask yourselves before the entire nation, revealing your past. Your subjects would not despise you for the lies, but rather empathize with your tragic experiences, strengthening internal solidarity. Wouldn't that lift the burdens from your heart? After contemplating Rody's words, Hancock nodded in agreement, then shook her head. That is utterly impossible. If such a moment were to arise, I would not only be disgraced, but would likely be captured by those celestial dragons again, reduced to their slave. In a world of pirates, the concept of slavery mirrors that of historical times, belonging to wealthy individuals as personal property, existing akin to livestock. They possess no social standing and are met with disdain and scorn. If one attempts to escape, they can be recaptured, and killing them is deemed acceptable. The plight of slaves under the celestial dragons is even more dire. Seeking protection for such individuals is tantamount to courting death, and even the Navy dares not offer shelter. Thus, Hancock understood the grave implications of her potential confession. Seeing Hancock's spirits dampened, Rody spoke calmly. To act recklessly in this matter will surely invite backlash. Thus, I emphasize the necessity of seizing a suitable opportunity. Oh, but where, may I ask, does Mr. Rody perceive this opportunity? Although Hancock respects Rody's perspective, she remains skeptical about the existence of such an opportunity, just as she does not believe in the light of the pirate world. Rody stated earnestly, it is their weakness and inability that lead them to cast their suffering upon the environment and upon even weaker beings. Their inherent cruelty and moral depravity are their own burdens, and what responsibility do you bear for such transgressions? When the world dares to despise the celestial dragons and to rebel against them, then, your majesty, the opportunity shall undoubtedly arise. At that point, you may boldly step forth and recount your sufferings to the world. Not only shall your majesty face no backlash, but you shall also deepen your connection with the people, fortifying your rule and internal cohesion. Upon hearing Rody's words, Hancock lowered her gaze, feeling a profound sorrow within her. She then asked in confusion, how is it possible to openly despise and resist the celestial dragons? Rody's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Without my presence, this world may require an eternity to achieve such a feat. Even the Revolutionary Army may find it challenging. However, with me, it is merely a matter of time. Miss Hancock, even if you choose not to cooperate, I can still make you a promise. Within 3 years, I vow that the celestial dragons shall not dare to step a foot outside Mariewa under the name of Rody. A thought can lead to heaven or hell. If it is Mr. Rody who speaks, I believe you shall surely accomplish it. Hancock smiled, responding with alacrity, though she was not entirely convinced, even with Rody's formidable strength. It seemed unlikely he could shake the authority of the celestial dragons. After all, the Revolutionary Army, as the vanguard against the world government, had spent years evading capture and waging guerrilla warfare. How could Rody, avenging on a personal level, possibly suppress the mighty celestial dragons? Yet, one must acknowledge the emotional value at stake, given that the other party is a true divine consort, as speculated. Rody, being a seasoned professional, could easily discern Hancock's level of belief. As the saying goes, praise is the domain of buyers, while cheers belong to bystanders. Hancock did not even inquire about the details, openly expressing her support, which felt somewhat insincere. However, Rody was not in a hurry to prove his point, merely responding with a slight smile. I understand that without tangible evidence, it may be difficult for you to believe. Upon realizing that Rody had effortlessly seen through her thoughts, Hancock felt a tinge of shame and quickly waved her hand. No, with your planning and omniscience, Rody interrupted her, not granting her the opportunity to defend herself. It matters not. Whether you believe or not, I shall not take offense, for time will validate all. Let us allow the bullets to fly for a while. You need only wait in silence. Rody was well aware that he had stirred a considerable commotion, and in the days to come, his stage would be grand indeed. It was akin to playing a MOBA game. One must first showcase their achievements before discussing the intricacies of duo queuing. Allow the bullets to fly for a moment. Hancock was momentarily taken aback by this statement, pondering its meaning before bursting into laughter. What a vivid and amusing metaphor. This delightful exchange deepened her impression and fondness for him. However, Rody was perplexed, unsure of where the humor lay, yet he smiled in response. You will hear more amusing remarks if you so wish. Upon hearing such a reply, Hancock's eyes sparkled with interest and joy as she eagerly responded. I would love to hear them, since Rody revealed his identity and restored his power to her. Hancock's initial wariness towards his mysterious past transformed into curiosity and exploration. To dare to kill a celestial dragon signifies either madness or valor. Yet, the Rody before her, knowledgeable of the world's secrets and possessing an unusual yet formidable strength, was undoubtedly the latter. This realization prompted Hancock to regard Rody with newfound respect. Furthermore, his outward politeness contrasted sharply with his wild and untamed essence, a juxtaposition that only heightened her admiration. Rody, however, did not linger on this topic, but instead shifted to the evening's true subject. By the way, Hancock, I must trouble you with a rather delicate matter. If possible, I shall never forget this kindness. His tone was particularly sincere. He understood that entrusting companions to Hancock would be a challenge, given that Amazon Lily forbade the entry of men to maintain the purity of their rule. Please speak freely. Yet, Hancock exhibited no hesitation in addressing Rody's request. 3 days hence, my companions will arrive on this island. They require sanctuary, and I kindly ask you to care for them. I am aware of Amazon Lily's strict regulations regarding men, but Rody sought to elaborate, hoping to convey the gravity of his predicament. Certainly, Hancock replied succinctly, leaving Rody momentarily stunned. However, after her response, she furrowed her brow, not out of regret, but from the fear of neglecting Rody's companions or provoking unnecessary complications. Mr. Rody, may I inquire if they are all men? Typically, pirate crews consist predominantly of males, especially with a male captain at the helm. Rody reflected briefly, recalling that among the companions he had gathered over the past year, aside from the hellish Chef Na and the ship's Dr. Itchy, the rest were indeed men. Almost all are, though there are 2 female crew members among them, with over 20 others being male. Hancock's expression grew somewhat complex upon hearing this. Is there a problem with that? Seeing Hancock's discomfort, Rody countered. It's not that there's a problem, but Hancock hesitated, not out of a desire to refuse, but from concern. Ultimately, she took a deep breath and spoke candidly. Mr. Rody, the vast majority of the inhabitants of Amazon Lily have never encountered a man. They are filled with curiosity and uncertainty towards them. I harbor concerns that those individuals might defy my commands and offend your companions, which could lead to an abundance of unnecessary troubles. At this point, Hancock's cheeks suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. Rody blinked, his thoughts rich with inner dialogue. Offend? Surely, it cannot be a reward. As a man, I find myself somewhat stirred. Yet, upon further reflection, a shiver ran down his spine. Historically, empresses have strictly prohibited men from entering their realms to safeguard the purity of their power. Consequently, the task of procreation is typically assigned to select members dispatched overseas, with male infants either given away or abandoned, while female infants are raised within the realm. Hancock's ability to breach this rule signifies a profound trust and respect for Rody. The sudden influx of so many men within the territory would undoubtedly awaken romantic sentiments among the citizens, placing Rody's companions in perilous situations. Goodness, Daughter Island must house at least several thousand individuals. If merely 100 of those girls develop feelings, my brothers would surely be in dire straits. A thought can lead to paradise, yet another can lead to hell. Rody, after contemplating, found the reasoning sound. Yet his companions were already en route on a path that could not be retraced. Aside from Daughter Island, they truly had nowhere else to turn. Rody pondered and then declared, "Very well, they are all rough men. You should temporarily restrict their freedom. In your capacity as Empress, it is likely that my brothers would not dare to misbehave. As long as they are provided with sufficient meals and shelter, that will suffice." As he spoke, a twinge of guilt arose within Rody. His actions had indeed caused his loyal brothers to endure considerable hardship. However, for the time being, he could only impose upon them a slight inconvenience, promising to make amends once all was resolved. After a moment of further contemplation, he added, "Just ensure that the two young ladies are treated with extra kindness. They are but a pair of unfortunate children. Both girls possess gentle and understanding natures, unlikely to cause Hancock any trouble." Thus Rody wished to extend some privileges to them. Very well." For a fleeting moment, Hancock hesitated, yet she quickly acquiesced. She thought to herself, "Those two girls must merely be Mr. Roddy's companions. Surely they are just companions, and not of remarkable beauty. Even if they were, they could never surpass my own. Damn it. What am I thinking?" Chapter 35. Transformation. Collective hunting having bid farewell to Hancock, Rody harnessed his teleportation abilities to return to the base in Zone 23 of the Sabati archipelago. The night was deepening, and the newly recruited chef, Abu, had already succumbed to slumber. The moment Rody stepped into his room, he was beset by dizziness, exhaustion, and a tumultuous sensation in his legs. His abdomen echoed with plaintive growls, reminiscent of the times in his past life when he attended banquets on an empty stomach, enduring a day and night of toil without a morsel to eat. Fortunately, he had foreseen his imminent hunger and instructed Abu to prepare an ample supply of carbohydrate-rich foods. Otherwise, he would have perished from starvation in an instant. With fervent bites of cream-laden bread and generous gulps of whole milk, he began to replenish his depleted physical state. This experience further instilled in Rody the understanding that, despite his invincibility, he was not without limitations. Even the exceptionally versatile teleportation proved more suitable for swift escapes than as a means for long-distance travel. Such endeavors were perilously taxing and drained his energy reserves significantly. As Rody chewed on a steak that had long since cooled, he sighed, pondering the necessity of incorporating physical training into his future endeavors. His physique was far too fragile, and he wondered if the system could sense his needs. The recent mission on Daughter Island had consumed a total of 3 hours, during which battles and teleportations had exhausted a considerable portion of his stamina. He would likely require until noon the following day to fully recuperate. Fortunately, his objectives had been achieved, and his companions were now free from worry, allowing him to indulge in acts of kindness and virtue. His interactions with the Boa sisters had been fruitful, yielding not only a wealth of merit but also their acknowledgement. Although Rody was uncertain of the words he had spoken, the fact that they prompted reflection among the three sisters suggested he possessed the qualities of a teacher. To serve as a guide, helping others escape their confusions, was indeed a noble deed. That evening, free from excessive contemplation, Rody drifted into a deep and satisfying slumber. In the 14th district, at the Blackthorn restaurant, Captain Beaky sat alone at the head of a long table, clad in a black and white striped suit. The pristine tablecloth enveloped the dining table, gently illuminated by warm candlelight, accompanied by exquisite red wine and an array of culinary delights. Methodically, Becky sliced through the beef on his plate, each piece cut with remarkable uniformity. For him, this night was destined to be sleepless, though he occupied a position of infamy with a mere bounty of 1.38 million. Placing him in the lower tier, his capabilities were not to be underestimated. As one of the 5 leaders of the West Sea Gang, he wielded considerable power and a vast network of information. Moments later, the restaurant's ornate double doors swung open, and a procession of sword-wielding warriors, gentlemen brandishing elegant staffs, and flamboyantly dressed young men entered in succession. They moved with an unsettling silence, each finding their designated seats with precision. These individuals were seasoned bounty hunters drawn by the allure of the bounty on nearby islands, each possessing formidable prowess. They represented the first wave of bounty hunters to respond to the intelligence regarding their target. The once modest bounty of 19 million had skyrocketed to a staggering $1 billion for Rody, the prime prey. Karpenbecky coldly gazed at the assembly, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. It was only when the 12th guest took his seat at the long table that he set down his knife and fork and began to speak. As per tradition, your fate is of no concern to me. I merely provide you with information. The fee for basic intelligence is 20 million berries per person. Remarkably, this basic fee already surpasses Roddy's original bounty. Sipping his red wine once more, Karpenbecky continued, I possess deeper intelligence as well. But should any of you succeed in your hunt, I shall extract a 10% pure commission as subsequent remuneration. If anyone opposes this, you may leave now. The 12 individuals at the long table exchanged glances, yet none chose to depart. They all understood that leaving equated to a complete relinquishment. The operation to capture Rody in the Shamba region would henceforth have no bearing on them. Violating this rule would result in a fate far worse than Roddy's. Karpenbecky waited patiently for over 2 minutes, and, upon receiving no response, proclaimed, Very well, since no one is departing, I shall proceed to explain how you will draw lots to decide your roles. Elsewhere in a slum within District 4, under dim lighting, Maeve rubbed her weary eyes and continued to utilize her newly acquired sewing machine for fabric cutting. Beside the sewing machine lay her beloved plush bear, somewhat dirty yet still cherished by Maeve, her only companion. Casting a glance at her peacefully sleeping mother filled her with a sense of comfort. Had it not been for the timely rescue by her older brother Rody, she and her mother might have been separated forever. Consequently, Maeve planned to bake some pastries in a couple of days to visit her brother Rody. Before departing, he had revealed his location, saying she could find him should she be bullied in the future. Additionally, when brother Kira had escorted her to her doorstep, he had bestowed upon her a generous sum for settling in. Brother Kira had given her 2 million berries, and purchasing a house in District 45 seemed less appealing compared to acquiring one in the highlands of District 29. The latter faced the sun, which would greatly aid her mother's recovery, and the full payment would amount to approximately 2,300,000 berries. Although the sewing machine and materials cost a bit more at 100,000 berries, the owner of the clothing store in District 29 greatly appreciated her craftsmanship. Presently, though weary, she believed that within half a month she could gather enough funds to purchase a home there, ensuring employment for both herself and her mother. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Maeve felt a smile involuntarily creep across her lips. She had learned her sewing skills from her mother. Thus, her employment also meant her mother would have work. All of this was made possible by the assistance of her brothers Rody and Kira. Once she had financial stability, she vowed to express her gratitude to them. However, this was a time of crisis. Their situation was perilous, and she must not disturb them. Just as the young girl pondered these thoughts, a powerful gust of wind suddenly blew open the window. The howling night breeze rushed into the room, startling Maeve, who hurried to close the window for fear of her mother catching a chill. It was indeed peculiar in the stable climate of the Shamba Islands. Such strong winds were virtually unheard of. But how could a 12-year-old girl perceive the oddities within? The gentle breeze stirred Maeve's mother, a soft-featured woman who slowly opened her eyes, her voice faint. Fufu, why are you still awake? Little Maeve offered a tender smile and replied, Mama, I will sleep soon. The woman sighed, her heart heavy with concern. Oh dear, do not tire yourself. Mother's illness will soon improve, and then we shall do things together. Just look at you. You've grown so thin these past few days. It's all my fault. Age has taken its toll on me, burdening you. Upon hearing this, Maeve pouted and forced a smile, saying, Oh, Mama, please don't worry. I am quite healthy. With the help of my brothers, we have enough money. Once you regain your strength, we shall move to District 29 and buy a spacious house. With that, Maeve tucked the blanket around her mother more snugly. Rest assured, we will only get better. Huh, is that so? It sounds truly wonderful, came a sudden gravelly voice from outside the door. Upon hearing the voice, both mother and daughter jumped in surprise, and Maeve's mother instinctively sprang up, shielding her daughter behind her. Despite her frail condition, maternal instinct propelled her to stand firm. District 4 is no place for the faint-hearted. Who could be knocking at this hour? Who is it? Maeve asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. At the same time, she reached past her mother, grasping the scissors from the table for defense. Little girl, do not be afraid. I have come to ask you something. As he spoke, a visible flash of cold light sliced through the air. The wooden door before Maeve was cleaved in two. Accompanied by a chilling gust, a man wielding a sword stepped into the room. Chapter 36. The hunt for Rody in the dead of night. The sound of helpless weeping echoed through the streets. Maeve sprinted through the deserted alleys, her urgency causing one of her shoes to fall away. The sharp stones beneath her feet cut into her soles, leaving a trail of blood with each step. The young girl was drenched in sweat, mingled with tears, her eyes filled with despair, yet she dared not pause. The menacing visage and the threatening words reverberated in her ears. If you do not bring me that boy named Rody, I shall kill your mother. Meanwhile, her mother urged her to run, to disregard her plight, and never to return. Earlier that day, Maeve had overheard the townsfolk discussing the matter concerning Rody, which had ignited a flicker of worry within her. To those people, Rody might be perceived as a madman or a ruthless killer. Yet in Maeve's eyes, he was a hero who had rescued her from peril. Now, those fiends sought to exploit her to harm him, while her mother was held at knife point. The frail Maeve felt utterly powerless, compelled to run with all her might. For a fleeting moment, she considered seeking out Rody for salvation. But what if he was unprepared? Or if his adversaries were formidable? Yet, to refrain from finding him meant her mother faced the specter of death. What was she to do? What could she possibly do? Maeve suddenly felt that her very existence was a sin. If it were not for her, her mother would not have succumbed to exhaustion. If it were not for her, Rody would not have found himself embroiled in such dire trouble. A dark thought flickered in her mind, contemplating the end of her own life. Unbeknownst to her, in the dim shadows, countless eyes were silently observing her. Atop the clock tower, a man clad in a gray suit and a gentleman's hat adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and remarked, "That scoundrel Yang Tai is truly despicable. Using a young girl's mother as leverage. How utterly vile." Another individual, sporting a tricolored hairstyle, chimed in, "Ferdies, spare us the pretense of virtue. You may not be despicable, but you have been keeping a close watch, waiting for that girl to find her target. Have you not?" The man referred to as Ferdies cast a sidelong glance at the spirited youth and replied coolly, "Who can blame me for drawing the short straw? Had it been my turn, I would not resort to such crude methods. I would have hypnotized the girl and coaxed her to reveal the target's whereabouts." The spirited youth scoffed in response, but remained silent. Until the little girl vanished from their sight, they continued to follow her discreetly. This group of bounty hunters was not merely a collection of capable individuals. Among them were several masters of the Six Styles and even a former admiral of the Navy. As they trailed Maeve for a while longer, they noted her peculiar route. Why was she heading toward the coastline? Could it be that Rody was concealed in one of the docks along the shore? Perhaps there was some truth to that. However, when they reached the ancient tree radiating a shimmering green light, they discovered that Maeve had suddenly halted in her tracks. At this moment, Maeve gazed at the calm and profound sea, tears brimming in her eyes as she murmured, "Mother, I am so sorry. I cannot betray Brother Rody. You once told me that those who treat us well must be remembered in our hearts, and we must learn to be grateful. The only way I can repay your nurturing and Brother Roddy's life-saving grace is in my next life." During her escape, Maeve finally realized what she must do. If she were to perish, that group would be unable to pursue Brother Roddy's whereabouts. And her mother, perhaps she would find solace, or perhaps. Maeve dared not think further. At this moment, despair overwhelmed her, and she wept inconsolably. She was merely a 12-year-old girl, trapped in a world filled with despair. What could she possibly do? With this thought, Maeve gritted her teeth and made a leap into the chilling depths of the sea. For an adult, it may not have been so deep nor fatal. Yet for a young girl, it marked the end of her fate. The unexpected act startled the hunters, who quickly gathered at the shore. "What? That girl actually jumped in. Hey, go save her." "Why should I save her? I'm a power user." "Do you want me to die?" "Damn it, I told you that guy Yang Tai is a liability. There are 100 ways to handle this. And he insists on choosing the most foolish one. What a foolish pig. Hey, stop talking. That girl is about to drown." As the seawater surged in, Maeve instinctively thrashed about, appearing to struggle painfully in the water. Yet the hunters exchanged words, seemingly unfazed. To the majority, this girl was merely bait. If the lead was lost, they could always ask Becky for another. Drawing lots to lure Rody was likely to yield only a fraction of the reward, and the victor remained uncertain. Thus, no one wished to become someone else's pawn. Damn it, a bunch of worthless men. At that moment, a clear feminine voice emerged from among the hunters. With golden hair cascading down her back, a tall and slender figure clad in a red leather outfit and military boots. She held a cigarette between her lips. As she spoke, she deftly withdrew a soft whip from her waist, spinning it gracefully in the air. With a swift sound, it plunged into the water, resembling a serpent coiling around Maeve's body. With a mere tug, Maeve was pulled up like a fish caught on a hook. The poor child, still conscious, coughed water repeatedly, stirring a sense of compassion in the leather-clad woman. Ah, it must be our dear Miss Red Sparrow, gentle and kind. Even after leaving the Navy and becoming a bounty hunter, she continues to uphold her sense of justice. How admirable! Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the crowd. A burly man over 2 meters tall, with a cigar in his mouth, emerged with a grin. He looked down at Maeve with a smirk and remarked, "I wonder if this little girl is alive or dead." As the man prepared to lift his foot to kick, he suddenly heard a swift sound, and the glossy black boot was ensnared by the woman's whip. "Golan, do not overstep your bounds. Your quarry is Rody, not this child. Anyone who dares to harm her will face my wrath." Upon the utterance of these words by the woman known as Red Sparrow, not a single hunter present dared to respond. Following this, Red Sparrow exhaled a dense plume of smoke, lifting the drenched Maeve, and coldly remarked, "If the intelligence is indeed accurate, sending a local lackey to convey this message would suffice to draw him out. We are bounty hunters, not murderers." With that, she strode towards the district. As Red Sparrow moved further away, a spirited young man muttered indignantly behind her. Does she really think she can bully us just because of her family's influence? What gives her the right to act so arrogantly as a bounty hunter? At this moment, a man named Ferdes stepped forward and scoffed, "Huh, why don't you say that to her face?" The spirited young man was immediately silenced. After a pause, he mumbled, "If she weren't the granddaughter of General Crane, I would have taken action long ago." Golan, the burly man, chuckled derisively and said, "Stop boasting, Hannock. You couldn't even take her on with 3 of you. If she hadn't retired early, she would possess the strength of a major general." The hunters exchanged glances and then, under the cover of night, dispersed. Being overly aggressive would only alert the enemy. It was wiser to wait a while longer. Little did they know, a calamity of epic proportions was already descending. Inside a dilapidated house, the dim yellow light flickered gently. Liang Tai, clad in a white samurai robe, roughly seized a plush bear from the sewing machine and began to wipe his bloody blade. With a harsh slash, the plush bear's head was brutally severed, revealing its snowy white stuffing within. As Liang Tai cleaned his weapon, he was subjected to the furious tirades of a voice on the phone. "You fool. If you can't handle something this simple, what can you do?" Frustrated by the insults, Liang Tai finally retorted, "General, I am equally innocent, you know? If it weren't for your urgent demands, I wouldn't have resorted to such measures. Furthermore, that madwoman ran straight into my blade." Chapter 37. Where are they? I don't care what methods you employ. You must locate Herman Rody before them. Otherwise, you shall never think of removing that bracelet. Tianyue Liang Tai. Upon hearing these words, Liang Tai's brow furrowed in anger, his teeth clenched in frustration. As the last descendant of the Tianyue clan and a formidable warrior, he never anticipated a day when he would be under the control of the Navy. "Admiral Akainu, I shall fulfill my promise to you, and I hope you will uphold yours. Once I capture that Roddy brat, you will dispose of this contraption on my wrist." Akainu merely scoffed in response. "Huh. Complete your task first before attempting to bargain with me. At present, your leverage is that you have killed." Liang Tai's fists tightened at the implication, his teeth grinding in resentment. Yet, he found himself powerless, as his very life was held in the balance. The collar bomb constrained his hands, and for a warrior, hands are of utmost importance. To have them bound was a profound humiliation. However, Liang Tai could do nothing but endure. "Roddy, when I capture you, I will certainly sever your hands to vent my fury. With that thought, Liang Tai strode away, leaving behind the lifeless body of Maeve's mother, her eyes forever closed in death. Rody awoke once more, now in the afternoon. He wearily stretched his somewhat superior physique, feeling a twinge of pain in his neck. Damn it, even with my prowess, I still managed to sleep awkwardly. What the predicament? Lazily, he arched his back, contemplating a visit to District 13 to discuss future plans with Luffy. Having agreed to Kid's request, he was determined to honor his commitment. Should conflict ensue here, he intended to facilitate cooperation between Kid and Luffy, as Kuma would spare their lives at a critical moment, which was far safer than confronting the three admirals. It was essential to note that the situation in Sabaody had escalated well beyond the original narrative's control. As he called for Abu to prepare a meal, he realized that neither upstairs nor downstairs bore any sign of the boy. Upon seeing a note on the table, Rody understood that he had gone to procure food. Due to his energy depletion, Rody had nearly consumed all the provisions. The food he ingested disappeared into his stomach as if swallowed by a black hole, vanishing without a trace. This phenomenon bore some resemblance to the life restoration in the pirate world, yet it was more effective in terms of physical recovery. Just as Rody pondered whether to head directly to District 13, the phone bug on the table suddenly rang. Abu, where have you gone? To facilitate communication between them, Rody had provided Abu with a phone bug. At this moment, the only person capable of contacting him was the boy. However, on the other end, an anxious voice from Abu emerged. Brother, there has been an incident in District 4. As Rody listened to Abu's account, his gaze sharpened, and his body vanished in a flash. Abu had intended to procure some food, but had easily overheard the public discussing a murder case in District 4. Many lamented the rampant human trafficking and the chaos of the world. Numerous individuals have flocked to hardware stores to procure nails and wooden planks, intending to reinforce their doors and windows. Awu, apprehensive that this matter might involve his brother Rody, leaned in to eavesdrop. What he overheard concerning Maeve was harrowing and chilling. These words were disseminated by a bounty hunter who had bribed thugs, aiming to draw out Rody. Realizing the gravity of the situation and fearing for the young girl's safety, Awu promptly called Rody. Before the conversation could conclude, and in less than 30 seconds, Awu spotted Rody, his hat pulled low, striding towards him. Roddy's face was grim as he coldly inquired, Awu, where's the person you mentioned? In Zone 48. Within an empty warehouse, the Red Sparrow handed Maeve a piece of black bread wrapped in white oil paper. Maeve, wary, cast a glance at the striking woman before turning her head away without accepting it. The Red Sparrow placed the bread beside her and lit a cigarette. Gazing at the light filtering into the warehouse, she sighed. In recent years, she had grown increasingly disoriented. She felt uncertain about her future and whether her choices were indeed the right ones, a concern she was too fatigued to ponder deeply. As the founding captain of Sword, she had resolutely submitted her resignation to gain a clearer perspective on the world's darker facets, seeking a better entry point to ensnare it all. Yet, upon confronting the harsh reality, the cold seawater extinguished the flames of passion within her. While pirates are undoubtedly ruthless, the Navy is not entirely virtuous. And even those who have become the most villainous bounty hunters have their own tragic tales. Even Rody, who had attacked the celestial dragons, possessed courage that surpassed that of most heroes. The Red Sparrow exhaled a plume of smoke, internally lamenting, "This world is utterly absurd." She was taken aback to discover that even Drake had infiltrated the scene. What was he up to now? The Red Sparrow did not restrain Maeve, but merely stared vacantly. In the corner, little Maeve, sensing no intention of harm, gradually relaxed. She looked down at her newly donned loose clothing and her feet, carefully wrapped in bandages, and pouted. Finally, taking a deep breath, she softly implored, "Sister, could you please let me go home? My mother is unwell, and she needs my care." At Maeve's words, the Red Sparrow's heart constricted with anguish. She felt an overwhelming sorrow for Maeve's plight. Earlier that morning, she had received intelligence from Zone 4 regarding Liang Tai's actions, and she seethed with fury, wishing she could eliminate him on the spot. However, she was still on a mission. Having already broken the rules once out of compassion, she knew that if she pushed further, Survival in this world would be untenable. With this thought, the Red Sparrow suppressed her tumultuous emotions and, in a somber tone, replied, "What home are you talking about? You have no home left. Stay here quietly, and you may yet survive." Before the Red Sparrow could finish, a shrill gust of wind sliced through the warehouse, cleaving the wooden door in two. The Red Sparrow squinted, coldly remarking, "Tian Yuliang Tai, what madness has overtaken you?" Before him stood a gaunt and unsightly warrior, stepping from the light into the shadows. After a morning's search, he had finally located the Red Sparrow's stronghold. He lifted his gaze to the second floor, where the Red Sparrow resided, a murderous intent flickering across his grim visage. The Red Sparrow immediately sensed the impending danger and drew forth the soft whip that hung at his waist. "Red Sparrow, hand over that girl. Let us consider last night's events as if they never transpired." The man's frigid voice echoed throughout the warehouse. The familiar tone sent a shiver down Maeve's spine. Yet, as thoughts of her mother flooded her mind, her fury surged forth, shattering her fear. Struggling to her feet, she limped to the staircase, shouting furiously, "You villain! What have you done to my mother?" Maeve's heart raced, a gnawing sense of dread creeping over her. Nevertheless, she fought desperately to prevent her thoughts from spiraling into the worst conceivable outcome. Upon seeing her reveal herself, Tian Yuliang Tai's lips curled into a manic grin. "What do you think has happened to your mother?" He then pointed an accusing finger at Maeve, declaring, "Because you disobeyed and failed to fulfill our agreement, I had no choice but to eliminate her." At that moment, a thud resonated as Maeve collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant and filled with despair. Chapter 38. The debts of this life, to be repaid in the next. Maeve knelt there, rendered speechless, in her state of despair. She even forgot her hatred for her adversary, for her world had crumbled. With a heart-wrenching wail, Maeve succumbed to unconsciousness. Hearing her mournful cry, Tian Yuliang Tai revealed an ugly grin, proclaiming, "Humph. This is the price for failing to uphold a promise. Red Sparrow, it would be wise for you to retreat. I have no desire to engage with you." As he spoke, Tian Yuliang Tai suddenly transformed into a great white bird, soaring towards Maeve. He possessed the power of the bird fruit, a mythical beast type. The Red Sparrow's gaze was as sharp as a blade, confronted with Tian Yuliang Tai's aggressive advance. She swiftly lashed out with her whip. Steelbone. Upon her command, the long, supple whip instantly morphed into a steel-like soft whip, ensnaring the white wings of Tian Yuliang Tai. Unlike her sister peacock's whip-like abilities, the Red Sparrow wielded the superhuman Kinkamo fruit, enabling her to transform her whip into various fantastical forms and bind her opponent. The steel-like tendrils coiled around him like a constricting serpent. With a forceful throw, Tian Yuliang Tai's massive avian form crashed heavily to the ground, creating a significant crater in the concrete floor of the warehouse. A testament to the power of the blow, Tian Yuliang Tai, gazing upwards, spoke in a frigid tone. "So you wish to play with me?" With that, he emanated a gale-like aura, his body twisting and transforming as he deftly freed himself from the confines of the soft whip. Raging cut. With a powerful sweep of his colossal avian form, he unleashed a series of wind blades, hurtling directly towards the Red Sparrow. In a corner of Zone 4, a petty human trafficker was cornered by Rody in an alley. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a mustache and wearing a cap. Initially, the petty thief intended to capitalize on the chaos to abduct a little girl from a wealthy district, but he was caught by Rody and subsequently received a barrage of punches and kicks from Au. Rody instructed Au to return the girl while he remained behind to interrogate the petty thief alone. In Roddy's view, these individuals held considerable influence on the streets, particularly in the realm of information. With such a significant incident occurring in his territory, if they were oblivious to it, they had no place in this world. To ensure your survival, I expect you to answer my questions truthfully. First, have you heard of a group that recently arrived on the streets? Second, what is their purpose? The petty thief, witnessing the scattered remains of his comrades, who had been mercilessly reduced to mere remnants and tortured to death, chose to divulge everything in a state of terror. The death of the celestial dragon had triggered a butterfly effect, leading to the emergence of numerous characters not typically found in the pirate world, such as this band of bounty hunters. In the realm of pirates, bounty hunters appeared infrequently, and their might should not be underestimated. While they did not measure their strength by bounties as pirates did, they possessed their own system of calculation, aligning themselves with the highest bounty of their target. Among the most formidable bounty hunters are the Samurai Tengetsu Ryota, who has recently eliminated a target with a bounty of 2 billion. The former Navy Rear Admiral Red Sparrow, with a recent bounty of 5 billion. The Gentlemanly Philetus, boasting a bounty of 2 billion. The veteran Gorin, who has taken down a target with a bounty of 5 billion, and the rogue Hani, with a recent bounty of 8 billion. Upon hearing the detailed account from the little chief, Rody fell into deep contemplation. This assembly of bounty hunters is indeed powerful, especially the former Navy Rear Admiral. It is crucial to note that these figures represent their hunting targets rather than their own bounties. This suggests their capabilities might surpass those of the current Straw Hat and Kid on paper. With this thought, Rody became increasingly vigilant. He turned to the little chief once more and inquired, "Do you know what abilities they possess?" The little chief pondered for a few moments before recalling and vaguely mentioning some details. Rody nodded slightly and pressed on. Who is the organizer or instigator of this matter? Upon hearing Rody's question, the little chief found himself in a predicament. Rody smoothly drew his axe, resting it against the other's neck. "I am a reasonable person. If you choose not to speak, I will not impose upon you. You may opt for a future where certain individuals eliminate you, or you can choose to endure my torment until death." Listening to Rody's words, the little chief felt on the brink of collapse, convinced that this individual before him was indeed a deranged psychopath, yet caught between the agony of a painful death and the instinct to survive. The little chief ultimately chose the latter and divulged the name Capone Beach. Rody recalled the short pirate associated with the sturdy fruit. "Very well, you may take your leave." With that, Rody patted the little chief on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, the little chief's racing heart finally eased, and he dashed towards the alleyway exit, albeit misunderstanding Rody's intent. Shortly thereafter, with a grim expression, Rody exited the alley, greeted by the system's cold notification. Ding. System notification. The host has successfully exorcised 7 wicked individuals, gaining 100 merit points. This time, however, Rody felt no joy. It was not a matter of how many merit points he accrued, but rather the tragic demise of Meifu's mother that genuinely incensed him. Had it not been for the traffickers, Meifu might never have crossed paths with him, nor become ensnared in this turmoil. That poor girl had but one mother, and they sought to eradicate her. How utterly cruel. Rody unleashed his fury upon these scoundrels, then wiped the blood from his axe using their cap. Yet, he was met with the little chief's bitter curses from behind. "You, scoundrel, you are not to be trusted." Rody cast a cold glance back at him. "The road to the underworld is long. Allow me to escort you." The little chief, gazing at the gaping wound in his abdomen, hurled a venomous curse at Rody. "You speak lies, you shall face divine retribution." Rody cast aside his blood-stained duckbill cap with a dismissive scoff, exclaiming, "Aren't you the very embodiment of a human trafficker? Shouldn't you be the one facing divine retribution? May you repay your karmic debts in your next life." In response, a voice echoed in Rody's mind, affirming arranged. With that, he vanished as if pulled from a frame, leaving the trafficker to seethe in impotent rage, awaiting his fate. In an upscale restaurant, a gathering of bounty hunters sat around a lavishly adorned long table. At the head of the table remained Becky, with a bounty of 138 million. His countenance, reminiscent of a lifeless fish, betrayed no emotion. Noticing the absence of 6 bounty hunters, Becky methodically placed his knife and fork aside and delicately wiped his lips with a pristine napkin. It seemed many among them held an inflated sense of self-worth, believing that acquiring the initial round of crucial information would suffice to capture their target. Those who can procure my subsequent intel are undoubtedly the wisest. The information for sale pertained to Rody's capabilities and his recent involvements, priced at 20 million berries. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Becky's words were interrupted by a raspy voice. "Hey, Becky, that's a bit excessive, don't you think?" Each of us has shelled out 42 million berries for the intel fee, plus a 10 commission, and yet we have nothing to show for it. Since your career change, have you truly turned to thievery? The speaker was an elderly man with a red nose, adorned with a cowboy hat and a heavy coat of body hair, appearing to be in his 60s. Becky leisurely poured himself a glass of red wine and lit a cigar, exhaling a dense cloud of smoke before responding. Having purchased my information, I assure you, you will not leave at a loss. As for the distribution of the rewards, that is entirely up to you. Should you find my arrangements unsatisfactory, you are free to pursue your own course of action. With a sly smile curving his lips, Becky added, but I would advise against regretting such a choice. Chapter 39. I hear you are looking for me? Becky's words were laden with intrigue. One of the bounty hunters pondered momentarily and proposed to the red-nosed old man. Let us form an alliance. There are only 6 of us left now. If we disregard Becky's 139 million berries, each of us could still receive over 20 million. The information Becky has shared is undoubtedly firsthand, which gives us a distinct advantage. After a moment of hesitation, the red-nosed old man surveyed the group. The individual continued to dissect the situation. Consider this. Do we truly stand a chance against Kiryu or the Red Sparrow with our capabilities? Their operational efficiency far exceeds ours. The red-nosed old man contemplated this, narrowing his eyes at Becky. Becky, repeat the conditions you proposed. I need to understand what kind of intelligence I can acquire for this 10 million berries. Taking a puff from his cigar and exhaling a plume of white smoke, Becky replied, I possess his recent combat data, abilities, and current location. Upon hearing Becky's words, the hunters in the room perked up, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. While combat data and abilities were of little use to their prideful selves, Roddy's location was paramount. They envisioned using this young girl to lure Rody out. However, that lunatic, Kiryu, not only botched the operation but also escalated the situation. Now, with lives lost and the Navy investigating, the atmosphere had become even more precarious. It was not just the notorious criminal Rody they feared. Even their own movements as bounty hunters were fraught with trepidation. The thought of Becky's involvement with a madman from Wano ignited subtle fury among them. Yet, the astute bounty hunters began to grasp the reality. Becky was indifferent to whom he recruited. He merely sought to profit as a middleman. He intended to cast a wide net, divulging superficial information, and when the situation became dire, he would reap the benefits from the remaining stragglers. Ultimately, once the net was fully cast, he would enjoy the spoils without lifting a finger. The red-nosed old man scoffed, Becky, your scheme to profit without effort is quite audacious. You're practically smashing the abacus on my face. Among the 5 great families, you certainly possess the most cunning mind. Unfazed by the old man's sardonic tone, Becky unapologetically asserted, I have a brood to feed. They cannot call me godfather for naught. Pursuing profit is our essence. We all earn our keep through our abilities. I provide information and collect my commission. It is entirely reasonable. Very well. In light of your transparency, I shall front the 10 million berries. However, I hope that boy's location is both real and reliable. The red-nosed old man slammed the table, finding no fault in Becky's reasoning, and readily agreed. Becky drained his glass of red wine, his expression seemingly unfulfilled. Of course, it's reliable, for he will undoubtedly come seeking me. As Becky had predicted, Rody was indeed on the path to find him, for this was precisely his deliberate arrangement. Shortly thereafter, the company paid a clandestine sum of 10 million berries, and Baiki recounted the intelligence he possessed in meticulous detail. Though you are all distinguished bounty hunters, do not underestimate each other's prowess. According to my informants, that lad not only wields an axe with exceptional skill, but also possesses the extraordinary abilities to manipulate fire, teleport, and resurrect. Quite peculiar indeed. Yet, the 6 bounty hunters seated at the table dismissed his warnings, confident in their own capabilities. The old man with a red nose audaciously interjected, Baiki, if I may speak frankly, while I acknowledge your competence compared to your father, you seem to lack a certain boldness and decisiveness. However, a mere lackey with a strength of 19 million, you possess resources advantageous for your ventures. To cower in a place like this, merely scraping together a few scraps. What a pity. The old man appeared to sigh. Yet it was a thinly veiled attempt to elevate his own status at the expense of Baiki's father. In response, Baiki maintained his composure, stating, "My father and I have differing approaches to our endeavors. In these chaotic times, while courage is indeed vital, it must be grounded in discernment, not recklessness. At my age, to behave like a mere thug, shouting and brawling, would be utterly disgraceful." His steady tone was laced with barbs, reddening the faces of the bounty hunters, particularly the old man, whose nose flushed with indignation. This retort was piercingly incisive. The fact that an elderly man still had to fend for himself indicated a rather dismal situation. How many true magnates would voluntarily draw their swords? Noticing the atmosphere in the room had soured, Baiki redirected the conversation. Since everyone had invested their money, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. That lad possesses certain skills. It has been over 48 hours since he attacked the celestial dragons. Do not be naive. Consider who among you could evade the Navy's scrutiny, even if you're only a petty thief worth 19 million. Upon hearing Baiki's words, the group fell into deep contemplation. They attempted to place themselves in a similar predicament, recognizing that in light of the act of killing a celestial dragon, surviving on this isolated island for 48 hours was indeed a daunting task, and an encounter with the Navy was inevitable. Yet, the lad named Rody had not been heard from since. So, do you truly believe that a girl he once rescued could lure him out? If it were you in such a situation, how many would step forward willingly? Unless you were a band of madmen. As Baiki spoke, the room fell silent, and the bounty hunters internally cursed him for his underhandedness and cunning. Yet, perhaps it was not entirely unfounded. "You have indeed drawn me out." A sudden voice echoed from the corridor on the second floor of the dining hall. At the sound, every bounty hunter, except for Baiki, assumed a state of heightened alertness. It is noteworthy that this gathering at the restaurant is guarded by no fewer than 10 security personnel, with at least 4 pairs of watchful eyes on the second floor. Yet, this individual brazenly appears among them. A glance upwards reveals that none of the guards remain in sight. Becky turns her head to look up, her lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile. "Herman Rody, I never anticipated your arrival. When did you arrive?" Rody casts a downward gaze upon the prominent cape on Becky. His thoughts inscrutable. From what he knows, the opponent is a ruthless, cold-hearted, and meticulous pirate. Coupled with his formidable fortress fruit ability, it is evident that this arrangement is thoroughly planned. "Since you began to flatter me," Rody retorts coldly, then surveys the other 6 bounty hunters. "Becky, did you summon this rabble to capture me?" Upon hearing Roddy's disdainful remarks, the bounty hunters present become agitated. "You scoundrel! Who do you deem as rabble? Are you courting death? Come down if you dare." In contrast to the rising turmoil, Becky calmly puffs on his cigar, responding with poise. This rabble came uninvited. "But they are indeed here for you." The crowd collectively gasps in confusion. Rody remains silent for a few moments before drawing his dual axes, his expression chilling. "Is the one who murdered Maeve's mother present here?" Becky initially displays a look of bewilderment, but quickly replies, "So that little girl's name is Maeve. Rody, you seek death." Chapter 40. Slicing like melons as Roddy's words faded, he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, before the bounty hunters could comprehend the situation, one of them had already lost his head. Becky narrowed her eyes, a flicker of caution igniting within her. Could it be that this young man, impervious to my provocations, has discerned my intentions? Roddy's movements were swifter than she had anticipated, and surprisingly, his targets were other bounty hunters, which unsettled Becky. Should Rody choose to attack her, the first wave of his subordinates would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Various binding devices, sea stone ropes, and poison projectiles would be unleashed upon her in an instant. Although Rody was unaware of Becky's true motives, he was acutely aware of her capabilities. Even if her strength paled in comparison to his previous adversaries, her cunning nature made her a formidable foe. Rody was not inclined to gamble with his invulnerability. Just as he had previously analyzed the weaknesses of his own body, he harbored a fear of being controlled. He vividly recalled the events when the Straw Hat Pirates assaulted Whole Cake Island, where Becky had once facilitated the Straw Hat's infiltration into Big Mom's birthday feast, launching a surprise attack. At present, with the strongest bounty hunters conspicuously absent, it was imperative for Rody to remain vigilant. It appeared that these particular bounty hunters were not listed among the elite of the small-time bosses. Thus, Rody prioritized neutralizing them. After all, how can mere bounty hunters withstand Roddy's ambush? The exterior guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed in to provide support. Yet at this moment, Roddy's blood surged, and having unleashed his primal fury, he no longer suppressed his true nature. Blood splattered across the dining table, staining the food and tablecloth crimson. With each swing of his axe, he dispatched one after another, teleporting randomly to strike down the next, as if each blow were a mere trifling matter. Only the red-nosed elder exhibited some skill. Witnessing the swift demise of over a dozen men, he drew a firearm from his waist, aiming at the backs of 2 remaining bounty hunters, and fired 2 shots with precision. The old man was sharp-witted, and his marksmanship was impeccable. Both shots executed with supreme foresight. 2 dark projectiles struck Roddy's chest and temple, the force of the bullets sending him hurtling backward. The power of the firearm was formidable, accompanied by a spray of blood and brain matter as Rody crashed heavily to the ground. Eureka! Both the red-nosed elder and Becky felt a tremor of excitement. This bounty of 1 for billion belongs to me. The old man, witnessing Roddy's instantaneous demise, was overwhelmed with exhilaration. In a world where smartphones existed, he would undoubtedly photograph Roddy's lifeless body and share it online. Hold on, this lad possesses. Becky hastily interjected, eager to warn the red-nosed elder that intelligence indicated Rody had the ability to resurrect. Yet, before she could finish, Rody reappeared behind the elder. Breath of flames. Second form. Ascending inferno. A blazing circular arc flashed toward the elder's right arm. However, the old man narrowly evaded the strike, though his cowboy hat was cleaved in 2. This red-nosed elder possessed some prowess. As a marksman, he seemed to have an acute awareness of his surroundings. In the midst of a swift maneuver, he drew his dagger to counterattack. Observing that Rody did not evade but instead gazed at him with a bloodthirsty intensity, the old man's resolve faltered, prompting him to hastily retreat. The bravado he had exhibited moments prior vanished without a trace. Although merely a common bounty hunter, the old man was equipped with various tools. He activated a wrist mechanism, deploying a grappling hook that adeptly latched onto the staircase, allowing him to ascend nimbly to the 2nd floor. Just as he foolishly believed he had created some distance, a chilling voice echoed from above. You got some skill. It seems I must take this seriously. The old man was taken aback, realizing that his opponent was swifter than he anticipated. Fortunately, 2 hunters, miraculously still alive, each drew a throwing knife and a firearm, aiming simultaneously at Rody's position. Rody smirked slightly, disregarding the old man with the red nose. Let me deal with you 2 insignificant fish first. Breath of flame, 5th form, flame tiger. At first glance, it appeared to be a direct confrontation. But when the fiery tiger form manifested behind the 2, they grasped the subtleties of the battle. Yet another ambush. After several encounters, Rody had become increasingly adept at spatial teleportation. Not only could he instantaneously teleport while unleashing skills, but he could also alter his orientation, shifting from frontal assault to a rear attack. Such a method of combat, though lacking in chivalry, was justified in a life-and-death struggle. The overwhelming force of flames sent the 2 flying, with a sharp axe wounding the first and scorching the second. Tables and chairs were sent tumbling in the wake of this immense power, leaving chaos in their path. What puzzled Rody was that Beiji remained seated in the main position, completely unaffected by the flames. As a significant figure in the underground world, he could not afford to lose face. Yet, this calm demeanor only confirmed Rody's suspicions that the opponent had come prepared. Aside from the red-nosed old man and Beiji, the minor characters were swiftly dispatched by Rody. The old man on the 2nd floor hurriedly reloaded his firearm, notably with blue-tinted ammunition this time. Freezing grass, with 2 gunshots echoing, the rounds sped toward Rody, causing a rapid drop in the surrounding temperature. Rody realized that the bullets carried a freezing effect, capable of slowing down his opponent's attacks and movements, reminiscent of Usopp's specialized ammunition. However, such an attack scarcely compared to even one of the ice fruit's power, and thus could not hinder his onslaught. Rody utilized teleportation once more to change his position, promptly hurling his throwing axe, which, imbued with flames, melted the icy barrier before him. The red-nosed old man instinctively sought to evade, his keen observation allowing him to track the trajectory of the assault. Yet, suddenly his brow furrowed as he glimpsed a grim future. In the next moment, half of the old man's body was cleaved by Rody's axe. And as the flames mercilessly seared him, he let out a wretched scream. Rody's speed rendered the old man's frail form powerless to defend itself. Perhaps in his youth, he could have narrowly escaped such a fate. When fate decrees a death sentence upon him, what use is it? Even if one possesses the ability to glimpse fleeting moments of the future, what will be done? In the midst of battle, Rody is resolute and merciless, sparing no opportunity for the old man to utter his final words as he cleaves off the man's head with a single, decisive strike. With the searing enhancement of the breath of fire, the flesh of ordinary beings is as easily severed as tofu. Confronted by the head with a visage of utter unwillingness, Rody lets out a disdainful snort, mocking, "What caliber of fool is this? Lacking even the fortitude to utilize hockey, yet daring to come for my life?" With that, he callously tosses the bloodied head at Becky's feet. "Becky, it's your turn next." Before the head even lands, Rody has teleported to stand before Becky. The dining table before Becky has already collapsed, and he gazes at Rody with an expression of cold indifference, a bead of sweat silently trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, the clock above strikes 12 times. It is noon. Becky, breaking the silence, remarks, "No wonder he can contend with Admiral Akiji. It seems this 14 billion is indeed not easy to acquire." Roddy's eyes narrow at once, sensing the deeper implications behind Becky's words. Chapter 41. Becky's scheme. Rody gazed indifferently at Becky, raising his axe with a frigid tone. "Becky, as a notorious figure of the worst generation, you are indeed a noteworthy adversary. So, do you have any final words?" Becky met Roddy's gaze, her voice devoid of emotion. "Rody, I concede that you are formidable, but do you truly believe that by eliminating a few individuals, you can intimidate me?" Rody remained silent, unperturbed by her words. Suddenly, a sly grin spread across Becky's face as she spoke. "You must have heard that bell tolling in its entirety, haven't you? So do you think?" A sudden wave of unease washed over Rody as he sensed Becky's voice growing increasingly murky. Above him and beneath his feet, ripples spread like drops of water. A chilling realization struck him. He had fallen into a trap. In the next instant, Rody found himself engulfed in an expanse of boundless darkness. "Come here, good doggy. Let me ride you." When Rody opened his eyes once more, a stunningly beautiful girl was beckoning him. It was none other than Charlia, the celestial dragon who had once enslaved him, now merely 14 years old. Noticing Roddy's prolonged immobility, Charlia's expression shifted to one of irritation, and she snapped, "Hurry up. Do you wish to taste the whip?" Rody squinted in response, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. I can't believe I've been hypnotized." 5 hours earlier, Becky had convened a meeting of esteemed bounty hunters in urgency. Except for the absence of Red Sparrow and Tion Yu Liang Liang Tai, all other bounty hunters with bounties exceeding 100 million had arrived. Becky outlined the grave situation, revealing through informants that Rody was suspected to possess the strength comparable to a Marine admiral, having triumphed over Akiji. This suspicion was delicate, as it stemmed from hearsay rather than concrete evidence. However, it led Becky to realize that Roddy's bounty of 14 billion was not easily attainable, indeed fraught with peril. Roddy's bounty was modest due to his late debut, marking him as a pirate of a more frivolous nature. Yet within the terrestrial realm, he reigned supreme. His unique status could not be disregarded merely due to a rumor. As a gang leader and a significant figure in the underworld, his dignity was paramount. Moreover, these elite bounty hunters were characterized by their strong personalities and individual pride. While the admirals, it was only their lack of bounties that deterred many from attempting to hunt them. Thus, it became evident what it meant to be fearless in ignorance. However, Becky was far from the arrogant type. After considerable contemplation, he devised a strategy. Based on past intelligence, Rody, though bloodthirsty, held deep affections for those weaker than himself, often displaying compassion for those at the bottom of the food chain. Becky could exploit this vulnerability in Roddy's character to draw him out. Coincidentally, Tian Yu Liang Tai's reckless actions unwittingly served as the catalyst to lure Roddy. Instead of suppressing the news, Becky chose to amplify it, spreading an atmosphere of terror around. As long as Roddy conducted a modicum of inquiry, he would easily find his way to them. In this manner, Becky could serve as bait, enticing Roddy to make an appearance, utilizing the feeble bounty hunters as a means to gauge the strength of the adversary. The formidable bounty hunter lay concealed within Becky, poised for action. Regardless of the opponent's prowess, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, particularly when among them are those with controlling abilities. No matter how formidable Rody may be, he is bound to fall prey. The weaker bounty hunters will inevitably be eliminated, forever forfeiting their right to hunt. Regardless of the outcome, Becky stands to emerge victorious. But what if he does not arrive? Would that not signify the failure of this strategy? In light of Becky's arrangements, doubts were raised by his subordinates. With a cunning smile, Becky replied, "If this fellow does not show up, it merely indicates his weakness. He is deliberately maintaining an image of strength. His purported prowess matching that of a general is but a fade, a display of borrowed power. For a righteous strong man, we are trampling upon his dignity." Ultimately, this strategy reached a compromise, although many believed Becky to be overly apprehensive. Capturing a pirate with a bounty of 19 million hardly warranted such intricate scheming. However, when the assembled observers witnessed Rody in battle within Becky's chamber, silence enveloped them. Becky was indeed correct. This individual was not inclined toward conflict. Becky himself felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. For Rody's combat, though seemingly reckless, was characterized by caution, deviating from Becky's anticipated course of action. Had his original plan been executed, Furtis would have been able to hypnotize the opponent in close proximity, sparing the lesser bounty hunters from such a grim fate. Alas, such was their destiny. Inside Becky's castle, gazing at the young man who lay in slumber before him, the elegantly attired Furtis, clutching a civilized cane, abruptly rose and glanced at his pocket watch, exclaiming, fortuitously, "I heeded Becky's counsel. Otherwise, capturing this lad would be akin to scaling a mountain." He scoffed. "Now this fellow has indeed fallen into our trap. Though I am unaware of his abilities, binding him with sea stone chains ensures that, no matter his prowess, escape is impossible." Furtis was the first to speak, his intention unmistakable. As a wielder of the hypnosis fruit, Rody was under his control, thus making this bounty rightfully his. Upon hearing Furtis, the burly Golan rose abruptly, stating, "Yet the architect of this plan is Becky, and his informant hails from my network. Therefore, without my assistance, you could never subdue this lad." The spirited Hani, visibly irate, stood up as well, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? The accolades are all yours, and I am to walk away." Just as the bounty hunters engaged in their squabble over credit, Becky's large and unsightly head suddenly appeared from the ceiling. "Hey, you lot, speak less and get on with the task at hand. No one will be deprived of their share of the spoils. We must act while this lad remains only partially under control. Hani, quickly retrieve your leash, should we succeed in enslaving him. You shall also earn a portion of the credit." Becky managed to subdue this individual, unwilling to let them linger, prompting the others to cease their quarrel and exit the castle. Veteran Golan, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, observed the slumbering Rody and sneered, "Humph, he seems quite boisterous, yet he is merely this. All that remains is to bind him with sea stone and administer anesthetics, and the task will be accomplished. The subsequent dealings with the Navy shall be my responsibility, as Golan had previously served as a naval colonel in the West Sea, thus maintaining some connections within." "Not necessary," interjected Hani, adorned in hues of red, yellow, and blue. He then produced a long, rusty iron chain, declaring, "Once I fasten this chain around his neck, he will lose all capacity for movement and become my loyal servant. I am the bearer of the dog fruit, master form." Golan scoffed at this, remarking, "The dog fruit. Master form. Huh. Back then I could not fathom why you chose to be a dog. It turns out it was merely to awaken and become the master, transforming from human to dog, and then refining back into a human. Truly, only you, Hani, could achieve such a feat. Ha." Hani could feel the mockery in Golan's tone. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "You had better speak more, for once I control this brat, you will have much to endure." Becky, assessing the motionless Rody, urged, "Hurry, this fellow will awaken soon." Upon hearing the command, Hani promptly placed the chain around Roddy's neck. Just as he was about to secure it, Rody suddenly raised his hand, seizing Hani's wrist. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "Hey, I was just about to dismantle her, and you wretched fools have disrupted my delightful dream. How rude." Chapter 42. Utter futility. As Rody opened his eyes, the crowd instinctively retreated in a defensive manner. Hani, transforming into his canine form, swiftly freed himself from Roddy's grasp. The Zoan-type devil fruit granted him a notable enhancement in physical strength, surpassing Rody significantly. Yet he remained as skittish as a startled bird, wary of Roddy's frenzied combat style that had left a profound impression on him. Meanwhile, Becky observed the cautious distance maintained by the others, his body adorned with hundreds of vigilant eyes, his feet morphing into tank treads for an urgent retreat. In contrast, the other two bounty hunters displayed no sign of panic. At the moment Golan stepped back, he voiced the collective confusion. "Hey, fill this. Why has your ability faltered?" His tone was laden with grievance. As bounty hunters, the most egregious flaw in teamwork is the unreliability of a comrade. This led Golan to seriously doubt Philthus's capabilities. Perhaps his strength did not align with his reputation. Phyllis, possessing the power of the hypnosis fruit, remained unperturbed, pondering how Rody had emerged from his dream realm. "My ability induces deep slumber, immersing individuals in the most profound dream world. Once entranced, no one can resist my sleep unless they are stronger than their opponent within the dream. Even a sovereign-level warrior cannot break free instantaneously," he mused, confident in the potency of his dream manipulation. His control over a single target was nearly insurmountable, even for a general. However, the conditions for activating this ability were rather stringent, requiring preparatory groundwork, and it would be significantly less effective against those with formidable haki. Yet, once ensnared in his dreamscape, even a general or a sovereign would find it impossible to resist. The most formidable aspect of this ability is that even if a victim manages to escape the dream, a mere suggestion from Philthus would inevitably draw them back into its depths. The battlefield, ever-changing, rendered even a moment of control by the enemy perilous for one's life. Excluding the protagonist, just as everyone was eager to evade, Rody launched a counterattack against Philthus, for the latter's control was indeed troublesome. However, the fiery axe in Roddy's hand vanished the moment it made contact. Philthus merely tapped the floor lightly, promptly appearing behind Rody. Had Roddy's strike missed entirely? Adjusting his glasses, Philthus calmly remarked, "Young man, do not be so reckless. Why not sit down for proper conversation?" In the brief lapse of Roddy's concentration, a pristine round table appeared beside Philthus. He lounged comfortably, sipping fragrant red tea at a leisurely pace. "Hey, number 3 wild dog, you're not behaving today," came the unexpected voice of Charlia, who had inexplicably materialized on the opposite side of the table. Spotting Rody, she let out a disdainful huff and jested. Rody, squinting at the figure before him, glanced at his empty hands. "Have I fallen into a dream once more? Such trivial skills are hardly worth mentioning." Rody quickly came to this realization, for he possessed a personality that was entirely distinct from that of the original host on a mental level. Ferdinand's dream manipulation abilities were remarkably potent, allowing him to exert mental control over others by tampering with their subconscious. However, he was dreadfully unfortunate to encounter someone of Rody's caliber. While Rody's memories, emotions, and corporeal form were derived from the original host, his current persona was distinctly his own, thus enabling him to maintain a state of lucidity even within dreams. What connection did the original host's dreams have with Rody? Yet, even in the realm of the subconscious, Ferdinand stood no chance, for Rody possessed a hidden advantage, the calm and pure beneficial mantra. This incantation was so formidable that even the Emperor's suite, petrifying winds were rendered ineffective against it, let alone the intricacies of dream manipulation. Before Ferdinand stood the palace of Charlia, and with a flicker of comprehension, he nodded slightly, remarking, No wonder you would slay the celestial dragons. It appears there is more to this connection. Young man, take a seat. Let us converse. Perhaps I can guide you out of your confusion. Ferdinand, maintaining an air of calm, sipped his tea while secretly observing Rody, contemplating his next move. The hypnotic fruit had bestowed upon Ferdinand a unique ability, the capacity for dual focus, allowing him to split his consciousness. This dream interaction would simultaneously transmit to his memories. Rody, with a slight smirk, approached Ferdinand. However, in stark contrast to his demeanor, he was poised with an axe, his body rigid, in an attempt to salvage his dignity. Ferdinand feigned composure, stating, "Gentlemen, this is merely a minor issue. I've already gained control over him, so please proceed swiftly." The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions rife with skepticism. Feeling belittled by their doubt, Ferdinand's irritation flared, insisting, "Please hurry. As I said, it's all ready." Yet before he could finish, he suddenly clutched his neck and stumbled back several paces. Though his actions were feigned, the memories were all too real. Ferdinand pointed at Rody, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How is this possible? Why would you?" The others, witnessing his reaction, instinctively recoiled. The more formidable the hunter, the sharper their wits. They were unlike the brazen pirates known for their ruthless rampages. Their essence lay in earning bounties through hunting. When targeting a perilous quarry, they would weigh multiple factors and strategize meticulously, resorting to any means to achieve their ends. Thus, despite being renowned figures within the underworld, their actions tended to be somewhat timid. Until they fully grasped their opponent's capabilities, each hoped that their companions would serve as scapegoats, allowing them to claim the bounty alone. As for teamwork, that was a distant thought. Seeing Ferdinand's countenance turn pale, the anxious Hani, losing his composure, snapped, "I say, Ferdinand, why is your skill so unreliable? You often act so pretentious. Can you even handle this?" Upon hearing Hani's distress, Ferdis involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. The recollection of how the other had managed to constrict his throat within a dream, banishing him from that realm, was utterly perplexing. Ordinarily, should not the dreamscape of the hypnotized be at the mercy of their controller? Just then, Rody slowly opened his eyes, echoing Hani's sentiments, exclaiming, "I too wish to inquire, is it feasible, Elomut?" In the midst of Ferdis' momentary panic, Rody suddenly teleported behind him. Ferdis reacted swiftly, feeling a chill at the nape of his neck, and instinctively contracted his waist. An axe infused with fiery breath swept over his head, singeing several strands of hair. In a desperate attempt, Ferdis struck the civil staff in his hands, striving to guide his opponent back into the dream. Yet, what awaited him was an unhesitating strike imbued with flames. Breath of Fire, First Form, Unknowing Flame, Chapter 43. One among five emerges as the sixth in the next moment. The scorching flames descended again upon Ferdis, producing a sound reminiscent of steel clashing. Rody furrowed his brow slightly, observing the dark mark on Ferdis' fair neck. As a top-tier bounty hunter, Ferdis' prowess was not to be underestimated. His anxiety was imbued with confusion and doubt. After all, having navigated the underworld for so many years, it was the first time he encountered an anomaly capable of countering his abilities. Ferdis clumsily distanced himself, adjusting his crooked glasses while exclaiming, "Everyone, this fellow's flames cannot scorch hockey. As long as we employ our armed color, even with his agility, he cannot harm us." Silence enveloped them like the midday sun, as Ferdis' statement failed to elicit the anticipated response. Particularly, Becky and Hani, drenched in sweat, wore increasingly somber expressions. Due to the premature revelation of their strategy, they remained unprepared. Ferdis' words essentially indicated that the target should eliminate the two of them. Goran, with a stern countenance, retorted, "Hey, Ferdis, that's quite demeaning. We've journeyed this far with the intent to capture him, not to be pummeled by this guy. Moreover, who in their right mind would exhaust themselves by constantly maintaining their armed color?" Rody cast a cursory glance at Goran, maintaining an outward calm, yet inwardly scoffing at the folly. Indeed, there are those who would. In response to Goran's rebuttal, Ferdis' mouth twitched once more. He had already lost all semblance of dignity in today's skirmish, entirely forsaking his gentlemanly demeanor. Rather than exchanging barbs, it would be more prudent to join forces. If we collaborate, capturing him is merely a matter of time. His offensive may appear formidable, yet he is not invincible. Goran lazily stretched his neck and replied, "Ferdes, collaboration is acceptable. However, I demand an additional fee of 50 million berries for my participation." Known for his penchant for solo endeavors, he was reluctant to expose his capabilities, as it would undermine his own prospects. Upon hearing Goran's demand, Ferdes inhaled deeply, responding gravely, "Are you suggesting you will not partake in this hunt? Should I succeed, you will earn not a single berry." Goran shrugged nonchalantly. "Fine by me, but I harbor doubts about your ability to best this brat. Without your powers, you are of little use. I am more than willing to wait for you to exhaust yourselves, thereby reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. After all, the deceased cannot partake in the distribution of spoils." Listening to Goran's words, Ferdes' mouth twitched in irritation. Meanwhile, Rody, arms crossed, observed the antics of these clowns with an impassive expression. Though his countenance betrayed no emotion, a subtle smile flickered across Rody's face upon closer inspection. Rody had never expected to resolve the encounter with the adept through the breath of flames and his two small axes. For him, the axes combined with fire were merely a prelude to a passionate performance, akin to an appetizer before the main course, a mere warm-up before the oven's heat. If the opponent cannot withstand these few moves, he can only ask, "Can you really do it, you mongrel?" Nowadays, Roddy's thirst for slaughter continues to escalate, and the nameless rabble fails to fill the void within him. Hence, he feels a certain delight at this moment, eager to sharpen his blades. Meanwhile, the two bounty hunters across from him are still haggling. 50 million berries. I won't accept a single cent less," Golan said, his gaze fixed on Rody, his eyes reminiscent of a butcher eyeing a live sheep. After listening, Ferdes clenched his fists and remarked, "Are you sure you can capture him for 50 million? Golan smirked, provocatively glancing at Rody, his tone dripping with unwavering confidence. "As long as he doesn't cower and doesn't flee, I can certainly catch this little brat. However, regardless of victory or defeat, life or death, you must pay me that 50 million. What capabilities does this fellow named Golan possess? With such bushy eyebrows and large eyes, he seems to be a natural-born schemer." Rody felt a surge of curiosity, even a hint of anticipation regarding the other's abilities. "It matters not. With so many items at my disposal, I shall confront him. Even if I find myself ensnared by him, I still have the fortune dice for a chance at luck. The stronger the opponent, the greater the likelihood of drawing something extraordinary." With this thought, Rody nonchalantly spread his hands, his tone equally arrogant. "If I don't slay you, how could I possibly flee? I wish to see how you intend to capture me." Upon hearing this, Golan turned to Ferdes, seeking his silent approval. Ferdes pondered for a moment. Given his abilities, capturing Rody would indeed require considerable effort. Even if the latter were to escape, he could easily proclaim that Rody fled in fear of his terrifying strength. However, what truly terrified him was the possibility that Rody would not flee and would instead engage in a war of attrition. He had witnessed Rody overcome his own limitations and possess a mysterious regenerative capability. This thought sent chills down Ferdes' spine. After a series of internal struggles, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, 50 million it is. Consider it a lesson learned." Upon hearing Roddy's response, Ferdes echoed the sentiment, and Golan, in high spirits, removed his black jacket, revealing the massive muscles encased in his white tank top. Suddenly, Golan knelt on one knee, his fists colliding together, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared with righteous fervor, "Very well, since you have all agreed, the rules of this match are established. First, the oath-taker, Rody, can only leave this area by killing us all. Second, the oath-taker, Ferdes, as the debtor, must repay his debts to me, regardless of life or death, and thus cannot be judged by death. Third, the oath-taker, Golan, as the creditor, cannot die or be exhausted until the rules are fulfilled." As the words fell, Golan emanated a wave of powdery purple energy. Centered around him, a massive ripple unfolded, gradually expanding outward. The ripple took shape, and the formidable power enveloped the entire room, vanishing into the void. Goran smiled with evident pride and declared, I'm the wielder of the rule fruit. Once the rules are established, I become the deity of this domain. Not even the 4 emperors or the 3 admirals can hope to escape from here, unless they completely nullify the rules. The individuals present were taken aback by his proclamation. Rody, too, was astonished, his mind racing. Goodness, is this truly the power of a devil fruit? It was never mentioned in the original text. He turned his gaze towards Goran, feeling an increased admiration. This fellow is undoubtedly a born bounty hunter, having set the stage for his prey to fall into his trap. It seems his previous pretentiousness and laziness were merely a prelude to this moment. This individual possesses quite the intrigue. However, a thought swiftly crossed Rody's mind. Wait, why hasn't the fate dice rolled? Could it be that this ability is not as formidable as it appears? Meanwhile, Becky and Hani were utterly bewildered. Ferdes had suggested combat with the use of hockey, subtly excluding the 2 of them, which was already quite absurd. Then, witnessing Goran openly dismissing them from the system, Rody thought, are you not even going to put on show? Chapter 44. As the blade moves like fire, everyone feels numb. Rody witnessed Becky's continuous grim demeanor, as if he had come to a realization. Ferdes was unaware that many lacked the ability to wield the color of arms, but Golan was indeed malevolent. To embezzle the funds, he deliberately refrained from using his powers to set rules for Becky. If he could eliminate both Becky and Hani, outlast Ferdes, and weaken himself, that bounty of 14 billion would belong solely to him. It appeared that the art of scheming was not exclusive to Becky. This burly, thick-browed man was the most cunning of them all. Golan's wickedness aligned perfectly with Rody's taste, prompting him to stroke his chin and silently muse. This fellow is quite the hidden gem. Becky had initially thought of himself as a mere yellow bird, only to realize he was at best a mantis. Reflecting on being outmaneuvered, he, as the landlord of the West Sea, maintained a broad-minded perspective. Taking a deep puff from his cigar, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and glanced at Golan. Damn it, after a lifetime of playing others, I never expected to be played myself today. If it weren't for that greedy little wretch Rody's bounty, perhaps I wouldn't have found myself in this predicament. To be fair, that guy does have a knack for calculations. Indeed, I met my match this time, turning his gaze toward Rody. He assessed him based on his recent performance in battle, feeling rather skeptical and believing there was a significant element of exaggeration. Reports indicated that this lad could rival an admiral. In his view, aside from his swift movement and slightly quicker means, he was rather ordinary. Perhaps having escaped the pursuit of an admiral had inflated his ego, prompting him to claim such a comparison. As for that terrifying recovery ability, well, that posed a challenge. But considering his mortal physique, it was not insurmountable. There were numerous ways to restrict him, especially now that he had lost his freedom, no matter how great his abilities. Trapped within an octagonal cage, how many nails could he truly hold? With this thought in mind, Becky began to deploy the muscle within his ranks. Upon hearing the Godfather's directives, everyone promptly mobilized for a pre-battle meeting, fully armed. Many of Becky's subordinates were quite astute, which allowed him to start strategizing on how to turn the situation to their advantage. As the leader of the flame tank, Becky's ability to adapt was key to his survival in perilous situations. Beside him, the spirited houndman Hani, adorned in red, yellow, and blue, though lacking Becky's intellect, remained unfazed. The true strength of the Zoan-type fruit lay in their resilience and remarkable recovery capabilities. Who could truly outlast whom remained to be seen. Each person harbored different mindsets, convinced of their substantial advantages and envisioning a glorious future. Just as everyone reveled in their perceived superiority and anticipated the bounty of 14 billion, Rody suddenly spoke. Seeing you all so calmly march to your demise puts my mind at ease. Golan, let me express my gratitude. Golan, taken aback, wore a large question mark on his face. Rody then sheathed his axe at his waist and made an upward gesture with his hand. It is because of you that I dare to play for real. I also need to confirm one thing. Is this room truly isolated from the outside world? The appearance remains imposing, yet it shatters with a mere strike. Does it? Upon hearing Rody's seemingly empty inquiry, Goran felt a flicker of irritation. Setting aside his capabilities, His own power level was certainly around 3,700. Had he not clandestinely sold 2 warships to the underground, he would have undoubtedly attained the rank of at least a vice admiral by now. To his astonishment, he found himself underestimated in a world governed by rules. Goran, with a stern visage, fixed his gaze upon Rody and declared, "Kid, I must commend your attitude. As of now, I am the deity who wields control over the rules. Under the aegis of these regulations, your destiny lies firmly within my grasp. I reiterate, it is your destiny. Even if you wish to go wherever your heart desires, you are confined to this abode." Rody found himself in agreement with Goran's characterization. The power of the rule fruit indeed possessed remarkable attributes. Just moments ago, he had thought of teleporting back to Zone 23, only to find himself in the kitchen of the restaurant instead. His speed was such that the onlookers could scarcely perceive it. After hearing Goran's assurances, Rody exhaled deeply, stating, "With your guarantee, I feel reassured. I happen to be in the mood to sharpen my blade." As he spoke, the ancient crimson blade, the Jampa blade, was summoned forth. Under the astonished gazes of those present, a wave of searing heat surged forth, instantly scattering the shattered furniture, igniting the pristine tablecloth, and melting the broken white candlesticks. The air within the room became infused with an infernal intensity, rendering it difficult for anyone but Rody to breathe. This was the oppressive aura accompanying the debut of the flowing blade of fire. There was no need for Rody to make a move. Merely its presence was sufficient to rival the environment of a level 2 impel down. Goran was soon drenched in sweat, his arrogance swiftly dissipating. Particularly as he witnessed the blood on the ground evaporating in an instant, the corpses emanating wisps of smoke, releasing a charred aroma. Years of experience navigating the seas instilled in Goran an exceedingly ominous premonition. What in the world is happening? Why has the atmosphere around us shifted so dramatically? Does this power stem from the blade in that lad's hand? Goran couldn't help but swallow hard, his thoughts drifting to the officer who instilled fear in him, Sakazuki. This suffocating heat and pressure could only be paralleled by the magma fruit wielded by the old man Sakazuki. I have heard with my own ears that certain powerful swordsmen can reach such an apex of sword intent that they awaken their inherent attributes. I have witnessed objects capable of consuming devil fruits. Could this fellow possibly be of Mihawk's caliber, a master swordsman? Or perhaps this blade has consumed some fiery mythical beast. Goran's mind raced with visions of Roddy's might, while others, furrowing their brows in astonishment, began to retreat, sensing a formidable threat. Rody, surveying the room, felt an overwhelming disappointment at their reactions. Alas, I had anticipated a thrilling battle ahead. Why do they seem so timid the moment I draw my sword? He began to long for an adversary like Akiji. Regardless, the expression management of a general is remarkably adept, instilling a sense of formidable rivalry. Rody's exuberant emotions abruptly dissipated, rendering the impending strike rather unexciting. It resembled the experience of engaging in a strategy game where the opponent relentlessly taunts, exerting immense pressure with their words. Just when one finally acquires formidable gear and seeks to test their damage, those adversaries not only refrain from retaliating, but also concede outright, leaving one to ponder the frustration of such a scenario. Rody contemplated offering words of solace to the 4 trembling foes. Yet he had cultivated an image of being frenzied and bloodthirsty. Therefore, he found himself incapable of uttering the sort of taunts that would imply, "Mine is substantial. Bear with it." Ding! System notification. The host has exhibited feelings of remorse and compassion. Merit points 1. The host embodies benevolence. And even the smallest act of kindness is commendable. Please continue this disposition. Keep striving. With the system's words of encouragement, Rody ultimately concealed his inner compassion. Instead, he adopted an air of derision and mockery, saying, "What is this? I haven't even struck yet, and you are already afraid? Where is your dignity as bounty hunters with rewards exceeding 100 million? As the magnates of the West Coast? Where is the grandeur that comes with being hailed as the Godfather?" After careful consideration, Rody realized that he could only evoke his opponent's emotions and restore their lost dignity through such an approach. There was no ulterior motive, merely an expression of his inherent goodness. Chapter 45. The uncontainable brilliance boy, what are you pretending to be? You may fool others, but do you truly believe I am intimidated by you? The spirited Hani, known for his volatile temperament as a canine warrior, was fueled by a fierce desire for combat. Provoked by his adversary, his emotions surged intensely. Meanwhile, the other three individuals observed the unfolding situation, their minds racing with thoughts. They had anticipated a straightforward plan, believing it would be akin to catching fish in a barrel. Little did they realize they had ensnared themselves instead. Now, the four of them resembled four walking swine, voluntarily shedding their defenses while menacingly addressing Rody. You shall not leave until you have devoured us four. Roddy's display was unprecedented, something none had encountered before. Even Becky, who had a comprehensive understanding of the situation, had only received vague information through hearsay. This ambiguity led to his skepticism. As a schemer, Becky's strategy was remarkably astute. After all, in the world of pirates, countless minor thieves boasted excessively about their exploits to gain notoriety. Had it not been for Hawkins, who had given Rody a formidable four-character evaluation, he might have regarded Rody as merely another ordinary pirate. But now, regret gnawed at him like a relentless tide. Provoked by the mockery, Hani could not contain himself and swiftly transformed, launching the first assault. In his beastly form, he possessed swifter speed, greater strength, and enhanced recovery. From a purely physical standpoint, he was on par with Rob Lucci in his leopard form. Hani transformed into a majestic mastiff, its tricolor fur billowing like a vibrant banner in the scorching heat. With crimson eyes and saliva flying, he sprinted forward with incredible velocity. Rody smirked, aiming his sharp blade, the flowing blade of fire, at the divine canine Hani, and proclaimed, "Come at me. I respect your courage." The other three watched intently, their thoughts mirroring Roddy's, silently applauding Hani's bravery. As Hani charged, Rody executed a subtle upward counterattack. This time, in an effort to master his blade, Rody infused only 30% of his strength into the strike, refraining from unleashing the full might of the breath of flames. His intention was to safeguard and cherish the creatures around him. With a resounding whoosh, the powerful blade aura cleaved through the ground, sending forth a tumultuous wave of energy that erupted from the newly formed chasm, resembling a torrent of molten lava. The searing heat surged outward, incinerating everything in its line of sight. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in flames, and the other three had already retreated at the moment of impact, narrowly avoiding the impending danger. Years of combat experience had honed their instincts, alerting them to peril before their minds could fully comprehend it. As the master of the flowing blade of fire, Rody felt the heat, yet it did not scorch him, nor did he succumb to the flames. However, for the canine deity Hani, the moment he charged forward, he was enveloped by the flames. Half of his vibrant banner was instantly reduced to charred remains, while the other half bore the marks of scorching, the damage steadily spreading. Witnessing this, Rody felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. His intention had been to practice controlling the flowing blade of fire, yet this strike had been excessively unleashed. Yet, unable to contain the searing brilliance of the blade, Hani was struck down to the ground, his anguished cries echoing as he rolled frantically, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing him. Becky gritted his teeth, then raised his arm. Suddenly, a pair of double doors materialized in his hand. Moments later, the doors swung open, revealing several henchmen clad in gray suits, armed with hoses at the threshold. They directed the hoses toward the suffering Hani, unleashing a torrent of water upon him. With a sizzling sound, a copious amount of white steam billowed from Hani's charred flesh, his cries of agony gradually morphing into groans and labored breaths. It was evident that the Zoan-type devil fruit possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. As the burnt flesh began to visibly heal, all eyes were fixed on Rody, their expressions filled with dread. A mere haphazard strike had proven too much for even the beastly form of Hani. None among them were Logia-type users, who could withstand such an onslaught. The calmness exhibited was thus understandable. Long before the rules were established, while the fateful die lingered in a state of idleness, Rody had foreseen the potential developments. These four individuals had confined themselves within an enclosed space, maintaining an undying state akin to his own. However, unlike his pain mitigation, Rody surmised they would not benefit from any enhancements, enduring true torment while unwittingly providing him with a training ground. Such benevolence. If the fateful die possessed consciousness, it would undoubtedly scoff and say, "Is this it? A group of opponents arriving to offer warmth for the host to play with? Why should I concern myself with them?" Roddy's gaze turned sharp, bloodthirsty as he focused on Golan. "Hey, why aren't you attacking yet? I recall each of you was quite confident just moments ago. Where's that deity who governs the rules? Step forward." Upon hearing Rody specifically call him out, Golan felt as if an immense weight had been added to his already perspiring body, bending his defiant stance. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, he felt an uncomfortable heat, his feet burning with anxiety. Suddenly, Golan shifted his gaze, puffing out his chest, taking a step forward, and declared with conviction, "Come forth. For we are currently in an indestructible state. Even if you were to land a few strikes, what of it?" As he spoke, he glanced at Rody as ancient blade, adding, "While our infinite lives may withstand your scorching attacks, your weapon, which continuously radiates heat, will undoubtedly deplete. You will forever face a 4-to-1 scenario." Though his words appeared menacing, the truth was he had already lost. Observing his blatant deception, Rody squinted and inquired, "What do you propose?" Golan thumped his chest with his right fist, proclaiming, "To be fair and to save time, by the rules of the martial world, let us engage in a one-on-one duel. A battle between men, where every blow is felt. I ask you, do you dare?" Rody gazed at the other man with a mixture of confusion and scrutiny, observing Golan's imposing figure, a true embodiment of masculinity. Internally, he scoffed. This fellow certainly thinks he can deceive me into believing I am a fool. If he were a time traveler, his previous life must have been in northern Myanmar, wouldn't it? It seems I cannot escape this realm anytime soon. Perhaps I should indulge my bloodlust and savor the torment I can inflict upon them. Noticing Rody deep in thought, Golan remained oblivious to his contemplations. Yet, he was wary of the young man's potential realization and seized the moment to taunt. "Ha, I knew you wouldn't dare. Because you..." Before Golan could finish his sentence, Rody suddenly vanished. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the blade, as swift as fire, was pressed against his neck. "Because I what?" The young man's icy voice sent shivers down Golan's spine, his fear palpable. The murderous intent emanating from Rody was unmistakable, overwhelming any semblance of composure. The edge of Golan's weapon felt searing hot against his skin, emitting wisps of smoke upon contact. Despite the pain coursing through him, Golan dared not move. The rules may have spared him from death, but the agony filled him with dread. Silence enveloped them, a prolonged stillness. A mocking smile crept across Roddy's face. "Engaging with you requires a degree of caution. It would be all too easy to fall into your trap. Come now, let me witness how this treasure of a boy revives." With that, Rody unleashed a bloodthirsty grin and executed a downward strike. Realizing the impending danger, Golan instinctively retreated while activating his armament. With a horrifying scream, half of Golan's scalp was grotesquely seared away by the blazing blade. Chapter 46. The nullifier. Roddy's formidable sword intent swiftly ignited half of Golan's body, releasing a continuous aroma of charred meat. Becky exclaimed, "Quick, douse him. Hurry." The room was filled with agonizing screams, marking Golan's first moment of utter disarray as a cunning, mid-ranking bounty hunter. Witnessing the veteran's plight, Furtis was drenched in cold sweat. Relieved, he confronted Rody head-on. Otherwise, he would be in Golan's position now. Roddy's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized the reactions of those around him. Had they simply aimed to target him, he might have been inclined to show compassion, offering a swift physical reprieve through his benevolent might. However, their grave error lay in their assault on Meef and her mother. This world had already shown her great cruelty, and now her only beloved had perished due to their avarice. Rody silently vowed that anyone associated with this matter would pay a price far worse than death, without the slightest consideration for mercy. Yet, he did not intend to eradicate them completely. He must also look towards the future, the bounty of one. For Billion was within his expectations, especially considering that an 8-year-old Nico Robin had a bounty of 79 million, rendering Rody somewhat unfazed. However, if he failed to exhibit his worth of 1 billion today, his future adventures would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Someone had to project his enigma and terror outward. Individuals like that reckless fool and the current 6th player were perfect candidates to enhance his notoriety. As for how to amplify this fear, Rody had devised a plan. Based on his persona, he would fully embrace his madcap side. With this thought, a grin spread across Roddy's face as he addressed the burning Golan with an unexpectedly exuberant tone. My friend, our encounter is fate. Allow me to extend my most sincere blessings to you. Becky, poised to render aid, froze at Roddy's words, hesitant to move too much. Rody raised his sword to his chest, solemnly reciting, I lament that you did not remain lost lambs, finding light amidst the darkness. I lament that you feel the power of the flames, discovering paradise in the depths of hell. Please cast aside all grievances and embrace my fire. It shall provide you with new guidance, a renewed life, and hope. Roddy's eyes reflected the flames, his expression theatrical, draped in a red cloak. He would undoubtedly resemble a malevolent high priest. The atmosphere in the room grew peculiar, with only the crackling flames and the haunting cries echoing in solitude. Roddy's unembellished response left the other 3 in stunned silence. Yet, they began to ponder deeply, contemplating Roddy's profound background. They had finally uncovered the reason behind his extraordinary strength. He was likely backed by divine forces. What he was conducting now was, indeed, a sacrificial rite. As they beheld Golan's agonizing combustion, their faces turned ashen. The flames raged on for over 3 minutes, their intensity making them nearly impossible to extinguish. Even someone as ruthlessly brutal as Becky could hardly endure such a scene. Honey appeared as gentle as a golden retriever, while Ferdy began to retch uncontrollably. Rody remained silent, and the 3 of them dared not move, for none wished to become a fiery specter like Goran. The most awkward part was that, under the power of the rules, Goran found himself unable to perish even if he desired it. In a state worse than death, he writhed on the ground, incessantly pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Please, save me. I beg you. Someone deliver me a swift end. The agonizing burns compelled Goran to instinctively cry out for help, his pain rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Rody crouched down, allowed a soft sigh, and remarked, alas, but as the god who wields the rules, you simply cannot die. Moreover, my friend, your manners leave much to be desired. I have bestowed upon you my fiery blessing. Why do you not express your gratitude? Are you truly so devoid of appreciation? Roddy's madcap words left the others feeling dazed and breathless. This is what you call a blessing. Yet, what followed was even more suffocating. With a wicked smile, Rody said, do not fret. Your turn shall come soon. After all, we have ample time to create. After a moment of silence, Becky clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and suddenly stepped forward 2 paces. Rody, I recognize that hunting you is my folly. I admit it. You have won. With that, he knelt in the scorched earth, continuing, leave us a path. You may set any terms you desire. How about it? This time, Old Bay was genuinely afraid, still clinging to the belief that the prior intelligence had been erroneous. Rody might not merely be on par with the generals, but could very well surpass them, perhaps even rivaling the 4 emperors he so revered, Whitebeard among them. Of course, this did not preclude Goran's own self-inflicted predicament. Yet, who in the world could contend with someone capable of effortlessly dismantling the finest elite hunters alongside his own schemes, manipulating them as he pleased? Thus, he was utterly defeated, an immortal being, able to teleport at will, wielding the most formidable and domineering fire powers. Who could ever surpass him? Rody glanced back at Becky, restoring his enigmatic aloofness. In his eyes, Becky was one of the core arbiters, without his intelligence. May's mother would not have fallen to that samurai's blade. However, Rody surmounted his emotional inclinations, deciding to bide his time before acting. Becky still held considerable potential for exploitation. Even if he were to eliminate him, that would have to wait until all was concluded. Whether it was restraining his murderous instincts, diverting attention through indulgence, recruiting allies to bolster his power, or aiding the distressed to fulfill noble ideals. He was in dire need of wealth, information, and resources. Presently, he also needed to extricate himself from this sealed space, for there was a girl outside awaiting his rescue. Rody stepped towards Becky, casting his gaze down upon him. Very well, but you must fulfill 3 conditions. Becky's eyes immediately brightened upon hearing this. First and foremost, whatever means necessary to lift the restrictions imposed by this individual, for I have other matters to attend to. Secondly, I demand the information regarding that warrior. Thirdly, I desire everything you possess in terms of industry and resources. Becky fell silent after hearing this. The first 2 points seemed easily manageable. However, the third point, the thought of starting from scratch, made Becky feel somewhat reluctant. Rody crossed his arms, scrutinizing the kneeling figure, and issued his final ultimatum. PXOne, Becky, I must caution you against attempting any tricks. At this moment, you have no options. Either accept my terms, and I shall grant you some unforgettable warmth. Chapter 47. My elder brother will surely slay you. Becky, hasten to acquiesce to him, or we shall all be trapped. Ferdy's heart was on the brink of collapse as he beheld the tormented Golan. His disheveled hair mirrored his crumbling composure, which had long since evaporated. Rody, I am willing to comply. If you would spare me, I possess assets totaling over 500 million berries, all of which I shall bestow upon you. Rody cast a sidelong glance at Ferdy, suddenly summoning and unsheathing the blade, flowing blade rupture, and spoke with a chilling indifference. You are unworthy. With that, Rody delivered a swift, decisive strike. Ferdy's head was severed with the ease of slicing through tofu. Simultaneously, his body succumbed to a state of burning agony. Yet, Ferdy did not perish immediately. His severed head screamed in terror, subsequently pulled back by a force of purple energy, enacting the rules Golan had established at the moment of his demise. However, this return to his original state did not bring Ferdy any relief, as he too was ensnared in the flames of judgment. Truly indestructible. 2 harrowing wails echoed across the fiery arena as Rody turned his gaze back to Becky. Hey, Becky, have you made your decision? The pyre or survival? Ferdy's unyielding threat had compelled Rody to act with resolute swiftness. Yet, Rody's primary motivation was to set an example. With these 2 instances, he doubted Becky could maintain his bravado. Cold sweat poured from Becky's brow, and the 100 individuals within him mirrored his anxious demeanor. If Becky perished, they too would be doomed. After deliberation, they collectively concluded that their only course of action was to compromise with Rody. Very well, I concede. All my possessions are now yours. After a deep breath, Becky made his fateful choice, opting for survival over the void of death, for life offered the chance to regain what was lost. Rody then turned to Hani and inquired, Dog, do you have anything to say? To his surprise, Hani knelt and raised a rusted chain high above his head. Master, I am willing to serve you as a loyal hound. Please spare my life. Hani proclaimed with fervor, his submission evident in his voice. His thoughts were simple and straightforward. Survival was paramount. Rody did not disdain such individuals whose actions often outpaced their thoughts. In the treacherous world of pirates, they could indeed be considered treasures. Pleased by Hani's eagerness, Rody's lips curled into a smile. Flexible and resilient, you are indeed a character. For now, I shall spare you, but similarly, leave your savings behind. The treatment for such a person was straightforward. A nullification of their wealth would suffice. Hani, as if granted a reprieve, repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Moments later, with Becky's assistance, Golan finally emerged from his torment. Only Ferdy remained, his cries echoing despondently. The loft, surviving the ordeal, breathed heavily. As the rules took effect, his charred body gradually regenerated, bones and flesh reconstituting until he was restored to his former state. To end his suffering, he wisely relinquished the power of the rules under Becky's urging. Rody felt a mix of amusement and disappointment, akin to witnessing the revelation behind a magical illusion. The manner in which such formidable rules were rendered powerless turned out to be surprisingly simple. Merely a pair of sea tower stone handcuffs can restrain you. It seems, my friend, your abilities are rather lacking. Upon hearing Rody's mockery, Golan displayed a grimace. With his flaws laid bare, It would be challenging to navigate this profession in the future. Yet, despite the myriad of grievances swirling within him, Golan dared not harbor any feelings of defiance or dissatisfaction towards Rody. That 3-minute ordeal of being roasted had left an indelible mark on his psyche. Rody, brother Rody, we bounty hunters are merely trying to make a living. Had we known you were this formidable, we would not have dared to oppose you. I realize my request is somewhat audacious, but could you possibly spare me? Leave me a glimmer of hope? After regaining his breath, Golan's instinct for survival softened his tone. Spare you? Perhaps, but you'll need to surrender your personal belongings. Follow my instructions without the slightest hesitation. And if you can comply, I will release you. Glancing at the charred Furdies beside him, Golan swallowed hard and nodded without a moment's pause. As a work aimed at a younger audience, the portrayal of violence within the pirate world is notably restrained. However, in this authentic pirate realm, the tone shifts dramatically. Rody, at least, left Furdies, who had once plotted against him, with a complete corpse, for he possessed a sense of compassion. A farcical episode concluded with Rody and his companions yielding, while Becky and Golan candidly divulged the abilities and whereabouts of Amano Kyoto, as well as the fate of the girl, Meifu. Although he did not possess a precise location, the Red Sparrow did, and Meifu was in its grasp. Rody narrowed his eyes at Becky and then at Golan, formulating a plan in his mind. Golan, I have something to discuss with you. Within the abandoned warehouse, Amano Kyoto gasped for breath as he approached the unconscious Meifu. Behind him, the Red Sparrow was drenched in blood, a pitch-black blade protruding from its back, subtly exuding an ominous dark purple aura. This was the ancient weapon passed down through the Amano lineage, the cursed blade, Muramasa. After a fierce battle, Amano Kyoto's eyes grew increasingly bloodthirsty and frenzied. Meifu, sensing the pressure above her, gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the visage of her nightmare, one that inspired both fear and loathing. Well, little girl, you've awakened? I suppose you understand the importance of obedience now? A grotesque grin spread across Amano Kyoto's already hideous face. He felt no remorse for the murder of Meifu's mother. After all, what significance did it hold to take the life of her mother? He himself was devoid of parents. Even if he had them, he would not hesitate to eliminate them as well. For a demon, empathy for the suffering of others was a foreign concept. Meifu met his gaze, her heart wrenched at the thought of her mother's death at his hands. This time, she did not shy away from a stare but defiantly spat at him. Feeling the slippery liquid writhing on his face, Tianyu Yangtai's lips twitched in a grimace as he viciously tightened his grip around Maeve's neck, slamming her against the concrete wall. Ugh! Maeve cried out, disoriented and in pain. With a fierce curse, Tianyu Yangtai spat. Damn it! Do you think I want to kill you? For me, crushing you is as effortless as squashing a bug. Now tell me, where's that guy named Rody? His tone grew increasingly impatient, causing him to forget the force coursing through his hands. The pain and suffocation enveloped Maeve, her complexion shifting from red to purple, her flailing legs gradually losing momentum. You better speak up. Will you say it or not? Suddenly, Tianyu Yangtai felt a constriction around his arm. Surprised, he discovered a whip coiled around it. Huh, you really can survive. He turned to glance at the crimson bird lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. She was trembling as she wielded the whip with her other hand, attempting to thwart his brutality. Maeve suddenly felt a release as she gasped for air. She cast a sidelong glance at the pitiful woman. Watching the devilish man approach her, Maeve recalled her mother's desperate efforts to hold him back. Stop! Stop it! She cried out, summoning nearly all her strength. Hearing her voice, Tianyu Yangtai slowly turned his head. What? Are you finally willing to talk? Maeve's lips trembled, and for the first time, her eyes were filled with pure hatred. Don't get too cocky. My big brother will surely slay you. He will avenge me. The girl's furious and trembling voice echoed throughout the warehouse. Tianyu Yangtai let out a cold laugh in response. That would be best. I hope he shows up right now. With that, he moved toward the barely alive crimson bird, sneering, You wretched woman, dead saint, since you insist on playing the hero. Then take your so-called justice to the grave. Chapter 48. The path of guardianship emerges. As Tianyuel Yang Tian was about to take action, his portable phone suddenly rang. Irritated, he answered the call. Who is it? How is your task progressing? A gruff voice echoed from the receiver. It was Admiral Sakazuki. Tianyuel's expression darkened immediately as he stepped on the disheveled, blood-soaked hair of the former Rear Admiral, Red Sparrow. If it weren't for your people's delays, I would have apprehended that bastard long ago. With a newfound justification, Tianyuel's tone turned abrasive. What do you mean by your people? Sakazuki failed to grasp the implications of his words. That damn Red Sparrow. She is the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane. She obstructed my efforts and foolishly struck at me, although she is now left half dead by my hand. An unsettling silence fell on the line. Tianyuel lowered his gaze to the unconscious woman, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. A mocking smile crept across his face as he said, Hey, Admiral, I trust you're not apprehensive of Vice Admiral Crane, are you? I believe her granddaughter's life is far more precious than my own hands. Wouldn't you agree? Are you threatening me? Sakazuki's voice emerged, deep and chilling. He certainly did not care about the life of a bounty hunter, but antagonizing Vice Admiral Crane would undoubtedly impact future military operations. Tianyuel's lips twitched in anger as he retorted, Who is threatening whom? All I want is to reclaim these hands. Is that so difficult? If you hadn't slaughtered hundreds of our Navy in that conflict, would we be in this situation today? Spare you a life was my greatest concession. If I were to release you, how would I justify it to my subordinates? Upon hearing this, a murderous intent flashed in Tianyuel's eyes as he proclaimed, You want me to assist you in capturing someone while also letting go of those who obstruct my path? Admiral, this truly puts me in a difficult position. Her granddaughter is currently clinging to my leg. I cannot kill her, nor can I move. What am I to do? This will undoubtedly hinder your performance before the celestial dragons. At Tianyuel's final remark, Sakazuki clenched his fists in disgust. Those words struck a nerve within him. Had he been confronted face to face with such insolence, he would have surely incapacitated him on the spot. The absolute justice of Akainu was not merely to serve the celestial dragons and emphasize their dominion, but to uphold the Navy's dignity and might. However, he found himself vexed by a series of events today. The incompetence of the higher-ups, reveling in their own folly, had cost lives, igniting a fury that pressed upon him. Externally, others continued to create trouble for him. Yet, compared to the looming issues ahead, these matters paled in significance. The death of a celestial dragon would signify a trampling of the Navy's justice. If Rody could not be apprehended promptly, not only would more question the Navy's capabilities, but greater turmoil would also arise, especially at this moment, at this critical juncture facing the white-bearded adversary. Various concerns compelled Sakazuki to suppress his restlessness. Currently, the journey would take at least 2 more days, and he needed to delay. If the opposing side could successfully capture Rody, it would alleviate much of his troubles. With this thought, Sakazuki let out a deep sigh, addressing the telephone bug. Roddy's matter is of utmost importance. If you handle this well, I shall grant you freedom. As for the individual obstructing you, at this point, Sakazuki gazed at the bright azure coastline, his expression darkening ominously. I do not know who she is. As long as she is not an active naval officer, you may deal with her as you wish. But I warn you, do not be overly reckless. Tianyuel licked his lips, responding, Since you, Admiral, have spoken thus, I shall graciously accept. With that, a sinister smile crossed his face as he drew the blade from behind the Red Sparrow. A sharp pain shot through him, and the Red Sparrow let out a whimper. Awakening, Tianyuel looked down at the woman beneath him, a mocking smile curling upon his lips. Wretched woman, I shall deal with you once all is concluded. It would be a waste to let you die so easily after you have delayed me for so long. After uttering these words, Tianyuel felt an unusual silence behind him. With a hint of confusion, he turned to find the girl had not moved an inch and was glaring at him with palpable loathing. However, beside her stood a tall, slender youth with a pallid complexion, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. In his hand, he held an unknown katana similar to the Muramasa in Tianyuel's grasp. Rody's appearance bore significant differences from the bounty poster, even in broad daylight. He would be hard to recognize, especially in the dimly lit warehouse. Tianyu Liang found himself curious about how the youth had entered unnoticed. With his heightened perception, he could sense any changes within the environment. Yet this individual had approached without a sound. Soon, however, the weapon in the youth's hand captured his attention. As a sword enthusiast, he naturally had a profound interest in blades. Instead of launching an immediate attack, Liang curiously inquired, "Who are you?" The youth stepped forward, scrutinizing Tianyu Liang for a moment before responding coldly. "You do not recognize me? Aren't you the one searching for me? Your father is here." Upon hearing the mockery in the youth's tone, Tianyu Liang narrowed his eyes, revealing a manic and grim smile. "So you are Rody." Rody remained silent in response. Liang scoffed, "Has seeking death." With that, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward without hesitation. Rody, noticing the attack, felt his eyes sharpen like blades, inwardly exclaiming, "So fast." The distance between them was roughly 10 meters, yet Tianyu Liang seemed to close the gap almost instantaneously, moving like the wind, leaving no time for a stealthy counterattack. Naturally, Rody had no intention of resorting to ambush tactics, as Meifu stood behind him. This time, he intends to protect the girl in the capacity of a guardian. Tianyu Liang Tai, endowed with the blessing of the wind and wielding the sinister and malevolent Muramasa demon sword, finds that even with the exquisite and refined skills of Hong Kei, evasion from his onslaught proved challenging. However, Rody is different. He possesses the boon of teleportation and has already acquainted himself with his opponent's abilities. As the obsidian blade descends, a surge of dark blue malevolent energy extends the reach of his attack. The moment it grazes Rody, Liang Tai grins, presuming that the hunt has concluded, without even granting his opponent the chance to draw his blade. Yet how trivial. Is this the extent of his swordplay? Bring it on. In the blink of an eye, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. However, as the blade fully descended, Liang Tai's smile abruptly vanished. This sensation felt amiss. In the next instant, a crimson flame burst forth, dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating his astonished visage. Breath of Fire, 5th Form, Fire Tiger, Chapter 49. Am I on par with you? How dare you? The adorable tiger, woven from flames, roared forward in fury, its righteous and compassionate energy dispelling all the filth it encountered. Damn it! Liang Tai's hair stood on end. He recognized that he could not confront the fire head-on. In a swift retreat, a faint green energy radiated from his body, giving birth to several gusts of wind. The powerful force scattered the flames that were about to envelop him, allowing his heart to settle momentarily, yet the opponent's second wave of assault approached once more. Breath of Fire, 1st Form, Unknowable Fire, ah? As a circular ring of fire was cleaved through the air, Liang Tai let out a piercing scream. In the distance, Meifu clenched her fists and stepped forward, her eyes brimming with hope. The pale-faced Hong Kei struggled to lift her gaze, murmuring softly, "So warm." The green energy forcibly dispelled the flames once again, and a small figure flapped its wings, breaking free from the encirclement. Upon landing, Rody discerned that before him stood a creature of pure white, adorned with antlers, its fur and feathers a blend of bird and deer. Bird fruit. Mythical beast type. Phylean form. Rody's emotions swirled within him as he contemplated a mythical beast with a cursed blade by its side. Indeed formidable. The wielder of a mythical beast possesses a unique blend of natural and animal traits, endowed not only with powerful regenerative abilities, but also various godlike elemental powers. No wonder that woman was defeated. With this thought, Rody instinctively reached for his blade. However, he then began to clap his hands together. Clap, clap, clap. The sound resonated loudly, leaving Meifu behind him utterly perplexed. Can't you control that foul hand of yours? There are children to protect. Rody scolded himself inwardly. Ever since the system had rewarded him with the blade of flowing fire, everyone appeared to him as a whetstone. His desire to master this power was insatiable. With this contemplation, Rody quelled his impulse to draw his sword. To have forced me into this form. It seems you possess some skill. Just as he thought this, Tianyu Liang Tai suddenly spoke. He approached with a light and lively gait, yet the cursed blade was nowhere to be seen. If it were any other time, I would undoubtedly wish to play with you longer. Unfortunately, I am pressed for time today. With that, Liangtai kicked back with his hind hooves, causing the ground to crack. A violent shockwave erupted, rustling Rody's clothing and causing Honk's hair to dance in the wind. Be careful. It has fused with the cursed blade. It will be extremely. Honke cautioned, her voice strained as she fought against the pain in her chest. The opponent's speed was overwhelming, and she did not wish for Rody to experience another devastating defeat. While she was unaware of the full extent of the enemy's power, she knew that he was their only hope of saving that little girl. She had to play her part, no matter what. Though her voice was faint, Rody heard her clearly. Without waiting for the rest of her warning, he seized the initiative. Rody vanished from his original position, reappearing directly above Tianyuel Yangtai. Quick, isn't it? Let us see who is swifter. Rody silently recited this line, inwardly scoffing. Only a fool would shout in the midst of battle. Yet, like a phantom, Tianyuel Yangtian vanished from sight. As the master of the wind's power, he possessed an acute awareness of every subtle shift in the air. Observing his opponent's disappearance, Rody too faded from view. The entire warehouse suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Meifu and the gravely injured Honke widened their eyes, their hearts pounding with trepidation. In the next instant, the man and beast reappeared. Rody unleashed a formidable blaze with his unsheathed sword, the Ryurin no Hai. Breath of flame, third form, all-consuming fire. Tianyuel Yangtian, undeterred, summoned a colossal green blade that crackled with black-red lightning, generating a hissing sound. Wind of the Black Gale. Rody squinted, his heart a tumult of emotions. Could he possess the Conqueror's haki? Or perhaps his sword harbored such power? The intertwining of green winds and red flames created a fierce standoff, neither side yielding ground. The demonic sword's strength melded with the mythical beast fruit, allowing Tianyuel Yangtian to rival the unsheathed Ryurin no Hai in a test of strength. Amidst their intense confrontation, fire and wind soared skyward, the force of their clash ripping the warehouse roof asunder, sending debris cascading like hail. Chaos erupted within the warehouse. This is bad, Rody thought anxiously, concerned for Meifu's safety. Honke realized they could not remain. She inhaled deeply and shouted, "Girl, come here." In the midst of her words, she coughed up blood. Yet, the whip in her hand transformed into a serpent, swiftly darting towards the beleaguered Meifu. In her panic, Meifu was ensnared by Honk's serpent, shielding her from the falling rubble. However, she was not spared from danger. A cement pillar supporting the beams crashed down upon her, and Honke could not evade it. With her observation haki, she sensed the malevolent wind looming above. Facing imminent death, Honke managed a resigned smile. In that moment, she thought of her grandmother who, despite possessing the potential of an admiral, had chosen to serve as a vice-admiral. Grandmother, I am sorry for disappointing your expectations. I could not achieve your level of excellence. I fear I shall forever be accompanied by darkness. As the 1,000-pound pillar descended, Honke gently closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. After a moment, Honke opened her eyes in bewilderment, feeling no pressure bearing down upon her. Trembling, she turned her head, her expression instantly one of shock. The 1-for-billion bounty criminal stood behind her, using his own body to halt the colossal pillar. How is this possible, you? As a founding elder of the Blade organization, Honk's stance remained firmly aligned with the Navy. In this avaricious maritime world, she believed she had seen through the pirates and human nature itself. She thought that these individuals were driven solely by greed. Yet, she could not comprehend Rody's actions. He had accomplished something not characteristic of a pirate. What was his true intention? The Red Sparrow's expression was one of astonishment and confusion, prompting Rody to let out a derisive snicker. He then gritted his teeth and rolled the pillar behind him to the side. Mastery of the breath of fire had granted Rody a certain enhancement in strength, albeit still confined within the limitations of humanity. As a bounty hunter with a reward of 300 million, he must possess a considerable amount of merit points. After all, one ought to reap the benefits. Just as Rody pondered this, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! System notification. Assisting the Navy's Special Department, Major General Red Sparrow, in fending off fatal damage. Merit points, 700. Roddy's keen intellect swiftly grasped the significance of this notification, leaving him utterly astonished. Goodness, this woman is actually from the Navy? That won't do. Initially, out of consideration for saving Maeve, he had contemplated sparing her financial dues. She is an official, and I am a thief if I do not take advantage of her. Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? After contemplating this, he twisted his body with a creaking sound and coldly remarked, "Don't think I saved you out of kindness. As the bounty hunter hunting me, I'll let you live for now, until our accounts are settled." Maeve opened her mouth in confusion, but her weakness rendered her unable to speak. At that moment, Tianyuel Yangtai descended from the sky, excitedly shouting, "Ha, kid, you really are something. Although your physical strength is a bit lacking, you can still hold your own against me in my prime. Impressive. I acknowledge your 14 billion value. Thank you for raising my worth. In gratitude, I will present you alive to Sakazuki." Rody cast a sidelong glance at the wildly exuberant Tianyuel Yangtai and spat. "You think you can stand against me at 4-6? Do you even deserve that?" Infuriated, he swiftly drew his blade, flowing blade, Roho. "No more pretense. The time for revelation has come. I am the world's foremost swordsman." Chapter 50. The Blade of Fire, not a formidable wall of authority. The description of Tianyuel Yangtai made Rody feel sullied. How could such a bloodthirsty lunatic be equated with his own pure-hearted and gentle nature? Even in terms of strength, such a comparison was utterly unfounded. Had it not been for the constraints of the scene and the characters, he would have drawn his blade long ago and disposed of this filth. Yet, it was not too late, as the orchestrated individuals were soon to take their positions. As the blade of fire was drawn, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a furious beast unleashed. The blade of fire seemed to possess an even more tempestuous spirit than in previous battles. As a fitting reward for his efforts, the system bestowed upon Rody not only this formidable sword, but also a powerful mental fortitude to match. Rody now exuded an aura reminiscent of self-adaptive warrior. Outside of combat, he might appear inept, but once engaged, he transformed into a sage, a martial sage. What? You claim to be the world's greatest swordsman? Upon hearing this grandiose title, Tianyuel Yangtai scoffed derisively. Yet, before he could finish his scornful remark, his pupils abruptly dilated. Simultaneously, a torrent of overwhelming flames surged toward him, disheveling his hair. Behind him, a small yellow flower visibly bloomed, a shameful manifestation of his fright. The sudden physiological reaction left Yangtai bewildered. He could not fathom why he, in his prime, would be intimidated by a mere blade. Thanks to years of training and the enhancement of his abilities, Tianyuel Yangtai had honed his sensitivity to energy. By the age of 3, he had mastered the instinct of spider sense. When danger approached, his body would issue warnings swifter than his conscious mind. Ever since acquiring this Muramesa, he had never experienced the emotion of fear throughout his subsequent career. His madness was not only his capital, but also his means of intimidating foes. Even in the face of Admiral Akainu, although he could not best him, he remained undeterred in spirit, for that man lacked the oppressive aura he sought. Yet, in the presence of his current adversary, such an advantage turned into a significant disadvantage. Tianyuel Yangtai's heart was in turmoil. The mere act of drawing the blade had unleashed an unprecedented killing intent upon him. This aura was not confined to a single individual. Destruction had never been its intent. It was a natural phenomenon. As a human, he found himself powerless to resist, with only the option to flee. One must understand that as the master of the Blade of Fire, Old Man Yamamoto had forged this sword over a millennium, with countless souls claimed beneath its edge. What was happening? Why was my body inexplicably trembling? Is it excitement? Yes, it is undoubtedly excitement. Liangtai attempted to soothe his startled spirit with this optimistic reasoning. He could not believe that this blade possessed such a potent aura. The searing energy expanded as Rody aimed the tip of his sword at Tianyuel Yangtai. The spiritual pressure emanating from the blade distorted the surrounding environment, and the fiery essence evaporated the moisture in the air, rendering it difficult to breathe. Amidst the relentless winds swirling around him, Rody maintained his stance for a full half-minute. Unwavering, doubts crept in. Was that boy truly capable? His pace seemed sluggish. Rody waited. Yet, with each passing moment of his stillness, the fear within Ryota magnified, akin to a gun's muzzle pressed against his temple, exuding an unsettling aura. Finally, unable to contain his inner turmoil, he spoke first. Humph. After all that boasting, you fail to make a move? Are you afraid? Rody retorted with a cold snort. I am merely observing when and in which direction you intend to flee. That's where the thrill lies. This casual excuse struck at the core of Ryota's current mindset. His lips twitched with irritation as he exclaimed, Fool! If you want to attack, then I shall take the initiative. Let us see who the true coward is. With that, he unfurled his wings, unleashing a tempestuous force of wind. Invisible blades of air surged toward Rody. As the pressure bore down upon him, Rody mused, the strength of a person derives from their own imagination. If I can wield a weapon of such caliber as the fireblade, I must not forsake its dignity. With this thought, Rody bellowed, Ignite. In response to his will, the fireblade resonated with him in an instant. Centered around him and his weapon, formidable walls of flame erupted, forming a barrier that repelled the oncoming assault, safeguarding the two women behind him. To allow those he wished to protect to suffer harm was an affront to Rody's honor. The dual forces of wind and fire obscured the skies for several kilometers around. Meanwhile, in the Shambodi Islands, Zone 9, Gorlin, previously assigned by Rody, swiftly advanced with remarkable agility. In merely 5 minutes, he traversed 3 blocks. Commendable feat, indeed. After all, one cannot compare themselves to a glitch in the system. As he neared his destination, a fierce wave of heat pushed him back several steps. He raised his arm to shield himself from the raging sandstorm. Hearing the crackling sound above, a symphony of bubbles bursting at a certain altitude. Squinting into the distance, Gorlin found himself momentarily frozen in midair. Over 100 meters away, a colossal tornado spiraled skyward, faint glimmers of fire visible within. It was barely past 1 in the afternoon, yet a sinister crimson cloud loomed overhead. What in the world is happening? Why is the weather changing mid-battle? Gorlin exclaimed, utterly bewildered, observing the panicked masses fleeing towards him. He realized the imminent danger ahead. Upon witnessing the flames, a sense of dread coursed through him, accompanied by an inexplicable pain of burns across his body. Yet, recalling Rody's explicit instructions, a chill ran down his spine. I've sold all my savings and narrowly escaped death. I cannot afford to lose it all again. I will fight with all I have. As he spoke, Golan closed his eyes and furiously charged towards his destination. Kazan, lethargic, rose from his slumber only in the afternoon, lazily stretching his neck and donning his attire. Having drained the last drop from the bottle, he resolved to leave the inn in search of more spirits. Just as he stepped outside, he was met with a throng of people rushing towards him. Glancing up at the sky, he noticed ominous clouds looming overhead, with the distant weather already dimming. A look of surprise crossed Kazan's face as he murmured, What on earth is happening? The scorching winds howled, whipping up dust and debris. By the time Golan finally reached the area, visibility had diminished to nearly nothing. The gray sandstorm obscured most of his sight. Employing his keen observation, he managed to push open the 2 doors of the warehouse. Upon his first glimpse of the battlefield, he found himself momentarily stunned. Half of the warehouse had been nearly swept away by Tianuel Yangtai, while the other half stood resolutely intact. Golan exchanged a brief glance with Rody in the distance, and in the next moment, he turned with a mocking expression towards Tianuel Yangtai, declaring, Hey, Liangtai, you seem a bit unsteady. Are you up to the task? Chapter 51. Gore and spectacle with the crackling energy of black and red lightning. The tempestuous blades of wind struck Rody's body with the force of powerful bullets, leaving him bloodied and bruised. The wind blades, propelled by the fiery walls, wreaked havoc in the warehouse, destroying everything in their path. Yet those 2 walls of fire remained steadfast. Liang Tai appeared to be exerting all his strength, but in reality, he was in a state of frantic desperation. Like a cornered animal, no matter how hard he tried, he could not breach the barriers protecting Rody and himself. The more he failed to inflict a fatal blow, the deeper his fear grew. At such close quarters, should the opponent retaliate fiercely, how could he possibly cope? Rody, however, maintained his composure, wielding his Zanpakuto with unwavering resolve. The mocking expression on his face seemed to say, Put some effort into it. Have you not eaten? I urge you to try harder. Do you not hear me? The trait of immortality was being demonstrated to its fullest in this battle, and his mastery of skills was accumulating with each passing moment. Initially, Rody could only endure the pain passively, allowing his body to perish and then returning through time. But now, he could subjectively manipulate his body by thought, deciding which parts needed rapid recovery and which could afford to wait. Thus, even as he appeared to be reduced to a bloody mess, he was, in reality, practicing localized repairs. Yet, the two women behind him were oblivious to this. The splattering blood horrified them. At this moment, the Red Sparrow lacked the strength to speak. Had it not been for her robust physique, she would have long succumbed to death. She clutched a handful of the blood-soaked earth, trembling uncontrollably. A sense of helplessness and resentment filled her heart. Maeve watched Rody, unmoving as a mountain, her own heart torn asunder. Tears mixed with the mud on her small face, rendering her utterly pitiable. In a hoarse voice, she cried out desperately, "Big brother, please stop fighting. Don't worry about me. Just run away. If this continues, you will die. I cannot bear to see anyone else perish for my sake." With a thud, Maeve fell to her knees, gazing up at the giant before her, her despair deeper than that of the Red Sparrow. She did not wish to witness another gentle soul leave this world. Yet Rody remained unresponsive to her pleas. The pitiful tone of her voice stirred his emotions, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. Though he longed to end this wretched creature in one swift stroke, he feared that his blade would unleash chaos upon the island. Currently, the only force that allowed him to unleash his full power was Gorin's rule. Yet, 10 minutes had elapsed since the battle began, and that wretched Gorin had yet to appear. That damn Gorin must have run away. Rody thought, in frustration, "If you dare to flee, I shall tear you apart when I emerge." As Rody silently cursed Gorin, he suddenly noticed movement from the dilapidated wooden door. Upon seeing the burly figure enter, Roddy's ire began to dissipate. "Hey, Liang Tai, you look a bit pale. Are you going to be all right?" The voice behind him filled the anxious Tian Yu Liang Tai with a flicker of hope. "At last, my comrade has arrived, a glimmer of hope for salvation." Yet, as a warrior, he must maintain his inner arrogance and composure. Tian Yu Liang Tian, distancing himself from Rody, scoffed, "Gorin, why waste your breath? Are they friend or foe?" To ensure stability, he first needed to ascertain the other's identity and intentions before proceeding with his plans. Gorin, known for his theatrical flair, chuckled, "Ah, I was right. You truly are here. Everyone is scouring the place for you. Yet you seem to be enjoying yourself." Hearing this, Tian Yue felt the tension in his heart dissipate. Gorin then glanced at the fallen Red Sparrow and ventured another speculative remark. "My, how has the Red Sparrow fared so poorly? I suspect you two fought over that one. For billion, and your adversary chose to assist the woman, did they not?" Tian Yue squinted, reaffirming his suspicions. Indeed, Gorin had come for monetary gain. This made things simpler. With a disdainful grunt, he replied, "That woman chose to play the saint, which is why I took action against her. This one, for Billion Lad, is somewhat formidable, not easily dealt with. However, he is currently entangled with me, and it's only a matter of time before I eliminate him." Tian Yue feigned a nonchalant demeanor. Though he was a madman, he possessed a keen intellect. Gorin, upon hearing Tian Yue's words, subtly revealed a hint of greed. To perform well, one must be sincere. Tian Yue hastened to conclude this battle. "You have no idea how chaotic it is outside, and this will attract the Navy. According to Becky S. intelligence, a general has landed." The mention of a general caused Tian Yue to furrow his brow, instinctively suspecting it was a Kainu. Could he have arrived so swiftly? Gazing at the taut, grayish bracelet on his wrist, Tian Yue resolved not to delay any further. It was imperative that he subdued this lad first, granting him leverage to negotiate terms. For Tian Yue, money was secondary. His true aim in capturing Rody was to free his own hands. Ending this quickly would be challenging, unless you were willing to lend me a hand. "What? Help you? Ha ha. Is this truly something Tian Yue Liang Tian would utter?" Gorin feigned surprise. Having vaguely heard of Gorin's abilities, Tian Yue replied gravely, "Did you not come here with intentions of sharing the spoils? Let us collaborate to capture him, and I promise to share half." This lad was remarkably swift and formidable. Had he not been restrained by that young girl, he would have fled long ago. You had best be decisive. His words held a double meaning, urging the other to make a choice while subtly conveying intelligence for tactical planning. After listening, Goran fell silent, intently scrutinizing Rody from a distance. Well, with that said, I am indeed curious about what extraordinary abilities this fellow possesses. I could assist you, but I require 900 million. Tianyue abruptly turned, incredulously staring at Goran. 900 million? Have you lost your mind? Goran shrugged, turning to face the other party, and remarked, simply because I have arrived. Simply because you have deceived me. As he spoke, Goran's tone grew somber, and his expression lost the lightheartedness it had moments before. Liangtai, we are both seasoned in this world. Do you truly believe me to be a fool? If you wish to proceed, then speak plainly. Rody observed the exchange between the two, their words flowing back and forth. Due to the distance, he could not discern the specifics of their conversation. Yet from Goran's facial expressions and Liangtai's reactions, Rody surmised that the latter was in for a misfortune. Goran, it seemed, possessed an acting prowess worthy of an Oscar. Perhaps in the future, he could be groomed as an undercover agent. How delightful that would be! Just as Rody was lost in contemplation, he heard Goran call out cheerfully from distance, "Oi, Rody, my young friend, if this continues, the Navy will surely arrive. Why not we discuss an alternative method of combat, one that benefits us all?" Upon hearing this, Rody scoffed and inquired, "What do you propose?" Goran flashed a sly grin, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. "Let us change the venue, and according to the rules of our world, have a duel. Does that sound feasible?" Chapter 52. Stand behind me. I shall avenge you. Initially, Rody hesitated at Goran's proposition, expressing his skepticism. It was not until Goran threatened the lives of two women and innocent bystanders that Rody reluctantly agreed to change the venue for their confrontation. Goran reaffirmed the viability of his conditions, and both men nodded in agreement. He then addressed the arena's host with a fervent speech. Rules are established. Rule 1. The combatants in this engagement are limited to Tianyue Liangtai, Herman D., Rody, and Goran. Rule 2. The three participants shall not cause harm to anything beyond each other's lives. Rule 3. In this battle, there shall be no retreat until death. Aside from the adjudicator, as the resolute declaration echoed through the arena, a lavender-hued energy radiated from Goran, enveloping the other two. Liangtai and Rody both felt a jolt in their hearts, as if their confident powers were suddenly constrained. Ingeniously, Goran distanced himself to avoid any backlash. Rody silently praised his own acumen for clarifying Goran's abilities prior to their alliance. Recklessly collaborating with this cunning individual could have led to dire consequences. Goran's power of rules was formidable, yet fraught with limitations. Firstly, the ritual required the participation of 3 or more individuals, necessitating substantial preliminary arrangements. Moreover, Goran had to place himself within the framework of the rules, relying on a loophole to survive in the margins. If things went awry, he could risk his own life. Secondly, Sea Prism Stone could effectively counter him, prompting Rody to request a Sea Prism Spike from Goran as a precaution. Thirdly, should he be unable to procure a Sea Prism Stone, simply casting Goran into the sea would shatter the rules. Such abilities might deceive an inexperienced novice, but against seasoned opponents like Old Sand or Brother Ming, Goran's strategy would falter. Goran indeed proved to be a capable ally, possessing considerable merit. By exempting himself, he could launch surprise attacks without fear of retribution, making the 900 million well spent. A sly smile crept across Tianyue Liangtai's face as he sensed the rhythm of battle stabilizing. He discerned Rody's formidable, self-healing capabilities. Yet Rody remained oblivious to the true potency of the Blade of Tempest. What appeared to be an unremarkable strike concealed profound intricacies. The Blade of Wind could refine itself to the molecular level, thereby eroding and damaging Rody's neurons. Consequently, when Rody next summoned his strength, he would inevitably shatter his meridians and lose his combat effectiveness, unable to heal himself. Whether he would live or die remained uncertain, but the ongoing injuries would undoubtedly incapacitate him. With Goran's assistance, victory was assured. Rody, My dear boy, do you revel in playing the hero? You refrained from attacking me just now. Now it is time to demonstrate how you intend to protect them. Let's see how you fare. Rody maintained his composure in the face of the taunt, his thoughts unperturbed. The immense power and freedom of movement bolstered Rody's resolve. Meanwhile, he vaguely sensed his own anomalies. Yet a mere thought restored his body to its peak condition. After all, this healing ability was of temporal nature. Coupled with the inconsistent changes in Liang Tai before and after, Rody immediately arrived at a self-assessment. It seemed he was attempting to provoke me. If I had allowed my anger to ensnare me in his trap, I would subsequently find myself in a position of passivity. With this thought, Rody chose to dismiss the opponent's words as inconsequential. You had better resolve this quickly, or else they will suffer dearly. Do you not despise the celestial dragons? Then I shall find a way to sell that girl to them, making her a slave, and she will meet a fate far worse than her deranged mother. Seeing that Rody remained unfazed, Liang Tai altered his strategy, redirecting his attacks towards Maeve. Hey, little girl, do you know what your mother said before she passed away? She vowed to fight me, declaring that if I did not release you, she would haunt me even in death. Ha ha! But she had no idea that my Muramesa thrives on souls. She will be tormented by me until her last breath. Listening to Liang Tai's maniacal laughter, Maeve collapsed to her knees, crying out, "Why are you doing this to me? What have I done wrong?" Maeve could not comprehend why she was subjected to such cruelty, unable to understand why this chaotic world harbored animosity towards her innocent self. Ha ha! Why? Because weakness is the original sin. To grasp such a truth at your age, you are fortunate. Liang Tai proclaimed with a maniacal laugh. Yet as he laughed, tears of bitterness formed in his eyes. Recalling the annihilation of his family, a sinister expression crossed his face. The humiliation and agony of his childhood fueled his hatred for all things weak. His environment taught him that the feeble were unworthy of existence. To survive, one must continually grow stronger. In pursuit of that cursed blade, he did not hesitate to violate the hunter's code, silencing hundreds of Navy men. At that moment, his gaze towards Rody grew increasingly contemptuous and begrudging. No one had ever stood behind him as Rody did, defending him. Yet, Rody maintained a somber expression as he lowered the fiery barrier, slowly turning away, disregarding the provocation. His emotions were undoubtedly influenced by Liang Tai. Though his desire for slaughter had been tempered, the chaos stirred anew. Nevertheless, Rody chose to endure, for more pressing matters awaited him. After inhaling deeply, he approached Maeve. Kneeling before her, he gently wiped away the tears and dirt from her face and brushed off the dust from her clothes, tenderly, like a mother would. With a sigh, Rody spoke with remorse. "My dear girl, I am truly sorry that you were caught up in this because of me and that it cost your mother her life. I am even more sorry that I arrived too late to protect you both." As he spoke, the corner of his mouth twitched. He could genuinely resonate with Maeve's emotions. The little girl listened intently to Roddy's words, her fists clenched tightly as she bit her lip with determination. The words of Tianhua Liangtai also resonated with her. She did not hold Rody responsible, for she knew that without him, her fate would have been no different. In that moment, Maeve yearned to appear strong and brave, to avoid burdening Rody any further. No, it was because of my own fragility. It was because I could not protect my mother thus. Rody pressed his hand gently on Maeve's head, his voice thick with emotion. "This is not your fault. The true culprit is this damned, chaotic world. If you wish to cry, then let it out. If anyone dares to mock or bully you in the future, I will make them pay." Upon hearing these words, the pent-up emotions and grievances within Maeve erupted. Just last night, she had dreamt of a bright future with her mother, and now they were worlds apart. Rody enveloped the little girl in a tight embrace, feeling her frail body, and his gaze turned increasingly icy. He silently vowed to ensure that the one responsible would suffer beyond measure. Maeve's cries were heart-wrenching and deeply moving. Nearby, the Red Sparrow was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, filled with helplessness and sorrow. As the saying goes, thin ropes are the ones that break, and misfortune seeks out the ill-fated. Rody then picked up his blade, its edge gleaming like fire, and gently pressed down on Maeve's little head. "Stand behind me, and wait for your brother to take revenge. Do not listen to that trash. He is far weaker than you. With that, the man advanced, his powerful crimson aura emanating from his body, instantly casting a red hue upon everything around him. The red sparrow widened her eyes in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Could this truly be his real strength? Is this the newcomer worth 19 million? Bound by the constraints of the rules, she could not feel the intense heat radiating from Rody, yet the overwhelming and visible power of fire was undeniable. If allowed to run rampant, it would surely turn the surrounding area into a hell on earth. Such strength could only be wielded by someone of the general rank. A thought flickered in the red sparrow's mind, and she subtly sensed the intricacies of the situation. So this man had been holding back all along to protect us. He had been waiting for this moment. However, she quickly dismissed this notion, as there was one aspect she could not grasp. No, he could not have predicted Golin's power. Little Maeve, however, was not burdened by such complex thoughts. With her hands clasped in prayer, she gazed tearfully at the man who was moving further away. He was her hero, the light in her heart. Just as the red sparrow was lost in her musings, she saw Golin charging toward them like a wild, untamed beast. Rody, be cautious. Don't accidentally harm your allies. Chapter 53. The fiery blade that shook the entire island. Rody channeled all his fury into the blazing blade, resonating with the weapon as his spiritual pressure surged uncontrollably. Although Gorin was certain to receive a measure of power from the rules this time, he feared that Rody might not honor his word and might dispose of him in the process. It was only natural for Gorin to harbor such thoughts, as there were far too many deceitful individuals in this world. Rody observed as his opponent approached, a murderous intent brewing within him. He could not fully trust Gorin, aware that he understood Rody's capabilities and likely dared not overstep his bounds. Contemplating this, Rody faced the moonlit sky and coldly commanded, "Watch over them and ensure their safety. Should any trouble arise, you are well aware of my methods." Gorin, upon hearing Rody's words, broke into a cold sweat, instinctively tightening his posture. "Yes, of course, Rody. You must teach him a lesson. I have long been displeased with that scoundrel, bullying a group of honest folks. What a disgrace." Gorin nodded vigorously, even echoing a curse directed at Tian Yu Liang Tai. Rody shot a sidelong glance at Gorin and retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Gorin, startled as if struck by lightning, rolled his eyes and obediently retreated behind Rody, no longer daring to utter a word. Tian Yu Liang Tai, witnessing this exchange, comprehended everything. The shock within him swiftly transformed into seething rage. Once again feeling the sting of betrayal, he ground his teeth in anger. "Damn it, Gorin, you dare to betray me. Have you no desire to remain in this circle? If Beiji and the others discover this, do you understand the consequences?" Gorin couldn't help but recall his precious life and scoffed, responding them. "There is no them left. The damned have all perished, and even those who survive have lost everything." He turned to Liang Tai. "Now, only you remain." Upon hearing this, Tian Yu Liang Tai's beastly eyes widened in shock as he turned to Rody. The same expression was mirrored by the red sparrow. Had Rody not displayed such power, they would never have believed it. Yet, he still had a chance. One was the trap he had planted within Rody's body, and the other was Hiv. So, I'm the last one standing. And you truly believe I am out of options? If I had not acquired this blade beforehand, perhaps you would have stood a chance. As Tian Yu Liang Tai spoke, his body began to undergo a third transformation. His wings morphed into a viscous, deep blue. The pale green winds mingling with tainted black energy, crackling with black-red lightning. His half-bird, half-beast visage darkened, his eyes glowing eerily as his hooves transformed into sharp talons akin to those of a hawk. This form bore resemblance to Kaido's subordinate, one of the three disasters, Jin. However, this transformation appeared far more sinister and ominous. Rody suddenly recalled the words of the Red Sparrow that he had fused with his blade. If memory served him correctly, Beiji had mentioned that his blade was the cursed sword Muramasa, heralding misfortune and curses. Thus, was this form a complete amalgamation? Regardless of the nature of this transformation, it was merely a desperate attempt at survival. As Rody pondered, a chilling, dark blue wind began to swirl around him, creating a stark contrast against the searing heat of his flames. A portion of his fire was unexpectedly consumed by this mysterious and sinister force. Rody, you believe yourself to be formidable, do you? The voice of Tianhuo was sharp and hoarse, layered with multiple tones. Under the influence of Muramace's power, his already unhinged demeanor became even more volatile. However, you are still far from my level. Today, I shall demonstrate the true might of 1,000,000 souls. Rody maintained a cold, impassive gaze as he observed Tianhuo hovering in the air, adopting a defensive stance without rushing into action, according to the rhythm of the animation. A display of grandiosity from the characters was inevitable. This was often a technique employed by authors to introduce the attributes of their powers. But could it truly unfold in such a manner? Just as Rody entertained these thoughts, Tianhuo proclaimed from above, "Behold, mortal, this is a power that only I, as a phantom beast, can wield, the sole force that devours and absorbs all." "Thank you. I shall claim your soul." Rody's eyes sharpened, and he internally added, "Just as I suspected. So foolish." In the next moment, Rody abruptly vanished, accompanied by a flash of fire and a piercing scream. Tianhuo was sent hurtling backward. With his current speed and perception, he failed to discern what had just transpired. In truth, it was quite simple. Rody had merely executed a teleportation kick. The thought of teleportation itself was a form of telekinesis. With successful anticipation, Rody could easily surpass the speed of light. No matter how swift a phantom beast might be, it could never match the swiftness of thought. As Tianhuo was propelled away, hundreds of sparks inexplicably surrounded him. Due to his incredible speed, his body resembled a sparkling firework, moving at a velocity beyond even his own consciousness's ability to comprehend. Even if he could perceive it, the inertia rendered his body uncontrollable. At the moment he crashed to the ground, as he struggled to rise, he noticed his dark skin beginning to crack, revealing faint crimson beams beneath. A sense of foreboding gripped Leontai's heart just as he opened his mouth to speak. Rody's cold voice interrupted from behind. "I have pierced you a total of 13,811 times. For a coward like you, this is merely punishment." With that declaration, the fiery energy surged violently, erupting from the wounds adorning Tianhuo body. In an instant, his form was carbonized, and an immense, radiant pillar of fire took shape. The pillar continued to expand and explode, causing the surrounding space to fracture with a soft lavender hue, only to quickly restore itself, repeating the cycle incessantly. Ultimately, the reckless expansion broke through the heavens and clouds, causing numerous fissures to emerge in the sky, a manifestation of the suppressive powers of the rules. Due to its presence, the energy did not affect anyone. Rather, the sheer magnitude of its spread resulted in a phenomenon of distortion. A ripple of fire swept across half of the Chambord Islands. PXOne, racing towards the scene, instinctively conjured an ice wall for protection. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who was applying a coating to the Sunny, reflexively drew his sword to block. The nearby notorious newcomers also hastily dodged. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, this seemingly formidable energy inexplicably passed through. Rayleigh's glasses gleamed momentarily as he muttered to himself, "This resembles the power of that little brat from last night. But why does it feel so elusive?" PXOne's spectacles also glinted, and he mused aloud, "Hey, Rody, you haven't conjured up any mischief again, have you?" Luffy, who was enthusiastically devouring his meal, felt an inexplicable sensation brush past his body and murmured in response, "Hey, Nami, did you sense something unusual?" No, just focus on your meal," Nami replied impatiently, too preoccupied with admiring her beautiful attire to pay him any mind. However, Zoro, practicing his swordsmanship outdoors, halted at the sight of the towering pillar of fire in the distance. Is that flame the power of Herman Rody? This can't be real. In the unchanging warehouse, as the billowing black smoke dissipated, all eyes turned towards the thick cloud of darkness. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, an invisible spatial rule was breached, creating a fleeting crack of pinkish purple that vanished almost instantaneously. Out emerged a pair of pitch-black claws, followed by a shadowy figure flickering with intermittent flames, staggering as it stood. The figure, a hellish child returned from the abyss, roared in a state of disarray. Ah! Unforgivable! 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 Chapter 54. The fateful ascendance of the thief, Saint amidst Liang Tai's furious roar, a palpable wave of dark energy surged around his body. The ominous winds howled, exuding an eerie chill that penetrated to the bone. His mottled flames gradually dimmed, ultimately extinguishing, yet his form remained charred and blackened. Was he consuming my flames? No, it was more accurate to say he was neutralizing them, as that dark, ethereal energy also began to dissipate. Drawing on previous details, Rody swiftly reached a conclusion. It was indeed surprising that this darkened, ghostly Liang Tai could still rise and continue his bellowing. Remarkably resilient, this phantom beast type proved to be quite durable. The technique he employed was original to Rody, as it was not found in the original work of Demon Slayer. Although of the earth type, its destructive capacity rivaled that of the fire type S flowing blade, like fire. In fact, in terms of single target potency, the earth type was even more ferocious due to its sustained explosive damage that could accumulate indefinitely. This technique was inspired by Tianyue Liang Tai's Windblade. While Rody could not meticulously control the fire's spiritual energy at a molecular level, the frequency of his attacks compensated for that limitation. The intention was to inflict the utmost agony upon his opponent. Furthermore, by leveraging the inherent power of flowing blade, like fire, and increasing the frequency of strikes, Rody significantly reduced his physical exertion. He had only partially recovered from last night's battle, and this morning's hasty breakfast left him feeling unprepared. Thus, despite his advantages, he could not afford to be complacent. On the battlefield, Tianyue Liang Tai transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging forward. In the midst of his furious advance, he vehemently questioned, "Why? Why do you stand here and scathe, when I clearly..." With a resounding crash, the warehouse reverberated, ripples spreading forth as visible cracks spiderwebbed across the floor, only to vanish moments later. A powerful wave of energy surged anew, stirring trepidation among the nearby islanders. A contingent of Navy forces hastened to the scene, fearing that a pirate of the weaker royal caliber might exploit the chaos. The domineering spiritual energy of fire manifested as a barrier, successfully repelling Tianyue Liang Tai's more formidable conqueror's hockey assault. This strike was swifter, accompanied by a few ghostly shadows that flickered behind Liang Tai. Considering that the Demon Blade Village possessed the ability to control souls, Rody surmised they were the true masters of this overwhelming aura. He was pitted against ancient warriors endowed with conqueror's haki, either the masters of the Demon Blade or those who had perished at its hands. It was precisely due to this formidable power that Tianyue Liang Tai dared to risk an open confrontation with the Navy. Regrettably, the curse of the Demon Blade lay in the misfortune it bestowed upon its wielder. The Tianyue clan had been annihilated because of it, and Tianyue Liang Tai was now led to a path of destruction. This adversary's body was in the process of revival, and continuing the drawn-out battle would be disadvantageous for Rody. He needed to devise a strategy to swiftly conclude this farce. As this thought crossed his mind, a vague idea began to take shape. Withdrawing to a distance, he coldly continued Liang Tai's incomplete inquiry. "You wish to ask why, despite the tampering within my body, I remain entirely unharmed?" In midair, Tianyue Liang Tai lingered, seemingly awaiting an explanation to follow. Unexpectedly, Rody curled his lips into a derisive smirk, tauntingly remarking, "Humph. How dare you insignificant insects presume to understand? You, the disgrace of the Tianyue clan, are but a coward evading reality, just like your ancestors. Such twisted creatures, only capable of bullying the weak, may as well descend into hell and inquire of your forebears. With that dark visage of yours, perhaps you should adopt the surname Heighten, to live as a mere ward of the heightened family, groveling in their shadows. Would that not be a more fitting existence?" Rody retaliated with his own words. He vaguely recalled that a branch of the Tianyue family had been poisoned by the Heighten clan. Regardless of its veracity, Rody intended to test the waters. As the saying goes, to kill a man is one thing, but to annihilate his spirit is quite another. These few words left Tianyuel Yangtai utterly stunned. Compared to the earlier jibes, the disparity in their verbal sparring was unmistakable. Given Roddy's typically composed demeanor, he seldom resorted to insults, save for when provoked. After a prolonged moment, Liangtai finally regained his composure, fury erupting within him like a charred pufferfish. You scoundrel! How dare you insult me? What does that heightened family compare to mine? How could such refuse be worthy of sharing a name with the Tianyue clan? I shall kill you. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. Rody remarked, what a lunatic. Suddenly, Tianyuel Yangtai vanished into thin air, only for a series of black and red lightning strikes to follow, his claws lunging toward Roddy's face. This was precisely the outcome Rody desired. Offense was the most likely route to expose vulnerabilities against a foe possessing superior agility. Taking the initiative was a grave mistake. Though appearing fierce, the assault was ultimately futile. The sharp claws, imbued with a mysterious dark energy, channeled all of Tianyuel Yangtai's wrath. Yet, he only struck at Roddy's afterimage. Roddy's speed was a product of imagination, and the gradual mastery of teleportation training rendered his reflexes remarkably adept. He deftly evaded each of Liangtai's strikes, up, down, left, and right. After several unsuccessful attempts, Liangtai's pace began to slow. His pupils suddenly contracted, instinctively sensing danger as his hair bristled. In the next fleeting moment, a shadow loomed behind him. The pressure stemming from the heart of the conflict compelled him to retreat. Vanishing in an instant, Liangtai had faltered. Little did he expect that the oppressive force above him would follow suit. I'm a coward, accompanied by a cold derision. Tianyuel Yangtai's eyes widened. Yet, what descended upon him was not a sharp blade, but rather a light touch, almost imperceptible, a white hand. It was Roddy's thief's gloves. Although the skill boasted a 24-hour cooldown, the description remained ambiguous. Thus, he resolved to conduct a test. If fortune favored him, this battle would conclude swiftly. Roddy mused. Having previously stolen the Empress's abilities and returned them, he would undoubtedly be in a cooldown state. However, the system's description lacked clarity, leaving Rody eager to discern whether the cooldown commenced upon usage or upon acquisition. The former cycle may be extended, while the latter, if applied appropriately, can exploit the time difference for consecutive use. Given Tianyuel Yangtai's current state, the theft of any ability would be a devastating blow to him. The one he sought to steal was. In the very moment of contact, Rody's eyes brightened, and the sound of the result he yearned for echoed in his ears. Ding! System notification. The esteemed host, through great compassion and benevolence, has drawn upon formidable fortune. Thus, the ability has been successfully stolen. Niao fruit, mythical beast type, Phyllian form. Simultaneously, as the system alerted him, Tianyuel Yangtai's body stiffened, losing balance in an instant, plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. Meifu clasped her hands in prayer. With Liangtai's descent, the heavy burden in her heart also fell. Her big brother had avenged her. Immediately thereafter, that charred body began to transform into a human shape. The old skin shed, revealing Liangtai's pale, yet grotesque form, his eyes filled with disbelief. This? No. In the next moment, his body unfolded into twisted vortices, ensnared by a strange black substance that consumed him. A mere mortal, devoid of the mythical beast's form, could not withstand such erosion. He let out a terrified scream, yet could not prevent his essence from being relentlessly siphoned away, as the demonic blade greedily absorbed his energy to replenish itself. Tianyuel Yangtai's bloodshot eyes brimmed with astonishment and dread. Why is this happening? My ability, my body. He cast a venomous glare at Rody, hysterically demanding, You bastard, what have you done to me? Rody, towering above, cast a cold, indifferent glance at Liangtai, reminiscent of a deity. Initially intending to insult his adversary further for Meifu's sake, he reconsidered, finding that a serene and mysterious demeanor better suited the persona he wished to cultivate. Rody raised his hand, conjuring a swirling mass of green wind, and spoke softly. It's nothing, merely reclaiming what never belonged to you. Remember this in your next life. Playing with fire leads to self-immolation. if you even have a next life. Chapter 55. What? This is 20,000. How? Tianyuel Yangtai stared wide-eyed, his pupils quivering incessantly. This was undeniably his power of the wind. Why was it in Rody's hands? Could it be from that previous maneuver? In an instant, Tianyuel Yangtai felt as if he had been ensnared in a ploy. Perhaps, from the very beginning, this was the scheme they had devised to deceive him. Why did fate seem to conspire against him like a locked padlock? After great effort to find an excuse to escape from the kingdom of He, liberating himself from Kaido's control, he once again encountered Sakazuki. He had finally obtained the mysterious demonic blade, a relic of his family's ancient heritage, harboring hope for revenge, only to confront the exceptionally formidable Rody. He gazed at the green hue in Rody's hand, a beam of light swirling above Liangtai's head, filling him with trepidation. The tumultuous emotions accelerated the absorption of the demonic blade Muramasa. In his final moments, Tianyuel Liangtai could no longer contain himself, unleashing a roar with his last vestiges of strength. Why? Why can you all look down upon life as if it were nothing? While I am condemned for taking a few lives, why is it that you are always at odds with me? Just a few worthless lives. Is it necessary to exterminate them all? One or two, draped in the banner of righteousness. Do you truly believe yourselves to be so noble? Huh. His last words were directed at Yunka. Liangtai's distorted values left Rody perplexed, eliciting a simple response from him. Of course, he remained oblivious and indifferent to what the other had endured. I am different from you. I possess a pure nature, cherish life, and abhor slaughter. To utter such words was nothing short of mockery when spoken by Rody. Liangtai had perused Rody's records. This newcomer with a bounty of 19 million was far more bloodthirsty and brutal than the average pirate. Yet, as his body nearly melted away, akin to mud, in his dying moments, he shouted with all his remaining strength, "What about me? Am I not a life too? Why do you target me? You." Rody narrowed his eyes, despite harboring a torrent of profanities for 3 days and nights. He ultimately settled on a simple retort. You are nothing more than a piece of dung. Hurry and vanish. There is no need to squander precious time on a twisted mind brimming with fallacies. To shield the young girl behind him from any influence, Rody swiftly accelerated Tianyue Liangtai's demise with a single stroke. The warehouse echoed with the anguished howls of a malevolent spirit, and as the sound faded, Tianyue Liangtai turned to ashes. The rules concluded, a powdery purple light dissipated, and Rody's perception of reality sharpened. With a metallic clang, a black blade fell to the ground. Rody noted this with a deeply complex sentiment. The blade symbolized power, yet also marked the onset of chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Rody's gaze suddenly sharpened. This vile and tainted power would bring harm to many more. Therefore, it must not remain. With this thought, Rody approached the entirely black Muramasa, wielding his blade as if it were fire, seemingly aware of the impending danger. The blade emitted a piercing hum and resonated with a tumult of souls. It struggled in resistance. However, the flames embodying Roddy's unwavering will had already initiated a teleportation, arriving at its side to deliver a decisive blow. The crimson blaze swept through, cleaving the black blade in twain, which continued to burn fiercely. The powerful seal within the blade was simultaneously undone, releasing countless anguished souls that howled as they dispersed into the ether. Concerned that they might taint him, Rody instinctively distanced himself. Yet a series of notification chimes from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! System notification. Host has completed a monumental endeavor to save the world, earning the recognition of celestial deities. Comprehensive settlement reward granted, virtue points 20,000. Host is truly an innate embodiment of righteous justice, akin to the ancient Greek deity of compassion. Ding! System notification. Triggered the transformation of fragmentation into wholeness. Host current virtue points have advanced to 10,000. We are indeed formidable. Ding! System notification. Cumulative virtue points have reached 40,000, triggering a main quest with 3 options to choose from. Completion will yield substantial rewards. 1. The glory of superiority. 2. The strategy of foresight. 3. The joy of abundance. Hooray, host! We are about to soar. Feeling the exuberance of the system, Rody was both exhilarated and astonished. What? An addition of 20,000. Could it be that my liberation of countless vengeful souls has stirred the heavens? Just as Rody pondered this seriously, he heard a commotion 3 kilometers away. This was thanks to Phalian's exceptional aura perception. With many tasks at hand and time being limited, he resolved to contemplate later. Bearing the intense dizziness, Rody approached Maeve, who stood behind him. The 2 renowned bounty hunters felt a sudden tightness in their hearts upon his approach. Witnessing the terrifying power of their adversary, anxiety engulfed them. Hong's apprehension was particularly profound. Though she possessed the strength of a vice admiral, she found herself utterly defenseless before the ordinary form of Tai Nueliang Tai. With the enhancement of the cursed blade, he wielded at least the power of a quasi-admiral. Yet before Rody, he was utterly suppressed. Roddy's might was incomprehensible, reaching a level that defied understanding. Even more alarming was his ability to siphon the powers of others. For such a formidable character to wish to end her life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Rody paid no heed to Hong Kei and Golan. Instead, he approached the tear-streaked Maeve. The young girl was a whirlwind of emotions, her heart entangled in complexity. Though her vendetta had been avenged, she felt no joy. Her expression conveyed a sense of bewilderment and heaviness. Rody discerned Maeve's thoughts, gently patting her head as he spoke. If you are uncertain of where to go, you may follow me from now on. Let us set sail and explore the world beyond, leaving this sorrowful land behind. Upon hearing this, Maeve nodded subtly, her emotions remaining subdued. Rody suddenly curved his lips into a smile and remarked, "However, future cleaning duties aboard the ship will fall to you. Little one, you won't tire yourself to tears, will you?" Rody half-jokingly inquired, to which Maeve promptly shook her head and resolutely declared, "I won't cry. No matter how exhausting it gets. Big brother, I am quite capable." Rody smiled and nodded. "That's wonderful. I believe in you." Having served as a supervisor in his past life, he had encountered a myriad of personalities. Thus, with a mere observation of expressions, he could discern the character and thoughts of others. This little girl was remarkably easy to read, and what she needed was not gentle words of consolation, but rather direction and hope for survival. Rody gently ruffled Maeve's hair and proceeded towards the weakened Red Sparrow. Golan's rudimentary bandaging had temporarily staunched her bleeding. She leaned against the wall, quietly watching the approach of this formidable pirate, as if awaiting the arrival of death. At last, it's my turn. Given his indifferent demeanor, he likely won't show me any mercy, will he? But why did he save me before? Oh well, I can't be bothered to guess. If death is my fate, then so be it. I've long been deserving of it. These individuals are utterly inscrutable in her fleeting thoughts. Red Sparrow had already embraced the notion of demise. Yet, Golan's desire to survive was evidently quite formidable. "Brother Rody, I have followed your instructions throughout. Are you satisfied?" Rody cast a sidelong glance at Golan, a look that bore considerable authority in Golan's mind. He obediently retreated to the side like a timid husky, but his once tense heart now felt considerably lighter. The absence of feedback was, in itself, the greatest feedback. The shattered warehouse ceiling lay in disarray. The illumination was excellent, with the sun casting a warm glow and distant bubbles rising in a continuous murmur. A tall shadow obscured Red Sparrow's line of sight, rendering her expression unclear. However, Red Sparrow had become somewhat more at ease, speaking in a flat tone. "If you wish to strike while I still have breath, do so quickly. I could perish at any moment." Rody was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "You could die at any time? Then I must hasten. Given their adversarial positions, now that you have fallen into my hands, I command you to swiftly open your little vault. I wish to take some money for myself. No refusals. Maintain a smile." Red Sparrow was immediately left in a state of confusion. The sound of a phone ringing from a corner of the warehouse drew the attention of those present. Chapter 56. Deceiving Sakazuki. Rody teleported swiftly to the source of the sound. He picked up the white kimono's Din Mushi and inquired, "Whose is this?" The 3 individuals shook their heads in unison, denying ownership. Could it belong to that fellow? Rody turned to gaze at the spot where Tenketsu Ryota had disintegrated into ash. The charred ground seemed to shimmer with something luminous. Contemplating, he answered the call, but refrained from speaking immediately. "Hello, Tenketsu Ryota. Why is there no sign of life on your end? Could it be that you truly severed your hands, which are more precious than your own life?" A raspy voice questioned from the other end. Sakazuki had previously employed the latest technological marvel from Vegapunk to restrict Tenketsu Ryota's freedom. The materials were as unyielding as sea prism stone, impervious even to such high-level combat. For they contained a unique life metal within. Rody furrowed his brow in thought. That voice sounded familiar, as if he had heard it before. He scrutinized the appearance of the Den Mushi. According to its design, the Den Mushi displayed caller ID, morphing into certain characteristics of the speaker's voice. Before him, the Den Mushi donned a white cloak, a naval hat, and held a cigar between its lips. Rody instantly recognized the figure. Was this the Admiral Akainu? Tenketsu Ryota was actually connected to Akainu. What about the handcuffs? Rody held his breath, his mind racing. For him, this presented a fortuitous opportunity. If leveraged correctly, he could even preempt the issuance of the demon-slaying order. "Hey, are you deaf? Also, have you captured that fellow?" After a prolonged silence, Sakazuki's impatient voice came through. Rody's thoughts shifted, suspecting that the fellow in question referred to himself. He pondered briefly before responding calmly. "Apologies, Admiral, but I am unaware of any handcuffs. Mr. Ryota is currently tending to his wounds, and I am temporarily overseeing the prisoner." To placate Sakazuki, Rody fabricated story. "Who are you?" After a lengthy silence, a wary voice responded from the other side. "I am Mr. Ryota's associate, known as Hani, also a bounty hunter. I am currently supervising this pirate." Rody maintained an air of composure, as this was quite logical. Hani was a well-known bounty hunter in the circle. Even if Sakazuki had not heard of him, he could verify his existence. To lend credibility to his lie, Rody included himself in the narrative. Indeed, Akainu was immediately drawn to the topic of Rody's capture of the pirate, dismissing thoughts of the handcuffs. Did that kid Ryota capture the target? No. We should say we captured him together. I have played my part here as well. Rody emphasized further, showcasing his value, as his role was one deserving of a share. Sakazuki disregarded this point, responding with impatience. "Where's that kid Ryota? Put him on the line. The adversary is far stronger than rumored. Liang Tai has suffered severe burns and has lost all vital signs, currently undergoing emergency rescue. Were it not for the formidable physique of the mythical beast, he would likely be dead by now. He implored me, the Admiral, to fulfill the promise made between us." Rody, ever cunning, recalled the heavy resentment in the other's final moments, speculating that there existed some form of coercive agreement between them. As for the handcuffs, Rody decided to bind a human trafficker with them, employing a clever ruse. A prolonged silence engulfed the call. Is that individual truly powerful? Could it be that Kuzan spoke the truth? Surely, Liang Tai wouldn't resort to any tricks again? It should not be so. Even with the demon blade Muramasa at his side, he would not dare to toy with his own fate. Sakazuki's thoughts were tumultuous, oscillating between belief and skepticism. His inherently deceitful and suspicious nature would not allow him to easily trust anyone. He shifted his demeanor to a relatively gentler tone and stated, "Rody is a significant prisoner of ours. Given your involvement in the capture, the world government will certainly reward you. Now, I need you to disclose your location. I will personally send a local official to retrieve him, and you may verify the registration once again at that time." Sakazuki initiated a covert arrangement, intending to exploit the other's greed to surpass Tianyu Liang Tai. A powerful individual at the Navy's disposal is indeed a remarkable force. Regardless of the truth of the matter, he would first test the waters with incentives. Rody, however, was not one to fall for such ploys and promptly responded, "Admiral, I apologize. While this bounty is indeed tempting, I value my life far more. Furthermore, as bounty hunters, we cannot afford to lose our credibility, or we would be unable to navigate our path. I hope you understand." Rody's words provoked a grimace from Sakazuki. After a moment, he took a deep breath, restraining his inner turmoil, and begrudgingly remarked, "Mr. Hani's character is commendable, but this individual is of immense importance to us. You must understand, This fellow is a ticking time bomb. He has committed heinous crimes, posing a significant threat to this world. Therefore, we must apprehend him immediately to restore justice. Sakazuki brandished the banner of righteousness, forcefully positioning himself as a paragon of virtue, which only caused Rody to grit his teeth. What the Admiral states is indeed true. The kindness, bravery, and benevolence of the celestial dragons are well known and widely acknowledged. Under their equitable governance, from the Navy headquarters to the naval branches, a magnificent and righteous force prevails. The misfortunes that befall them are truly lamentable. Sakazuki discerned the sarcasm woven within Roddy's words, his lips twitching in response, yet unwilling to engage in rebuttal. However, every path has its own way of traversing, and every profession adheres to its own set of rules. I cannot forsake my professional integrity due to personal sentiments. How about this, General, if you could provide your location? I will send Liangtai to find you once he has recovered. After all, with his capabilities, it would be far more convenient for him to locate you. At this point, Rody finally revealed his true intentions. Sakazuki remained silent, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as his counterpart had suggested, yet he could not pinpoint any flaws. If it were not for his trusted comrade, would Tianyuel Liangtai have entrusted such a crucial matter to this Hani? Moreover, from Hani's description, it was evident that he possessed a keen understanding of Liangtai's lesser-known abilities. Most importantly, he seemed untainted by self-interest, which indeed inspired trust. Sakazuki took a deep draw from his cigar and replied, I shall consider it. For now, I will keep the individual detained under your care. However, let me make this clear. If you can keep him safe, we shall not treat you poorly. But should you happen to lose him, it would cost you dearly. Sakazuki's tone was exceedingly stern, yet Rody was not intimidated. On the contrary, he earnestly assured, rest assured, General, honesty and integrity are my only virtues. Sakazuki, feeling a sense of futility, ended the call, still harboring doubts. He then summoned his aide and instructed, investigate whether there exists a bounty hunter by the name of Hani. Additionally, ascertain his background. Shortly thereafter, Sakazuki's aide presented him with a handwritten dossier. Upon observing the vibrant primary-colored hair of the spirited young man, Sakazuki's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that he had not lied? Did this madman, Tianyuel Liangtai, truly have friends? As Sakazuki continued to peruse Hani's background, he noted the Inu no Mi model, SK Beto designation. Ah, it was no wonder. They were merely two of a kind. With this realization, much of Sakazuki's skepticism dissipated. Recalling Kazan's earlier caution not to underestimate him, he dialed Hani's number once more, a hint of amusement in his demeanor. Chapter 57. Kazan, you have grown complacent. Rody hung up the phone and picked up the two bracelets from the ashes. These gray, circular bands, straddling the line between metal and plastic, felt warm to the touch, with occasional flickers of green light emanating from their sides. Were these the shackles that bound the celestial Tenketsu, Ryota? They bore a striking resemblance to the explosive collars used by the celestial dragons to control their slaves. As Rody gazed at this object, a tumult of emotions surged within him. However, pressing matters awaited his attention, and he chose not to linger on his disquiet. Gorin, this woman is your responsibility. Ensure her survival, as I have further plans in store. Complete the task without fail. Gorin, seemingly reverting to his soldierly days, dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. After a moment's contemplation, Rody continued, do not make this matter public. If anyone inquires, tell them I was captured by Tenketsu Ryota. Initially perplexed, Gorin quickly grasped Rody's intention in light of Rody's earlier conversation with the Kainu. He sought to render his deception more credible. This man is indeed formidable. Not only is his strength terrifying, but his fabrications flow effortlessly from his lips. Yet his honesty is his sole redeeming quality? Does he have no sense of dignity? Gorin could only harbor these thoughts in silence, maintaining an appearance of respect. Soon after, a sincere and pleading smile graced his face. Brother Rody, might you kindly spare me some funds for medical expenses? You see, you have taken all my savings and the money on my person. My pockets are emptier than my face. In truth, he had some private savings, But Goran was understandably reluctant to spend it on a woman he barely knew, particularly when he felt as though he were being stripped bare. Rody's plundering skills were remarkably efficient, as he had swept away everything in mere seconds. Alas, with Tenketsu Ryota reduced to ashes, Rody lamented the lost opportunity to collect the remains and fashion bone specimens for sale. At that moment, he gazed at Goran with a seemingly innocent and bewildered expression, saying, "You could always ask for credit." Huh. Goran was momentarily taken aback. Had they not fought side by side? Was there truly no sense of camaraderie? Rody smirked, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Goran, you're asking a pirate for a loan. How was that any different from theft? Is there still a sense of law? Is there still justice?" Goran blinked his wide, innocent eyes, sensing the logic in Rody's words. Yet something felt amiss. As the Navy approached, Rody, guided by Meef, returned to their base. After the battle, Rody felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his stomach voiced its vehement protests. He collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing his forehead and lamenting, after a single bout, "My blue gauge is depleted. It seems my physical training needs to be prioritized. Nevertheless, my bloodlust has significantly waned, and I feel almost sage-like." Through these consecutive battles, Rody realized that his emotional shortcomings were closely tied to the strength of his adversaries. If the opponent were a mere weakling, he would hardly feel satiated. Yet, facing a formidable foe like Tenketsu Ryota, he could endure a week of malevolence. Next, I may need to seek out a Kainu in advance to address the issue surrounding the Demon Slayer Order. Allow me a moment to ponder this matter seriously. My interactions with Sakazuki starkly contrast those with Kazan. While Kazan is reluctant to take a life, Sakazuki is resolute in his pursuit of justice. Therefore, investing 10,000 merit points in a lottery to ensure the success of this endeavor is undoubtedly necessary. Rody feels somewhat weary. Alas, the recurring incidents prevent me from accumulating the requisite 100,000 merit points. I yearn to witness the splendor of maximum merit value. Yet this thought serves as a crucial reminder for Rody. Releasing the vengeful souls of the powerful within the village has granted him a substantial amount of merit points. This implies that the merit system not only alters the perception of target characters, but also increases merit points. Should one rewrite significant causality, the potential rewards could be even greater. However, this necessitates making certain sacrifices. For instance, in this undertaking, should I eliminate a Kainu, I would likely receive a considerable amount of merit points. Yet, such an act would undoubtedly alter the fate of the pirate world, rewriting established truths. Rody falls back into contemplation, wavering between a cautious approach and bold decisive action. I still have a main quest issued by the system. Perhaps I should see what guidance it offers. Kazan moves through the throng, swiftly arriving at the scene of Rody's earlier confrontation. At this moment, the gray smoke has dissipated, and the crowd is abuzz with speculation, predominantly discussing the recent calamity. Observing the devastation and remnants of combustion surrounding him, Kazan easily deduces that all of this chaos is the handiwork of Rody. He sighs deeply and remarks, despite the enormity of this disaster, he still manages to prance about. Yet, recalling the powerful storm and the vast amounts of black energy that ascended, Kazan's curiosity is piqued. His opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Who could it possibly be? Given Roddy's capabilities, he should be unharmed, one would presume. Kazan's thoughts are tumultuous. He hopes Rody is safe while grappling with the guilt of harboring such sentiments towards a pirate. Buzz. As Kazan contemplates, his den mushy begins to ring. Although he wishes to keep the den mushy in a frozen state, his position precludes such a luxury. Weary, he answers the call, inwardly praying for it not to be a source of trouble. "Hello, Kazan, where are you?" comes Sakazuki's voice over the line. Unlike before, this time his tone is somewhat elevated. "What is it? Speak quickly." A scoff emanates from the other end, followed by Sakazuki stating, "The powerful one you mentioned has already been captured by one of my informants." Kazan's pupils dilate in disbelief. Recalling Roddy's threatening fire-based abilities and unpredictable mobility, he cannot fathom how someone capable of competing with an admiral could be so easily apprehended. Meanwhile, Sakazuki continues his incessant chatter over the den mushy. Indeed, as you have stated, he possesses certain abilities though perhaps not to the extent you claim. Hey, Kazan, it seems you've grown a bit lethargic over the years. The two have always been at odds in their philosophies, often engaging in heated disputes. Listening to Sakazuki's scorn, Kazan clenched his fists in silence. After a moment's pause, Kazan inquired with a grave tone, "Is this information you have heard, or have you witnessed it firsthand?" Even at this juncture, Kazan remained skeptical that Rody could be so easily captured. Sakazuki relished Kazan's reaction. Glancing at the device the size of a pocket watch, he remarked, "Though I have not seen it with my own eyes, the intelligence is credible. Do not dwell in delusion, Kazan. My informant is far superior to a vice admiral, and he paid the ultimate price in this battle. Therefore, I appreciate your caution." Despite his words, Sakazuki's heart brimmed with disdain, convinced that his counterpart had stagnated over the years, resulting in a significant decline in skill and prowess. As he spoke, the black and white indicator flickered to a vibrant green, and Sakazuki's eyes lit up. "Kazan, I must take my leave for now. My informant has regained consciousness. I must go receive that young man. Thank you for your assistance, and I wish you the best of luck." Chapter 58, Total Annihilation. Otherwise, where lies the dignity of the celestial dragons? Sakazuki terminated the call with Kazan and resumed negotiations with the pirate disguised as Rody. The latter assured him that Ryota would deliver the criminal aboard within 2 days. At last, everything seemed to settle, yet Sakazuki was inexplicably unsettled, uncertain of the source of his disquiet. Regardless, the primary target had been apprehended, and Ryota, in his desperate bid for freedom, would undoubtedly be more anxious than he. It was likely that this foolish extermination order would not be enacted. The other pirates could be entrusted to Kizaru, provided he remained diligent. After exhaling a deep plume of smoke, he uttered words of self-reassurance. Sakazuki did not wish to instigate a conflict in Sabeti Archipelago at this juncture. Moreover, he was more eager than anyone to return to headquarters. The movements of Whitebeard filled him with trepidation. Should he discover the Navy headquarters to be vulnerable, he would undoubtedly create an uproar in his quest to rescue Ace. Yet, the pressure from these enraged celestial dragons was immense. They were solely focused on vengeance, indifferent to the shifting tides of the world. Contemplating this group of individuals, Sakazuki felt a wave of agitation wash over him. Bang! Just as his ire peaked, a gunshot rang out from the distant deck. The patrolling Navy personnel immediately assumed a defensive stance and rushed towards the source of the sound. Discharging a firearm without command was a violation of military regulations. This ship harbored 2 celestial dragons. Should they be startled, heads would roll. Sakazuki's brow furrowed into a deep frown as he exclaimed, "What is happening? Have these brats lost their minds?" His adjutant, standing by, shook his head in confusion. "I shall investigate." With that, he took a few loyal soldiers and proceeded to the scene of the incident. Sakazuki watched their retreating figures, his agitation escalating. Shortly thereafter, the adjutant returned with 2 guards to the kitchen located on the first level of the ship. "My sincerest apologies, Lord Allroth Saint. The fish you desire must be sourced from the deep sea. Please grant us a little more time." The head chef of the Yellowbeard crew was ashen-faced, trembling as he knelt, his tone filled with earnestness. Beside him, a fellow chef lay on the ground, wounded in the abdomen, appearing exceedingly feeble. "Time? Have I not given you enough? You bumbling fools have delayed my and my brother's dining experience by a full hour." 2 corpulent men stood arrogantly before the head chef, clad in white garments adorned with numerous insignias, topped with bubble-like headgear and towering golden hairdos. Such was the standard attire of the celestial dragons. These 2 men were the overseers of this operation, Allroth Saint and Gornaru Saint, the uncles of Charlie Palace. In theory, they commanded their own private fleets. However, given the circumstances, they opted to board Sakazuki's vessel. Allroth Saint had a particular craving for fish today, specifically a rare deep-sea variety. The missed dish had further clouded his already displeased mood, overshadowing his precious lunchtime. Thus, his brother Gornaru, under the pretext of punishment, shot at him. After inquiring about the reason, Sakazuki's aide discreetly clenched his fists. According to the voyage schedule, if the warship were to proceed at full speed, it could reach the Shambadi archipelago a day earlier. However, Since their deployment aboard, they have been subjected to incessant turmoil and various provocations. What was once mere criticism has escalated to the point of bloodshed. Were they truly seeking vengeance? Lord Alrotes, your subordinates seem incapable of managing matters. I implore your noble self not to stoop to their level. I assure you, in half an hour, no, in just another 15 minutes, this dish will undoubtedly grace your table. This fish is the chef's specialty, a skill passed down through generations. Would you care to taste it? The catcher had already retrieved the fish that was desired, so the aide was not overly anxious. Moreover, he was astute enough to redirect the conversation. Upon hearing the aide's words, Alrote's gaze became inquisitive. He did indeed feel a twinge of hunger. The aide glanced at the nearly unconscious chef and quietly deliberated. A good dish requires the collaboration of the chefs to be completed swiftly. Given his diligent service, shall we grant him a reprieve this once? Alrote's demeanor softened slightly. He huffed coldly and was about to acquiesce to the request when Gornaru interjected icily. Do you think a mere mortal like you is worthy to negotiate terms with my illustrious brother? If he cannot deliver both speed and quality, it signifies his lack of skill. Such incompetence deserves punishment. In contrast to the gluttonous Alrotes, Gornaru reveled in bloodshed, deriving pleasure from witnessing others bleed out in silence. At this proclamation, the soldiers surrounding them ground their teeth, their grips on their rifles trembling. Yet Gornaru's tirade did not cease. His gaze was fierce, and he continued to issue threats. No one is permitted to interfere. Whoever dares to do so shall meet their end. My masterpiece must not be so casually destroyed. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew oppressive, filled with unspoken fury. My lords, he merely delayed the serving. Such an offense does not warrant death. The aide's countenance darkened, his voice low and restrained. Having served in the military for many years, he had managed a myriad of affairs for Sikaski. He could name each of the over 500 soldiers aboard this vessel. To him, they were not merely subordinates, but comrades. You dare to defy me? The tone of the aide provoked Gornaru, who narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the aide before him, his grip on the gun tightening. The aide's fists trembled with suppressed rage. Initially, he could not fathom the foolishness of that group of pirates. But now he comprehended their arrogance, and how truly deserving they were of their fate. Enough! A deep voice shattered the heavy atmosphere. At the sound, everyone turned toward the doorway, their once dim eyes now brightening significantly. A tall man clad in a Navy justice cloak. Sikaski entered the room with an expression void of deference, his cigar in tow. Before the celestial dragons, his visage displayed nothing but disdain and contempt. His formidable presence sent a shiver down the spines of the two celestial dragons. Alroth Saint, attempting to regain his composure, feigned calmness and queried Sikaski, "How do you typically train your soldiers? Do you treat your superiors with such insolence?" Sikaski turned his gaze towards the chef, who had been shot in the abdomen, and coldly instructed, take him to see a doctor." Seeing himself disregarded, Alroth Saint erupted with fury. "Sikaski, have you lost your mind? How dare you ignore us?" Meanwhile, Galnaral Saint scrutinized the imposing figure before him with a piercing gaze. Sikaski took a deep draw from his cigar and then addressed the two men. "Gentlemen, kindly cease your unreasonable antics. The individuals you sought have already been apprehended. This implies that your stay aboard this vessel will not be prolonged. We shall depart shortly." His chilling words carried an implicit threat, particularly emphasized by the fierce gaze that intimidated both men. As a formidable admiral in his headquarters, Sikaski was a fearsome entity. Yet at sea, he was a ruthless harbinger of death. The insult of having his own men shot in his territory was unbearable. Despite the seething hatred within him, he remained composed. He was not a hot-headed brute. He could only suppress his immense rage and relay the information they desired. None wished to endure such indignities. "Sikaski, are you serious? When can we leave?" Alroth Saint's eyes gleamed with hope at the response. Having long been weary of the noise and filth surrounding him, he anticipated a swift departure once the criminals were handed over. As Sikaski spoke, he began to stride towards the exit, wishing to distance himself from the area occupied by the two men. Not so fast. Before he could exit, Galnaral Saint halted him. Are you suggesting that the demon slaughter order has been rescinded? Sakaski did not turn back, simply responding, "It has been cancelled. The subsequent matters regarding the pirates will be handled by Admiral Kazur." The visage of Gulnarol sank contorted into a ferocious snarl as he asserted, "I do not consent. This band of miscreants has assaulted my nephew and murdered my niece. They must all be annihilated. Otherwise, where lies our dignity?" Chapter 59. The laughter of CC is no more. Let the draw begin. Sakazuki suddenly turned around, his piercing gaze fixed on Gornalu. His tone resolute as he declared, "The one you sought has been acquired. The subsequent trial of the offenders is all that remains. We have more pressing matters to attend to." Alrock, too, felt the mission had reached its conclusion and saw no reason to proceed further. However, being inherently indecisive, he chose to remain silent. Gornalu narrowed his eyes at Sakazuki, retorting, "No, they have slain my niece. I demand that the entire island pays the price. What concern is your work to me? If not for your incompetent navy, which neglects its duties daily, such audacity would never have arisen." Sakazuki stood rooted in place, a storm cloud enveloping his visage, wishing nothing more than to strike the corpulent figure before him. After a prolonged silence, he coldly responded, "What if I insist on this withdrawal?" Gornalu's eyes narrowed further, his expression equally grim. "Sakazuki, mind your tone. There exists no individual in this world who can defy the will of the divine. I command action, and you must comply. Even a marine admiral, such as yourself, is no more significant to us than an ant." The soldiers surrounding them, upon hearing Gornalu so brazenly insult their esteemed officer, transformed their gazes into fiery glares. While they could never emulate Rody's madness in slaying celestial dragons, they felt this man was truly deserving of a beating. They believed that with their commander's fiery temperament, he would see the plan through, regardless of his actions. Yet, to their astonishment, Sakazuki offered no response and stepped out of the kitchen. He understood that replying held no significance. He had no choice in the matter. This incident would be reported to the elders, and it would be enforced without question. Even if Whitebeard took action, those lofty figures would prioritize their prestige and power above all else. A cadre of gluttonous fools, they truly deserve to have that little rascal, Rody, deal with them more harshly. Sakazuki silently cursed, finding a semblance of agreement with Rody's actions. Achoo! In the midst of his frenzied feasting, Rody inexplicably sneezed, suspecting that some lovely lady was speaking of him. However, he paid little heed to it, focusing instead on his meal. Beside him, Abu was left dumbfounded, finally comprehending why Rody had instructed him to prepare such copious quantities of food. Rody consumed enough for 10, yet his physique showed no signs of change. Was his stomach a void? As the entire table was cleared of food, Rody, still unsatisfied, inquired, "Abu, is there any more?" Abu fell silent for a moment, a hint of shame crossing his face as he replied, "There is none left. Compared to your last meal, you have consumed nearly 3 times as much this time. We have exhausted all the available ingredients. Moreover, the money you provided has been entirely spent." At this point, Abu displayed a troubled expression, scratching the back of his head. Rody, somewhat more alert, stared blankly at the dozens of empty plates. "Did I eat that much? Yet, why does it feel so devoid of sensation? I even find myself feeling only partially satiated after this meal." Reflecting on this, Rody inquired, "How much did this meal cost me? Since the ingredients were procured by us, and aligned with your preference for a fat-rich diet, my dear brother, you have indeed spent a total of 730,000 berries." "What?" Rody was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. Fearing that his honesty might be questioned, earnestly asserted, "Rody, I assure you, this meal genuinely cost 730,000 berries. Over the past 2 days, our dining expenses alone have reached 1,010,000 berries, leaving us with scant cash on hand." Rody scrutinized his barely restored stamina and energy, gradually coming to an understanding. The formidable strength he possessed drained his body far more than he had anticipated. As he had concluded, the stronger the opponent, the greater the consumption of energy, necessitating an increased intake of sustenance. Indeed, this reasoning holds water. Can a small, rickety vehicle compare to a high-performance sports car? Fortunately, I possess ample funds at present. With a casual gesture, Rody summoned a few bundles of banknotes from the void, tossing them onto the table with extravagant flair. Ah, here are 20 million berries. Take this for your expenses. This is your salary for 7 days. Use part of it to buy ingredients, and the remainder is yours. I remained speechless for quite some time, his entire being seemingly frozen in astonishment. Brother, did you once work in a circus? Your magic is truly impressive. Could you teach me? I've longed to be a clown since childhood. Observing Os' eager gaze, Rody felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Internally scoffing, to be a clown? What an absurd aspiration. I see you already resemble one. Opting not to ridicule his earnest but simple-minded brother, Rody rephrased, being a clown is no easy feat. In the realm of pirates, only one individual has truly made a name for himself in such a profession. I was left in a state of utter bewilderment by Roddy's statement. Is it really that difficult to be a clown? Rody smiled gently and continued. All right, go purchase the ingredients and prepare a meal, as you will have much work ahead of you. You also need to buy some new clothes for Zaimia Fu and arrange a burial plot for her mother. At this point, Rody felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, resonating deeply with the sentiment. After bidding farewell to Rody commenced a new round of contemplation and strategizing. His next opponent was Admiral Akainu, who was far from the playful adversary he had previously encountered. There would be no time for laughter. I must first withdraw 10,000. Chapter 60. This lottery is promising. Rody summoned the system to initiate the lottery. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully consumed merit points to randomly draw rewards from the realms. This loading took longer than before. Rody, drawing from his gaming experience, surmised that items requiring extended loading times were typically either red or gold in rarity. After an interminable 3 minutes, the system finally emitted a notification sound. Ding! System notification. Acquired holy grade consumables. Replica Master Luban's Artisan Hammer, X3. Acquired holy grade skill. Ultimate Armed Color Hockey. Acquired divine level quest. Flowing blade like fire. Bankai, Awakening Plan. Sensing the intertwining of gold and red within his consciousness, Rody was instantly exhilarated. Wow, 2 holy and 1 divine. I never imagined I could be so lucky. As he pondered, Rody began to scrutinize the descriptions of each prize. Replica Master Luban's Artisan Hammer randomly enhances 3 skills or items of the host with a minimum quality of holy grade. Note 1. As it is a consumable, it only possesses 3 chances. Note 2. Holy grade items cannot be further enhanced. Ultimate Armed Color Hockey. The host possesses the aptitude to match the strongest user of armed hockey in this realm. When utilizing the technique, there is a 50 chance to unleash the Conqueror's Hockey. I need to consider this carefully. There's a lot of information to digest. Rody adjusted his posture to a more serious one. Just the first 2 holy grade rewards required him to take time to thoroughly comprehend. Randomly enhancing items or skills to holy grade quality. According to notes, my flowing blade like fire, teleportation, and immortality cannot be enhanced. It is likely that the enhancements will apply to my gloves, dice, and breathing techniques. Although it does not diversify my skill set, it certainly enhances my capabilities. That's fine. I cannot utilize an overwhelming number of skills anyway. With this in mind, Rody proceeded to utilize the newly acquired items and initiated 3 rounds of random enhancements. Ding! System notification. Enhancing random items for the host. Soon, as the system provided its response, Rody heard a series of delightful chimes in his mind. Ding! System notification. Enhancement complete. Acquired holy grade enhanced items. Imaginary dice, X1. Breath of the Sun, X1. Cyber version of the Apple phone, X1. The subsequent notification caused Rody's brow to furrow. The first 2 enhancements were expected. But what on earth was this cyber version of the Apple phone? With this thought, Rody prioritized examining it. Cyber version of the Apple phone. Function 1. Virtual transfer payment. Converts all items and assets into money or virtual items, storing them in a virtual format. Function 2. Global screencasting. Connects to all projection devices in the pirate world. Note: different latencies will occur based on distance. Function 3. interactive direct connection. Integrates with the pirate world, allowing calls to any snail phone number while concealing one's location and identity. Upon observing these newly introduced features, Rody once again expressed his genuine admiration. Initially, he believed that the trifling item he obtained by spending 100 points would never be of use to him, at best serving as a mere playlist for offline listening. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover unexpected benefits. Currently, Rody can only seize the existing funds of Becky and others. But the emergence of virtual payment capabilities has undeniably solidified his title as a zero-sum player. Features 2 and 3 evoked memories of the Summit War and the imagery of Bullet Island. Although they may not be immediately applicable, they are undeniably pivotal for future strategic arrangements. The world government consistently strives to conceal key information, exhibiting a tendency to overturn the table when unable to play along. Rody, unable to contain his anticipation, mused to himself, let's see how you overturn this time. The changes to the dice of imagination were quite straightforward, merely enhancing the protective mechanism to randomly select divine-level skills or items. This is already exceptional for an item of holy quality. Rody quipped, if it were any more formidable, it would interfere with my causality. The direct enhancement of Breath of Flame to Breath of the Sun was equally justifiable, considering the original plot of Demon Slayer. This can be seen as tracing back to its roots. Rody was quite pleased with this skill. This is splendid. All breathing styles originally stem from the breath of the sun. It elevates my swordsmanship to its zenith. I wonder if it might one day grant me access to an enlightened realm. As for ultimate armament hockey, Rody was thoroughly familiar with it, especially after reading the notes. The first person that came to his mind was Carp. That old man's iron fist of love is not to be underestimated. Reflecting on the scene where he single-handedly confronted the Hive Island, Rody felt sufficiently prepared. Now that I possess armament hockey at his level, how could that old scoundrel Akainu escape my grasp? As he contemplated this, Rody began to eagerly anticipate his confrontation with Akainu. Although the system did not bestow upon him the desired physical enhancement technique, it proved to be exceedingly useful. Roddy's next objective was to orchestrate the Demon Slayer order plan, making the outcome of his duel with Akainu critically significant. Both being formidable masters, the clash of ice and fire would reveal who was truly stronger. Yet, when it comes to a confrontation of fire against fire, Rody felt less certain. It was not fear of defeat that troubled him, but rather uncertainty about whether Flowing Blade of Fire could inflict damage upon his opponent. Nonetheless, within this prize pool, he possessed a sufficiently powerful trump card to engage Akainu head-on. What delighted him the most was the attribute of Conqueror's hockey entanglement. This signified that in a contest of will, the victor would be determined by the mightiest. After contemplating all of this, Rody focused his thoughts on the singular divine-level mission, Flowing Blade of Fire, Awakening Plan. Plan 1. Defeat an opponent with a power level exceeding 10,000. Note, completion of a defeat is sufficient. Plan 2. Acquire Supreme Grade Swift Blade. Note, utilize the Swift Blade to perform a single exorcism. Plan 3. Achieve renown in a major battle. Note, attaining the focused attention of over 5 T1 level formidable pirates is essential. Upon perusing this plan, Rody found himself once again engulfed in contemplation. Chapter 61. The mission appears somewhat chaotic, yet it is not as disordered as it seems. At first glance, the myriad of intricate preconditions may seem perplexing. However, upon deeper reflection, Rody realizes that these plans are evidently tailored to align with his future objectives. Although the concept of power levels was abolished by Oda in the later stages of the Judicial Island arc, the indication of values exceeding 10,000 clearly pertains to the upcoming target, Akainu. Should I vanquish the Red Dog, the first phase of my mission would be considered accomplished. One objective can indeed fulfill 2 tasks. How splendid, little Kai. Your system is remarkable. Rody silently praised the system within his mind. Yet this did little to quell the system's eagerness for acknowledgement. In the next moment, a melodious and charming notification akin to Kai Wanji's voice echoed in Rody's ears. Thank you, esteemed host, for your kind words. I shall strive to improve, this girl truly has a flair for theatrics. Observing the interaction with the system, Rody could not help but smile. He then proceeded to analyze the second and third plans. Acquiring a blade of supreme grade. This seems rather daunting. The wielders of such weapons are formidable individuals, and currently, they're either missing or remain in the possession of other powerful beings, Whitebeard, Roger, Myhawk. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Rody's mind. What if I devise a way to assist them in laying down their swords and attaining enlightenment? After all, only with benevolence and kindness can the world of pirates hope for a brighter future. Rody almost convinced himself of this notion. To fulfill Plan 2, the search might prove arduous. Thus, the only viable option is to acquire one from the current holders. No, how could an act of goodwill be deemed theft? It should be referred to as taking a blade. Rody then turned his attention to Plan 3. According to the description, Plan 3 has a measurable completion rate. Currently, it stands at 0. This implies that in order for Rody to be remembered by 5 individuals with a power level greater than T1, he must consistently shine and excel, amplifying the virtues of benevolence and kindness. At present, he has already identified a suitable candidate in his mind. Within the realm of pirates, both Whitebeard and Myhawk belong to the higher echelon of T1. Seizing their weapons would undoubtedly ensure he is remembered, perhaps pursued to the ends of the earth. The remaining candidates would be drawn from the battles of Sabati Archipelago and Marineford. The Bankai of Injetsu is the remnant fireblade. Should I awaken it? Would I not possess the power to dominate the heavens, the earth, and even the very air? As he contemplated this, Rody couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. By the way, I wonder if my main quest, chosen from 3 options, can be further coordinated. Rody placed great faith in the system's arrangements. To maximize his gains, he accessed the task panel within his mind. The previously encountered information resurfaced. 1. The glory of superiority. 2. The schemes of profound insight. 3. The joy of abundance. Though the descriptions of these 3 paths are vague, it is evident that they represent 3 distinct courses of action. Task 1 likely corresponds to glory and power. Task 2, however, belongs to the subtle undertones of undertaking a significant endeavor. It involves laying mines across the globe, awaiting the moment for a grand detonation. As for the third line, the haunting melody of a song titled Itch echoed in Roddy's mind from his previous life. As a man, he found himself inclined to choose the third option. After all, does having many children not bring joy? Yet, he swiftly dismissed that thought. Given his temperament and the chaos of the times, he was unlikely to find solace in indulgence. Both he and the original host possessed a certain compassion for the weak. It was not merely about sheltering anyone under an umbrella. Rather, with newfound power, he yearned to confront the harsh realities of this world head-on. Ultimately, Rody opted for Route 2, a meticulously calculated strategy. As the sound of the system loading resonated in his mind, Roddy's first task materialized. Layout 1. Position a target within the naval headquarters and elevate them to the rank of Rear Admiral within 3 months. Optional rewards included 3 divine level items, 100, 000 merit points, and 3 random wishes below the saint level. Upon accepting the task, the timer had already commenced. Rody felt the weight of the green countdown and sank into prolonged contemplation. After consuming a substantial amount of sweet milk, he finally began to formulate his thoughts. Inserting a target was indeed a straightforward endeavor. With his current resources, whether financial or skill-based, these operations seemed rather uncomplicated. Financially, Rody had amassed a sum of 1 billion berries, marking him as a minor magnate. In terms of abilities, his esteemed master system could impart the techniques of flame breathing, sun breathing, and enhancements in armament hockey. Moreover, the stronger his disciples became, the more potent Rody would grow. His disciples were, in essence, his training grounds. Cultivating a disciple of Rear Admiral caliber was well within his capabilities. However, this individual must be trustworthy and astute. The question then arose, whom should he seek? Roddy's gaze shifted, and 2 candidates emerged in his mind. One was the Red Sparrow, while the other was the sharp-eyed Golan. To say the least, Golan's cleverness would undoubtedly suffice. He had previously served as a commander in the naval branch, and returning to that position would not raise eyebrows. Yet, would he be willing to return? Even if he was, Could he be trusted? As for the Red Sparrow, as the commander of the Blade, a figure entrenched in the shadows, her sense of justice surpassed Golan's. However, her life would likely remain forever cloaked in darkness. Engaging her would necessitate a certain opportunity. After much deliberation, Rody wearily massaged his temples. Perhaps it was best to observe for now, to take each step as it came. Although many aspects seemed somewhat chaotic, they were not overwhelmingly so. Following the trajectory of the pirate world, achieving his current objectives was the priority. With this contemplation, Rody found little left to agonize over. As he gazed out the window, witnessing the sky blush with the hues of dusk, he heard the sound of a door opening downstairs, and his stomach, once again, rumbled with hunger. He felt that in his non-combat state, he could eat even more than Luffy. As Rody was about to descend the stairs, filled with anticipation, he inquired. However, he was met with Au's loud exclamation, "Brother, 3 friends wish to see you. Would you like to meet them?" Au remained particularly vigilant. Should these 3 individuals prove to be nefarious, his warning would enable Rody to prepare for a hasty retreat. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rody resolved to take a look. To his surprise, he found 4 figures standing outside the door. Au's expression was one of caution, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Brother, they claim to be your companions, but I have never seen them before. However, they have been quite persistent in their pleas, so..." Rody observed them closely and thought to himself that fate had indeed brought them to him. Standing behind Au were Hani, Lark, and Galong. At that moment, Lark was dozing on Hani's back, while Galong grinned broadly, bowing slightly as he cheerfully said, "Brother Rody, greetings. Might you grant us refuge?" Rody furrowed his brow, his tone measured and unhurried. "I provided you with an address to facilitate our communication, yet you truly do not regard yourselves as outsiders." Hani cast a pitiful glance at Rody, her voice barely above a whisper. "Master, you took all our money. We truly have nowhere else to go. Please have mercy on us. Grant us a meal, woof woof." Chapter 62, an imminent event, the Shamber Islands. Districts 60 to 69, what a jest. "We shall not vacate this place. Why the compulsion to board the ship? What is about to transpire here? I am comfortably settled. Why must I leave?" The clamor of discontent reverberated through the streets, as numerous residents vociferously protested the Navy's directives. Faced with this assembly of affluent individuals, the officers and soldiers could only respond with patience. "Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask for your cooperation. All measures are taken with your safety in mind. Please bear with us for a few days while you secure your valuables. The current situation is perilous. The ruthless and bloodthirsty pirates are capable of anything. Rest assured, once the matter is resolved, we will ensure your safe return home." "A few days? Do you comprehend the losses I shall incur? We taxpayers expend vast sums to maintain your existence, and yet you cannot even manage a band of thieves? A mere group of naval officers is unworthy of discourse with me. Summon your vice admiral. I demand to speak with the higher-ups." Observing the tumultuous streets, the wealthy continued their protests, leaving Rear Admiral Catercombwa in a state of distress. "Sir, perhaps we should consider taking more forceful measures?" a naval lieutenant suggested, his expression fraught with uncertainty. The evacuation had persisted for over 2 hours, yet only half of the affluent district's residents had acquiesced. Some, with substantial backing, remained obstinate in their resistance. They were significant partners of the world government. Due to their commercial ties, some even had connections to the celestial dragons, exhibiting a haughty demeanor. "No, these individuals cannot be easily offended." Rear Admiral Catercombwa firmly rejected the lieutenant's proposal, his fists clenched tighter. "What shall we do? If these individuals are not dealt with promptly, they may leak vital information. Should the pirates become aware of the issuance of the extermination order, would they not rebel prematurely?" Upon hearing this, Catercombwa's expression darkened further. Suddenly, an icy chill swept through the air, silencing the crowd. "Hiss! How cold! Why has a draft suddenly arisen?" Amidst the confusion, a tall man clad in a white suit approached from the street corner, exuding an imposing presence. It was none other than Admiral Kazan. "Listen closely, everyone. You have but 2 choices. Either depart from this place, or become encased in ice along with your homes." As he spoke, Kuzan's freezing power began to extend outward like a serpent. District 23, abandoned second floor. A cadre of hunters has intruded upon my territory, feasting and lodging without invitation. This is quite impolite indeed, Rody remarked with a grim visage, though inwardly he felt a surge of delight. With troubles abounding, it was the perfect opportunity to recruit allies. Should he manage to enlist these formidable bounty hunters, it would be akin to a timely boon. Though Rody possessed extraordinary strength, capable of rivaling even the most seasoned admirals, the pirate world thrived on teamwork rather than solitary confrontations. Without assistance, one can only fight alone. As formidable individuals multiply in the future, managing the situation will become increasingly arduous. Presently, having collected the protection fee from Kid, failing to provide an image of security would undermine one's stature. Likewise, to uphold the persona he has cultivated, Rody must exhibit a profound and reserved demeanor when confronted by Golan and others. Upon seeing Rody, Golan felt a prickling sensation on his scalp and an all-encompassing discomfort. Yet, he found himself cornered, compelled to plead with humble words. Brother Rody, we are all merely trying to make a living. We are not entirely strangers. Had we known of your formidable strength, we would not have dared to act so recklessly. We truly find ourselves in a dire predicament. Golan glanced at the unconscious Red Sparrow, his expression tinged with helplessness as he continued. The doctor is aware that we cannot afford the medical fees after the surgery. We were simply cast aside. Although we are not paragons of virtue, we must abide by certain principles. We cannot forcefully coerce someone into caring for us. And lacking funds for lodging, we genuinely have nowhere to go. Please, Brother Rody, have compassion for us. What Golan articulated were merely excuses, concealing his true intentions. Rody observed him in silence, withholding any response. He harbored doubts about Golan's benevolence, recognizing that silence could elevate his own stature. The less he responded, the greater the pressure on the other party. As Golan sensed Roddy's continued silence, his internal turmoil deepened. His former colleague subtly hinted at an internal development. The Navy seemingly had significant actions underway. The stationed naval forces in the Sabati archipelago had mobilized extensively, imposing a comprehensive blockade along the coastline, prohibiting any vessels from departing. Meanwhile, certain noble affluent individuals were discreetly evacuated from the island by the Navy. Reflecting on the tumult of the day's skirmish, it was evident that it would draw considerable scrutiny from the Navy, awakening Golan to the imminent crisis. Previously, he could navigate the situation under the guise of a bounty hunter, but the current circumstances rendered the outcome unpredictable. It was prudent to seek a powerful ally rather than face the ordeal alone. However, he could not speak candidly, as he possessed little leverage for negotiation. Thus, Golan, accompanied by Hani and Red Sparrow, deliberately portrayed a tragic plight, attempting to elicit Roddy's sympathy. Due to her inherent admiration for strength, Hani was eager to meet Rody and perhaps pledge her allegiance. Yet, based on Roddy's reaction, she sensed that he might have seen through their ruse. Quickly dismissing that thought, she reassured herself, perhaps I am merely overthinking. What if it is just my imagination? Rody sighed softly, pondering before responding, I am inherently soft-hearted, unable to bear the suffering of others. In that case, let the woman stay here to recuperate. Oh, prepare a room for her and later procure some nourishing supplements. Beep. System notification. Taking an injured lark has granted you 300 merit points. The master possesses a compassionate heart, truly virtuous. As the words fell, a notification of an additional 300 merit points echoed in Roddy's ears, accompanied by auspicious phrases. Observing this, Goran subtly curved his lips in a barely perceptible smile, feeling a sense of secret delight. Indeed, my earlier concerns were unfounded. As an assassin who had slain celestial dragons, it was only natural for him to possess formidable strength. Yet he also harbored his own vulnerabilities. Rody then addressed Goran, saying, "You may take your leave now." Upon hearing this, the two men were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless and at a loss for words. Amused by their bewilderment, Rody feigned an explanation. "I cannot simply disregard an injured woman. However, you two capable gentlemen, with hands and feet intact, are not wanted criminals like myself. Surely you can manage to fend for yourselves for a night? Perhaps you could find some odd jobs at the nearby monastery, enough to procure a couple of dark loaves and half a pat of butter. Surely, I need not elaborate on that. This is merely the least unfavorable option. Rody's reasoning was sound, leaving the two men momentarily unable to counter his assertions. The canine creature, Hani, unaware of the impending turmoil, found Rody's words quite sensible. He discreetly glanced at Goran, curious about his reaction. At that moment, Goran remained enveloped in silence. If only my thoughts did not align with this scenario. After tonight, I could devise a means to escape this treacherous place. Yet, with naval admirals set to land, I fear the situation is far from straightforward. Should this matter be laid bare, I would truly lose my last means of self-preservation. Suddenly, a vision of Rody protecting Maeve flashed through Goran's mind, evoking long-buried memories, prompting an inexplicable wry smile to cross his face. Very well, even if I lack the standing to negotiate, I shall consider it a gesture of goodwill towards him, offering some closure regarding that affair. After all, I once sought my own misguided sense of justice, much like he does. With this thought, Goran took a deep breath and spoke. Brother Rody, I must speak candidly. This island may be on the brink of a significant crisis. Chapter 63. Kizaru takes action early aboard the warship bound for Sabaody Archipelago. Admiral Kizaru listened to the reports from the officers, lazily stifling a yawn. Unlike Sakazuki, who had set out a day later, his journey was supposed to be swift. However, there was no need for everyone to be anxious. There was no need to rush the voyage. After all, Sakazuki and the Celestial Dragons were also en route, and we could afford to wait for them. This approach would ensure a more secure operation. Kizaru sipped his green tea, relishing the flavor, and continued. You must understand that the strength of these young brats should not be underestimated. They are indeed formidable. They dare to challenge even the Celestial Dragons, let alone me. An admiral. However, we have 5 vice admirals accompanying us, so there is little cause for concern. Upon hearing these final words, a wave of relief washed over the naval officers present. Previously, Kizaru had been emphasizing the terrifying power of the antagonists, but now, with the arrival of more admirals and vice admirals, the situation felt considerably more stable. Kizaru leaned on the table, his tinted glasses obscuring his profound gaze. Observing Kizaru deep in thought, the officers instinctively moderated their breathing. Truly, he was a paragon of composure and meticulousness in the face of significant matters. They felt they had much to learn. It was unfortunate that they were so weak, prompting the admiral's cautious demeanor. They needed to strive for greater strength. Yes, it would be wise to proceed slowly and wait for their seniors. This was the most prudent course of action. This was the first perilous event of recent years, and many of the officers were newcomers, unable to conceal their trepidation. Yet, Kizaru's humility and steadiness acted as a soothing balm. The pampered Celestial Dragons would surely struggle with such a journey. Hence, they would likely pressure Sakazuki, which would afford Kizaru an extra day of rest. In that case, he could also delay the Demon Hunt Order's implementation. These young troublemakers certainly knew how to create chaos. He genuinely was at a loss as to how to handle them. Perhaps allowing one to escape would be beneficial. This would further facilitate the deep infiltration of those sharp blades among them. As Kizaru pondered, the transponder snail on the table rang. Hello. Kizaru answered the phone in a measured tone. How long until you arrive, Borisolino? Came Sakazuki's voice from the other end. Hearing that tone made Kizaru's head ache slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, signaling the officers to leave the room. Once they were gone, Kizaru began to practice Tai Chi. Whoa. Sakazuki, where are you right now? I can wait for you. Perhaps it would be better if we arrived together. Stop daydreaming, Borisolino. The situation is far more serious than we anticipated. Sakazuki emphasized with urgency, underscoring the gravity of the matter. Kizaru fell silent, sensing something amiss in Sakazuki's demeanor. Those 2 foolish pigs are determined to initiate the Demon Hunt Order. This will intensify the conflict, and I certainly do not wish for this matter to escalate. Whitebeard will undoubtedly take action regarding this. Hence, you must act swiftly. Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Kizaru momentarily shed his usual nonchalance, his expression taking on a more serious demeanor. He merely replied with a bland acknowledgement, Understood. After hanging up, Kizaru abruptly rose to his feet. Sighing, he muttered, "What a troublesome bunch." With a long exhale, he slipped his hands into his pockets and made his way toward the door. Outside, the others were left in confusion as they witnessed Kizaru's sudden departure. Where could the admiral be headed? Beneath the night sky, the distant coastline appeared hazy and indistinct. Kizaru stood motionless on the deck, the sea breeze causing his cloak to billow dramatically. Coincidentally, Bartolomeo emerged and, spotting Kizaru from afar, approached him with a hint of curiosity. "Hey, old man, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner tonight?" In an unusual display, Kizaru pulled out a cigarette and lit it, waving his hand dismissively. "Bartolomeo, tonight I shall forego my meal." Bartolomeo, bewildered, blinked in confusion and asked, "Old man, didn't you quit smoking? Why are you lighting up again?" Kizaru simply gestured for him to be quiet. "I need to ascend to the island ahead of schedule. The coordination tasks shall temporarily be entrusted to you. Oh, and remind everyone to proceed at full speed." With that, Kizaru transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring through the night, leaving Bartolomeo in a state of utter bewilderment. "So, you're suggesting that the Navy might take significant action tonight?" Rody inquired, sitting upright in his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Golan. Golan nodded slowly, a weighty seriousness in his demeanor, and continued, "Mr. Rody, I am actually here to seek your protection. Although I'm a bounty hunter and not among the Navy's wanted list, the complexities of the situation far exceed my comprehension, and I do not feel safe." Rody felt a prickling sense of unease at Golan's revelation. His gaze deepened as he pondered whether the truth of his words could be discerned with a brief outing. Perhaps this signaled that the Devil's Order was approaching sooner than anticipated. It was also possible that PXOne had witnessed that battle and was preparing to take action against us. Regardless, since the Navy was moving preemptively, I must formulate a response in advance. With this thought, Rody turned his attention back to Golan and pressed on. "I have reviewed your dossier. You were once a high-ranking official in the Navy. Surely they would not disregard you so easily." He needed to clarify everything, to understand Golan's true intentions, as this was crucial for his forthcoming endeavors. Golan offered a wry smile, saying, "Precisely because I am from the Navy, I am far from secure. Moreover, amidst the vast ocean, no one is inherently untainted. It appears that this man harbors some untold stories." Upon hearing the other's words, Rody nodded knowingly and continued to interrogate. "Yet your choice remains a poor one. You must understand that I am one of only 2 most wanted criminals on this island." Golan took a deep breath and confessed, "Mr. Loadi, I believe with your decisiveness. You would never allow a threat to your whereabouts to linger. Yet you have deliberately left us a trail, resembling an excuse prepared for our demise. But I do not wish to perish. Only by aligning myself with you might I have a chance at survival. Wouldn't you agree?" Rody gazed at Golan for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a light laugh. "You are quite the actor, aren't you?" With that, Rody rose and declared, "I can save you, but let it be clear, you must adhere to my commands." Chapter 64. The last tranquility before war night enveloped the entire Sabati archipelago in a profound darkness. General PXOne walked along the tranquil streets, flanked by thousands of Navy personnel standing in orderly formation, their expressions solemn as they gripped their weapons, ever vigilant. Suddenly, Rear Admiral Katerkombo approached and saluted PXOne. "Sir, all personnel are assembled and ready for duty." Under the warm glow of the streetlights, PXOne gazed silently into the distance for a long while before finally exhaling a sigh. Let us cherish this moment of tranquility. A storm is on the horizon." Katerkombo was momentarily taken aback, but his gaze soon hardened with resolve. "Everything is for justice. We shall not allow pirates to run rampant here." The fervent and unwavering words from his subordinate rendered PXOne once again silent. He murmured, "Justice. Is it truly all about justice?" To ensure the plan remained discreet, only 5 of the wealthy had been evacuated from the island. A large number of civilians remained oblivious, lost in their slumber. The impending battle would undoubtedly claim innocent lives, and PXOne felt a pang of doubt regarding such actions. Suddenly, the words of a youth echoed in his mind. "You serve a group of despicable celestial dragons. The Foundation is corrupt, and what value does your sense of justice hold? This was precisely what Rody had once told him. Recalling this statement sent a sharp pang through PXOne, a reminder of the imperfections of his own beliefs. Regrettably, youth still requires refinement. That sense of justice halted here, akin to a shooting star in the night sky or an ephemeral bloom in the earth. Despite being on opposing sides, PXOne felt a sense of loss at Rody's defeat. Simultaneously, the path before him grew increasingly unclear. Look, Kater Kongbua pointed skyward, where a brilliant meteor streaked across the night, heading directly toward them. The Navy personnel raised their weapons, entering a state of alert. PXOne followed Kater Kongbua's finger, slightly surprised. The yellow monkey has arrived rather swiftly. It hasn't even been 2 days. After a moment of contemplation, the dazzling golden light transformed into a figure, standing beside PXOne. General PXOne, it seems your enthusiasm is quite palpable. Meanwhile, in a certain outpost in the 13th district of Sabeti Archipelago, the joyous sounds of Luffy and Chopper filled the air from outside. They had ventured to numerous intriguing places that day and purchased a plethora of delightful souvenirs. The Dark King, Rayleigh, had warned them to be cautious of the Navy during these days. But how could the Straw Hats remain subdued? "Zoro, you seem a bit lost today," remarked Brook as he set down his violin and approached Zoro, who was cradling 3 swords and gazing out the window with a hint of disappointment. "Honestly, he didn't come after all. I fear he might be lost." Are you waiting for a friend, Zoro?" Brook exhibited a look of astonishment as he naturally settled beside Zoro. Reflecting on his previous interaction with Rody, Zoro's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "As for friends, I cannot quite say. However, I hold great admiration for his prowess. That fellow is also a swordsman. That lad seems quite intriguing. Possessing such formidable strength at this age is indeed impressive." Recalling Rayleigh's words before his departure, he added, "Mr. Rayleigh also specifically instructed me to treat him to a drink if I ever encountered him, especially since he saved Cammy." With that, he seized a wooden cup nearby and took a hearty gulp. He then called out towards the outside, "Hey, Curly Brow, bring me another skewer of grilled meat." Upon hearing this, Sanji, who was busy grilling, instantly filled with rage and shouted back, "You idiot, green algae head. If you want it, come and get it yourself. I shall not hold back then." As the two exchanged banter, a rubbery hand from a distance swung in, as Luffy snatched away the entire skewer Sanji had just grilled, stuffing his mouth full. His comical demeanor elicited hearty laughter from Chopper, while the other two fumed in unison. "Hey, Luffy, there are still skewers for Nami-san and Robin-chan. Luffy, return my share." The Straw Hat, observing their anger, grinned widely, resembling a buoyant ball, and responded with a string of nonsensical sounds. In the doorway, bathed in the glow of the light while reading, Robin stifled a giggle. Relishing this hard-earned harmony, she continued to immerse herself in the sea of knowledge. Sanji and Zoro exchanged bewildered glances, simultaneously asking, "Hey, what on earth are you saying?" Just as Brook was about to translate, an abrupt voice resonated beside Zoro. "They all mean the same thing. Let me eat it for you." The group was taken aback. Chopper, with a face full of shock, exclaimed, "Where did you come from?" There were also those who were thrilled, such as Zoro and Luffy. Zoro's eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation as he inquired, "Rody, why did you arrive so late? Were you off fighting again during the day?" Luffy, bouncing around like a monkey, chimed in, "Hey Rhoda, long time no see. Where have you been playing these past few days?" Having previously witnessed Rhodey's ability to teleport, neither was particularly surprised. Rody smiled and greeted everyone before responding to Zoro and Luffy's questions. "I dealt with a few minor matters over the past couple of days. After all, I've had my share of troubles as well. However, I am here today to discuss something of great importance with you." Sanji, who was still grilling, occasionally glanced inside, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor, feeling a sense of unease about the current situation. How did he manage to appear so suddenly? Is it due to his devil fruit powers? I recall that he was the pirate who killed the celestial dragons that day, appearing somewhat unhinged. "Green-haired one, you must keep a close watch on that fellow Luffy." As Sanji pondered this, he heard Zoro solemnly declare, "Mr. Rody, since you are here, why not join us for a drink? Afterward, I would appreciate your guidance in our sparring." Sanji, taken aback by Zoro's respectful and open demeanor, found his expression slipping beyond his control. He was oblivious to the burnt aroma wafting from the grilled fish in his hand. Who on earth is this man? How has the green-haired one become so humble? Robin, utilizing the powers of her flower fruit, lifted Sanji's hand. Thank you, Robin-chan. He finally regained his composure, smiling broadly in gratitude. Robin smiled gently and replied, no need to worry. He should be the friend Zoro has long awaited. I overheard Zoro discussing with Mr. Rayleigh that he possesses considerable skill in swordsmanship. Upon hearing Robin's words, Sanji scrutinized Rody more closely within the room. A pirate with a bounty of 19 million, recognized as a formidable adversary by the green-haired one. How powerful could he truly be? As he contemplated this, a raucous group approached from a distance, led by Law and Kid. Chapter 65. All right. Now you may feel a sense of tension as they observe the members of other pirate crews approach with grave expressions. Zoro and Sanji immediately became alert. Hey, is there something you need? Usopp, sensing the somber mood emanating from Kid's crew, asked anxiously, worried they had come looking for trouble. We were invited by the Axe crew's captain, Trafalgar Law declared as he stepped forward, weapon in hand. He mentioned that there is something important that requires our gathering here. At that moment, Gorgon also emerged from the crowd, calling toward the interior, Brother Rody, you should have arrived by now, right? I have gathered everyone. Hawkins and Becky soon followed. Zoro turned to Rody, his mind filled with questions. Mr. Rody, what do you mean by calling them here? Those unfamiliar with the arrangement might find it somewhat abrupt, especially since they were on the Straw Hats' territory. Rody, however, smiled calmly and replied, there's no need to be anxious, for this is not the time for such feelings. He then stood up again, looking towards the group outside, continuing, the reason for gathering you all here is certainly significant. As Gorgon mentioned, it pertains to matters of life and death. Allow me to briefly outline the situation. Please prepare yourselves. Upon hearing Roddy's words, Kid's crew remained cautious, while Law appeared somewhat skeptical. The Straw Hat crew listened attentively. Because I and the captain of the Straw Hats attacked the Celestial Dragons, Admiral Akiji disembarked 2 days ago. This revelation shocked everyone. Zoro remained composed, having witnessed the confrontation between Rody and the Admiral. To avoid inciting panic, he had refrained from disclosing this information to anyone, including Nico Robin. If the Admiral were indeed there to capture Robin, her character might lead her to sacrifice herself to protect her comrades. Given Luffy's reckless nature, who could predict how he would react upon learning of this situation? It was better to be discreet and vigilant, waiting for an opportunity to act. Should the situation worsen, consulting with Brook, Nami, and Frankie would be a more prudent course of action. Among the gathering, Trafalgar Law was the first to regain his composure. The Admiral's arrival was anticipated. However, the speed of his actions exceeded their expectations. Piecing together the events, he quickly discerned Roddy's intentions. The assembly of such a large number of individuals was merely a strategy to unite against the Admiral. Yet, in his view, this was an even more perilous choice. Concealing themselves in various locations might afford them a chance at survival. If the Admiral proved to be as formidable as rumored, banding together would undoubtedly lead to their demise. With this thought, Law stepped forward and stated coolly, Captain of the Axe crew, while I owe you a personal debt of gratitude, it is solely to you. If you have summoned us here seeking collaboration, I must decline. Comparatively, our significance is far less than yours and that of the Straw Hat Captain. Thus, collaboration would pose a greater risk for us. As a lone wolf, Law calculates his interests with utmost clarity and speaks with striking sincerity. His words are indisputable. Were it not for the Navy, they would indeed find themselves in opposition to other pirate crews, making this alliance inherently unjust. His presence here is merely an obligation owed to him by Rody. Sanji exhaled a plume of white smoke, chuckling lightly as he remarked, I too see no necessity for collaboration. We have previously experienced the formidable strength of our adversaries, a force so overwhelming that we felt utterly defenseless. However, we have not yet descended to a state of desperate rescue. At the very least, we can make our escape. Both Sanji and Zoro are men of dignity, and seeking external assistance to safeguard their comrades is a source of profound humiliation. In keeping with his gentlemanly demeanor, Sanji's tone remained relatively courteous. Having endured the events at Eni's lobby and the terrifying three-masted ship incident, the Straw Hat crew's cohesion and combat prowess have only intensified, bolstered further by the addition of 2 new members. Rather than seeking warmth in numbers, he places greater faith in his companions. Luffy, on the other hand, is not particularly concerned about the situation, having only faced the opponent once, to the point that he has even forgotten who PXOne is. Don't worry, Ruda. We are indeed very strong. Although I do not know who PXOne is, anyone who dares to bully my friends will surely face my wrath. Zoro listened intently to the descriptions provided by the others before turning his gaze towards Rody. Mr. Rody, I appreciate your goodwill. I know that with your abilities, confronting an admiral is well within your grasp. His stance aligns with that of the group, yet his perspective diverges significantly. While Law perceives a plea for assistance, Zoro interprets Rody's arrival as a protective measure for everyone. Thus, his response is marked by considerable respect. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Trafalgar Law furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. Rody confronting an admiral. What nonsense is this green-haired swordsman spouting? Observing the skepticism and resolute refusals from the group, Goro sneered. You all are so self-righteous, thinking yourselves so remarkable, are you? Just wait until my captain reveals the truth. It will terrify you. Rody patiently listened to everyone's responses before invoking teleportation to position himself at the center of the group. So, I urge you not to be anxious. My words are not yet complete. The crux lies ahead. Rody directed his gaze at Trafalgar Law, his expression turning serious. As the captain of the Heart Pirates has stated, I have indeed come to facilitate your collaboration. The Demon Extermination Order has been issued. They are en route to Spatial Archipelago, led by Admiral Akainu, also known as Sakazuki. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted to one of terror, particularly among the Straw Hat crew, who had first-hand experience of such matters. Trafalgar Law's brow immediately furrowed into a deep frown, having heard whispers of the horrors associated with the Demon Extermination Order. To encapsulate it in 4 words, total annihilation. This jest is not one to be taken lightly. Is the information verified? Rody nodded slightly, his expression grave. This is what PXOne informed me. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in utter bewilderment. How could a Marine admiral like Admiral Tangang possibly divulge such crucial intelligence to a mere pirate? It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. Yet, Roddy's subsequent remarks left no room for dissent. I understand that you may find my words hard to believe. However, feel free to send someone to verify. The affluent district has been completely evacuated. There is not a single Marine on patrol outside. They are preparing to assemble and launch a full-scale assault tonight. The intricate information poured forth like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving everyone momentarily stunned for several seconds. The absurdity of his claims was palpable, yet the conviction in his demeanor instilled a flicker of doubt. Hani reveled in the dramatic shifts of expression from the crowd, feeling a surge of satisfaction. As the spirited young man suddenly puffed out his chest, his lips curling into a sardonic grin. What a performance. Keep it up. Weren't you all brimming with confidence just moments ago? Why the silence now? Just then, Rody spoke with unyielding seriousness. Moreover, this operation is not led solely by Admiral Sakazuki. As he reached this point, his complexion darkened, and his tone took on a somber gravity. It is led by all of them. With those 4 words, the earlier skepticism evaporated, their pupils constricting sharply in a moment of collective shock. At that instant, Golan cheekily stepped forward, clapping his hands and declaring, "All right, now everyone can feel the tension." Chapter 66. You shall delay, while I shall wield the Demon Slayer Order. The affluent district of the Sabati Archipelago has been entirely evacuated. The Navy, under the direction of various officers, convened a strategic meeting. Although the discussions transpired under the cover of night, the Navy did not attempt to conceal their activities. With a general leading the charge, they resolved to confront the situation head-on. Under the illumination of the lights, Rear Admiral Catter Congo pointed at the operational map, integrating the intelligence provided by the general to formulate their tactical deployment. According to the intelligence, several pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were reported to be hiding in sectors 4, 13, 18, 20, 23, 29, 32, and others. The primary targets of this operation included the 300 million bounty Kid, as well as Straw Hat, 200 million bounty Zoro, Law, Hawkins, and others. This time, we shall reclaim the disgrace and humiliation we recently endured. This time, we shall restore the justice and dignity we have lost. Hearing Kader Kongo's inspiring words, the soldiers visibly became invigorated. With the presence of two admirals leading the way, the courage that had vanished from the crowd returned. In the deserted streets, two Navy admirals strolled leisurely. Kazan, hands tucked into his pockets, remarked, "I must admit, this is quite unexpected. Even Sakazuki can experience moments of powerlessness. Conversely, it is surprising to see you so proactive, considering your usual laid-back demeanor." Kazan's tone, seemingly teasing, bore an undertone of resignation. He found himself unable to assess the significance of this operation. Kizaru chuckled in response. "Well, there is no other choice. If we do not act with urgency, we risk facing even graver consequences. We are merely a flock of ducks driven to the slaughter." Kazan's tone suddenly grew somber as he stated, "Mr. Kizaru, to my knowledge, the core targets have already been captured, yet they show no signs of halting. Does this preemptive action truly hold any significance?" Kizaru gazed into the dark depths of the neighborhood and said meaningfully, "Indeed, places devoid of streetlights are perilous. I shall investigate further." With that, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. Kazan, observing the inky path, chuckled to himself. What a slippery character. He abruptly halted, his sunglasses glinting under the dim streetlight, his expression turning serious. "But you are correct. If even we admirals begin to question our sense of justice, then the other soldiers are surely destined to lose their way in the darkness." This exchange fortified Kazan's resolve. Regardless of whether they could prevent the enactment of the Demon Slayer order, it was the Navy's rightful duty to apprehend pirates. In a certain outpost within Sector 13, the crew initially dismissed Rody's warnings as mere exaggerations. However, as he recounted the previous night's confrontation with Kazan, Kid and Zoro corroborated with their own insights, underscoring the veracity of the information. The Demon Slayer order would arrive within 2 days, and the Sabeti archipelago was likely to vanish. Yet your aspirations of the world's greatest swordsman, of the ALLBLUE, of becoming the pirate king, of vengeance, are nothing but mere illusions, Rody stated earnestly. The crowd listened in trepidation, particularly Nico Robin, whose heart churned like tumultuous waves, unable to find tranquility. The shift in her mindset prompted her to be the first to stand with Rody, for she alone comprehended the terror of that nightmare. Gorin, appearing outwardly unperturbed, wrestled with his own thoughts. "I initially believed the demon-slaying decree to be mere rhetoric, a tactic to secure cooperation with the admirals, a ploy to intimidate. Yet astonishingly, everything is indeed as he stated. I thought I was well informed. But Rody had already discerned everything long before. Was I blinded by naivety? Why did I provoke such a formidable figure?" In contrast to Gorin, the hound god Hani experienced a swift epiphany. At that moment, he resolutely believed this was the hand of fate, a divine favor, perfectly aligning with his ideal form. The leader of the Axe Gang, even if all pirates were to align with your ideals and unite against the Navy, would we still be capable of triumphing over 3 admirals and other naval commanders simultaneously? Loss is merely a matter of time. What then is the purpose of our collaboration? Rody stepped forward, incisively questioning. Pirates differ from the Navy. They cannot brandish the banner of justice to create a unified front. Their rallying cry is freedom, and cooperation is often born of desperation. Thus, Trafalgar Law was not overwhelmed by the fear Rody described. Hearing Law's words, the crowd's gaze shifted back to Rody. "That is an excellent question," Rody acknowledged with a slight nod, affirming Law's inquiry. He scanned the group and declared, "The purpose of your solidarity is not merely to determine victory or defeat, but to delay the battle." Delay the battle. Confusion washed over the faces of the crowd. Rody's gaze sharpened as he continued. "Ladies and gentlemen, in this confrontation, you must employ your minds to the fullest, even if it means resorting to desperate measures. This is not a battle of solitary combat. It is a team effort, and you must strategize how to collaborate. Be prepared to hold back 1 or 2 admirals, buying time for my return. As Rody finished, expressions of confusion transformed into bewilderment. Even kids stared wide-eyed, quickly voicing a concern. Hey, Rody, are you implying that you want to participate in this battle? Noticing kids' alarm, Rody's lips curled into a reassuring smile. Do not fret. Having accepted your protection fee, I shall ensure your safety. It is precisely for this reason that tonight's actions have been set in motion. Upon hearing this, Kid's expression flickered between embarrassment and complexity. As the captain of the ship, he valued his pride. With the matter brought up in front of everyone, he felt a sense of shame. Yet, he was also touched by Rody's willingness to orchestrate a plan to help him navigate through this predicament. Rody naturally discerned Kid's embarrassment and continued, Ladies and gentlemen, my concern extends beyond just Kid. It also encompasses my newly recruited hunters and all of you present. Therefore, my battlefield lies not here, but in addressing the most fundamental threats we face. The demon-slaying order. Goran, realizing he was singled out, quickly stepped forward before anyone could react, declaring, Yes, please do not question my brother's choice. Let us cooperate earnestly. As he spoke, Goran puffed out his chest deliberately. At that moment, a man behind him squinted and asked, Wait, are you a bounty hunter? The questioner was none other than Hawkins. He had been present for some time, choosing to remain hidden among the crowd while assessing the probabilities surrounding the event. At the mention of bounty hunters, he instinctively raised his head. Pirates are particularly sensitive to the term, as it signifies a bitter rivalry. Seeing the subtle hostility in Hawkins' gaze, Goran thumped his chest and boldly proclaimed, Indeed, I am the new subordinate of Brother Rody, veteran Goran. Recently, I have hunted targets with a bounty of 250 million berries. This place is filled with rising stars of recent years, whose strengths should not be underestimated. He intentionally emphasized Brother Rody, hinting at a sense of power derived from his association. Upon hearing the figure of 250 million berries, the crowd collectively gasped. Zoro then scrutinized the imposing figure of this burly man. The spirited youth, noticing this, wiped his nose and introduced himself as well, Ruffian, Hani, recently hunted targets with a bounty of 180 million berries. Hawkins then turned his gaze towards Rody, his eyes brimming with astonishment. In just a few days, he had recruited 2 experts whose prowess rivaled their own. Truly, a formidable figure worthy of comparison to an admiral. This 100 survival rate brings me great solace. Ding! System notification. The host has gained preliminary recognition from Nico Robin, merit points 100. The host has further gained recognition from Kid, merit points 100. The host has further gained recognition from Trafalgar Law, merit points 100. The host has further gained recognition from Hawkins, merit points 200. Rody, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, pondered momentarily. I have yet to take any real action. Why is the system so eager to reward me? Chapter 67. 3 sentences to earn your belief, resolving the demon-slaying order? I must admit, I do not quite comprehend your meaning, Mr. Rody. Do you perhaps possess other formidable reinforcements? Nico Robin approached, her eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and bewilderment. On the surface, the statement was not difficult to grasp. However, the issue at hand was that this demon-slaying order was spearheaded by Admiral Akainu himself, along with a combined might of 5 vice-admirals. In the face of such a formidable assembly, even all the pirates on the island combined would likely be insufficient. Moreover, Roddy's assertion of a solution seemed rather grandiose. Yet, at this moment, everyone was looking to Rody for guidance, and no one dared to openly voice their doubts. In this critical juncture, Zoro and Sanji remained quietly attentive, refraining from rushing to offer their opinions. They discerned that Rody appeared serious and well-prepared. Rody turned to Robin and replied with composure, There are no reinforcements. My people are all here. They will stand shoulder to shoulder with you to confront the challenges ahead. After a brief silence, Robin spoke in a subdued tone. Your ability to stand against an admiral indicates that you indeed possess considerable strength. However, with no intention of causing offense. The demon-slaying order is not as straightforward as you might perceive. It is a war machine capable of obliterating everything. Although the Straw Hat crew had navigated through their journey without significant defeat, the dangers they had encountered were vividly etched in everyone's memory. The mere mention of the demon-slaying order instilled a sense of urgency in Robin. Sensing the shift in Robin's emotions, Nami stepped forward from the crowd to voice her concerns. Mr. Rody, the coastlines are comprehensively sealed. Even if you could set sail safely without interception, your ship would likely be unable to approach that formidable fleet. How do you intend to address this? Rody could palpably feel the tension and pressure in the atmosphere as he pondered the situation. Among pirates, trust was scarce, making cooperation a challenging endeavor. If he were to provoke excessive suspicion, even if he could efficiently resolve the external threats, the battles on the island would likely devolve into chaos. Therefore, it was paramount to ease tensions and reduce friction between them. Additionally, leveraging his own strength and foresight to gain the approval of the majority would further bolster the cohesiveness of the team. This operation, aimed at resolving the island's crisis, would undoubtedly yield significant merits. In the same vein, it would establish his authority and, through their hands, protect the new crew members he had recently acquired. Moreover, he could garner goodwill. They would owe him their gratitude. Rody reassessed the potential benefits to be gained from the operation, solidifying the significance of this endeavor. His gaze swept across Zoro, Nico, Robin, and Hawkins, and in an instant, a plan began to form. Turning to Nami, he smiled warmly and replied, "If I am not mistaken, you must be the renowned cat burglar Nami, am I correct? Frankly, in reality, you are even more beautiful than your bounty poster." Rody offered a touch of emotional value, aiming to foster camaraderie. Girls often appreciate kind words, and in the world of pirates, such flattery is a rarity. When Nami was unexpectedly praised by Rody, a blush graced her cheeks. Thank you for the compliment," she stammered. Sanji, noticing this, interjected with annoyance, "Hey, Rody-san, could we focus on the matter at hand? Please don't divert the topic." In response, Nami transformed into a fierce lioness, exclaiming, "You fool, show him some respect." Turning to Rody, she continued, "Mr. Rody, he can be a bit reckless. Please don't take offense." Rody smiled calmly, replying, "It's quite all right. I do not perceive Sanji as reckless. Rather, he is a gentleman. He is merely instinctively protective of his cherished companions. Am I not correct, Sanji-kun?" The mention of gentlemen struck a chord with Sanji. His expression, clearing as sincerity, filled his voice. "Mr. Rody, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. You truly understand me." Chopper and Usopp exclaimed, "Wow, that was a rapid transformation." Roddy's eloquent words instantly endeared him to several members of the Straw Hat crew. Notification: Host has gained Nami's initial approval. Virtue points 100. Host has gained Sanji's initial approval. Virtue points 100. Host has gained Luffy's approval. Virtue points 100. Wow. Host is truly remarkable, repaying kindness with kindness. A true role model for us all. Kid, observing the scene, grimaced, casting a resentful glance at Killer beside him, as if to say this guy wasn't this polite when he was with us. "Ha ha, Ruda, you are quite amusing." Luffy laughed, clapping Roddy on the shoulder, dispelling the earlier tension. "Make sure to treat me to some barbecue sometime, Captain of the Straw Hats." Notification: Host has once again gained Luffy's approval. Virtue points 500. Host truly understands human nature. Roddy's response was exemplary, earning him Luffy's adoration. Regardless of the Straw Hats' excitement, Roddy deftly redirected the conversation. "As for how I will approach Akainu's fleet, there is no need for concern. In this world, no mountains or seas can impede my journey. I can go wherever I wish." With that, Roddy displayed a confident smile. Indeed, his remarkable ability to traverse distances, more accurately described as a form of teleportation, had been witnessed firsthand. And his speed is astonishing. Kid added. Realizing this capability was Roddy's, Nami recalled his silent entrance. She had assumed it was a speed akin to Luffy's, not a form of teleportation. "Nami, isn't it impressive and cool that Ruda can suddenly vanish without a trace?" Upon hearing a topic of genuine interest, the Straw Hat enthusiastically exclaimed, "Oh, is that true? Is it really true?" Chopper, upon hearing this, instantly displayed wide, starry eyes. Rody disregarded Luffy's exuberance and the excitement of the ordinary townsfolk, his expression suddenly shifting to one of seriousness and gravity. "I completely understand the doubts that everyone harbors. Were I in your position, I too would have numerous questions tonight, seeking reassurance until my heart finds peace. However, there is no time to delve deeply into my affairs. Thus, I can only persuade a few of you to trust me within the confines of 3 sentences. As these words escaped his lips, the previously relaxed atmosphere regained its earlier tension. Curiosity swirled among the crowd regarding who Rody intended to converse with and what he wished to convey. Rody then turned his gaze towards Hawkins, who was engrossed in his tarot cards, his eyes sharp. "Mr. Hawkins, I presume you have divined the probabilities regarding this operation, my survival rate, the odds of success, and the likelihood of your survival under my protection. I pose but one question. What is the probability of my survival against Admiral Akainu and the 5 Marine Admirals?" In an instant, all eyes shifted to the man clad in golden hair and white attire. Hawkins regarded the 3 tarot cards in his hand, depicting the Chariot, the Emperor, and the 6 of Wands. Ultimately, he spoke in a low tone, 100%. Chapter 68, Cooperation Achieved. Or await his return. Hawkins responded with a hint of excitement in his voice, nearly dropping the tarot cards he held. This was the 3rd time he had cut the deck to estimate probabilities, and to his astonishment, each time yielded a result of 100. Consequently, in his final estimation, he assessed Rody's chances of success, which was the true source of his exhilaration, as Rody's probability was also a perfect 100. Of course, Rody remained oblivious to this revelation. To ensure a dramatic reaction, he meticulously inquired about his survival rate. At this moment, he felt as if he were the embodiment of the CES might, free to roam wherever he pleased. In terms of mobility, not even a demon-slaying decree or divine intervention could deter him. Hawkins' response did not elicit shock from the crowd. Instead, many appeared perplexed, as most were unfamiliar with his abilities. It was only when Hawkins provided a brief explanation of his strawman ability that the audience's skepticism began to wane. With a pious bow before Rody, he spoke. "Though I am unaware of how you discern my capabilities, the threads of fate have graciously led me to you. The members of the Hawkins Pirates pledge their unwavering loyalty to your cause, ready to serve you with all their might." Hawkins' probabilistic affirmation did not astonish his peers, yet the sudden shift in allegiance prompted contemplation among them. With a portion of the crowd swayed, Rody turned his attention to Nico Robin. "Miss Robin, your trust is invaluable to me. If you find merit in my forthcoming words, I implore you to facilitate this collaboration." The unexpected statement momentarily startled Robin, yet she offered a slight nod in response. "The O'Hara incident fills me with regret, but the good news is that Saul is still alive." Upon hearing Saul's name, Nico Robin's eyes widened. Her voice trembled as she replied, "What did you just say?" You see, this is the advantage of foresight. Safeguarding the timeline is indeed essential." Rody anticipated Robin's reaction, feeling a surge of satisfaction internally while maintaining an impassive exterior. He refrained from further engaging with her, shifting his focus to Zoro instead. "Zoro, if you aspire to surpass the world's greatest swordsman, diligent training is undoubtedly crucial. However, there is one more attribute you must possess. Would you care to know what it is?" Upon hearing this, Zoro, who had remained silent until now, displayed a rare flicker of uncertainty. Rody, having identified Zoro's vulnerabilities, left a tantalizing hint. As the second in command of the Straw Hat crew, Zoro was typically the most composed, often responsible for significant decisions. Rody was well aware that Zoro would not choose sides based on personal sentiments. Likewise, he believed that, given the circumstances, Zoro would ultimately align with him. However, the reason he spoke these words was to provide a psychological boost to the other party, offering a rationale for collaboration. Zoro's lips curled slightly upward as he remarked, "Mr. Rody, I must admit that I find your words quite intriguing. But surely you do not intend to use this as a pretext to facilitate our cooperation?" Rody smiled faintly, unexpectedly revealing the answer. "You still lack the will of a true warrior. If your strike remains confined to the material realm, it will be incapable of breaching formidable armor." Roddy's words held deeper meaning, as Zoro had recently experienced the most profound shock of his life due to the terrifying 3-masted ship incident. Upon hearing this response, memories of his encounter with Kuma flooded back to him, leaving Zoro momentarily astonished, as if he had grasped a fragile thread of breakthrough. yet felt an elusive sensation. He instinctively inquired, how then can I transcend this level? However, Rody, with an earnest gaze, surveyed the group, deliberately disregarding Zoro's question. He had stated that he would only speak 3 sentences to each individual. I have completed my 3 sentences. If you survive, I shall return and impart further wisdom. In my view, facing this crisis, collaboration is your sole avenue of escape. Seek as many allies as possible. Furthermore, according to my informants, not only have 3 admirals been dispatched, but also Bartholomew Kuma from the 7 warlords, along with the latest technology from the world government, the formidable, destructive force known as the Pacifista. You're in grave peril. With that, Rody vanished without affording anyone a moment to react, thus elevating the gravity of the situation while providing everyone with a chance for contemplation. Fear is a curious entity. It resembles a seed that, once acknowledged, will take root and flourish in an instant, ultimately dominating those who harbor it. Rody adeptly utilized this principle, hastily planting a seed of fear to let it ferment rapidly. In the world of pirates, psychology holds no significance. They remain unaware of Roddy's myriad of intricate maneuvers. After Rody departed, everyone stood in stunned silence. The atmosphere once again steeped in quietude. Yet, the 2 aides left by Rody found their moment to shine. The veteran Golan stepped forward, clearing his throat as he declared, "Ahem, now that my brother has departed, I, alongside Hani, shall assume leadership in his stead. Danger is imminent. Share your plans." According to Roddy's prior arrangements, Golan adopted the demeanor of a concerned elder brother. Hawkins was the first to voice his opinion. "I am willing to follow the plan." For Mr. Roddy's success rate against the demon-slaying order is a staggering 100. I believe in him. Upon hearing this, Kid and Killer turned sharply towards Hawkins, their eyes wide with astonishment. Subsequently, the 2 also expressed their willingness to cooperate. The gaze of the group then shifted towards the Straw Hat crew. Sanji lit a cigarette, remaining silent. At this moment, both Robin and Zoro experienced a shift in their mindset, yet their gaze remained fixed upon Captain Luffy. Zoro, with a composed tone, remarked, "Captain, the decision to collaborate rests with you." Luffy, flashing a grin that revealed his teeth, responded, "Collaboration, you say? That sounds quite intriguing. I have made a pact with Rody to share a feast of grilled meat. I shall live to await his return." Chapter 69. I have reduced the ships to ashes. Yet you still speak of slaughter? In the dead of night, the sea lay shrouded in darkness, the incessant sound of crashing waves resonating clearly. 7 warships were anchored at a temporary naval supply island, taking a moment to recuperate. Due to the poor quality of sleep experienced by the celestial dragon, Saint Alroth, he found himself intolerant of the swaying of the vessels and the clamor of naval patrols. Consequently, Sakazuki was compelled to seek refuge at a naval supply station, forced to dock along the coast. It was perhaps a fortuitous delay, allowing those 2 individuals to complete their tasks. Within the makeshift office, the dim yellow light was the sole companion of Sakazuki, accentuating his solitude. Unlike other vice admirals who opted for rest, he, despite appearing somewhat fatigued, felt no inclination towards slumber. With his formidable constitution, enduring half a month without respite was well within his capabilities, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. He contemplated placing a call to Fleet Admiral Sengoku to exert some pressure, but ultimately dismissed the notion. After all, Sengoku's burdens were likely far greater and more urgent than his own. Suddenly, the phone bug at his side began to ring. He hastily answered it, but hesitated to respond immediately, instead scrutinizing the phone bug's fluctuations to discern the identity of the caller. To Sakazuki's perplexity, the phone bug displayed no changes, perhaps indicative of poor signal. It was then that he instinctively inquired, "Who is it?" "Ah, Admiral, I have fully recovered. Where are you?" came the slightly hoarse and weakened voice of Tengetsu Ryota from the other end. At that moment, the phone bug revealed Tengetsu's samurai attire and his elongated, fierce eyes. Sakazuki's heart quivered, his gaze sharpening like a blade. "Ha, you certainly possess remarkable resilience. I am at a supply island 1,800 nautical miles from the destination. Coordinates are..." This time, Sakazuki harbored no doubts regarding any malfeasance and unhesitatingly provided the precise location. He fervently hoped for a swift resolution to the matter, eager to return to headquarters and bolster defenses. Meanwhile, at the stronghold, Rody was voraciously consuming his meal while attentively listening to Sakazuki's description. Kindly provide me with a point of reference, otherwise I risk losing my way. It is too dark, and I find myself struggling to move. A minute later, Rody ended the call, gazing at the iPhone 6 in his hand. The screen prominently displayed the image of Tengetsu Ryota on the phone bug, accompanied by various AI-generated emotive settings. Rody smirked, remarking, "Truly, the upgraded device is impressive. It boasts an array of extraordinary multiverse applications and an abundance of short videos. Although the version is somewhat outdated, it proves remarkably useful in the world of pirates, particularly the sound effect plugin I just downloaded." That old dog Akainu had no suspicions whatsoever. As he spoke, Rody pressed the white circular center with a mischievous glint in his eye, saying, "Shall AI assist me in navigating Sakazuki's location?" A second later, a familiar, delicate voice resonated from the other end. Following their earlier dialogue, the AI began to guide him towards Sakazuki's position. "All right, I'm now opening the map for you. Currently navigating. The distance to the destination. The Navy Supply Island in the Chamber Archipelago is approximately 1,852 kilometers. A taxi ride will take about 5 to 22 hours, while taking a bus will require around 60 to 80 hours, and walking could take approximately 4 to 37 days. Okay, I understand." Roddy's aim was to pinpoint the other's direction, thereby achieving a more precise teleportation. As for the reason behind changing the system from Siri to Xiao AI, being a fan of the brand in his past life, he naturally had to support domestic products, since the destination was forcefully imagined by Rody based on descriptions and locations. The preparation time for this teleportation took a full 1 minute and 68 seconds. Upon opening his eyes again, Rody found himself enveloped in darkness. The crashing waves and the salty sea breeze reminded him that he had arrived. In the distance along the coastline, a few faint lights were visible. Those were the Navy's duty lights and the indicators on the warship's deck. Rody scratched his head and suddenly had an idea. Actually, the way to prevent the demon slaughter order is quite simple. I just need to burn the ship. Without the ship, how can one slay demons? As this thought crossed his mind, a cool notification sound echoed in Roddy's ears. Ding! System notification. The host has generated a benevolent thought that has moved the heavens. Earning virtue points 1,000. The host is truly a clever little spirit. The host embodies righteousness. Rody blinked at the system's feedback. Whoa, is that even possible? Although I did indeed generate a kind thought, is it appropriate to receive a reward without performing a good deed first? Absolutely appropriate. Where there is benevolence, there will be good deeds. Please, host, hurry and burn. The deities are eagerly anticipating. The system, Shao Kai, immediately affirmed. As the exchange frequency increased, Rody keenly noticed that the system's voice gradually began to exhibit emotion. Its theatricality intensified considerably. Well, in that case, I'll burn the ship first, then seek out Old Saw for interaction. However, before taking action, I definitely need to fill my stomach. After all, a certain hero once said, "The greater the appetite, the greater the responsibility." Upon arriving here, Roddy's stomach was already growling. Fortunately, the kitchens of the nearby warships should be able to provide enough sustenance. In a fleeting thought, Rody instantly vanished from his location. Chamber Archipelago, Area 13, Straw Hat Base. The night breeze swayed gently, and the faint light shimmered. In contrast to the heavy atmosphere outside, this place exuded a certain tranquility. Gathered around a massive bonfire were several pirate captains who had reached an agreement. Luffy gazed at the enormous roasted fish over the bonfire, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Beneath the fire's glow, Trafalgar Law clutched his cursed sword, Yato, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, I say, Straw Hat Captain, we are having a formal meeting, not a feast. Why have you prepared so much meat and beer?" As the perspective shifted to Goro, Honey, Luffy, Brook, Usopp, and Chopper, the atmosphere abruptly transformed. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho. These fellows had already begun to sing, arm in arm. Just then, Sanji approached. setting down a tray and inquiring, "Would you care for a fish sandwich?" Law, grumbling vehemently, retorted, "I detest bread." "Ah, in such circumstances you can still calmly consume food? Your hearts must be remarkably large." Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, "Without a full stomach, one lacks the strength to work. I recommend you eat a little." At that moment, Kid and Hawkins also bore expressions of restrained patience. "Hey, Hawkins, look at this motley crew before you. Is your divination truly reliable? I've staked all my wealth and life on Mr. Rody." Hawkins cast a glance at the tarot card from his 35th reading, observing the 76 survival rate, and sheepishly remarked, "It should be, I suppose." No sooner had he spoken than Law's roar echoed again. "I said I want rice balls, not bread thrust upon me." Luffy chimed in with a hearty laugh. "Ah ha ha ha. Roddy, I truly must thank you for providing me with such an entertaining experience." Chapter 70, Celebration, indeed a most exuberant one. Beneath the profound darkness of the night, the waves grew increasingly tempestuous. The wind, too, rose inexplicably, howling as if it were the anguished wails of countless tormented souls. In a makeshift supply island, within another office, 5 naval admirals convened for a private meeting. They were the spider fruit user, Ghost Spider, who adeptly manipulated weapons with his hair, Vice Admiral Doberman, known as the Fighting Dog, affiliated with the Echina faction, Fire Mountain, who had participated twice in the demon-slaying order and possessed a relatively mild temperament, the dual-wielding swordsman, Strawberry, distinguished by his notably elongated cranium, and the mustachioed man, Steel Ray, who had replaced the mole in this expedition. The meeting had been underway for quite some time. As was customary, discussions ranged from preliminary deployments to tactics and specific targets. As for the lives and safety of the islanders, they were merely a swarm of ants, hardly deserving of such earnest consideration. Opinions regarding the current demon-slaying order operation diverged significantly. For instance, Ghost Spider and Doberman represented the more radical faction, resolutely intolerant of the pirates' atrocities. Conversely, Fire Mountain, Strawberry, and Steel Ray, though driven by different motivations, shared a common pacifist perspective. After surveying the room, Ghost Spider inquired, "Gentlemen, are we truly participating in the demon-slaying order? Why has our number been drastically reduced? And where is that fellow, the mole?" Typically, a standard demon-slaying order would involve 5 admirals leading a contingent of 10 rear admirals, accompanied by 10 warships and 1,000 elite naval personnel. However, this time, the number of participating naval forces fell short of even 5,000. Strawberry, who had been squinting throughout, remarked, "Were it not for the celestial dragon's obstinate stance, I suspect the admiral would have been reluctant to allocate even 3,000 men." In contrast to previous operations, this demon-slaying order appeared merely superficial. With a sigh, he lamented, "One cannot help but acknowledge that Blackbeard truly knows how to stir trouble, handing us Ace, a veritable hot potato." Upon hearing this, Doberman suddenly scoffed, asserting, "I believe Admiral Sakazuki is being excessively cautious. In my view, there is no need to personally intervene against those scoundrels, nor to initiate the demon-slaying order. I could lead the charge with merely 2 fleets." As a member of the Akainu faction, Doberman's character was decidedly unyielding. Naturally, his strength ranked among the upper echelons of the naval admirals. "The newcomers are undeniably formidable, particularly that Straw Hat Brat," he continued. "Admiral Doberman, I mean no offense, but you must realize he has even defeated Rob Lucci. I've heard he recently triumphed over Gecko Moria as well." Steel Ray, already disgruntled by the headquarters' abrupt summons, grew increasingly irritated by Doberman's prior silence and his ostentatious display at the conference table. Thus, he retorted with unbridled candor. Indeed, these words provoked Doberman's ire. With a thunderous slap upon the table, he rose abruptly. "Shitlerus, do you dare to repeat what you just said?" Shitlerus smirked and retorted, "What? Do you wish to engage me in combat? Or do you think I, unlike those petty thugs from the Sabati archipelago, would be intimidated by you?" Dugman glared at Shitlerus and scoffed, "Humph, if you're so afraid, why not resign and go home? No one would stop you. How can you call yourself a vice admiral if you're frightened by a mere straw hat?" Shitlerus felt the sting of insult. his face turning a deep shade of anger as his mustache bristled. In a frigid tone, he issued a threat. "You rabid dog. Care to repeat that?" With just these two exchanges, the temporary conference room was thick with tension. The usually gentle Fire Mountain, sensing the escalating situation, rose with a smile and said, "Everyone, please relax. We need only to follow the directives from above. The essence of this meeting is to discuss the coordination and arrangement of our pre-war plans. Since we are assigned together, we must maintain unity in our actions. Otherwise, we will become a source of ridicule for those little pirates." Storyberry took a sip of tea and chimed in, "Gentlemen, we have already endured enough humiliation from the celestial dragons. Let's not turn against one another. This battle is not for us to engage in. The two admirals leading the charge will swiftly bring this matter to a close. When we arrive there, we will merely fire a few symbolic shots and take a few lives to appease the celestial dragons, and that will be the end of it." Dugman, his gaze icy, declared, "I am determined to capture Straw Hat Luffy alive. His life will be ended by my hand. His blood will serve to uphold my path of justice. For these Marines, the lives they have taken and the blood they have shed are countless. More important than life itself is the banner of justice they carry in their hearts." Just as Dugman was stewing in his dark thoughts, the blaring sirens erupted. Damn it, who is causing trouble at this hour? Already irritated, Dugman turned to glance outside, fuming. Upon hearing the sirens, Dugman's first reaction was disbelief, for this was a Navy-exclusive route. He could not fathom anyone daring to disturb the peace on his own turf. The other vice admirals shared similar sentiments. "Fire! Someone has set ablaze. Oh no, the warship is on fire. Hurry, extinguish it, extinguish it." As the shouts rang out, the officers exchanged bewildered glances. A warship on fire. How is that even possible? Yet, as alarms blared, the vice admirals could no longer afford to hesitate. Dugman, with remarkable speed, executed a swift maneuver and dashed outside. The sight before him, a coastline ablaze in crimson flames, left the scarred man momentarily stunned. The howling winds tousled his hair wildly. In the wind, one can faintly hear the splashes of diving and the anguished cries of soldiers. All 7 warships dispatched by the naval headquarters have been set ablaze. The flames soaring into the sky with a crackling sound, punctuated by sporadic explosions. Subsequently, vice admirals arrived at the scene of the calamity. In this moment, their emotions ranged from bewilderment to tension, from chaos to disorder. For a fleeting instant, they felt as if they were ensnared in a dream. Who could possess such audacity to ignite a fire before Admiral Akainu? "What are you standing there for? Quickly organize the firefighting efforts." It was only when a furious voice and an overwhelming presence spread from behind that the officers awakened from their tumultuous thoughts. Admiral Sakazuki's cape billowed ominously in the wind. His expression was grim as he advanced with an irate stride. Finally, he forced out a statement through gritted teeth. "Tian Yu Liang Tai, do you wish to court death?" At this moment, in this scene, from logic to practice, from capability to motive, after eliminating all other possibilities, Sakazuki could only attribute the arson to Tian Yu Liang Tai. Especially given the increasingly fierce gusts, the only one capable of orchestrating such a spectacle was undoubtedly that individual. As anticipated, accompanied by the intensifying winds, a deer, adorned with wings and long horns, descended from the heavens. It approached Sakazuki and the gathered officers amidst the sea of flames. Accompanied by the joyous melody of "Good Fortune Comes," a vibrant voice echoed in unison. "Good evening, esteemed generals. On this lonely and chilly night, allow me to extend the most sincere blessings and warmth to you." Chapter 71. Rody vs. Akainu. Rody's iPhone 6 is an enhanced Holy Level Cyber Edition. Even the software market has transformed into the multiverse app, and its utility far exceeds his imagination. However, the content requires Roddy's active development. For instance, the current cyber megaphone is something Rody downloaded from the multiverse app. Good fortune is coming to you. Fortune brings joy and love. The jubilant rhythm resonates in everyone's ears, clearly audible. Yet, it does not alleviate the tense atmosphere. The officers wear grim expressions, their gazes toward Rody filled with disdain, weapons in hand poised for action. "You bastard, You're truly courting death. Furious, Sokka's pulled out a remote control the size of an egg and aimed it at Rody. The remote was entirely black and featured only 2 buttons. It was the limiter of Kiyoshi Emitsuki, a piece of technology belonging to the Skypunk. It had functions such as positioning and self-detonation, should the limiter be destroyed. The resultant explosion would be infused with sea stone powder, rendering the target perpetually weak and irreparable, a fatal threat to any ability user. However, after a fluctuation, the red light on the limiter blinked for 2 seconds, and Sokka's did not witness the outcome he had anticipated. What is happening? Why is this so? Sokka's expression shifted to one of shock, confusion swirling within him. Admiral Akainu, I presume that is the explosion ring control you hold? Rody, in his Hylian form, spoke in a calm tone, gradually approaching the gathered crowd. Ah, a kind-hearted human trafficker has already taken the blade from me. He should find it difficult to commit evil in the future. As he spoke, a notification sound of 50 merit resonated in Roddy's ears. You wretched scoundrel. Just wait until I carve you up. Seeing his soldiers trapped in a sea of flames, the fiery dogman was the first to charge forward, wielding his sword. He had mastered the 6 styles, his movements swift, aware that his opponent was an ability user. In an instant, he had swung his armed black sword toward Rody. However, as Roddy's wings stirred, green energy enveloped him. Just as Dogman approached, he was thrust into the air by a powerful gust of wind. The fierce wind blades relentlessly assaulted Dogman's body, causing his clothing to begin tearing. In desperation, he had no choice but to coat himself in armed color, struggling to withstand the onslaught. The vice admirals squinted in disbelief, never expecting a mere bounty hunter to effortlessly suppress someone of their rank. What a joke. Suppressed before even setting sail. And he claims he would lead 2 fleets to flatten Sabaody archipelago. Steelres, witnessing this scene, internally cursed, realizing the current situation was not conducive to idle banter, especially as his subordinates remained trapped aboard the ship. Although Rody could not recognize all the officers, he could discern their ranks from their attire, noting that one among them was of the vice admiral level. He gazed up at the gradually ascending Dugman, mockingly saying, I must say, General, you are quite resilient. But can you withstand this? As he spoke, Roddy's eyes, once a vibrant green, transformed to a fierce crimson as he concentrated his energy. The half-suspended green wind blade sensed the infusion of power, its aura shifting to a fiery orange hue. Hiss! This is bad. It's so hot. Dugman was taken aback, a searing sensation enveloping him as he glanced down to see his clothing ablaze. The astonished Akainu stepped forward, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He could not fathom why Tianyu Liangtai was so formidable, seemingly possessing the powers of fire. Could this be the manifestation of his awakened devil fruit abilities? Swish, swish, swish. Several dark tendrils ensnared Dugman's body and limbs, dragging him helplessly back to the ranks of the vice admirals amidst the storm. In this critical moment, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider activated his powers, rescuing Dugman from peril. Dugman's vice admiral cloak and attire had been reduced to ash, revealing a scarred upper body of a deep crimson hue. The setback incited his fury, prompting him to initiate a second assault, only to be halted by Sakazuki. Despite his brutish temperament, he possessed immense combat experience. Given the audacity of his opponent and the current ease with which he dominated a vice admiral, caution was imperative. Akainu, are you not going to act? If you do not hurry, dawn will break, Dugman taunted. Facing this provocation, Sakazuki's gaze hardened, lost in contemplation. Previously, he could barely match Dugman, yet this time, the speed, control, and lethality of the winds had evidently intensified. The fire attribute seemed to accompany this newfound power, likely the source igniting the warships. How had this man suddenly become so potent, breaking free from his restraints? Had he truly mastered it? After a brief reflection, Sakazuki believed he comprehended the situation. A smirk crept onto his lips as he coldly retorted, Humph, Liang Tai, do you think that acquiring Muramace's power allows you to act with impunity? You remain blissfully unaware of the folly of your actions. As he spoke, Sakazuki's fist began to emit smoke, an overwhelming heat radiating outward. The tremendous force flared his white cloak, revealing his maroon military uniform beneath. Even if you have fully mastered Muramasa, I must inform you, before an admiral, you remain but an ant. The vice admirals, witnessing their superior's display of might, promptly retreated to the periphery to avoid the impending chaos. In the face of this crisis, the qualities and strategic acumen of the vice admirals became evident. With an admiral preoccupying the adversary, the remaining 5 swiftly executed their shave technique, racing towards the 7 warships to effect a rescue. Rody did not impede them, allowing their passage. Part of his intent in setting the ships ablaze was to divert their attention, enabling him to confront the admiral more effectively. In action, he maintained his characteristic steadiness and composure. Methodically dismantling the opposition was the true path to victory. In the next moment, a formidable wave of molten heat surged towards Rody, akin to a ferocious beast on the prowl. Confronted by this overwhelming force, Roddy's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he scoffed, inquiring, "General, what exactly is Muramasa? Such filth dares to be mentioned in the same breath as I?" Just as Roddy's words hung in the air, a colossal flaming fist was unleashed towards his visage. However, Sakazuki's attack met only empty air. In the following instant, accompanied by the fading notes of the background music, Rody appeared behind him like a specter. Chapter 72. A radiantly sunny approach in this confrontation against Admiral Akainu. Rody had made brief, yet comprehensive preparations in advance. Firstly, his sun-breathing and flowing blade of fire would prove to be of little significance, considering the elemental affinity and positional suppression he foresaw. His opponent was a magma fruit user, a being among the elite elemental entities of the pirate world. Even though Rody possessed formidable fire abilities, inflicting substantial harm upon Sakazuki would undoubtedly be limited. The scene was indeed tumultuous, and considerable calories were expended, yet it bore no real significance. Therefore, to subdue Sakazuki, Rody realized he had only 2 viable avenues. One was his top-tier Busashoka Haki, and the other was the thief-esque gloves. His Busashoka Haki, rivaling that of Carp, would certainly inflict effective damage upon Akainu, though the extent of that damage remained uncertain. Conversely, the thief-esque gloves represented the crux of altering the battlefield dynamics. If he could successfully seize Sakazuki's fruit ability at a crucial moment, it would undoubtedly strip him of his most vital combat prowess. Upon conceiving this strategy, Rody mischievously utilized the Multiverse app's Multiverse Seek for in-depth contemplation. The strategies proposed by Multiverse Seek were somewhat aligned with Roddy's thoughts, but introduced a more cunning tactical choice. In summary, Sakazuki's offensive was notably aggressive, rendering a direct confrontation ill-advised. Rody needed to adeptly exploit his teleportation ability to create openings while minimizing the exposure of his trump cards, aiming to catch his adversary off guard and pilfer his ability. If he were to adopt a more audacious approach, he could leverage his immortal trait to engage in a tit-for-tat strategy, enticing his opponent to materialize and thereby providing an opportunity to steal his ability. However, all strategies revolved around the act of thievery. Despite the thief-esque gloves showing consistent reliability in previous encounters, successfully stealing devil fruit abilities twice, it still harbored risks. Thus, Multiverse Seek proposed a secondary solution, psychological warfare. In contrast to Sakazuki, Rody was unbound by geographical limitations during this battle and harbored no concerns. He was fully capable of employing the agility of his flying Lien and Busashoka Haki to encircle his foe. Even if he could not inflict damage upon the admiral, he could disrupt the matters that concerned Sakazuki, diverting his focus and seizing the opportune moment to act. For such a sunny disposition in combat, Rody believed this tactic could be prioritized and refined to appear even more radiant. As Sakazuki missed his strike, he remained unfazed, with a cold glance over his shoulder. His formidable Kenbunchaku Haki swiftly detected the target behind him. A skilled and powerful warrior would never easily expose their back to an enemy. Thus, in the next instant, a fist coalesced from magma, extended from behind Sakazuki, lunging towards Rody with astonishing speed and proficiency. Rody lacked Kenbunchaku Haki in his previous battles. He relied on premonition to navigate combat. This method was exceedingly taxing on his mental faculties, leaving him utterly exhausted by the battle's end. However, the current situation differed. Bolstered by the power of the wind, he possessed a semblance of the top-tier Kenbunchikahaki's sensory capabilities. The moment Sakazuki's assault revealed itself, Rody was already prepared to respond. The force of the wind tugged at Rody like a kite, drawing him gracefully backward as magma fist struck empty air once more. "Admiral, you're a bit slow this time," Rody taunted while retreating. Sakazuki offered no response, yet his visage was contorted into a fearsome grimace. In an instant, as he turned, he leapt high, enlarging his arm, and the colossal magma fist transformed into a myriad of forms. "This time, I wonder where you will hide." Accompanied by Sakazuki's menacing voice, a barrage of fists descended upon the beach, targeting Rody. The flames spread over a diameter of at least 100 meters, falling with the velocity of sound itself. Unless his opponent possessed the light speed of Kizaru, there was no way Rody could escape this hellish battleground. As he beheld the imminent onslaught of unavoidable fiery fists above him, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Such an attack cannot be taken head-on. Perhaps it's best to play elsewhere. With a thunderous roar, a vast explosion of flames erupted, resonating for over 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. The swirling sand obscured Sakazuki's vision as he stared at the beach, now scarred by molten lava. He felt no trace of Roddy's presence. With a heavy exhale, he muttered to himself, "He must have been reduced to ashes by my magma." Turning his gaze toward the distant warship, under the guidance and assistance of the Vice Admiral, the combat vessel of the Demon Slayer Order visibly alleviated its fiery plight. Although the Navy had suffered significant casualties, with many drowned or burned, the ship was still barely operational. "Hurry up, be swift. Arrange for another group to transport seawater." True to his reputation, Vice Admiral Doberman, through his exceptional coordination, had nearly eradicated the flames engulfing the ship. He glanced back at the battlefield on the beach and couldn't help but reflect. As expected of Admiral Akainu, the battle concluded remarkably swiftly. That fool, Tengetsu Ryota, surely doesn't he believe he possesses the strength to rival an admiral? Before he could finish his thought, a familiar voice echoed behind him. What else could it be? He spun around abruptly, but aside from the soldiers diligently extinguishing the flames, he saw no one. "Tengetsu Ryota, you're still alive?" Doberman drew his sword and looked up sharply. Indeed, atop the towering ship's mast, a figure gazed down at him. "Ah, Mr. Doberman, you are quite impressive." Such a fierce blaze was extinguished in mere minutes. The familiar voice reverberated in Doberman's ears, causing him to grip his sword tighter. At that moment, he pondered how best to confront this troublesome adversary. Suddenly, he heard Roddy's voice once more from above. "I must increase the intensity for you, Vice Admiral, before I frolic elsewhere." With that, a fiery blade glided through the darkness. Doberman was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the meaning behind it. Yet, in the next instant, the entire warship reverberated with a crescendo of tremors, from light to heavy. Accompanied by the creaking sound of splintering wood, not only did the recently extinguished flames reignite, but the warship controlled by Doberman was abruptly cleaved in two. A surge of flames erupted violently, expanding outward with an intensity that matched the strengthening winds. Illuminated by the blaze, hundreds of naval firefighters plummeted from the deck, their faces etched with shock and despair. Just moments prior, they stood valiantly on the deck, combating the inferno, only to find themselves descending into an unknown abyss. "You scoundrel! I shall surely make you pay." Doberman was consumed by rage, propelling himself upwards with the moonwalk technique. However, apart from the gradually tilting keel, the ship was eerily deserted. As Doberman fell, confusion and bewilderment enveloped his mind. A single strike severed the vessel. What a world is happening? The assailant was neither Mihawk, the Hawk Eyes, nor Shanks or Whitebeard. How could they possess such a domineering and formidable flame slash? Before Doberman could fully comprehend the situation, a cacophony of repetitive, jarring music invaded his ears. Amidst the melody, naval ships reignited one after another, engulfed in flames once more. Chapter 73, As the Dog of Celestial Dragons, Where Lies Justice and Glory. This song, originally a New Year celebratory tune entitled Joyful New Year, incessantly echoed through the distorted audio of the elderly device. The hypnotic rhythm of its lyrics became indelibly etched in Roddy's mind, an inescapable refrain that he memorized thoroughly. Roddy's choice of this melody stemmed not only from its captivating lyrics, but also served as a sardonic commentary on the actions of the Navy, mocking the chaos and madness of the era. In a literal sea of flames, the Navy personnel, possessing a modicum of skill, dodged the falling masts and flames. Desperately swimming away from the perilous zone, their bodies scorched by intense heat. However, the majority of ordinary soldiers were not so fortunate, perishing amidst cries of anguish and despair. Roddy felt no pity or sympathy for their tragic demise. It was a burden they must bear. In the world of conflict, debts must eventually be repaid. Confronted with the soldiers' grim fate, the indifferent generals were finally stirred, their hearts pricked, no longer aloof. The usually genial Fire Mountain, who wore a smile, now furrowed his brow in distress, momentarily lost in the inferno. Tian Yu Liang Tai, come out. I swear I shall slay you. Doberman had descended into a frenzy of fury, scouring the blazing battlefield for Roddy's figure with reckless haste. Stalaberry, who had previously regarded life as merely a mission, now sought to save everyone within his reach, for these were the soldiers he had nurtured, the most significant representation of his rank as a vice admiral. The Ghost Spider, possessing an advantage over his fellow vice admirals, executed his rescue efforts with heightened efficiency. He leapt across the collapsing deck, using his limbs to hurl those trapped soldiers toward the shore, though it was but a drop in the ocean. Perhaps the most frustrated of all was Vice Admiral Steele Reyes, who found himself usurped. He watched helplessly as his towering, heavily armed comrade succumbed to the flames. Soldiers cried out his name, yet he could only evade the encroaching inferno. Once brimming with vigor, commanding respect on the battlefield, he now found himself easily vanquished. To describe Steele Reyes' emotions as heart-wrenching would be an understatement. For the flowing blade of fire, even the sturdiest structures succumbed to a mere stroke. Roddy teleported to the chaotic beach, resuming his human form with his back to the inferno, hands clasped in prayer, his tone reverent and profound. One good deed a day. Well done, well done. As his words faded, a chilling notification resonated within Roddy's mind. Ding, system notification. The host has averted an impending catastrophe, earning 12,000 merit points. The host's benevolence is boundless. Well done, well done. As a mature system, devoid of sentimental judgment, it maintained its own standards for evaluating the host's profound compassion. Meanwhile, Sakazuki's cheeks twitched violently, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was a battle marked by humiliation the likes of which he had never experienced. Tian Yu Liang Tai's destructive power exceeded all his expectations. What surprised him even more was the unconventional fighting style of his opponent. This fellow did not adhere to any rules. Amidst the chaos, men vanished, ships were destroyed, and his subordinates were annihilated. Truly absurd. General, your composure is faltering. The sudden emergence of a familiar and leisurely voice from behind jolted Sakazuki. He turned sharply, only to realize that the object of his hatred stood directly behind him. Tian Yu Liang Tai. Sakazuki ground his teeth as he uttered the name, poised to strike. Please, General, do not act hastily. Let's take a moment, came the taunting reply. There are many soldiers on this island who have just returned from the brink of death. Are you not concerned about inadvertently harming them? The threatening words rendered Sakazuki momentarily speechless. Clenching his fists, he finally managed to ask, filled with restrained fury, why are you doing this? Even if we once threatened you into submission, there shouldn't be such profound hatred, should there? You are merely a bounty hunter. What advantage does provoking us bring you? Hearing the anger and confusion in his tone, Roddy chuckled lightly. You misunderstand. I'm not a bounty hunter. Emerging from the shadows, his figure became increasingly distinct. As he approached, Sakazuki realized that the figure before him was not Roddy at all. I bear an irreconcilable grudge against you, Roddy declared, deactivating the sound filter on his iPhone 6, restoring his true voice. Sakazuki's gaze sharpened, his tone grave. You're not Tian Yu Liang Tai? Then who exactly are you? Roddy smirked in response. Ah, Tianyu Liangtai was long ago dispatched by my hand. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's pupils constricted in shock. I am the infamous 19 million that your navy covets, the pirate who slaughters celestial dragons, Herman D. Rody. As he spoke, a fierce wind arose, swirling dust that obscured Sakazuki's vision. Roddy's expression suddenly turned menacing. Now you may feel anxious. What is the matter? Did you not wish to capture me? Come on, continue your efforts. You, who regard human lives as mere fodder, must yearn to eliminate me. Faced with Roddy's provocation, Sakazuki's fists creaked under pressure, yet he ultimately restrained himself. The possibility that his opponent was ensnaring him in another trap loomed large. As a general, he could not afford to lose his composure at this moment. Reflecting on Roddy's overwhelming strength against the vice admirals and Kazan's recent warnings, Sakazuki felt a pang of regret. He had underestimated Kazan, and even more so the young man before him. The result was that he had been played for a fool by this individual. With a grim countenance, Sakazuki declared, "Roddy, even if it cost me my life, I will not allow you to leave here alive. You shall not continue to trample upon the Navy's justice and glory." Roddy erupted into laughter, the sound echoing with derision. Sakazuki, his tone serious, demanded, "What is so amusing?" Roddy, deliberately massaging his aching face, retorted, "You Navy scoundrels speak of justice and glory. However, merely being bestowed a dog flag by the celestial dragons has led you to prance about like a mad dog, brandishing it with fervor. In your frenzy, you might even lash out at your own progenitors. Is this truly what you would deem justice and honor? You scoundrel!" Sakazuki's teeth ground together in agitation, for this remark had evidently struck a nerve. Old Sakazuki is a man of ideals, unwaveringly devoted to them. In contrast to Kazan, he wields a formidable political iron fist and abides by a stringent code of conduct. He remains impervious to the influences of mundane morality. As long as he can uphold the Navy's justice, even at the cost of widespread devastation and the annihilation of a portion of the world, such sacrifices are deemed necessary. Yet, his singular conflict arises from the foolish upper echelons, the arrogant celestial dragons who incessantly meddle. Even when the global landscape undergoes seismic shifts and tensions intensify, they continue to recklessly play with fire. Nonetheless, Roddy's mockery shows no signs of abating. Old Sakazuki, do not feign ferocity. You might as well take a moment to reflect upon yourself. Your current demeanor resembles that of a dog being led by the celestial dragons. When your master is bitten, do you choose to invite the apocalypse then? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Even someone as ruthless as Sakazuki could not endure such brazen provocation. As his face contorted with fury, a colossal surge of red energy erupted from his being. Terrifying, snarling magma, hounds charged forth, roaring at Roddy. Yet this time, Roddy neither dodged nor evaded, raising his threshold for harm to its maximum. The provocation had succeeded. The fish had taken the bait. Chapter 74. The General's abilities have been stolen. Residents. The Navy is conducting official duties. The entire island is under martial law. Please secure your doors and windows, manage your lights, refrain from wandering, and actively cooperate with our investigation to prevent any inadvertent harm. At this moment, the Chamber Islands are engulfed in turmoil. Accompanied by an oppressive blaring of horns and the incessant ringing of telephones, the populace descends into chaos and frenzy. The pursued pirates flee in disarray, gunfire echoing relentlessly. Damn it, what madness has overcome these people? How did the Navy discover our whereabouts? There must be a traitor among us. Curse it, run. It's Admiral Akiji. In a small room, a young woman clutches her infant child and her elderly mother tightly. Their faces are etched with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The woman's husband, seeking to provide for his family, had only ventured out to sea for a few days. Little did they anticipate that calamity would strike, as a series of murders unfolded on the island. Quick, find somewhere to hide. We'll be killed if we don't. The sleeping child, startled awake by the raucous shouts outside, bursts into tears. The suffocating noise prompts the woman to cover her child's mouth hurriedly. Yet, the desperate cries from downstairs are impossible to conceal. After all, we're doomed, so why not? Minutes later, The door to the room is violently kicked open. A brutal skirmish ensues, culminating in a grim victory for the Navy. A bloodied young officer leads the remaining soldiers to the second floor, his eyes sharp as blades, commanding sternly, "Cease your futile struggles. The bounty of 8 million on your head, pirate executioner house. You are under arrest." Confronted by the dark muzzle of a gun, a gaunt man hiding within the room grits his teeth, pressing his firearm against the head of the infant in his arms. He then shouts toward the Navy outside, "Humph, you better not force my hand, nor approach. I have 3 innocent civilians as hostages here. Any rash movements, and I'll shoot them one by one." Desperate cries emanate from within. "Wah, please give the child back to me. Do not harm him. I am willing to be your hostage." The elderly woman weeps uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Whatever it is, come for me. The child is innocent." Witnessing this scene, many Navy personnel feel a profound resistance. After all, they are born of mothers and fathers. None are devoid of compassion. "Captain, what do you think?" The young officer clenches his fists tightly, recalling his fallen comrades, his eyes reddening as he exclaims, "No, we cannot let him go so easily." But there is no but. We are fighting for our justice. So many brothers have perished, and we would let a villain go free for the sake of an infant? Where's the Navy's justice in that? Follow my orders, execute the capture plan, leave no one behind. Upon hearing the command from the officer, several soldiers, their faces contorted with excitement, shouted in unison, "Yes." Behind the wall, House gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn Navy bastards, you forced my hand. Today, I shall fight you to the bitter end." As he spoke, he pulled the trigger. In a split second, a shadow crashed through the glass. Leaping in from the second floor, the shadow faced the pirate, leaving the Navy personnel momentarily bewildered. With a loud gunshot and a chilling scream, silence momentarily enveloped the room. In the darkness, many soldiers instinctively stepped back, aiming their weapons at the doorway littered with shards of glass. Moments later, the sound of a baby's cries resonated from the other side of the wall. The young lieutenant swallowed hard and called out, "Who is there?" On the other side, the shadow appeared at the broken entrance. Bathed in moonlight, the crowd discerned the figure's features. A lean young man adorned in red, yellow, and blue, baring his teeth like a dog as he glared at them. It was the canine man, Hani. During his escape, he had honed in on this location, using his acute sense of smell and hearing. "You rabid dogs dare to call yourselves just Navy. Today, I shall perform a good deed for my master. I shall send you to the afterlife." With that, Hani cradled the infant in one arm and charged at the Navy with a chain in hand. On the temporary supply island of the Navy, the explosive hellhound moved with remarkable speed, splitting itself as it charged. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious hounds filled the beach. Although Akainu's emotions surged, his battle experience was both cunning and treacherous. Realizing that Rody possessed formidable teleportation abilities, he decisively chose to seal off all potential escape routes. The moment Rody made a move, the Hellhound duplicates would lock onto his position and transform into his true form to apprehend him. Despite his meticulous planning, Rody was playing a feint and had no intention of evading. Instantly, several Hellhounds clamped onto Rody's arms, thighs, and throat. His body was enveloped in black smoke, emitting a hissing, burning heat. Yet, Akainu's assault did not relent. In the next moment, a Hellhound morphed into an arm and tightened its grip around Rody's neck. "Finally, I've caught you, little brat. Let us see how much strength you have left to resist." Several Hellhounds liquefied, morphing into Akainu's grim, enraged visage. How? How could this happen? Rody's face contorted in pain and disbelief as he stared incredulously at Akainu. With his grip firmly established, Akainu reveled in his triumph. With a mocking expression and a cold snort, he declared, "Though I know not how you acquired such immense power, it is unfortunate that your experience does not match the strength you now possess. Ah, the treacherous and insidious Sakazuki, I swear I will take your life." Blood dripped from Roddy's lips, rendering his voice muffled. The expression of impotent fury on Roddy's face filled Sakazuki with unrestrained delight. He tightened his grip further, his tone growing increasingly sinister. "Look at you now, what can you possibly do?" Of course, I shall not grant you the mercy of a swift death. I want you to witness the capture of all your comrades, and then, before your very eyes, they shall be tormented and slain. To everyone's surprise, the corners of Roddy's mouth, which had been sinking, suddenly lifted, and he slowly raised one hand to grasp Sakazuki's arm. Hey! Roddy's arduous laughter echoed painfully, causing Sakazuki's ghastly visage to darken with suspicion. What are you laughing at? Roddy ignored Sakazuki's inquiry, opting instead to engage in a strained conversation with his phone. Xiao AI, are you there? Yes, I am here, came the response. With great effort, Roddy continued play the voice recording. Okay, now, playing the file titled Sakazuki is a dog. Soon, the pre-recorded message Roddy had arranged began to loop. Admiral, you truly resemble a loyal hound of the celestial dragons. Ahahaha, Admiral. You truly resemble a loyal hound of the celestial dragons. Ahahaha, Admiral. You truly resemble a loyal hound of the celestial dragons. Ahahaha, bastard. Sakazuki's countenance darkened in an instant, and as profanities erupted from his lips, his grip intensified. Roddy felt the surge of Sakazuki's strength, confirming the reality of his predicament, and his hand turned pale as he tightened his hold in response. Ding! System notification. Successfully stolen ability. Natural system. Magma fruit. Roddy's heart soared with joy. He had succeeded once more. Yet the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Due to the current possession of the bird fruit, filing in form, stacking is not possible. Would the host like to replace it? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Roddy chose to proceed with the replacement. In no time, Roddy's voice returned to its previous vigor. Admiral, bring it on. As the words left his lips, Sakazuki felt a searing pain radiate from his hand. He was being burned. Chapter 75. I am just an ordinary pirate. Half an hour ago, Brother Roddy declared that we must never separate, especially in the face of a Marine Admiral. We must stand united. At the 13th outpost, Golan was diligently preparing for battle, and apart from Luffy, the others listened intently. At this moment, with the exception of Drake, most of the newcomers and pirates, including Becky, Apu, and Urki, had arrived. They had caught wind of the impending crisis and chose to temporarily form a resistance alliance. Brother Roddy also mentioned that if the adversary were Admiral Akiji, there was no need to panic. He wields ice powers, so we must always be prepared with fuel to counter his abilities. Just then, Apu furrowed his brow and inquired, what if it is Admiral Kazuru? Is he also a devil fruit user? Apu's question drew the attention of the others, and their gazes returned to Golan, who bore an expression of contemplation. The corners of Golan's mouth lifted slightly as he replied, if it is Admiral Kazuru, he possesses the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, granting him the ability of light. However, Brother Roddy has provided a solution for this as well. As he spoke, he distributed various mirrors procured by Ab to everyone. Attach these to your backs. If that old man uses the Yada no Kagami to pursue you, it may prove somewhat useful. Yet, even if captured, do not resist. Brother said he is not fond of fighting. Listening to Golan's account, Apu fell silent first, his demeanor tinged with skepticism. Meanwhile, the others exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of confusion and disbelief. In the few minutes following Roddy's departure, Golan vividly recounted the personalities and abilities of the admirals without reservation, crafting a comprehensive strategy based on their powers. For these pirates, the names of the admirals were mostly hearsay, as most who encountered them had met their demise. Yet, Golan was not only familiar with their names and personalities, he possessed an extraordinary understanding of their abilities. If one were to suggest that there were no traitorous pirates among the admirals, they would surely be met with disbelief. Golan's statements began with, Brother Roddy said. Brother Roddy also said, come on, mate, is your Brother Roddy a walking encyclopedia? They might have thought, astonished by his wealth of knowledge. Observing their varied reactions of astonishment and confusion, Golan wore a triumphant expression. However, he understood that most pirates were arrogant and held themselves in high regard. Thus, he earnestly added, Brother Roddy instructed me to remind you all, do not assume that simply because you possess information about the enemy, you are equipped for battle. The admirals are not entities to be confronted head-on. Among the crowd, members of the Straw Hat crew, including Kid and Hawkins, nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yet many of the newer recruits scoffed at the notion. Hey, a pirate with a bounty inflated to 1. For a billion dares to call himself a brother? How amusing. The enigmatic monk Urki chuckled, his words devoid of mockery towards Rody, and he had no intention of engaging in profound collaboration with others. His combative nature filled him with anticipation for the impending battle, motivating him to join the fray. Meanwhile, Skirikman and AP meticulously noted everyone's reactions, seemingly harboring their own schemes. Boss, the Navy has indeed arrived. Just as Golan was about to utter more, a cacophony of shouts echoed from afar. Golan's expression immediately turned grave. Everyone, the game of hide and seek begins. If you encounter an admiral, do your best to support one another. We must create chaos on this island, then let us raise a ruckus, he exclaimed with a mischievous laugh. Before Golan could finish, a figure shot forth like a bullet. To his surprise, the Straw Hat Captain, Luffy, appeared exhilarated by the upcoming combat. Golan couldn't help but sigh, exclaiming, "Damn it." Just as Brother Rody predicted, this guy will be the first to charge out. Zoro let out an exasperated sigh, remarking, "I apologize, our captain has this temperament. Please bear with us." Golan nodded in acknowledgement, having anticipated this. No worries as he spoke. He cast a glance at the canine warrior, Hani. "Hani, proceed as planned. Do not interfere with the Straw Hat Captain's fight. Just keep track of his position." The spirited figure, adorned in red, yellow, and blue, nodded resolutely before transforming into a fluffy mastiff and dashing off. Observing Hani's unusual composure, Golan couldn't help but reflect. There's a clear difference with and without a master. How could the old Hani ever be so steady? Hani, identifying Luffy's figure through scent and sound, recalled Roddy's instructions. "My master has urged me to keep a close watch on that reckless fellow, but maintain a distance. He is most likely to encounter formidable opponents, and I must learn to redeem each villain, adhering to the path of great compassion." As Hani pondered, a wail echoed in his ears. His sharp senses detected a discernible conversation, prompting him to bare his sharp teeth. The pleas of a woman and the cries of a baby evoked unsettling memories. Hani's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of strong blood. The Straw Hat Captain remains within manageable bounds. I should be able to intervene in a dimly lit room. A dark silhouette stood illuminated by moonlight, none other than the canine warrior Hani. A child in his grasp wailed inconsolably, while despairing cries resonated from within the door. The oppressive darkness momentarily felt unsettling. A young officer, gripping his katana, eyed him warily and inquired, "Who are you? Are you friend or foe?" Hani advanced silently, his resolve unwavering. Beneath the moonlight, his crimson, beastly eyes gleamed like searchlights. The bloodstained chains clanked ominously with each of his steps. The young lieutenant swallowed hard, reiterating, "I warn you, do not advance any further. Our reinforcements will arrive shortly." Yet, Hani turned, carefully placing the infant on the floor behind him, and coldly remarked, "Hey, stop crying inside the door. Quickly take your child away. This place is perilous." Upon hearing this command, hurried footsteps echoed from within, revealing the child's mother. Relieved to see her child unharmed, she embraced the little one tightly, whispering soothing words, "Don't be afraid, my dear. Mother is here. Don't cry, don't cry." Her voice was utterly hoarse, reflecting the depths of her previous despair. Listening to the woman's murmurs, Hani felt a profound stir within him. His own mother had been taken by pirates in a desperate attempt to protect her fate still unknown. After a moment, she seemed to realize something, lifting her gaze with trembling anticipation, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you, noble hero. Thank you for saving my child. May I ask, are you with the Navy?" At this question, the young lieutenant momentarily faltered, nearly dropping his weapon. Observing this, Hani let out a derisive laugh and waved his hand dismissively. "The Navy? Ha! That is less than a dog. I am merely an unremarkable pirate." Chapter 76. The Guardian's resolve upon hearing those words. The young lieutenant was instantly engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson as he indignantly rebuked the other. "You scoundrel! You mere pirate! How dare you trample upon the dignity of our Navy?" Hani squinted at him, brandishing the iron chain in his hand with an expression of utter mockery. To him, This was merely a trivial task in obedience to his master's will. Yet, upon reflecting on his own experiences, the Navy officer before him appeared utterly detestable. Hani let out a cold snort and questioned, "Dignity? You abandon the lives of the old, the young, and women, and you cannot even protect them. What kind of dignity does the Navy possess? You have forsaken even the most basic sense of compassion, and yet you dare speak of dignity? Scoundrel." Unlike Rody, Hani's character was not characterized by deep introspection or a strong moral compass. He had become a bounty hunter both to seek his mother and to eliminate more pirates. His contempt for the Navy was already profound, and after witnessing the events of the day, that sentiment intensified. The sharpness of his words pricked at the young lieutenant, who, feeling as if he were sitting on a bed of thorns, shouted in frustration, "Well, you know, this man has killed over a dozen of my subordinates. I cannot simply let him go. The entire island is in chaos, and even if I were to compromise, this woman and her child would not survive the night." The young lieutenant's face turned scarlet as he raised his voice, attempting to mask his inner guilt with fervent emotion. The mother standing behind Hani widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing these words. Initially, when Hani revealed himself as a pirate, she had been filled with suspicion and had once again placed her hopes in the Navy. However, upon comparing the words of the two, she felt lost. Cradling her crying child, she asked, her voice trembling, "This Navy officer, is it not the duty of the Navy to protect civilians and uphold order and stability? My husband told me before he set sail that the Navy is brave and just, that they would safeguard our safety and that of our children. I do not understand. I truly do not understand. Why is it that the one who ultimately saves us is a pirate?" Gradually, her tone shifted to one of accusation. Hani listened to her hoarse outcry, his gaze towards the young lieutenant becoming increasingly sardonic. The words struck the lieutenant as if lodged in his throat, his cheeks twitching violently in response. Once more, the lieutenant tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted defensively, "Enough of your prattle. My comrades died in battle precisely because they were protecting you civilians. They were brutally slain by that man for your sake. In the end, they gained nothing, only to be met with reproach. Who, then, is to protect you?" As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his heart swelling with a profound sense of grievance and compassion. He was not a wholly cold-blooded individual. He was acutely aware that he was betraying the justice he held dear. But the hatred within him transformed him into a ruthless beast, determined to annihilate his adversary by any means necessary, forsaking his humanity in the process. Haney's hand, which had been wielding the iron chain, suddenly came to a halt, a sense of desolation and helplessness creeping into his heart. He had often pondered why his mother, a woman of timid disposition, had displayed such extraordinary courage and strength on that fateful day. In his childhood, whenever he stirred up trouble, she would chastise him fiercely, even if the fault lay elsewhere. She bore the brunt of mistreatment at work with patience, donning a brave facade. Haney once considered her a coward, a victim of circumstance, until the pirates stormed their village. She admonished him fiercely, insisting that even in death, he must not utter a sound or emerge from beneath the bed. Haney witnessed his frail mother brandishing a kitchen knife, desperately howling outside, risking everything to divert their attention. It was only when silence enveloped the scene, stained with blood, that she vanished from sight. Thereafter, he became a bounty hunter, fueled by rage to kill and instigate chaos, constantly striving to defy his mother's earlier admonitions. Yet in that moment, Haney turned to look at the frail woman behind him and then at the man before him, as if understanding dawned upon him. When a person harbors something of immense significance or a profound will, they tend to disregard loss, dignity, and even life itself. This protective resolve transcends life, surpasses the heavens, and runs deeper than blood. With a grim expression, Haney pointed at the young officer. "Hey, kid, your deceased companions possess far more dignity than you ever could. What you have uttered and done today is a desecration of their honor." The young officer froze, his face trembling as he glanced at Haney. "What could a scoundrel like you possibly understand? You have never endured my suffering. What do you know?" He bellowed, charging forward, brandishing his blade in a frenzy, accompanied by the wails of an infant. However, Haney was far swifter. A shadow darted past, and a fist collided heavily with the young officer's abdomen. Ugh! The clang of his military knife hitting the ground echoed as the young officer's body crumpled like a shrimp. Staring blankly at the floor, saliva mixed with tears and mucus dripped onto the wooden surface. Haney, his face as impassive as water, gazed ahead, his voice hoarse. I understand all too well. The dead cannot return, but the living must remember everything about them. Do not allow their memory to be tarnished, you scoundrel. With a resounding thud, the young officer collapsed onto the ground. In the inky darkness of the night, at the alley's mouth, that fellow will awaken shortly. Rest assured, they will not harm you. If necessary, just temporarily silence the child, covering his mouth. After all, the surroundings are perilous. Before departing, Haney repeatedly instructed the two women on what to do, until they expressed their gratitude profusely, escorting him out of the alley. He chuckled to himself, reflecting, when did I become so overly sentimental? At this thought, a wave of melancholy surged within Haney. He exhaled deeply. Oh, Bazin, I find myself missing you a bit. He chuckled, despite the pain you inflicted upon me. Just as Haney prepared to continue his search for the elusive Monkey D. Luffy, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing him to shudder. In an instant, Haney sensed danger and turned sharply. There, 10 meters away on the street, a tall shadow approached him slowly. So, bounty hunter Haney, do you now admit to being a pirate? Haney's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the identity of a newcomer. It was none other than Admiral PXOne. In a flash, he transformed into his canine form and dashed towards the side. Ice. Yet, despite his efforts, Haney was still outpaced by his opponent. Chapter 77. The Admiral has arrived. In the operational conference room of the Spatial Archipelago, the radio crackled with reports from the battlefield, leaving the attending generals perplexed. Sir, no targets detected in Zone 7. Sir, no targets detected in Zone 22. Sir, no targets detected in Zone 19. The intelligence relayed by informants was presumed infallible, and the initial surprise assault had successfully captured and eliminated numerous notorious pirates. Just as Admiral Kizaru contemplated whether to intervene personally, another report came through the radio. Sir, an anomaly in Zone 13. The primary target has been identified. In the blink of an eye, Zone 13 descended into chaos and stalemate. Due to the summoning by Rody, the Navy's surprise operation had ended in failure. However, the congregation of pirates transformed the area into a principal battleground, with an incessant influx of both pirates and Navy personnel. In this joint confrontation, the pirates grew increasingly emboldened. Unfortunately, many innocent civilians were caught in the crossfire. Quickly notify Admiral Poliusolino and Mr. Kazan. Request immediate support. Additionally, issue orders to all officers above ensign rank to cease their current duties and assemble in Zone 13. Major General Katakong, responsible for the Spatial Archipelago, was brimming with enthusiasm. While engaged in battle, he conveyed new orders to his subordinates. Despite the adversary being stronger than ever before, the presence of two admirals bolstered his confidence. Killer, intercept him. Do not allow that man to relay any messages. On the opposing side, Kid wielded his mechanical arm, sweeping away dozens of assailants, and directed Killer behind him. Brother, the Navy tonight seems to be frenzied, launching endless suicide attacks. A crew member exclaimed as he kicked a Navy soldier aside and approached Kid. Kid's visage darkened as he recalled the terror of encountering Admiral Akiji that fateful night. Do not underestimate them. They have admirals aiding them this time. Our current advantages are but illusions. Before Kid could finish his thought, a wounded Navy soldier hurled himself toward him, howling in agony. With a swift motion, Kid dispatched the soldier, his gaze menacing. What do you mean by that? Then, the eccentric monk Urki, clutching a colossal pencil, chimed in cheerfully. I must disagree with your assessment. Judging by the capabilities of these few vice admirals, the admirals are no more formidable, are they? This group of Navy personnel is rather overblowing the situation. Urki had come to this battle brimming with fighting spirit. Yet, in the face of the pirates' relentless resistance, the Navy had suffered nearly 1,000 casualties, with 5 or 6 of the leading colonels and vice admirals succumbing to the brutal assaults. At that moment, he felt utterly bored, even contemplating engaging the impressive Kid before him. In response to Erky's audacious demeanor, Kid was not angered. Instead, his eyes were filled with pity. Fool! Once you witness the might of an admiral, you will no longer hold such beliefs. I hope you have a chance to utter your last words then. Huh. The outside world claims you, Kid, are tempestuous and ruthless. It seems that hearing is but a deception, while seeing is indeed believing. Erky wielded a massive pencil against a naval officer with tremendous force. He entirely dismissed the opponent's words, perceiving them instead as cowardly. Ah, it hurts. Someone, please save me. In a desperate wail, AP activated a sonic attack, severing the arm of the officer before him. As he walked, he grumbled, sigh. How dull indeed. Such grandiose claims, yet they amount to nothing. Seizing the moment, an arrogant crew member chimed in, Captain, these fellows are too weak. Let us investigate their temporary headquarters. However, AP waved dismissively, responding, no need for that. Call everyone back and let's find a place to rest. Goran, with a single punch, sent a naval lackey flying, only to realize that numerous pirates were retreating. Damn it, if they escape now, everything is lost. Panic surged within Goran's heart as he urgently called out, Hey, everyone, do not let your guard down. The main forces of the Navy have yet to arrive. In contrast to other pirate crews, the Straw Hat crew and Hawkins group maintained their focus. Perhaps due to an instinct for battle, Zoro sensed an impending danger. Hey, idiot cook, go check on Luffy. I have an inexplicable concern for his well-being. Sanji, kicking away a nearby pirate with irritation, retorted, Damn you, green algae head. Worry about yourself, and don't order me around. Facing a fiercely aggressive Major, Zoro gritted his teeth and replied with equal defiance, You fool. Can't you see I'm preoccupied? Just as the two exchanged barbs, a flash of golden light pierced the night. These little brats are truly formidable. Soon after, accompanied by a languid voice, several pirates were sent hurtling backward. Before Erky could react, he was abruptly kicked away. Observing this, AP quickly assumed a defensive stance. But in the next instant, he too was sent flying. Zoro felt a powerful presence approaching him, and hastily crossed his two blades in a cruciform. In a mere instant, a fierce light attack was already upon him. The overwhelming golden force forced Zoro to retreat continuously, barely managing to fend off the opponent's knee strike. Damn, that's fast, Zoro thought in astonishment as he caught a glimpse of the greasy visage of the intruder. The newcomer was none other than Admiral Kizaru, Borsalino. Seeing that Zoro had withstood his assault, Kizaru exhibited a hint of surprise, and, in a calm tone, remarked, This young man possesses some skill. How will you manage this attack then? As he spoke, Kizaru's index finger coalesced with a beam of light, which he swiftly released with a sound. Zoro's pupils constricted in alarm as he muttered, This is bad. The formidable beam shot directly toward him, propelling Zoro into a nearby building. While the animation often elongates Kizaru's battles for dramatic effect, in the real pirate world, he shows no mercy to anyone. In this fleeting moment of combat, lasting less than a second, Sanji belatedly grasped the situation. Although the two often squabbled in their daily lives, amidst the chaos of battle, their thoughts were intertwined with concern for each other's safety. Witnessing Zoro being flung away, Sanji shouted in alarm, Hey, green algae head! Just as he uttered this exclamation, his instincts alerted him to a presence behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sanji delivered a kick backward, only to be effortlessly blocked by Kizaru with a single arm. Quite the reflex, young man, he remarked. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru executed a swift turn, leaving Sanji no opportunity to react, and sent him sprawling through the air. Within less than 5 seconds of entering the battlefield, several new recruits, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, were decisively overwhelmed by Kizaru's might. Amidst the crowd, a pirate shouted, Aim for that old man in yellow and fire. Kizaru acknowledged with a sound, raising his hand to concentrate a beam of light at his fingertips. Boom! The resounding explosion captured the attention of more pirates. Suddenly, the air turned frigid. Garen, jolted from his reverie, shouted anxiously, Oh no, the Admiral has arrived. The bloodied rear Admiral, Catter, sensing the drop in temperature, his eyes gleaming with realization, proclaimed, Soldiers! Both admirals are here. It is time to launch a counterattack. Chapter 78. Have the generals been restrained? Damn it, what just flew by? Urki twisted his neck and rose from the rubble. However, upon taking in his surroundings, his pupils dilated in shock. A chilling aura enveloped him as he witnessed dozens of pirates instantly frozen into ice sculptures. At the center stood a man cloaked in a cape, his expression as frigid as a deity. Noticing the staggering sum of 190 million pirates in the crowd, the peculiar monk Urki refrained from exchanging words with the opponent. Instead, he called out IEC. A shard of ice hurtled towards the imposing giant. Quick as lightning, Urki grasped his colossal pencil weapon to defend himself. Yet, the instant they made contact, he lost control of the weapon. Startled, Urki realized that his brute strength was utterly futile against this adversary. He promptly relinquished his weapon and opted to evade, but the pirates around him, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, were transformed into ice statues before they could react. Damn it, is this guy's power so monstrous? He offers no opportunity for retaliation. Urki gasped for breath, internally lamenting his predicament. At that moment, he came to understand the formidable strength Kid had mentioned earlier. A sudden chill washed over him as an ominous thought emerged in his mind. No, it's not that I underestimated the Navy. Rather, I have been ensnared in a trap. Turning back once more, he beheld a dazzling golden light ricocheting through the darkness, incapacitating every pirate it touched. The frigid winds howled, and those who came into contact with the ice succumbed to despair and were encased in frost. The overwhelming advantage the pirates had just secured was swiftly reversed. Urki solidified his suspicions. Such a powerful enemy. Wouldn't it be better to distance ourselves from them? This alliance is utterly meaningless. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice from afar shattered his reverie. Stop dawdling. Initiate the counterattack as planned. The speaker was Golan. At that moment, he was dousing the ice and the frozen bodies with a barrel of fuel, then igniting it immediately. With a whoosh, flames erupted, gradually melting the ice and reviving the immobilized individuals. Many pirates, witnessing this, followed suit, recklessly pouring fuel and setting it ablaze. In an instant, the battlefield of District 13 was engulfed in a dichotomy of ice and fire. Logically, starting a fire would typically spell disaster for the pirates, leading to their swift annihilation. Yet, with Golan's rule power, the dynamics shifted dramatically. During the pre-battle preparations, he had established a rule. Those entering the rule's domain would not suffer any harm from the fuel. Without PXOne's assurance, Golan could not create an immunity rule against freezing. Furthermore, with no fire-manipulating abilities present, he was similarly unable to devise a rule against flame damage. However, since fuel is controllable, he crafted rules around it. On the battlefield, PXOne observed the small fiery figures running amok, deep in thought. Their bodies seemed impervious to the flames. Recently, I have witnessed a plethora of intriguing abilities. This group of newcomers, adept at utilizing elemental counters, appears to possess some skill. Alas, their emergence was poorly timed. Upon witnessing this situation, Urki felt a jolt of realization, dispelling his previous doubts. He hastily retrieved the fuel he had prepared in advance and doused himself to prepare for the impending battle. Kizaru, arriving at lightning speed before him, languidly remarked, "This is somewhat troublesome. It seems these fellows have come well prepared. Allow me to handle this." PXOne remained silent, seemingly disinclined to take action. His contemplations stemmed more from curiosity. Typically, a vice admiral would effortlessly dispatch such minions, and the monotony of frequent battles had fostered a sense of ennui. However, this clever approach intrigued him, revealing a touch of cunning. I had underestimated Captain Rody's capabilities. In previous skirmishes, I believed he merely overpowered his opponents through sheer strength. Today, I discovered that his prowess is rooted in extraordinary intellect and technique. The captain is formidable. Goran, observing the evident counter to Admiral PXOne's abilities, felt a wave of astonishment. As a golden streak traversed the battlefield, numerous pirates were sent flying. Goran promptly shouted, "Kizaru's assault is relentless. Brothers, grab your tools." The light-formed Kizaru did not comprehend the meaning behind their words, but noticed Zoro and Sanji simultaneously springing into action to meet his forthcoming onslaught. Ah, quite a spirited approach. Kizaru, seeing someone take the initiative, smirked and charged forward. However, Zoro did not engage with his sword. Instead, at the very moment Kizaru drew near, he grinned and produced a mirror from behind him. Let me see how far you can fly. This maneuver caught Kizaru off guard, and before he could revert to his human form, the mirror's reflection propelled him into the air. Sanji, quick-witted, refracted the light once more along its trajectory. Kizaru's body was again launched uncontrollably. Consequently, each pirate began to pay attention to the trajectory of the golden light, taking turns to assist in the assault. No one anticipated that a distinguished admiral would be toyed with by a mere band of pirates. The ingenuity of their attacks left PXOne utterly astonished, momentarily hesitating to intervene. After all, witnessing such a spectacle of outsmarting an admiral is an occurrence he may only witness once in a lifetime. Ultimately, a beam of light was aimed at the moon, a meteor sword from Sabeti Archipelago, carrying countless dreams into the freedom of the skies. At the naval supply station, Rody heard the system's cold prompt in his mind. Ding, system notification, stopped Admiral Kazan's assault, reduced casualties, merit points 2,000. Stopped Admiral Kizaru's assault, reduced casualties, merit points 3,000. Could it be that Gorin and his companion succeeded? But why is one worth 2,000 and the other 3,000? Is it truly the case that Akiji pales in comparison to Kizaru? As Rody experienced a sense of joy, a question arose in his mind. Never mind, I shall inquire about it later. For now, he must focus on confronting Akainu, and thus he refrained from overthinking the matter. At that moment, upon being touched by Rody, Sakazuki extricated himself from his magma form. Meanwhile, his fragmented hellish hounds began to dissolve one after another. Sakazuki, with a shrewd instinct, instinctively distanced himself from Rody, only to witness the latter's body, wounds, and tattered garments miraculously mending at a visible pace. This is impossible. Sakazuki's brow furrowed, and his inner confusion escaped his lips. Roddy's body emitted the sound of cracking bones. After a brief twist, Rody, with a smile, remarked, "Admiral, I am immensely grateful for your generous gift. As a token of my appreciation, allow me to offer you a song. Shall AI play the music?" Okay. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with sweet melodies. "Let me express my gratitude to you, for you have warmed the seasons." Accompanied by the song, Rody suddenly raised his arm, grinning widely. "Now, let me test just how formidable the magma fruit truly is." Hellhound, a burst of crimson flames erupted, and Sakazuki's body jolted with shock, his eyes reflecting utter disbelief. What? Chapter 79. Is it the Haki of Armament? Could it be Mr. Sakazuki's magma ability? Impossible. It appears to be under the control of that individual. When did Tian Yu Liangtai become so formidable and domineering? This must be a deception. The officers, burnt by the flames, murmured amongst themselves, their faces etched with astonishment. Regardless, this individual is exceedingly dangerous, and his methods are despicable. We must devise a means to swiftly resolve this battle. Doberman's expression turned serious, devoid of any previous disdain. Meanwhile, other vice admirals gathered, deciding to focus their attention on Rody first. Although the winds began to calm, Sakazuki's heart was once again restless. Despite the strange music exuding a sense of humiliation, Sakazuki recognized it as a deliberate provocation from his adversary. With this thought, he took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "You have stolen my abilities, haven't you, you brat?" Truly, as an admiral, he possesses remarkable self-control, Rody mused inwardly. However, my task is nearing completion. The next step is to utterly defeat him and fulfill the first phase of the plan. With this in mind, Rody chuckled in response. "As expected of you, Admiral, how perceptive you are. So, with the ship burned and the abilities taken, how will you now uphold justice?" Rody spoke provocatively, summoning 3 heads of magma hellhounds from his body, each poised to strike. Witnessing this scene, Sakazuki's fists tightened further. Yet, considering the 2 celestial dragons nearby, who could become liabilities at any moment, he needed to think quickly. Simultaneously, Rody felt the new abilities coursing through him, somewhat dazed. The creatures birthed from the devil fruit possessed their own independent consciousness. Although not particularly intelligent at present, they were quite effective for targeting. With this thought, Rody resolved to test his new skill. Admiral, your silence is quite deafening. I am eager to hear how a corner dog would describe his sense of justice. Upon finishing his words, Rody pointed forward, and the three magma hellhounds lunged with bared fangs towards him. In the face of this assault, Sakazuki's eyes lit up as he suddenly conceived a solution. As the possessor of the magma fruit, he understood his abilities better than anyone else. Thus, the opponent's advantage could become his greatest breakthrough. With his thoughts clarified, Sakazuki felt invigorated. Little brat, do not let success cloud your judgment. Becoming an admiral of the Navy is not solely reliant on the powers of a devil fruit. While he spoke, the hellhounds had begun their assault on Sakazuki. Observing his opponent, he infused his hands with formidable armament hockey, the counterattack brimming with ferocity. With a single punch, the sands upon the beach erupted. The magma hellhounds were rendered to red liquid, completely unable to withstand the onslaught. Sakazuki locked his sharp gaze on Rody, declaring, relying on the devil fruit, "You amount to nothing but a waste. Even with your abilities stolen away, you remain utterly vulnerable. If you doubt this, I dare you to test it again." With these words, Sakazuki clenched his fists and charged at Rody. This action, though seemingly reckless, was a subtle provocation, compelling his opponent to engage him head-on. Sakazuki was acutely aware of his adversary's agile mobility. In the current scenario, it was all too easy for his opponent to lead him astray. However, Sakazuki's response granted Rody a deeper insight into the nature of the devil fruit powers. It appeared that not all abilities possessed a high margin for error. Some fruits required relentless practice to master their capabilities. Thank you, Teacher Sakazuki. Allow me to share my answer as well. With this thought, Rody advanced, falling right into Sakazuki's trap. Not far away, the Marine General, observing the duel, remarked, "That young lad seems to possess the ability to steal devil fruits. Yet, this poses no threat to our Admiral." The previously flustered Doberman had composed himself, halting his pursuit to respond. Teacher Zephyr always said that admirals might rely on their powers. But that is not the case. Admiral Sakazuki has never ceased training for a single day. The Oni spider recognized the underlying truth, his voice resonating with fervor and strength. To attempt to extinguish our justice through despicable means, trampling upon our dignity. How foolish. We are the Navy, the steadfast Navy, tempered through countless trials. You, the self-entangled fool, shall witness the true might and authority of an admiral. Although Sakazuki had lost his abilities, this courageous spirit in the face of adversity inspired all the soldiers present. The words of Oni Spider invigorated the troops, as a dark-faced rear admiral drew his sword, exclaiming, "Officers and soldiers, this fellow, no matter how formidable, is merely one man. Do not be intimidated by his eccentricities. Assist the admiral, and let us bring this villain down." Many wounded soldiers, upon hearing their commander's orders, regained their lost resolve. "All right, charge! Everything for justice." The sound of resounding cheers filled the air. Rody, amidst the relentless roars and assaults, grinned widely. "Excellent, such spirited enthusiasm. I relish witnessing your fervor, the way you serve the celestial dragons like mere hounds." As he spoke, Sakazuki's comet-like fist hurtled towards Roddy's face. At the same time, Rody raised his own fist in response. Bang! A similarly dark fist met his with force. Roddy's gaze was sharp, yet his smile unwavering. "But, Admiral, it seems you have misunderstood something. Stealing your powers was never for my own use." Sakazuki, upon seeing Roddy's matching black fist, furrowed his brow deeply. "It is for this very moment." With that declaration, the two powerful fists collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the air, while fierce winds whipped up clouds of yellow sand all around. A sudden surge of powerful black and red light erupted from Sakazuki's eyes, accompanied by a crackling sound akin to lightning. Almost immediately, he felt a piercing pain radiating from his fists and body. The soldiers charging forward were abruptly hurled away by this formidable force. The generals attempted to shield themselves with their blades, struggling to withstand the intense onslaught, but they too were soon sent flying like kites. Conqueror's hockey? Could it be Conqueror's hockey? How could this be? It must be a deception. How could he possibly wield such a technique? This is the shockwave of Mr. Carp's fist. Dust swirled, filling the central battlefield, while the astonished generals could only watch in disbelief as a figure shot forth like an arrow. The haze was too thick for anyone to discern who had been propelled into the air. Then, with a series of thunderous crashes, an eruption of power followed, as supply station buildings were consecutively breached one after another. This exemplifies the sheer might of top-tier armament hockey. Chapter 80. Where have you flown, Admiral? Amidst the trembling of rubble, the disheveled Sikorsky rose from the debris, his face smeared with dirt. In the shadows, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath, yet his gaze remained grave. Lacking the elemental fortitude to absorb the formidable force of his opponent's strike, he realized that had it not been for his exceptional physical prowess, he would have sustained severe injuries from that blow. Damn it, whose disciple is this monster? How can he be so powerful? As Sikorsky wiped the blood from his lips, he recalled the dark crimson lightning displayed by his adversary, bringing to mind Akiji's warning. This was the first time in his life that he felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck during battle. Damn it, I underestimated him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and prepared to charge back into the fray. However, a stern and icy question interrupted him. Hey, Sikorsky, you bastard. Your fight has disturbed my wife and me. Do you wish to provoke death? Sikorsky turned towards the voice, only to see a group of silver-armored guards surrounding a man approaching him. The man, clad in a floral silk robe and possessing a rotund figure, wore an expression of fury. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful, slender woman, her face marked by fear. Before him stood the celestial dragon, Saint Arlotes, along with his wife. Emily's. Sikorsky, already brimming with anger, felt an overwhelming urge to commit murder upon sighting them. Yet, he quelled this irrational thought. After all, he was not Rody. After casting a cold glance at them, he activated his Jeppo and departed from that place. Such a brainless fool was unworthy of his discourse. The disdainful dismissal from Sikorsky deeply insulted Saint Arlotes. Pointing at Sikorsky's retreating figure, he shouted, "What attitude does this guy have? Samus, go take care of him." Samus, the captain of the guards protecting Saint Arlotes, tightened his lips upon hearing his master's command. Gathering his courage, he finally bowed and spoke, "My lord Saint Arlotes, the battle outside is somewhat perilous. Perhaps you should temper your anger until it passes." "Samus, what do you mean? Even you, this insect, dare to defy me?" The already furious Saint Arlotes lost his composure entirely. He reached for Samus's sword, intent on slaying him. Yet, despite his fierce intent, the heavy blade remained unmoved. "Please, my lord Saint Arlotes, do not be angry." Samus quickly fell to his knees and begged for mercy as he sensed his master's murderous intent. Just then, a voice echoed from the staircase. "Brother, calm your wrath. Allow him to live for now. Compared to his offense, the arrogant Sikorsky deserves death far more. If we cannot even handle a mere rat, then letting that incompetent admiral off the hook would be foolish. Let this wretched creature deal with him and redeem himself." The speaker is none other than Grenar's Saint, the brother of Alroth's Saint, whose temperament is even more savage than his own. Upon hearing his brother's plea, Alroth's Saint gestured towards Amuse and declared, "For the sake of my brother, I shall spare you this time. Now, come with me to deal with that rat and Sakasuki." "Yes, I am grateful for the grace of both esteemed gentlemen, and I am willing to serve you," Amuse replied helplessly, inwardly lamenting the foolishness and arrogance of these celestial dragons, who act solely according to their whims. However, as a guard who must read others' expressions, his life and death depend entirely on their moods. What else could he do? On the battlefield, Rody rubbed his swollen and numb fists and remarked, "Old Saha indeed possesses remarkable skills. If it weren't for the system's generous rewards, this venture would have been perilous." As he spoke to himself, he glanced into the indistinct distance. "I wonder if he can withstand this punch. Since the system hasn't sent a notification, it seems I must continue fighting." Unlike Roddy's calm demeanor, The Navy personnel in the swirling sand nearby wore grave expressions, astonished by Roddy's strength. The generals gathered once more, engaging in animated discussion. "Did you see who was sent flying?" After a moment of silence, Fire Mountain stated, "From the angle, it should be the Admiral." "Impossible." Before Fire Mountain could finish, Deo Bowman's voice interrupted harshly. "There are very few in this world who can defeat Admiral Akainu. At his age, it makes no sense for him to be so formidable." Deo Bowman's emotions were intensely agitated. Following the battle this night, his inner resolve and beliefs had nearly shattered. His sense of justice had been trampled upon, and his fleet had been reduced to ashes. Now, even the admiral he revered, his fellow disciple, had been sent flying. How could this be possible? "Admiral Deo Bowman, please calm yourself. I understand your urgency," Stoloberry, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "From the angle, it is indeed possible that this strike was delivered by that young boy. There are numerous gifted individuals at a young age, such as Shanks or Myhawk." Hearing Stoloberry's description, Deo Bowman's expression grew more ferocious. However, he noted as Stoloberry shifted his argument. No matter how powerful one may be in this world, they cannot escape the physical limitations imposed by years of training and accumulated experience. With these words, all the generals nodded in agreement. From a rational perspective, Stoloberry's statement held no flaws. Setting aside age, seasoned powerhouses like Whitebeard and Garp possess combat experience and skill proficiency that few dare to challenge, given their age and life experiences. Similarly, the young lad, at least 2 decades younger than Sakazuki, despite possessing a talent that could reach the heights of 3 stories and training tirelessly day and night, could never possibly surpass the Admiral in terms of skill proficiency. Stoloberry's words were akin to a soothing balm, instantly calming the restless atmosphere in the vicinity. The ghost spider spoke in a low voice. "I concede that the young man is indeed formidable and has enlightened everyone, yet he could never possess such overwhelming force. In this world, aside from the naval institution, no other region can offer the most professional training environment." Meanwhile, Steele's voice chimed in affirmatively. "Indeed, if it were said that Mr. Sakazuki's domineering presence envelopes me, I would wholeheartedly believe it. After all, a man of his caliber deserves it." The admirals engaged in a lively exchange, their words becoming increasingly earnest, until, amidst the swirling sand, a chilling voice echoed, "I say, Admiral, where have you flown off to? Why have you not returned yet?" Chapter 81. Why have you stopped shouting? To everyone's astonishment, it was none other than the Vice Admiral who had been sent flying. The commanders watched in disbelief, their previous analyses rendered utterly incorrect. As they gradually recovered from their shock, the burgeoning battle fervor dissipated entirely. It is essential to understand that the disparity in strength between a rear admiral and a vice admiral transcends mere rank. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if these 5 rear admirals joined forces, they would likely falter before Akainu within 20 minutes. In stark contrast, the fact that Rody could send Akainu flying with a single punch suggested he possessed the prowess of a vice admiral. To engage him at this moment would undoubtedly complicate matters for their superior. Thus, though the officers exchanged no words, an unspoken understanding existed among them. They could only silently rally behind Vice Admiral Akainu. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers were fervently shouting, consumed by their hatred for Rody, the arsonist. Soon, a swift figure re-entered the battlefield, and everyone recognized it as Sakazuki. "Vice Admiral, you must persevere. Please, rally yourself and send that scoundrel flying." Upon seeing Sakazuki before him once more, Rody chuckled and remarked, "Is this what the Navy participating in the Demon Slaughter Order looks like? Quite the intimidating presence. I must say, I am beginning to tremble." Sakazuki gritted his teeth at Roddy's taunts. "Don't get too cocky. Defeating you is merely a matter of time." Rody smirked slightly, replying, "I believe you. Had you confronted me with that mouth earlier, it would have been I who was sent flying." Sakazuki, momentarily bewildered, could not grasp Roddy's meaning. "Even if the Demon Slaughter Order is indeed initiated, I would choose to hide within your mouth, for it is the safest and most fortified place in this world." This time, Sakazuki comprehended the implication, and in his fury, he initiated the battle. Rody, however, remained unfazed as he retaliated. In truth, his current situation was somewhat precarious, as another battlefield awaited his assistance. Yet, Rody understood that in such circumstances, one must proceed with caution. After all, his opponent was a formidable Navy vice admiral. Even in a disadvantaged position, it would not be resolved in mere minutes. The two engaged in a stalemate for several exchanges, each confrontation a testament to their strength, reverberating with the force of their blows. The atmosphere of masculine combat often ignites a fervent spirit. At this moment, Rody, usually meticulous in thought, abandoned his contemplation and charged forward. This battle unleashed the bloodthirsty and wild nature within him. Although Sakazuki often found himself on the back foot, his immense stamina only fueled his resolve to fight harder. During this exchange, Rody attempted to exploit his magma abilities to disrupt Sakazuki's mindset. However, Sakazuki, intimately familiar with his own capabilities, found it relatively easy to withstand the initial onslaught of the magma fruit, which only intensified his offensive. As he attacked, he hurled insults, branding Rody as a mere street rat, a thieving scoundrel, and the most despicable pirate he had ever encountered. As the prolonged battle wore on, Rody began to sense the depletion of his strength. The impact of the fist was exceedingly exhausting. Had he not consumed 5 dishes from the kitchen earlier, his stamina would have surely been depleted by now. The two combatants momentarily adjusted their positions and caught their breath, while Rody began to regain his composure. "Ah, young one, your punches have certainly slowed down," Sakazuki remarked with a mocking grin, his tattered clothing revealing a robust, tattooed physique. Observing his opponent's unwavering spirit, Rody sighed, realizing he had become somewhat overwhelmed. Continuing in this manner was not a viable option. Old Sakazuki's strikes were becoming increasingly ferocious. "Admiral, this kid is on the verge of collapse. Keep pushing. Admiral, don't let this wretched individual escape." The cacophony of voices disrupted Roddy's thoughts. His gaze shifted to the cheerleaders 100 meters away, and a cunning idea sparked within him. "Ah, so my opportunity lies there." In an instant, Rody teleported into the crowd. "Go, Admiral. Defeat this scoundrel. Victory is assured for the Admiral." Just as the naval officers hoarsely cheered for their revered leader, they were startled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure amidst the throng. This person's silhouette, attire, and outline bore a striking resemblance to the young warrior on the battlefield. As the atmosphere gradually quieted, more eyes began to focus on Rody. All present instinctively retreated, leaving Rody exposed at the center. With his arms crossed, he surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Why have you stopped cheering?" I found it quite invigorating. 5 vice admirals swiftly activated their shave technique, confronting Rody directly. "Kid, why aren't you fighting our admiral? What brings you here?" In the minds of the Navy, the battle should be a one-on-one affair. Rody shot a glance at the vice admiral, retorting coldly, "Why should I concern myself with you? Why you?" Doberman was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he found himself unable to contend with Rody. "What do you mean, kid?" Sakazuki, having pinpointed Roddy's location, rushed over and demanded an answer. "Nothing much," Rody shrugged, responding with a light chuckle. The crowd appeared bewildered. "I merely believe this celebration should not be exclusive to just the two of us. Admiral, it is far better to share joy than to relish it alone. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, Rody conjured his sword, flowing like fire from the void, and revealed a sinister smile. The moment the blade manifested, it exuded a formidable aura of dominance. "Let my flames bring mercy to you all. Let them cleanse your sins." Realizing the impending danger, Sakazuki shouted urgently, "Scatter!" But it was too late. Roddy's technique had already been unleashed. Breath of the Sun, land type, scorching bone blaze. The crimson ring of fire expanded outward, dazzling yet ferociously powerful. Unlike the magma abilities of the Red Dog, this force stemmed from the system's endowment, embodying the pinnacle of a practitioner's mastery. Thus, its destructive intensity far surpasses that of the stolen fruits. In the searing heat, the ground scorched by the flames is rendered barren. The familiar sight instantly evokes memories of the recent, despairing inferno in the soldiers' minds. In an instant, their formation disintegrates. They're consumed by fear, fleeing, wailing, and pleading for mercy. The flames are merciless, much like the Navy's edict to exterminate demons, showing no compassion to the weak. Those unfortunate souls caught in the onslaught are transformed into fiery specters, carbonized, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Even those who narrowly escape the flames' wrath find themselves reduced to cinders by the searing heat of the flying debris. They were once the harbingers of death in war. Yet little did they anticipate that they would become victims the very night prior. Do not hesitate. Quickly unleash your haki to defend. As he witnesses the demise of numerous ordinary soldiers, Sakazuki's thunderous roar jolts the terrified vice admirals and rear admirals into action. Confronted by the swift advance of the flames, the officers' expressions turn grave as they raise their arms, channeling years of cultivated haki. With a powerful whoosh, the fierce flames are indeed repelled by an invisible barrier, granting the retreating soldiers a sliver of hope for survival. Except for Sakazuki, the hands of the officers bear varying degrees of burns. Yet they manage to momentarily halt the fiery onslaught. Just as the vice admirals catch their breath, they hear Rody's praise, impressive. As expected from those who have participated in the demon extermination edict, you truly possess remarkable skills. Rody gestures towards the sky and continues. If you can withstand the flames on the ground, surely you can handle what awaits above? Upon hearing these words, the officers look up, despite the night sky. Their faces are illuminated by the rapidly descending meteorites. This is none other than the technique of Admiral Sakazuki, Meteor Volcano. Chapter 82, All for Justice? In the brief respite as the crowd held their ground, Rody unleashed a barrage of molten fists into the sky. Enormous magma fists plummeted to the earth like a rain of meteors. Although their ferocity could not rival the fierce combination of the breath of the sun and the flowing blade of fire, their expansive range rendered them difficult to evade. The soldiers participating in the demon-slaying order were the elite among the elite, yet only a few could withstand the assault with sheer willpower. The majority succumbed to the searing blows of the magma, collapsing upon the sandy ground, writhing in agony. Meanwhile, Rody's mind resonated with the system's notifications of successful purifications, accompanied by rewards of 10 to 20 merit points. As he witnessed his own soldiers perishing in the inferno, their pitiful pleas echoing in his ears, many officers were left with no choice but to cover their faces in despair and put them out of their misery, sparing them from further suffering. Yet, the indescribable sense of frustration ultimately erupted. As soldiers, they had long been prepared to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield. But what did it mean to be slaughtered like dogs? From torment to a tragic demise? A desperate ensign swung his sword at Rody, voicing his furious accusations and roars, avoiding the battle with the admiral and resorting to such despicable means to claim victory. What kind of man are you, bastard? Amidst the howling winds, Rody cast a cold glance at him and calmly retorted, "What does it make you, attacking a group of innocent civilians? You truly are high-minded." Rody felt no inclination to engage in futile explanations with this self-righteous scum. However, the pitiable expression on the ensign's face was truly revolting. The ensign paused momentarily, seemingly at a loss for words, and suddenly halted in his tracks, rendered speechless by Roddy's incisive rebuttal. The sharp counter had plunged the enraged admirals into a profound silence. Only then did Rody cast a disdainful gaze towards Sakazuki. "Admiral, do you have anything to say about this? In the act of killing, you are deemed righteous, while I am considered despicable." Sakazuki's lips twitched, yet he refrained from responding to Rody. Instead, he surveyed the disheveled officers, fully aware that losing their fighting spirit would equate to utter defeat. With a swift glance, Sakazuki formulated a plan and barked, "Do not be swayed by this man, nor feel humiliated. The justice of our Navy has never been determined by the dichotomy of good and evil. For the sake of true peace in the world, sacrifice and ruthlessness are inevitable, and the extermination of pirates is a necessity. Arm yourselves, for even if the enemy is but one, you remain on the battlefield, and you are warriors." His hoarse voice resonated with authority, and his speech rekindled the spirits of the demoralized soldiers. For justice. The sound of blades being drawn echoed resoundingly, as the Navy surged forward with renewed vigor under the Admiral's commanding presence. As an admiral, Sakazuki possessed formidable strength, intellect, and a captivating eloquence. Rody, taken aback by Sakazuki's ability to blur the lines of right and wrong, felt a deep sense of irony. It was the first time he realized that justice could indeed be defined by mindlessness and slaughter. Indeed, they are a pitiful assemblage of incompetence under a militaristic ideology, willing to forsake their humanity to fulfill their ambitions. While eliminating you may disrupt the established plans, this mad faction deserves nothing less than to perish in flames. Without wasting further words, Rody opted for a decisive physical eradication. Even if the plan could not be completed, the demise of a few majors and brigadiers would still yield some gain. After all, the merit accrued from this operation had already surpassed 20,000 points. Coupled with previous efforts, it approached 50,000, a net gain overall. Just as both sides began to stir, a piercing roar echoed from afar. "Sakazuki, you useless wretch! Kneel and accept your demise." Accompanied by a cadre of guards clad in silver armor, two celestial dragons arrived on the backs of giant slaves. Their presence akin to the crack of a slave master's whip, instantaneously rousing the fervor of the soldiers. Rody turned his gaze towards the sound and, through the haze, discerned the two celestial dragons at the center. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he muttered, "By heavens, is that not my 100,000 merits? Curse it! Who unleashed these two imbeciles?" Sakazuki, upon witnessing this scenario, cursed inwardly. Even a victory in this battle would be a Pyrrhic one, leaving him unable to report satisfactorily to the fleet admiral, and the outcome remained uncertain. Given Roddy's nature, he would undoubtedly leverage these two individuals as leverage. Should these celestial dragons perish, not only would Sakazuki's position as a commander be jeopardized, but chaos would ensue for all involved. Noticing Sakazuki's ashen complexion, Rody halted his advance. Sneering, "Admiral, it appears these two celestial dragons have come to deliver judgment upon you." Sakazuki clenched his fists, refraining from a response. Rody feigned ignorance, inquiring by the way, "Admiral, could you kindly remind me of the heinous crime I have committed?" Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's pupils dilated sharply, a chill creeping through him. All the vice admirals immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and vanished in rapid succession. They initiated the swiftest shave of their lives, intent on thwarting Roddy's next move. Yet, despite their prompt reaction, they were at least a second too late. Rody activated his teleportation, instantaneously appearing beside Saint Alroth. "Sakazuki, you worthless fool. You squandered the opportunity on a mere pirate." Saint Alroth continued his tirade, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of Rody before him. The captain of the guards, Amuse, reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to strike at Rody. However, Rody merely raised his fist, sending the guard flying as if he were a kite severed from its string. "You," Saint Alroth stammered, rendered speechless by shock. In the next moment, Roddy's eyes glinted with crimson fury as he seized the saint by the throat. "Ugh!" The portly Saint Alroth's face flushed crimson as Rody lifted him effortlessly. A few moments later, Sakazuki and a cadre of officers arrived, albeit belatedly, halting their advance at a distance of approximately 3 meters. For there, before them, stood Rody, wielding a sharp axe, poised menacingly near the neck of Alroth. Beneath him lay Gornaru, his mouth filled with sand. "Ugh, ugh! Sakazuki, you wretched imbecile! Hurry and rescue me and my esteemed brother. Kill this fiend at once." Upon seeing Sakazuki approach, he spat out a mouthful of sand and cried out for help with a defiant fervor. At the age of 43, he had never endured such indignity. Rody cast a cold, murderous smile at the tardy naval officers. "Ah, Admiral, it has finally dawned upon me. The heinous crime I have committed is the slaying of a celestial dragon." Chapter 83. Sakazuki, kneel and apologize. As Rody threatened the lives of the celestial dragons, the once fervent spirits of the Navy personnel transformed into apprehension. Regardless of their lofty ideals, they ultimately found themselves subservient to the celestial dragons, compelled to expand their territories for them. Saint Alroth was utterly terrified. His personal guards had barely a moment to retaliate before being slaughtered. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, tears mingling with mucus as they streamed into his mouth. Please, save us. My neck is already bleeding, seeing them frozen in place. Saint Gornaru's fury erupted. Sakazuki, you and your worthless soldiers, come and stop him. Are you Navy fools incapable of protecting us? If anything were to happen to me or my esteemed brother, none of you shall escape unscathed. From you to your parents, spouses, children, and siblings. Do not expect to live. Faced with Gornaru's threats, the Navy was paralyzed. The entire situation stemmed from the actions of these two men. Had they not forcibly enacted the extermination decree, perhaps this day would not have seen so many casualties. What drove them to despair was the realization that their fearless struggle, their loss of humanity, had culminated in nothing but the hysterical humiliation and threats from those in power. The irony of their previous oaths and aspirations weighed heavily upon them in this moment. Sakazuki's countenance was shrouded in shadows. He longed to eliminate these two troublesome nuisances. However, having already lost a significant portion of his forces, if news of his inability to protect the celestial dragons were to leak, it would surely incite a rebellion against the world government. After careful consideration, Sakazuki clenched his fists and chose to compromise with Rody. Rody, release them. In exchange, I shall withdraw the pursuit against you and your associates, and revert your bounty back to the original 19 million berries. Sakazuki's voice was low. This time, he truly felt cornered. Rody chuckled lightly, responding, "What kind of condition is this? Admiral, have you considered that since the day I killed a celestial dragon, I have ceased to care about such trivial matters? And you, Sakazuki, will you truly stand by your word? Or have you ever negotiated with a pirate? Damn it, cursed bastard." Sakazuki's lips twitched violently as he realized that Rody was completely unfazed by his proposal. Internally, he cursed. Logically, a brat of Rody's age should be hot-blooded and easily deceived. Yet why was this fellow impervious to his tactics? What do you truly desire, then? What benefit does this destruction bring to you, you madman? Shouted Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, stepping forward. With his values and understanding of pirates, he found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp Roddy's motives and objectives. A pirate of such caliber should either seek to carve out their grand ambitions or stabilize their territory, maximizing their interests through cooperation with the Navy, perhaps even becoming a warlord of the sea. However, this madman, at this moment, Rody seized the opportunity presented by the celestial dragons and grasped the path to resolution. He sought not only to acquire substantial merits, but also to compel Sakazuki to fully acknowledge his defeat. Most importantly, he intended to commence his strategic layout from this juncture, with the old Sakazuki serving as the initial piece on his chessboard. While deep in thought, he calmly retrieved his enhanced iPhone 6 and activated the sky screen recording mode. With the phone's projection, a sphere of blue technological rays enveloped and scanned the surrounding area within a radius of 100 meters. The onlookers were left bewildered by Roddy's intentions and instinctively retreated in apprehension. Yet, Rody nonchalantly threatened, "If you wish for them to remain alive, do not move." The crowd exchanged glances, resigned to comply. The sky screen recording was a remarkably useful tool he had discovered within the Multiverse app. It captured images from any angle with perfection and could search for and connect to screens around the globe for real-time uploads. However, utilizing such a formidable component required the expenditure of 1,000 merit points. Of course, a mere 1,000 merit points was trivial, easily earned by a few acts of kindness. Ding! System notification. Sky screen loading 100, recording in progress. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Rody turned his attention to the burly Major General, Ghost Spider, who had spoken to him. "You ask what I desire? My wishes are quite simple. World peace, devoid of war." As he spoke, he glanced down, adding, "and the elimination of celestial dragons." The two hostages trembled at his words, with Gornaru Saint cursing vehemently. "A mere mortal dares to show us such disrespect." "You all," before Gornaru Saint could finish, Rody stamped down once more. With a sharp crack, Gornaru Saint's arm shattered, eliciting a pained scream. This scene rendered the entire naval assembly breathless, silencing them into submission. Rody coldly remarked, "You speak too much. Should you utter another word, my next step shall crush your head." Alroth Saint, witnessing this, instinctively sealed his lips, daring not to make sound. Gornaru, Saint continued to emit pained cries. His volume significantly diminished. Ghost Spider attempted to retort, but swallowed his words instead. Rody surveyed the soldiers before him. In contrast to the higher-ups, the lower-ranking officers and soldiers displayed relatively weak resolve, heavily reliant on their leaders' cues. As the celestial dragons hurled insults and Sakazuki showed signs of concession, their prior fighting spirit had dissipated entirely. Now, with their faces smeared with dirt, confusion and daze lingered in their eyes. Sensing this emotional shift, Rody was unperturbed at the prospect of adding fuel to the fire. He sighed and said, alas, who would have imagined that even a valiant navy, unafraid of death, could be ensnared by two loathsome insects? Upon hearing his words, the crowd's gaze shifted once more to Rody, who was nonchalantly toying with the axe in his hand, looking down upon each of them with a derisive expression. Ultimately, he posed a soul-searching question. What is even more tragic for you is that your dignity and spirit, along with your fallen comrades, hold no value in the eyes of this rabble. Even if I were to release them now, it would not merely be your disgraceful demise that follows, but yours as well. Silence. Do not speak recklessly. You understand nothing. Sakazuki roared in a fit of fury, determined to interrupt Rody before he could delve deeper into his forbidden discourse. Despite old Sakazuki's audacity to confront even the four emperors head-on, undermining the Navy's will, dignity, and morale was his greatest adversary. As an admiral, he felt compelled to uphold the principles of justice, even if it required unsavory means. Of course, after being interrupted, Rody chose not to continue his tirade. Instead, he calmly seized the fallen Gornalu Saint from the ground and aimed the axe menacingly at his neck. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I shall not shout again. As the sand and dirt flew up with a soft thud, Gornalu Saint bared his teeth and begged for mercy. Rody slowly shifted his gaze toward Sakazuki, his eyes sharp and his tone measured. Weren't you quite the vocal one? I will grant you an opportunity to express yourself. Just now, Sakazuki interrupted my discourse, and I am quite displeased. Make him kneel and apologize to me. Perhaps then, I will consider sparing you. Upon hearing this, Gornalu Saint felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes as he unhesitatingly shouted, Sakazuki, kneel and apologize. Chapter 84. Let us together slay the celestial dragons. The battlefield was teeming with hundreds of individuals, yet the command from Saint Gornaru was remarkably clear, almost suffocatingly so. To demand that the Navy Admiral kneel before pirates and offer apologies? Was this not an inversion of the very heavens? The sweat trickled down the brows of the colonels, who dared not meet the gaze of Sakazuki. They could already sense the admiral's fury emanating from his formidable and profound aura. Rody observed the grimace on Sakazuki's face and chuckled. Admiral, I could very well start recording now. Should you refuse to kneel, I may have to take action. Once I send this to the celestial dragons, your fates will be sealed. As he spoke, the sharp edge of his axe found its way into the tender flesh of Saint Gornaru, crimson blood oozing forth, prompting the man to erupt into a frenzied tirade of curses. Sakazuki, are you attempting to rebel? Is your wretched knee truly more valuable than our lives? Kneel at once. Sakazuki's countenance darkened, his desire to obliterate both Rody and the celestial dragon before him palpable. However, the adversary possessed superior strength, and numerous entanglements surrounded him. Even one as cunning as he found himself at a loss for a solution in this moment. Undoubtedly, it was the most repugnant predicament he had ever encountered. Taking a step forward, Sakazuki coldly remarked, Rody, your methods are indeed impressive. I underestimated you, and handling your kind is quite the challenge. But do not presume you can trample upon my dignity at will. I, Sakazuki, shall never bow to a pirate, nor shall I kneel, even unto death. His resolute stance provoked a flurry of insults from the two celestial dragons, which Rody found amusing. To him, such defiant declarations were grandiose, yet futile, incapable of effectively resolving the Navy's current plight. Moreover, Rody had already achieved his aim. He had successfully manipulated the Navy's emotions. In his view, psychological warfare was far more effective than mere physical confrontation. Excellent, quite spirited. Since the lives of these two celestial dragons hold no value, I shall dispatch one first. With that, Rody's face hardened with murderous intent as he unhesitatingly slashed Gornaru's throat. In the next instant, a notification echoed through his mind. Ding. System notification. Successfully slain a celestial dragon, earning 10,000 merit points. My esteemed host has rendered the world considerably cleaner. Truly remarkable. Silence. A suffocating silence. The atmosphere was so charged that it sent shivers down the spines of all present. Sakazuki's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the audacity of this individual. As blood gushed from Gornaru's mouth, no one anticipated that a celestial dragoness life would end so abruptly. In that fleeting moment of death, Gornaru initially wore a look of bewilderment, quickly transforming into one of loathing. He raised a trembling hand to point at Sakazuki, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. How could a celestial dragon, a divine being of the world, meet such an ignoble end? With a resounding thud, the corpulent body collapsed to the ground, sputtering blood. The horror of dying before the gaze of many far surpassed that of a soldier's sudden demise on the battlefield. Brother, Alroth Saint cried out with crimson eyes, summoning all his strength to utter those two words. He had believed the other party's threats to be mere desperate bluster. Fulfilling their demands would ensure his safety. Yet, his brother's life was extinguished by the adversary with the same ease as one might dispose of a stray dog, a senseless act of cruelty. How could he dare? By what right did he presume to act so? Only when Sakazuki gravely called out the name of the opponent did Alroth Saint awaken to the grim reality. Rody, you are truly a madman. Upon hearing this, Rody returned a perfectly executed gentleman's bow. Thank you for the compliment. I shall endeavor to improve. Why you are Rody? The one who killed Charlia. Rody sees the other's lofty topknot, squatting beside Alroth Saint. Indeed, it is I. Thus, you could potentially be the third. The mention of a third sent a shiver down Alroth Saint's spine. He understood the implications all too well. No, oh no. I refuse to be the third. I do not wish to die. I beg you, I will agree to anything. I truly do not want to perish. Alroth Saint shook his head violently, his fleshy cheeks joining in the frantic denial. Rody relished Alroth Saint's reaction. He craved the tug and pressure of raw emotion. You do not wish to die, yet they do not wish to kneel. It presents quite the conundrum for me. Rody feigned deep contemplation before suddenly clapping his hands, exclaiming, Aha! They're a band of spirited soldiers. For instance, if you were to command them to commit seppuku collectively, I would spare you. What say you? Absolutely. No problem at all. The demise of such contemptible lives would matter not. Alroth Saint, without a moment's hesitation, voiced his sentiments before all the naval officers. Their arrogance and ignorance proved far more terrifying than their foolishness. From birth, they had been nurtured with the mindset that the entire world was their servant. Therefore, he naturally responded with a disregard for others' emotions. Kill them, and let me go, will you? I swear by my name that our grievances shall be forgotten. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Alroth Saint truly resembled a supplicant dog. This display, however, left the naval officers both cold and on the verge of grinding their teeth in frustration. Look at that. The justice you uphold now demands your demise. Rody mockingly offered the naval officers a sardonic consolation. This time, even Sakazuki found himself at a loss for words. The Navy came to a profound realization. In the eyes of these high-ranking officials, concepts of justice, dignity, and willpower were nothing but deceptive illusions, mere bubbles. The lives of both themselves and their tragically fallen comrades appeared laughable, utterly worthless. Is this truly the dominion of the world? Do they perceive us in this manner? Ultimately, for whom do we fight? Are our lives rendered so utterly valueless? One soldier after another kneels in bewilderment, their daggers slipping from their grasp. What a treacherous scoundrel, he stirs the pot from both sides. This individual could never be a mere madman at this moment. Sakazuki finally comprehends Roddy's stratagem. He never intended to triumph through brute force. He has been engaged in but one endeavor from the outset, manipulating the psyche. As the Navy stood paralyzed, fearful of their own demise, Alroth Saint, in a fit of rage, urged them on. Do you wish to defy me? Why do you not embrace death? Go on, perish. Only through your demise can I survive. On the beach, the only sounds piercing the silence were the crashing waves and Allroth Saint's fervent cries. In the darkness, including the Vice Admiral, all eyes were cast grimly upon Admiral Sikorsky. His decisions would dictate the course for the entire Navy moving forward. Foolish waste. Silence. A furious roar cut short Allroth Saint's lamentations. Do you truly believe that if we perish, he will spare you? No. He is a cunning and treacherous pirate. Once we are gone, your fate is sealed in death. Allroth Saint stood rendered speechless, mechanically turning to Rody, timidly inquiring. Hey, they speak falsehoods, do they not? You will uphold your promise, will you not? Rody responded with a benevolent smile. Of course, how could I, the epitome of compassion, deceive you? However, I have suddenly conceived a far superior solution. With that, he turned his gaze toward the Navy, finally revealing his true intentions. It is better to rejoice together than to revel alone. Since you all find yourselves in a dilemma, why not share this celestial dragon with me? Chapter 85. Devouring celestial dragons with mysterious power? Sharing the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Roddy's words, the crowd appeared utterly perplexed, save for Sakazuki, whose brow furrowed in deep contemplation. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Rody scrutinized the myriad expressions flitting across Sakazuki's face, sensing that his bait was about to be taken. Since the appearance of these two celestial dragons, Rody had conceived a new plan. In his view, concluding this venture through physical transcendence, while feasible, would merely constrict the path of his compassion. The true essence of compassion should lie in influencing all beings in the world, guiding them towards enlightenment and fostering benevolent connections. Allowing these brainwashed Navy soldiers to sway like seagrass in the tide was insufficient. What could be gained from incinerating them, aside from a plethora of merit points? However, guiding them towards enlightenment was an entirely different matter. It was not only a grand act of virtue, but also aligned with the strategy he had chosen. Through this endeavor, converting Sakazuki, the 5 vice admirals, and a cadre of elite Navy personnel into his pawns for the purpose of espionage would undoubtedly yield a resounding victory. Although the primary objective of the system's task was to vanquish his adversaries, it did not specify the manner in which this defeat should manifest. Forcing him to acquiesce to Roddy's decisions could also be deemed a form of conquest. In addition to contemplating his strategy, Rody was preoccupied with how to convince the system that he had indeed defeated Sakazuki. Just as these thoughts lingered, Sakazuki suddenly interjected. What do you mean, brat? What do you mean by sharing? I cannot comprehend your words. Rody glanced up at Sakazuki's darkened visage and chuckled softly. Admiral, judging by your expression, you clearly understand. You. The foreboding feeling within Sakazuki crystallized at that moment. The so-called sharing entailed each of you wielding a blade to slay this celestial dragon. No, more accurately, it should be described as butchering. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. No one had anticipated that this young man would utter such audacious words. How could this be? Allroth's face turned ashen, his emotions surging as he shouted, You promised that if I cooperated, you would spare. Silence. Before he could finish, Rody delivered a swift kick, burying Allroth's head in the sand. A throng of soldiers erupted in fury, roaring at Rody. You scoundrel, what jest is this? How are we any different if we proceed in this manner? If we kill him, can we still survive? Noticing the growing uproar, Rody gestured for silence, exclaiming, Stop, stop, stop. Cease your barking. Listen quietly while I finish speaking. As the crowd gradually quieted, Roddy's tone softened slightly. He nudged the pig-like Allroth with his foot and inquired, Consider this. Even if I were to release him, do you believe you would survive? Not just you, but even your admiral might find himself in peril. The crowd glared at Rody, eyes ablaze with ire. Although his words bore an element of truth, it was undeniable that had this individual not caused such chaos, the current predicament would never have arisen. Yet, despite their myriad grievances, they dared only to curse inwardly. They understood well that when Rody lost his temper, he was capable of anything. If you follow my instructions, not only will I ensure your survival, but I will also dissuade the celestial dragons from pursuing this matter. As he spoke, a hint of mystery glimmered in Roddy's eyes. Sakazuki squinted at Rody, suspicion etched across his features. Vice Admiral Doberman stepped forward, brandishing his sword at Rody, declaring, "This is impossible. We do not believe you." Rody scoffed, shrugging nonchalantly, "Believe it or not, you have no choice." The insufferable scoundrel. Doberman was left momentarily speechless, reluctantly muttering to himself. The gazes of the others toward Rody grew increasingly wary and doubtful. "First, you must prove why the celestial dragons would refrain from investigating this incident. Otherwise, we cannot trust you, even if it leads to our demise. We shall never acquiesce to your intentions." A deep, hoarse voice shattered the tense atmosphere. It was Sakazuki speaking. Old Sakazuki did not respond immediately, but instead pondered internally. He was certain that the other party was not approaching this matter with a frivolous or madcap attitude. As for their ultimate objective, he could only speculate based on their actions. Rody, however, had long been prepared. He lightly snapped his fingers and proclaimed, "Shao AI, showcase the AI talent." In a brief half-second, the mobile system Shao AI responded, "Understood. Based on the host's request, I will generate a video depicting the mysterious energy consuming the celestial dragons." Hearing the emotionless prompt, everyone was momentarily taken aback, only to witness the celestial dome above Rody transforming. As monotonous blue light intertwined and overlapped overhead, it began to exhibit a richer spectrum of colors, ultimately morphing into a three-dimensional holographic projection. At that moment, Roddy's thoughts materialized into reality. A column of raging flames descended from the heavens, the powerful beam directly striking the temporary residence of the celestial dragons. The inferno spread relentlessly, incinerating numerous warships and claiming the lives of many soldiers amidst this calamity. In the video, Sakazuki frantically directed the firefighting efforts, calling for assistance from headquarters. Ultimately, as the flames subsided, a bizarre pentagram marking, inscribed with the number 2, remained etched upon the charred remains of the celestial dragons. This spectacle left everyone astounded. Their jaws agape. Such technology utterly revolutionized their perceptions and understanding. Sakazuki and the other vice admirals wore expressions of sheer terror, many of them beginning to grasp Roddy's intention. He aimed to forge false evidence to create a semblance of reality. Yet, they were also gripped by a chilling fear, contemplating what a threat this technology posed to the world government. Had they not witnessed the video fabrication process firsthand, they would have been convinced this was a genuine occurrence. In comparison, the closely guarded secrets of the world government seemed like the fanciful tales of a 3-year-old. Sakazuki's expression turned grave, harboring serious doubts that Rody might very well be a mysterious scientist within the Revolutionary Army. He was even associated with the brilliant scientist Vegapunk. With this conjecture, the unease and anxiety within him intensified. What terrified him further was the bizarre formation at the end of the video. What was that black formation? It appeared to emanate some ancient and enigmatic power. As the video concluded, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Sakazuki's eyes, and he inwardly mused, "This terrifying individual truly cannot be spared." Just then, Rody exclaimed with irritation, "Hey, Admiral, tone it down a bit. This intense killing intent is practically slapping me in the face. Is that how you show courtesy?" As he spoke, Rody raised an eyebrow, elevating his voice further. "If you wish to engage in battle now, I am more than ready to oblige. I'll turn you lot into ashes and scatter your remains across the sea." Upon hearing this, everyone reacted like startled birds, instantly alert. Their first instinct was to glance back and plot an escape route. Sakazuki, taken aback by Rody's harsh words, was engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. He wished to fight, but knew he could not prevail. Observing the Navy personnel resembling lost dogs, Rody scoffed and continued, "If you can't win, then just keep quiet. Don't think everyone is a soft target." No sooner had he uttered these words than a notification rang in his mind. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully defeated Admiral Sakazuki, completing the first phase of the Flowing Blade like Fire Awakening plan. Reward: 10,000 merit points. Sakazuki concedes. The host is impressive. Chapter 86. General, you wouldn't want Whitebeard to find out, would you? Rody listened intently to the system's prompt, his heart surging with excitement. As he had surmised, the system's task of defeating the opponent was quite broad and not strictly confined to a physical realm. As long as the adversary acknowledged their defeat on a psychological level, the task would be deemed accomplished. To his astonishment, he discovered that executing the awakening task would also yield phase rewards. The system truly indulges me. Rody rejoiced inwardly, consolidating his current gains. After the system's calculations, coupled with what he presently possessed, if he successfully eliminated this celestial dragon, his merit points would soar to approximately 85,000. Once this matter was concluded, along with my return to Sabeti Archipelago to quell that upheaval, witnessing 100,000 merits would certainly be within reach. Lost in contemplation and anticipation of the future, Rody's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a voice. A mere segment of footage could not serve as irrefutable evidence, and it appeared meticulously orchestrated. Surely, one would not genuinely believe that all celestial dragons are as foolish as he? Moreover, on what grounds did he assume they would easily let us go? The one questioning was Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, whose dissatisfaction with the celestial dragons was evident in his tone. Yet, he too did not believe that Rody could deceive them with a mere synthetic video. What an impolite fellow, failing to even address me as Mr. Rody. Distracted by the interruption of his reward calculations, Rody shifted his disdain towards the other's demeanor. Rarely did he wear a stern expression, but now he spoke with unyielding firmness. The footage is lifeless, yet the individuals are very much alive. Is it not the case that your world government excels at turning the false into the true? This should pose no challenge for you. In the shadows, Ghost Spider sensed the chill and pressure in Rody's tone, fearing that he might inadvertently sacrifice himself. Meanwhile, Sakazuki cast a disapproving sidelong glance at him, prompting Ghost Spider to hastily retreat a step, refraining from further protest. Though he held the esteemed rank of Vice Admiral before Rody and the Admiral, he was merely a pitiful subordinate, lacking the standing to voice his concerns. Rody then turned to Sakazuki, continuing to elucidate. What I have presented to you is far more intricate than what you perceive. Certain secrets are known only to the higher-ranking celestial dragons. If you deem it feasible, each of you should deliver a strike as a token of cooperation with me. Should you find this disagreeable, I shall incinerate both you and this foolish pig along with it. Rody's chilling words flowed effortlessly from his lips. The others exchanged glances, their hearts racing with anxiety. Many had begun to realize that this negotiation was not a multiple-choice question, but rather a fill-in-the-blank with a singular answer.